Rock, paper, scissors. Haha, daddy lost. Quickly, piggyback me, piggyback me. Not far away, a little girl clad in a pink dress tugged at a man's hand, standing in place and joyfully exclaiming, "Oh dear, when did you become so skilled?" The man handed the bag in his possession to a woman standing nearby, supporting the little girl's waist with both hands and effortlessly lifting her onto his neck. Hee hee, you didn't expect that I learned to throw scissors, did you? Let's ride. The little girl encircled the man's chin with her hands, her face radiating with a blissful and innocent smile. Be still. If you sway too much, you might fall and hurt your head. Noticing her playful movements, the woman beside them gently admonished, I'm not scared. Daddy will protect me. He's holding my feet. Right, Daddy? As she spoke, the little girl wiggled her two tiny feet that were being grasped. Indeed, as long as Daddy holds your feet, you won't fall. Just indulge her. Though the woman voiced her concerns, she shifted her grip, taking something with one hand while the other wrapped around her husband's arm, chatting about mundane matters as they strolled further away. Observing this simple yet beautiful scene, Lu Jingyang, sitting by the street, felt a subtle twitch at the corners of his mouth, making it hard to discern whether it was a smile or a frown. If this were a few years ago, such a sight would hardly warrant a second glance from Lu Jingyang, for he too had once possessed such happiness, perhaps even greater. After all, who overly concerns themselves with what they already have? Yet now it had become a distant aspiration. Buzz, 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 buzz. Lu Jingyang pulled out his phone, the caller ID displaying a string of unfamiliar virtual numbers, and without a second thought, he ended the call. He knew full well it was a debt collection agency reaching out. Gazing at the dozens of missed calls and 200 to 300 text messages demanding payment received throughout the morning, Lu Jingyang didn't even blink. He had grown numb, truly numb. The phrase "too many debts to care" resonated with him in a profound way. When he first began accumulating debt, Lu Jingyang hardly paid it any mind. Fresh out of school, he believed his future was bright. A mere few tens of thousands seemed insignificant. If he could seize an opportunity, what were tens of thousands? Even hundreds of thousands or millions would be within reach. Youth often breeds arrogance. He frequently felt invincible, believing that with diligence and effort, anything was achievable. Of course, Lu Jingyang's blind confidence was not without foundation. During his university days, the economic landscape of the country was flourishing, and innovative ideas and companies sprouted like bamboo shoots after the rain, unstoppable. Riding this wave, Lu Jingyang and a few classmates ventured into entrepreneurship. With their youthful vigor and willingness to toil, they carved out a small niche for themselves on campus. By the time they graduated and transferred their business, they had surprisingly earned over 100,000. For many, the sum of over 100,000 may seem trivial, yet for university students still immersed in academia, it is a source of considerable pride. In the eyes of Lu Jingyang, whose perspective was narrow at that time, he felt undeniably impressive. His project, developed during his studies, even earned him accolades from the school leadership, who invited him to speak on stage as a model student. Coupled with his appealing appearance, Lu became a prominent figure at the university, captivating the attention of many and earning the admiration of his peers. This newfound status allowed Lu to successfully pursue the affection of the renowned campus beauty, Shen Mubin, a relationship that sparked envy and jealousy in countless hearts. In the midst of such admiration, Lu Jingyang found himself adrift, losing touch with reality. The greatest folly is to become detached from oneself, and Lu, having easily acquired wealth, spent it with abandon. Upon leaving university, he envisioned soaring to great heights in society, but the harsh realities of life swiftly brought him back to earth with a jolt. Indeed, while he may have been a notable figure at school, in the vast arena of the real world, his status as an ordinary citizen held little weight. Who even recognized him? Yet, undeterred by failure, Lu Jingyang clung to the belief that his misfortunes were merely the result of bad luck. If one attempt failed, he was resolved to try again. If 2 attempts faltered, he would make a third. However, a series of setbacks transformed him from someone who once received compliments to someone whom people actively avoided. The stark contrast of his former glory left Lu in disbelief. But what could he do? Would the world truly offer him sympathy based on his past experiences and provide him with opportunities or financial support? To be candid, aside from a few close friends and relatives who really cared about his plight. In fact, if he were to collapse on the street, Most would only feel that their day had taken a turn for the worse. Lu Xingyang had contemplated starting anew, submitting resumes, and applying for positions at small companies where he would toil as an exploited worker. However, upon discovering that the monthly salary amounted to merely 3 or 4,000, or even 5 or 6,000, he found himself unable to accept such meager compensation. While this sum might be tolerable for a fresh graduate, for someone who had once earned quick money and now found himself in debt, it was simply insufficient. It was a classic case of having high expectations but low returns when the income barely covered the interest on his debts. Most individuals would be unable to persist. Those who understand. When one becomes anxious, the temptation to veer off course becomes strong. Fortunately, Lu Xingyang maintained a semblance of integrity, refraining from engaging in illegal activities. Yet, without straying from the right path, he struggled to conceive a quick way to amass wealth, aside from the chance of winning the lottery. Thus, during a certain period, Lu became a frequent patron of the lottery shop, diligently studying the trends and lottery numbers while indulging in unrealistic daydreams. The outcome, as one might expect, was predictable after all. The likelihood of turning a mere $2 into hundreds of millions was hardly in the favor of someone of his modest means. Surrounded by fellow patrons of the lottery shop, Lu found himself among a crowd of unreliable individuals. Gradually, the notion of gambling re-entered Lu Xingyang's field of vision. While Lu Xingyang gained little from the casino, he profoundly experienced the harsh reality that one often loses 9 times out of 10, leading to ruin and despair. I hereby urge everyone, even if you find yourself in the depths of despair, even if hunger has stripped you of sustenance, do not be tempted to engage in the treacherous allure of gambling. May the gamblers meet their just fate. Once a promising youth in the eyes of others, Lu Xingyang now finds himself utterly destitute, burdened by an overwhelming debt. Does he harbor regrets? Ultimately, it matters little. What has transpired cannot be undone, and lamentation serves no purpose. Bzzz. Just as Lu Xingyang ended one call, another arrived. He hesitated momentarily upon seeing the caller ID, Shen Yuanliang, his former brother-in-law. Their relationship had been fraught with tension even before his divorce from Shen Mubin, and now, post-divorce. Any encounter without physical confrontation would be a concession to his sister and niece. Hello? After a brief pause, Lu Xingyang decided to answer. Lu Xingyang, I don't care about your debts, but you are no longer linked to my sister. If I find out that she is being harassed by debt collectors because of you, I swear I will end you. The furious voice of Shen Yuanliang boomed through the line. Amidst the commotion, Lu Xingyang could faintly hear the cries of his daughter, Lu Yushi, and Shen Mubin on the other end. What was happening? The urgency propelled him to rise and shout. What is going on? Indeed, he owed a considerable sum, whether to friends or through online loans. The loans were taken out in his name, and now that he was divorced from Shen Mubin, it was unjust for the debt collectors to harass her. Let go of me. You bastards, go find Lu Xingyang. He has no ties to our family anymore. Mommy, where are you? Daddy. Hearing the chaos and cries from the other end, Lu Xingyang could no longer contain himself. He hung up and sprinted toward the old district in the distance. Chapter 2. The weight of wealth. Do not blame us for our ruthlessness. Repaying debts is a fundamental principle, an unchanging truth throughout the ages. Since Lu Xingyang has fled without funds, it is only right that you, his friends and family, assist in settling his debts. Move. A burly man in a suit commanded his subordinates. Upon witnessing the impending violence, Shen Yuanliang could no longer remain passive. Grabbing a chair, he slammed it against the table. I've told you, my sister is divorced from that scoundrel. We have no connection to him anymore. If anyone dares to touch a single item today, I will end them. With the chair in hand, Shen Yuanliang's face flushed crimson, his adrenaline surging as he trembled slightly. A man of considerable stature and a fiery temperament, he could not bear to see his beloved sister and adorable niece bullied by these thugs. If it came to blows, it would surely be a fight to the death. Breathing heavily, he stood resolute, his eyes ablaze with determination, instilling a momentary fear in the debt collectors. These individuals appear to embody the traits of thugs and gangsters. Yet at their core, they are merely striving to achieve modest results and earn a pittance. While they may accept payment, the prospect of risking their lives is best avoided. After all, There are instances where debt collectors have been tragically harmed or even killed by creditors driven to madness. Very well, you demonstrate audacity. The goods can remain undisturbed today, but the debts owed by Lu Zhenyang must not go unpaid. Inform Lu Zhenyang that if the money is not repaid within 3 days, no matter how far you attempt to hide, we shall locate you. Should you doubt this, feel free to test our resolve. Observing the gathering crowd, the debt collectors wisely chose not to linger, departing with their subordinates. If any uninformed bystanders were to alert the authorities, it would undoubtedly complicate matters. Such scenarios are not unfamiliar to these collectors. If one attempt fails, they will return, and if 2 attempts fail, a 3rd will surely follow. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. You may rage today or tomorrow, but you cannot maintain that fervor indefinitely. If force is ineffective, a more subtle approach will suffice. As long as you refuse to repay, there are myriad ways to deal with you. Breathing heavily, Shun Yuanliang sank into his chair, resembling a deflated balloon, gasping for air. Drenched in cold sweat. Truth be told, he had felt a surge of adrenaline that made him fearless in that moment. Yet, in the aftermath, a wave of apprehension washed over him. Liang, are you all right? Noticing his distress, Shin Mubin, cradling her daughter Cece, wiped her tears and hurried to check on him. Uncle, wah. Cece echoed the sentiment, her face awash with fear. Sister, please return home with me. Had I not fortuitously come today, who knows what might have transpired? Witnessing his sister's haggard appearance and his beloved niece's terror, Shin Yuanliang felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate Lu Zhenyang from existence. Not only had Lu dismantled his family, but now his own life was rendered unrecognizable. No, I cannot return. These years have already shamed my parents. I cannot burden them further. Shin Mubin shook her head fervently, yet her tears flowed freely, as if they were without cost. At that moment, her spirit was shattered. She had never envisioned her life descending into such despair, as if she had plummeted into an abyss from which she could not escape. But she had done nothing wrong. Why must fate subject her to such cruelty? The thought alone rendered her inconsolable. In this world, her family home stood as her last refuge. If she were to return, would the aging parents withstand the onslaught of the debt collectors? Sister, please come back with me, or those individuals will not relent. Moreover, even if you can handle it, Cece cannot endure such distress. Despite the entanglement of familial obligations, Shin Yuanliang could not ignore the pressing matter at hand. It's all right, I can manage, he reassured. Though Shun Mubin struggled to voice her thoughts, her words caught in her throat, and her sobs became increasingly uncontainable. Shaoshin, perhaps you should consider returning. You've entangled yourself in this mess, and I doubt I will be able to rent it out again. Just then, a rather affluent-looking woman approached, saying, I apologize. I will move out tomorrow. Shin Mubin has never been one to burden others. Even in her dire situation, she nodded in agreement. Oh, I know a bit about your circumstances. You've only stayed half the month, so you need not worry about the rent. Your husband is truly worthless. Be more discerning in the future. Seeing Shun Mubin acquiesce, the woman, perhaps feeling pity for her, did not press further and turned to leave. Suddenly, Lu Zhenyang hurriedly rushed up the stairs. Is everything all right? Upon seeing the disarray of the rental unit, Lu Zhenyang wore a worried expression and reached out to embrace Cece. Huh, how dare you show your face here? Get lost. Shin Yuanliang, unable to contain his rage at Lu Zhenyang's demeanor, delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. The impact sent Lu Zhenyang tumbling backward. Liang, stop. Please don't. Cece cried, rushing forward to intervene. Why are you even here? You've turned our home into this. The biggest regret of my life is helping you pursue my sister. How could I have been so blind? Get out. Just leave. Shin Yuanliang shouted, his eyes brimming with tears, perhaps out of frustration at Lu Zhenyang's failure to live up to expectations. Uncle, please don't scold my father, Cece pleaded. Although Lu Zhenyang had often yelled at and struck her, he remained her father in her eyes. Thankfully, being a child, Cece did not fully comprehend the gravity of the situation. If she were older, given Lu Zhenyang's actions, she might not have tried to mediate, but rather would have added a few kicks of her own. Please, just go. I beg you, Shin Mubin cried out, tears streaming down her face, her voice hoarse from despair. I'm sorry. Seeing that they were momentarily unharmed, Lu Xingyang silently rose from the ground. He understood that those two words held no meaning, just as he felt like a failure. After descending the stairs, Lu Xingyang wandered aimlessly through 2 streets before finding a place to sit. The earlier scene had pierced him deeply. If only time could reverse. If he had not been so ambitious and had instead sought a stable job, even a modest one, combined with the down payment his parents had given him, perhaps his family would now be living harmoniously. But now, I am truly a failure. Observing the myriad of people on the street, Lu Xingyang remained silent for a long time. He pulled out his phone, contemplating whether his personal accident insurance had become effective. If it had, he could seek out a wealthy individual driving under the influence and resolve everything in one fell swoop. After all, he did not view insurance companies as benevolent entities. The compensation might suffice to clear his debts, and if there were any surplus, he could consider it a form of gratitude. As he prepared to check his phone, Lu Xingyang was taken aback to find an application named Wealth Information on his screen. With a sardonic chuckle, he marveled at the sophistication of contemporary scams that could stealthily install software on his device. Alas, he was a man bereft of wealth. Out of curiosity, Lu Xingyang clicked on the application. It revealed that the second-to-last scratch-off ticket in the second cabinet at the lottery store located at 256 Daxing Street was worth a staggering 200,000. Upon opening the app, not only was there a textual prompt, but it was also accompanied by several photographs. The sight before him rendered Lu Xingyang momentarily speechless. Chapter 3. Business in the wholesale market. Lu Xingyang was indeed a frequent patron of this lottery store, thus he was quite adept at discerning the authenticity of the images. Did a scam application truly need to appear so convincingly real? After scrutinizing the information multiple times, Lu Xingyang grew increasingly suspicious. If this were genuinely a fraudulent application, why would it need to entice him into purchasing a lottery ticket? What could be gained from such a ruse? Moreover, the clarity of the information, complete with photographic evidence, was perplexing. Since the hour was still early, why not investigate further? Before long, Lu Xingyang rushed to the lottery shop. Ah, Lu Go. It's been a while since your last visit. Are you here for the lotto or scratch-offs? The shop owner greeted him with exuberance upon seeing a customer. In the past, Lu Xingyang might have exchanged pleasantries with her, but reflecting on how he had been persuaded to buy countless tickets at her establishment made her appear insufferably hypocritical. When he had money, she was all friendliness. Yet in times of financial drought, even his presence seemed an inconvenience to her. Don't touch anything. I'll choose myself. With no other customers around, Lu Xingyang feared she would disrupt the arrangement of the scratch-off tickets. He retrieved the scant 10 yuan in cash from his pocket and followed the prompt to select the second-to-last scratch-off from the second cabinet. Holding the ticket in his hand, he took a deep breath. Although he found the situation absurd, he could not help but fervently wish for its truth. Just one ticket? That's not your usual style. Noticing the 10 yuan on the table, the shop owner collected it with a disdainful air. Lu Xingyang chose to ignore her, casually taking a scratch card and beginning to reveal the layers. 03, 05, 09. Each layer he uncovered matched the winning numbers precisely. He, what are you doing? Did you win? The shop owner, noticing Lu Xingyang's unusual demeanor, swiftly approached him. An hour later, Lu Xingyang emerged from the lottery center, his expression one of utter astonishment. Surprisingly, what shocked him most was not the 160,000 he now possessed, but rather the realization that the information displayed on the Wealth Information app was indeed accurate. With this revelation, he hastily retrieved his phone and reopened the application. In the western district of the city, a 2-bedroom apartment in the Saydingwa community is urgently for sale at 1.2 million, a bargain compared to its normal market value of 1.55 million. Contingent upon full payment by the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow, chili prices are expected to soar. Today's purchase price is 15 yuan, while tomorrow's retail price is projected to reach 55 yuan. A corner shop at number 168 Gaoxin Road is up for transfer, with an annual profit exceeding 250,000 yuan if one were to operate a milk tea business. Guochuang Technology will commence trading at 9:30 tomorrow, with a forecasted decline of 3% before a potential surge to the daily limit by closing. As Lu Xingyang perused these wealth notifications, his heart raced with anticipation. Is this what they call wealth information? A two-bedroom apartment, if one possesses the capital, could yield a profit exceeding 300,000 yuan upon resale. It is no wonder the affluent continue to amass wealth, even if an ordinary person were to become aware of such opportunities. Gathering over 1,000,000 yuan in a short period is an arduous task. Moreover, a diligent office worker, toiling through the grind of a 9-to-6 job, would hardly be privy to such serendipitous opportunities. Yet, that differential of over 300,000 yuan could represent a lifetime of savings for an average family. Frustrated, Lu Xingyang lamented his lack of substantial capital. With the wealth of information at his fingertips, he could easily amass a fortune. He felt a surge of excitement. Yet the principle he had adopted over time echoed in his mind. With money comes opportunity. He had once harbored lofty ambitions, chasing after elusive dreams, which had led him to his current predicament. Furthermore, the veracity of the wealth information software was not guaranteed. Without absolute certainty, Lu Xingyang was unwilling to take any risks. Thus, he resolved to first visit the vegetable wholesale market, hoping to mitigate any potential losses should the wealth information prove inaccurate. At 6:30 p.m., Lu Xingyang arrived at the vegetable wholesale market. During dinner, he inquired with the vendors about the market's basic conditions. To his surprise, he learned that many vendors begin operating as early as 1 or 2 in the morning to ensure freshness, and the selection process can take several hours, with small traders earning merely a meager living. Reluctantly, he purchased 2 packs of soft manhwa cigarettes and began to gather information within the market. After several hours of exploration, Lu Xingyang had a firm grasp of the market's dynamics and intricacies, which were hardly secrets in this bustling environment. During his time there, he keenly observed several significant traders. Around 11 p.m., numerous large trucks began arriving at the vegetable wholesale market. Among these trucks were pre-ordered vegetables, drivers working for others, and a few entrepreneurial individuals transporting goods over long distances solely to profit from the price differences. As the trucks arrived, forklifts sprang into action to unload the cargo, and traders flocked forward like eager customers at a marketplace, selecting their produce. Premium tomatoes were available for just 2 yuan, while freshly harvested potatoes offered great value in bulk. Green beans. Although it is the dead of night, the wholesale market bustles with activity, vibrant and lively as if it were daylight. Good evening, my friend. Observing several vehicles laden with fresh chili peppers, Lu Xingyang approached with a soft Chinese cigarette in hand to strike up a conversation. What brings you here? Noticing the cigarette, the driver raised an eyebrow, hesitating momentarily before accepting it. How much do you sell these chilies for? Lu Xingyang, straightforward as always, asked directly. How much do you need? The driver inquired nonchalantly as he lit his cigarette. Typically, customers who approach so politely and directly tend to make modest purchases while haggling, hence the driver's lack of enthusiasm. I'll take the entire load, Lu Xingyang asserted earnestly. Excuse me? The driver, still smoking, quickly withdrew the cigarette from his lips, staring at Lu Xingyang in astonishment. Are you joking? I am entirely serious. I truly want it all. Goodness. My truck measures 6.8 meters and is fully loaded with 8 tons. With a slight overload, it totals around 11 tons. I'm taking it all. Brother, if you genuinely intend to buy it all, I can offer you 140 per pound. No, 135 will suffice. From brother to boss, and finally to big brother. The driver's spirits soared with each title. In bulk sales like this, as long as the price is reasonable, selling out quickly results in substantial profit. Let's settle on 140. We can be friends. However, I do need a considerable quantity of fresh chilies, which should not be a challenge for you, right? Having provided this significant assistance while allowing him a bit of profit, Lu Xingyang hoped he could rely on him to source the goods. At 140 per pound, 1 ton equals 2,000 pounds, thus 11 tons would amount to 22,000 pounds, totaling approximately 30,800 yuan. Just shy of 31,000. No problem, I can assure you, in this market, whatever quantity of chilies you desire, I can procure. Having encountered such a substantial client, the driver patted his chest in assurance. But brother, we need to sign the contract first. Until the money is secured, words hold little weight. Although it is uncommon to jest about such matters, the driver proposed that they settle the payment before proceeding to avoid any unforeseen complications. Chapter 4. Local power broker Li Wenxiang. Of course, to avert any mishaps, Lu Xingyang was eager to finalize the contract promptly. The payment of 31,000 yuan was received. The surplus would be considered a treat for the brother. After signing the contract and transferring the funds, Lu Xingyang patted the driver's shoulder, saying graciously, "You are magnanimous. Here, have a smoke of mine." Witnessing the actual money deposited, the driver was exhilarated, hastily retrieving a cigarette from his pocket. In such a wholesale market, everyone is scrupulously calculating for their livelihood, and encountering such a generous boss is indeed a reason to celebrate. Although 200 yuan may seem modest, it signifies an attitude. Following this, under the driver's guidance, Lu Xingyang assumed the role of a magnate, successfully finalizing contracts for several other loads of fresh chilies. Lu Xingyang's actions instantly captivated the attention of numerous individuals in the wholesale market. In the case of perishable vegetables such as these, even in a wholesale environment, the daily transaction volume remains relatively stable. With Lu Xingyang purchasing such a significant quantity, the remaining stock has now become a coveted commodity. Nevertheless, the other vegetable vendors were not overly anxious. After all, peppers, as a primary ingredient, are abundant. If one person buys a bit more, others can simply procure less. What is the situation? Where did this young man come from with such an audacious approach? Surely, he cannot be attempting to monopolize the pepper market? How absurd. Just a few truckloads of peppers and he thinks he can control the market? It defies logic. No factory, even with tens of thousands of workers, could possibly consume such a vast quantity of peppers at once. Regardless of his intentions, the peppers behind him must not fall into his hands. Brother, what business are you in? If you need more peppers in the future, just let us know, and we'll deliver directly to your door. We can negotiate the price. After signing contracts and transferring funds, several truck drivers swarmed around Lu Xingyang, eager to align themselves with this promising opportunity. If Lu Xingyang were to require goods consistently in the future, he would become the benefactor of these individuals. How could they not support him? You're too kind. I'm merely dabbling in small ventures, nothing stable. But if I do need anything, I will definitely reach out to you all. Lu Xingyang couldn't help but reflect on how long it had been since he felt such adulation. All right, brother, if you need anything in the future, you must contact us. Seeing that Lu Xingyang did not express any desire for ongoing collaboration, the group felt a tinge of disappointment, yet they remained exceedingly polite. What? You had a major car accident? You can't be serious. We're still waiting for your deliveries here. You can't make it over? What on earth is happening? Is the area sealed off? When did this happen? As time passed, by 1:30 in the morning, numerous phone calls began to flood in amidst the bustling wholesale market. The messages were largely repetitive, primarily conveying that deliveries were hindered due to unforeseen circumstances. No one pondered why so many unexpected events coincided. The astute individuals promptly approached Lu Xingyang. Brother, are you selling those peppers? I'll pay a premium. Friend, there's no way one person can utilize so many peppers. Share some with me. Brother, let us be friends. Give me a little. In business, one must avoid inciting a frenzy. Once a commotion arises, a siphoning effect takes place, creating a situation of supply unable to meet demand. Moreover, peppers are an essential commodity. While one can reduce their consumption, one cannot completely forego them. Please, no need to rush. Seeing such a large crowd swarm towards him, Lu Xingyang felt a twinge of panic and quickly ascended onto the goods, shouting loudly. I won't say much more. It's a fixed price, 3 yuan per pound. 3 yuan per pound. If you wish to buy, please line up. Lu Xingyang extended his hands, calling out to the gathering crowd. What? 3 yuan per pound? Have you lost your mind over money? My goodness, my friend. One must leave a margin of respect in negotiations. Your prices are rather exorbitant, are they not? $3 per pound? Huh. You might as well keep them for your chili sauce. Honestly, who would purchase chili at that price? Upon hearing Lu Xingyang double the price, the crowd erupted in disdainful remarks. They found it hard to believe that such a vast wholesale market could be so easily manipulated by one individual. The recent arrival of a group was swiftly deterred by this staggering price. Allow me to inform you, these chilies are currently $3 after 2 o'clock. They will rise to $3.20 per pound, and by 3 o'clock, I shall sell them at $3.50. Although Lu Xingyang had previously faced significant entrepreneurial losses, he was still well-versed in the fundamental tactics of business. Indeed, upon uttering these words, the previously irate crowd quieted considerably. Their anger swiftly transformed into a debate over the discrepancies between $3 and $3.20. Truth be told, such sudden price surges were not unprecedented. During snowstorms, floods, or severe droughts, vegetable prices had previously skyrocketed, perhaps even more drastically than this. Yet, human nature tends to harbor a sense of complacency. Individuals often cling to hope until the last moment, frequently missing the opportune moment and ultimately purchasing the least at the highest price. Such is humanity. Very well, then. I shall take 2 boxes. Soon, an impatient owner of a small restaurant emerged from the crowd. While the price of chilies had indeed increased, it only amounted to a few dozen or $100. He could easily forego a pack of cigarettes today, as he had ingredients to prepare for his restaurant, and he had no time to waste. Your chilies may be expensive today, but surely they cannot remain so tomorrow? Damn it, I'll take 3 boxes as well. I'll take a box too. Some were eager, others less so. While some hesitated, others were quick to act. With a growing crowd, they soon formed a line to purchase chilies from Lu Xingyang. Goodness, this fellow has a knack for business. He has managed to increase the price by more than double. What an audacious move to profit on our turf. He must be earning a fortune tonight. Not far away, a few men observed Lu Xingyang's success, and to claim they felt no envy would be disingenuous. Even if they could not earn such a sum, they did not wish to witness him making money so effortlessly. Li Gu, what is your opinion on this matter? The crowd's attention shifted to a man of modest height, just over 1.70 meters, adorned with a large gold chain. This man, named Li Wenxiang, had grown up near the wholesale market, owning several stalls himself, thus earning the title of a small businessman and local authority. In his youth, the social environment was far from secure. Without a certain level of skill, he could never have attained his current position. Let us go meet him. Li Wenxiang spoke briefly, discarding his cigarette and leading a few companions directly over. Ah, Li Gu, is it? Greetings. As Lu Xingyang was selling his goods, he noticed Li Wenxiang approaching and promptly stepped forward, retrieving a pack of soft manhwa cigarettes from his pocket. Although this is our first encounter, Lu Xingyang had heard the name Li Wenxiang on multiple occasions while inquiring beforehand, naturally leading him to pay close attention. Do you know me? Li Wenxiang was momentarily taken aback, hesitating for a brief moment before accepting the cigarette. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Lu Xingyang's unexpected gesture caught him off guard. Chapter 5. Another business deal, brotherly. Who are you? Even if we haven't met, I've certainly heard your name more than once. Lighting the cigarette, Lu Xingyang continued, I was just thinking of asking for your assistance. With so many peppers, I could sell them until dawn and still not finish. Indeed, Lu Xingyang's words left Li Wenxiang momentarily speechless. After all, with several large trucks of peppers, relying solely on Lu Xingyang, an inexperienced newcomer, to sell them 1 basket at a time would likely take until dawn, especially considering that the vegetable vendors would be leaving by around 4 in the morning. What do you mean? Li Wenxiang, having risen from an ordinary background to his current position, was no fool. The tone clearly indicated a desire for collaboration. In a society governed by the rule of law, if Lu Xingyang were to disregard him, even if Li Wenxiang were to resort to underhanded tactics, he would likely gain little benefit. However, as long as cooperation was on the table, any conversation would be fruitful. How about this? I'll sell my truckload at the regular price. And for the other several trucks, I will transfer them to you at 2.9 yuan each. Just consider it a favor to help me move the goods. Lu Xingyang flicked the ash off his cigarette as he spoke. Are you serious? Li Wenxiang took a drag on his cigarette, maintaining a stoic expression. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Lu Xingyang, attempting to discern his true intentions, as he found it hard to believe that Lu Xingyang would be so generous. Clearly, you aim to profit, yet you are offering me the opportunity to directly take advantage. It is not my style to eat alone, especially on your turf. Lu Xingyang smiled and said, "Well, I do feel a bit embarrassed." It was evident that Li Wenxiang was intrigued, though still somewhat skeptical. Purchasing it too, 9 yuan and selling for over 3 yuan, with no risk involved, was akin to directly sharing the profits. How could one refuse such an offer? Of course, had he known that Lu Xingyang's cost price was merely 4 yuan, Li Wenxiang might have laughed out loud. What is there to be embarrassed about? I'm new here, so let us consider this a gesture of friendship. With such goods, the key is to buy and sell swiftly. As long as I can quickly recoup my costs, it's merely a matter of earning slightly less. Haha, splendid. You shall be my friend, Lu Xingyang. Li Wenxiang chuckled and added, since you're willing to share your fortune, I cannot simply benefit without giving something in return. I will take the remaining trucks at 9 yuan each, and for your truck, I'll take it at 3 yuan, to save you from unnecessary hassle. Then that sounds excellent. After a series of transactions, as he observed his balance soar to over 320,000 yuan, Lu Xingyang took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. Who would have thought that just earlier that day, he was a penniless individual, yet within a mere half-day, he had amassed nearly 300,000 yuan. To some, 300,000 yuan might be pocket change, but for an ordinary person like Lu Xingyang, who was burdened with debt, it represented a significant fortune. Silence, please. The price of chili is now 3 yuan and 20 cents per pound. If you want it, act quickly. As Li Wenxiang took charge, he raised the price by 2 jiao. Nevertheless, these matters no longer concerned him. Securing his rightful share was sufficient. Are you free now, my brother? Would you like to come over for a cup of tea? I was just lamenting the lack of company for a chat. Let's go. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lu Xingyang found himself in Li Wenxiang's office. Although referred to as an office, it was a chaotic space littered with cigarette butts. Yet this was to be expected from Li Wenxiang, a man of humble beginnings engaged in a rather mixed business. Lu Xingyang bore no disdain and settled comfortably onto the sofa, awaiting the tea to be brewed. You are quite impressive, my brother. How did you know that the price of chili would rise today? Handing over a cup of tea, Li Wenxiang directly voiced his curiosity. Oh, it was merely luck. I overheard some insider information, but I never expected to profit so handsomely. Lu Xingyang replied casually after sipping his tea. Your luck seems remarkably fortuitous, Li Wenxiang remarked. Still unconvinced, he found it hard to believe that Lu Xingyang had the audacity to invest over 100,000 yuan purely based on luck. Should anything go awry, he would be left with a considerable loss. While this sum may not be significant in Li Wenxiang's mind, it was certainly no trifling amount. Despite appearing to be the local kingpin of the wholesale market, Li Wenxiang was fundamentally just a senior worker. One would be mistaken to think that a man of humble origins could attain such a position and maintain it indefinitely. In this world, there exist myriad unseen rules and boundaries, which one might disdainfully overlook. However, one must be prepared to bear the consequences of such disregard. Sometimes, fortune arrives in ways that are impossible to resist. Lu Xingyang gazed at Li Wenxiang, offering a knowing smile, providing no further explanation. Noticing the shift in demeanor, Li Wenxiang felt invigorated. His brother seemed to possess something of substance. Hiki, Lu Xingyang chose not to respond, instead continuing to sip his tea. This left Li Wenxiang in a state of agitation. An opportunity for profit lay before him, and he could not afford to let it slip away. In this world, it is unlikely that anyone can resist the allure of wealth. When pushed to the brink, a person might even forsake their life, let alone other lesser things. My brother, if you come across any further opportunities to earn money, please consider me. Li Wenxiang urged earnestly. Rest assured, I have navigated this realm for quite some time and have gathered substantial experience. If we have the chance to collaborate, we will surely thrive. His words rang with conviction. Originally, Lu Xingyang intended to complete this transaction and depart, but Li Wenxiang's fervent entreaty piqued his interest. Do you have an idea? Noticing the contemplative expression on Lu Xingyang's face, Li Wenxiang stepped forward, his tone urgent. Opportunities are fleeting, and Li Wenxiang was adept at seizing them. This was, of course, predicated on his first-hand observation of Lu Xingyang earning over 100,000 yuan in a single evening, and moreover, he had shared a portion of that profit with him. These various matters have led Li Wenxiang to perceive Lu Zhengyang as a remarkable individual and an excellent partner for collaboration. Since you mention it, I do have a matter at hand, but I am uncertain if you would be willing or able to engage, Lu Zhengyang remarked, his tone shifting as he regarded Li Wenxiang with a calm demeanor. Rest assured, my friend, as long as it pertains to this domain, there is truly nothing beyond my capabilities. Li Wenxiang replied emphatically, exuding confidence. Are you able to handle the hairy crabs from Shirley Lake? Lu Zhengyang inquired directly, bypassing any further pleasantries. The business of hairy crabs can indeed be quite complicated. Initially, Lu Zhengyang had no intention of pursuing it. However, given Li Wenxiang's eagerness to collaborate, he was inclined to grant him this opportunity. Currently, the larvae of the hairy crabs from Shirley Lake are in a phase of rapid growth. As a local, he knows that when the crabs are ready for market, they become highly sought after, and despite their elevated prices, there will invariably be opportunities to indulge in them. Moreover, Shirley Lake's hairy crabs are a specialty of Beihai City, distributed across the nation. However, local residents, due to proximity and the varying quality of aquaculture, often find it challenging to enjoy them in abundance. According to information from Wealth Insights, the summer ahead is expected to be devoid of significant rainfall, with temperatures continuing to rise. Even though Shirley Lake is one of the country's large lakes, the water levels are persistently declining. Coupled with years of industrial waste and sewage being discharged into the lake, while the impact may not be immediately apparent when water levels are high, a significant drop will lead to a critical concentration of harmful substances. At that point, not only the hairy crabs, which are sensitive to water quality, may perish, but fish might also struggle to survive. Chapter 6. Bidding farewell to the past. Certainly, it is nearly impossible for anyone to predict such natural and man-made disasters. However, while predictions may falter, failing to prepare for an unfolding calamity that trends towards the worst is a personal loss. For instance, considering the current weather and pollution levels in Shirley Lake, the potential yield of hairy crabs may be negligible. If an astute individual were to monopolize and carefully cultivate some hairy crabs in small ponds at this juncture, they would undoubtedly reap significant rewards upon the crabs market debut. Hairy crabs? Brother, there's still some time before they hit the market. How do you propose we proceed? Upon hearing Lu Zhengyang mention hairy crabs, Li Wenxiang fell silent for a moment, unable to fathom his intentions. Given this year's unusual weather, the harvest of hairy crabs has been dismal. If we seize the opportunity to acquire some crab larvae now, it won't be long before we see substantial profits, Lu Zhengyang said, looking at him meaningfully. According to Wealth Insights, this business could yield profits of 2 to 3 times the investment, though the actual execution is quite intricate. Regardless, the opportunity has been presented to him. Whether or not he seizes it is entirely his decision. Wait, is this truly reliable? Seeing Lu Zhengyang speak so nonchalantly, Li Wenxiang found himself hesitating. This year, the weather has indeed been rather unusual. However, Li Wenxiang has never ventured into the realm of hairy crabs. He has always lingered in the vegetable wholesale market. Even now, he merely engages in management, delegating most of the business operations to his subordinates. Do you think my endeavor with chili peppers is viable? Lu Zhengyang responded with a smile. My friend, it's not that I doubt your abilities. But could you elaborate on the specifics of your operations? I would like to weigh my options. Though a flicker of skepticism lingered in his heart, Li Wenxiang was reluctant to miss out on a potential profit and forced a smile, urging Lu Zhengyang to share his operational insights. Honestly, if this weather persists, the ecosystem of Shirley Lake will deteriorate significantly, and the hairy crabs will likely perish. When the crabs finally hit the market, do you think the prices will rise? But there is still quite some time before they are ready for market. It can't possibly remain dry for so long, can it? This situation was somewhat perplexing for Li Wenxiang. You make a valid point. Perhaps we should temporarily forego this venture. Observing the doubt on his face, Lu Zhengyang nodded in agreement. One generally cannot earn beyond their understanding. Lu Zhengyang had previously harbored doubts about this adage, but upon reflection, it rang true. If the opportunity was presented to him and he failed to seize it, he had no one to blame but himself. Lu Zhengyang could not compel him to earn. That would be folly. Noticing the late hour, Lu Zhengyang decided to take his leave. It was already past 1 in the morning, approaching 2. Wait, brother. As Lu Zhengyang prepared to depart, Li Wenxiang grew anxious. Although he was making a decent income here, earning several 100,000 a year, the more one earns, the greater the expenses. Most importantly, having acquired a bit of wealth, Li Wenxiang aspired to expand beyond his limited domain. He wanted to make money. Could you share the estimated investment for this business? If you plan to proceed, I could invest 300,000 and you 500,000, with profits split evenly. Between brothers, it's essential to settle accounts clearly. Since Lu Zhengyang inquired, it was imperative to clarify the details. If he wished to pursue it, he should. If not, that was fine too. He had enough wealth information to cushion his choices. Observing Lu Zhengyang's composed demeanor, for reasons unknown, Li Wenxiang felt an unanticipated surge of trust. All right, I shall embark on this venture. Let us discuss the particulars further. After a moment's hesitation, Li Wenxiang resolved to take the plunge. He acknowledged the element of risk involved. Yet, isn't life inherently about taking chances? After all, had he not relied on sheer determination, how could he have risen from the ranks of ruffians to become a significant figure in the wholesale market? Though 500,000 was no trifling sum, it seemed improbable that he would incur total losses in this business. Even in the worst-case scenario, he could recoup his investment in just over 2 years. Very well. Since Brotherly intends to pursue this, I am keen to discuss it thoroughly. It was just past 4 in the morning. Lu Zhengyang, weary and contemplative, held a cigarette between his lips as he gazed down from his hotel room, perched on the 20th floor. The night was enveloped in silence, allowing him to hear the faint crackle of the burning tobacco. It seemed that only in this moment could he find a semblance of tranquility. The events of the day felt surreal, prompting him to periodically check his phone to confirm that his savings of 320,000 remained intact. Such is the plight of one who has known poverty, an incessant sense of insecurity. Please, Shen Mubin, grant me a little more time. Lu Zhengyang inhaled deeply, silently resolving in his heart. As a man, he was a cowardly deserter, resorting to thoughts of death to evade the hardships and challenges that loomed before him. As a son, he was a parasitic giant child, and as a father, he had failed to fulfill even the most basic duties and responsibilities. As a husband, he felt an overwhelming shame, unable to muster the courage to speak further. It must be said that Shen Mubin was a remarkable woman, gentle, virtuous, and tirelessly devoted. During their courtship, he had not truly appreciated her, and since their marriage, he had never provided her with a moment of dignity, let alone happiness. Although her family was modest, they had at least moved to the city during her childhood, a significant improvement compared to Lu Zhengyang's upbringing. She had excelled academically and embodied the qualities of a dutiful daughter. Despite her striking beauty, her strict upbringing limited her exposure to romantic dramas, let alone relationships. Furthermore, due to her parents' busy lives, she learned to be exceptionally responsible from a young age, managing household chores and caring for her younger brother, Xin Yuanyang. Had it not been for his own misguided confidence during college, Lu Zhengyang might never have pursued her so fervently, even resorting to gifting her family lavishly to win their approval. He still recalled her parents' words, expressing their humble desire for a simple life, free from the burdens of wealth. At that time, Lu Zhengyang, immersed in his own arrogance, had dismissed their sentiments, even harboring a degree of disdain for their limited aspirations. A simple life? Are they looking down on me? I will ensure she lives a life of luxury, he had thought. However, the initial stages of his entrepreneurial journey saw him start with some savings, which soon dwindled as he resorted to credit cards and then to online loans. When he found himself in debt to the tune of 300,000 or 400,000, Shen Mubin had pleaded with him, even shedding tears in her desperation. Yet Lu Zhengyang was ensnared by his own delusions, fixated on the notion that he would rather strive for a meager profit through entrepreneurship than earn a stable income through employment. He was ensnared in a mindset that left him impervious to reason, stubbornly adhering to his misguided beliefs despite her earnest attempts to persuade him. However, as failures continued to pile up and the relentless demands from online loan companies intensified, Lu Zhengyang found himself on the brink of anxiety-induced madness. Under such immense pressure, His mindset gradually began to shift. Once a sunlit boy brimming with unshakable confidence, he morphed into a sensitive and suspicious individual, resorting to smoking and drinking to numb his anguish. He sought refuge in alcohol or would turn off his phone, spending sleepless nights in internet cafes engrossed in video games, neglecting all responsibilities. Frequently, he would unleash his unfounded anger upon Shun Mubin, often shouting in frustration. When he noticed Cece attempting to engage him in play, seeking his companionship, a wave of irritation would wash over him. If her cries reached his ears, he might lash out until she could no longer voice her sorrow. Perhaps this was the insidious nature of pride at play. Eventually, following another bout of heavy drinking, Lu Xingyang lay on the sofa, parched, and asked Cece to fetch him a glass of water. Unfortunately, on her return, she accidentally dropped the cup. This incident provided Lu Xingyang with yet another pretext to unleash his wrath upon Cece, even as she knelt on the ground, crying and pleading for forgiveness. The intoxicated Lu Xingyang, in desperate need of an outlet for his frustrations, paid her no heed. He seized a nearby clothes hanger and struck her mercilessly. Naturally, Shun Mubin would not stand idly by while he assaulted Cece, leading to a fierce argument between them. Under the influence of alcohol, compounded by the relentless harassment from debt collectors and the scorn from those around him, Lu Xingyang, in that moment, seemed to lose all rationality, committing an act of domestic violence against Shun Mubin that would haunt her for a lifetime. This incident not only left Shun Mubin physically harmed, but also inflicted irreversible damage on her already fragile psyche. Chapter 7. One must have hope. Reflecting on the atrocious actions of that fateful night, Lu Xingyang wished he could strike himself twice over. Throughout the years, while Shun Mubin had mostly endeavored to persuade him, she silently supported him whenever he chose to abandon his inhibitions. She took on the responsibilities of laundry, cooking, and caring for the child, even at times offering her own salary for Lu Xingyang's expenses. During moments of sorrow, she seldom sought confrontation, preferring to weep quietly into her pillow. He recalled last year's New Year's celebration when Shun Mubin, in an effort to present Lu Xingyang with a semblance of dignity, purchased him an entirely new outfit, the funds for which she had extracted from her own credit line. Meanwhile, she continued to wear clothes from 2 years prior. Such instances were far too numerous to recount. Each event felt like a dull blade incessantly carving into Lu Xingyang's heart. How could he have behaved so callously? He vividly remembered the day they were evicted from their new home by the loan collectors, witnessing Shun Mubin clutching Cece, weeping uncontrollably. All that is past, and let the remaining days serve as my penance for a lifetime. Each time these memories surfaced, Lu Xingyang found it difficult to find solace. Snuffing out his cigarette, he extinguished the lights, closed his eyes, and forced himself to sleep. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A cacophony of loan collection calls jolted Lu Xingyang awake early the next morning. In recent years, countless sleepless nights have plagued Lu Xingyang due to these burdens. He dreams incessantly of repaying his debts, longing for a fresh start in life, willing to endure even the grueling labor of food delivery if necessary. However, the staggering sum of over 1 million yuan he owes looms before him like an insurmountable mountain, instilling a deep sense of trepidation. This despair has led him to entertain thoughts of self-harm and insurance fraud. One must possess self-awareness and refrain from undertaking endeavors beyond one's capabilities. At the very least, one should be prepared to shoulder the consequences of failure. Otherwise, life will be shrouded in darkness. Yet, with over 300,000 yuan now at his disposal, Lu Xingyang no longer feels an urgent need to settle his debts. After all, regardless of the business one pursues, prosperity requires initial capital. However, the matter of the private loan, which he sought from Shun Mubin, is pressing. It is a grim reality that borrowing 100,000 yuan results in receiving only 80,000 after exorbitant interest rates. Lu Xingyang, feeling cornered, had no choice but to leap into this treacherous situation, fully aware of its dangers. He recalls that he had managed to repay 2 installments. But with penalties and interest now accumulating, he faces a total repayment of over 111,000 yuan to clear his debts. In total, from the moment he borrowed money, He now finds himself needing to repay more than 150,000 yuan within just over a year. Such is the nature of these financial companies, truly profiting from the plight of others. However, there is no point in lamenting the situation now. One must bear the consequences of their own actions. After dialing the private lender's number, Lu Zhengyang promptly transferred 20,000 yuan and assured them that the remaining balance would be settled within a month at the latest. His only stipulation was that they refrain from troubling Shen Mubin and his family for the time being. With funds now in play, negotiations should proceed smoothly. Despite having barely slept the previous night, Lu Zhengyang sprang from his bed with renewed vigor. After a refreshing shower and a minimal breakfast, he hurriedly exited the hotel. The lack of rest from the night before was momentarily forgotten as he beheld the rising sun, which infused him with a sense of energy and purpose. In this life, one may be devoid of many things, but one must never relinquish hope. Otherwise, one risks becoming a mere shell of existence, aimlessly wandering through life, inevitably sinking deeper into despair. At 9 in the morning, Lu Zhengyang arrived once more at Shen Mubin's residence, carrying 2 large bags. After knocking for an extended period without any response, he peered through the glass window only to discover the place was deserted. Just as he contemplated calling to inquire about the situation, a voice laced with sarcasm and reproach interrupted him from beside. Turning around, he was met with the landlord's disapproving glare. Having lost a tenant, she was already displeased, and as a woman, she looked down upon Lu Zhengyang's actions with disdain. With such sentiments, it was impossible for her to offer him anything resembling kindness. "Dear sister, could you please tell me where Shen Mubin has gone?" Lu Zhengyang inquired directly, unwilling to engage in further explanations. "Huh, how can you even ask that? She was forced to move out overnight because of you. You should leave now." The landlady waved her hand impatiently, regarding Lu Zhengyang as nothing more than a worthless gambler who brings misfortune to others. "Can you tell me where she has gone?" "Don't say you don't know. Even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. Shen Mubin has suffered enough because of you. Now that you are divorced, do you still wish to exploit her? Have you no sense of decency?" Observing the landlady's indignation, Lu Zhengyang contemplated remaining silent. He was well aware of his past behavior, and arguing with the landlady was hardly a wise choice. Moreover, she had afforded some leniency to Shen Mubin during her stay. "Humph. I can't fathom how such a wonderful woman like Shen Mubin could have been so blind as to choose a man like you," the landlady muttered under her breath as she turned away, leaving Lu Zhengyang's retreating figure behind. As he walked along the roadside, Lu Zhengyang pondered for a moment before dialing Shen Mubin's number. Unfortunately, he discovered that she had blocked him. With no other option, he resorted to calling Shen Yuanliang. "What do you want?" Shen Yuanliang's irritated voice came through after just 2 rings. "Yuanliang, I'm sorry. Get lost. What do you want to say? Can you tell me where your sister is now?" "Damn, you're already divorced from my sister. What more do you want? Are you trying to get money from her? Or do you wish to remarry and continue exploiting her? Let me be clear. If it weren't for CC, I would have beaten you to a pulp. Get lost. If I find out you're bothering my sister again, I swear I will end you." Shen Yuanliang hung up in a fit of rage. "Is that my father's phone?" CC, who was tidying up, cautiously asked. "Yes, it's your father." Noticing CC's innocent expression, Shen Yuanliang refrained from expressing his anger and turned to Shen Mubin. Speaking in a serious tone, "Sister, now that you're divorced, if Lu Zhengyang dares to bother you again, just let me know." With that, he resumed packing. Upon hearing this, Shen Mubin paused mid-action, momentarily taken aback, yet ultimately chose to remain silent and continued organizing her belongings. To escape the debt collectors from the previous day, Shen Yuanliang had urgently called a moving company. Initially, he intended to take their belongings back to their hometown, but Shen Mubin disagreed. Reluctantly, he helped her find a rental place instead. "Sister, I really don't understand your reasoning. You're divorced from him. Why still help him pay off debts?" During the divorce, Shen Mubin had willingly taken on 200,000 yuan of his debt, despite everyone's protests. "Sister, I must tell you, if Lu Zhengyang approaches you again, you must not entangle yourself with him any further." Just as Shen Yuanliang was about to continue speaking, he caught sight of Shen Mubin's swollen eyes and swallowed the words he had intended to say. "I will never see him again." Shen Mubin paused for a moment, her tone devoid of warmth. yet tears cascaded down her cheeks unbidden. It was unclear whether that statement was directed at Shun Yuanliang or merely a reflection of her own thoughts. "Sister, please stop crying." Observing the incessant tears streaming down his elder sister's face, Shun Yuanliang felt a tumult of frustration rising within him, yet he could not express it. "All right, you should go to work. I can manage the rest on my own." Wiping her tears, Shun Mubin spoke again. Having just graduated from school, Shun Yuanliang had only recently secured a job, and she felt guilty for having delayed him for so long. If her troubles were to affect him, her remorse would deepen. "Sister, I still have 3,000 yuan here. Take it." "I don't want it. You should keep it for yourself. It's not a lot. You should take it. But please, do not use it to repay that scoundrel. I'm heading to work now." Shun Yuanliang, being impulsive, thrust the money into Shun Mubin's hands and departed hastily. With little money to his name, that amount represented all he possessed. Holding the 3,000 yuan, Shun Mubin could only watch her brother's retreating figure in silence. The adage that a penny can thwart even a hero resonated deeply with her in recent years. Despite her reluctance to accept the money, her child, Cici, was about to start kindergarten, and the tuition fees remained unsettled. Chapter 8. The crab farmers with no one readily available and tasks awaiting him in the afternoon. Lu Xingyang decided to return home for the time being. Upon reaching the wholesale market, he had lunch with Li Wenxiang, during which they discussed further details, and the two signed a contract before Lu drove his Cadillac towards Shirley Lake. After more than an hour, they arrived at the vicinity of Shirley Lake. It was astonishing. Upon arrival, they were taken aback. Shirley Lake, renowned as a significant large lake in Beihai City, had previously been a delightful excursion for Lu Xingyang and Shun Mubin. During those days, the weather was splendid, the lake was serene, and the scenery was breathtaking, stretching endlessly before them. However, now the water level had significantly receded, with the riverbed near the shore cracked into irregular clumps of earth, and numerous sun-dried fish could still be spotted. The entire Shirley Lake had shrunk by nearly 1/3. And this was merely the beginning. According to reports from Wealth Information, it was feared that only a fraction of the lake's surface would remain. Goodness. I always hear about the high temperatures and lack of rainfall in the news, but I never expected it to come to this. Li Wenxiang was equally shocked at the sight. Indeed. Let us hurry. The opportunities we see can be seen by others as well. At that moment, Lu Xingyang had no time for nostalgic reflections. His only thought was to make money. "All right, what you say is true." Li Wenxiang felt a renewed resolve regarding the business. After inquiring for over an hour near Shirley Lake, Lu Xingyang quickly found several crab farmers. These aquaculture farmers are familiar acquaintances, among whom one named Zhang Jinshui appears to be their leader, exuding a considerable aura of authority. On his suggestion, everyone gathered at his quaint farmhouse. "Mr. Zhang, the situation is as follows. We are a sales company eager to distribute the renowned hairy crabs from Shirley Lake nationwide, and we wish to procure the crabs in your possession," Lu Xingyang stated directly, as he circulated a cigarette among the group. In truth, merchants who engage in the procurement of hairy crabs are not a rarity. Large corporations and small vendors alike venture into the cities to sell their wares. Consequently, these farmers are well acquainted with such circumstances. The only matter to discuss is the price. As long as the price is agreeable, all parties will be satisfied. However, Zhang Jinshui furrowed his brow in confusion and inquired, "Isn't it rather premature for you to be purchasing crabs that are still maturing? Typically, merchants wait until the crabs are nearly ready for harvest. Who buys them halfway through their growth? This approach could jeopardize our ability to secure a fair price. We have our reasons for approaching you at this stage. Rest assured, the pricing is negotiable," Lu Xingyang replied with a smile, attempting to alleviate Zhang's concerns. "We propose to purchase your crabs at last year's market price. Once we finalize the contract, we can remit payment immediately. However, as we are primarily a sales company, we leave the cultivation to your expertise until the crabs are ready for market. We're all adults here, and not merely friends or family. Our gathering is ultimately for the sake of a few coins, isn't it? As long as we agree on the financial terms, the subsequent arrangements will be much easier. Last year's price. Yet this year has brought challenging weather conditions, which have required considerable effort from us brothers in aquaculture. Having established a baseline price, Zhang Jinshui glanced around at the expressions of the others. It seemed that few opposed the terms, prompting him to consider negotiating for a higher price. Haha, I understand that everyone has their challenges, but we too face difficulties. Lu Xingyang chuckled again. Let us each make a concession. How about we add an additional 10% to the original price? What do you think? Upon hearing Lu's tone, it became evident to him that an agreement was nearly within reach. The moment those words were uttered, a hint of joy appeared on the faces of the farmers. An extra 10% translates to a substantial increase, and with this added compensation, the labor invested would be deemed worthwhile. Very well, since Mr. Lu is so agreeable, we cannot fail to acknowledge this opportunity. Zhang Jinshui responded decisively, noting that the others were in accord. In their view, the price of hairy crabs fluctuates only slightly each year. Selling to anyone is still selling. In previous years, they had fretted over finding buyers when the crabs were in season. But now, not only was there early demand, but the price was also favorable, leaving no room for hesitation. To demonstrate our sincerity, we will make an initial payment of 10%. Once the contract is signed, we shall pay the remaining 90% upon the crab's arrival at market. Is that agreeable? With the certainty of a profitable transaction established, they were ready to leverage the deal to its fullest potential. 10%. Boss Lu, isn't this deposit a tad insufficient? Zhang Jinshui furrowed his brow, his expression slightly perturbed. Brother Zhang, this is merely a reservation fee. There's no such thing as too little. Once the hairy crabs are officially available, if we fail to pay the remaining amount, it would be tantamount to breaching the contract, and at that point, you can handle the crabs as you see fit. Lu Xingyang appeared somewhat perplexed by this. He personally believed that a 10% deposit was quite reasonable. Boss Lu, here's the situation. Previously, a so-called major sales company approached us with a similar reservation strategy for collaboration. They signed a contract but only paid 5% upfront. When the hairy crabs finally hit the market, that company simply ceased all communication, and due to the contract, we were left without a buyer. Consequently, we, the aquaculture farmers, had no choice but to sell at a loss. The most critical point is, do you know who ultimately purchased our hairy crabs? It was that same company with whom we had signed a contract. Those scoundrels. Even now, recalling this incident, Zhang Jinshui gritted his teeth in anger. This illustrates just how severely these farmers had been exploited by that company. Good heavens! Upon hearing this, Lu Xingyang was at a loss for words. Is this truly how business is conducted? It seems there's no such thing as a moral compass in trade. This is nothing short of extortion. Rest assured, Brother Zhang, we would never engage in such unscrupulous behavior. Witnessing their agitated demeanor, Lu Xingyang hastily reassured them. He had initially hoped to offer a smaller deposit while acquiring more hairy crabs to increase his profit. He never anticipated such complications arising in the crab trade. Boss Lu, we do not doubt your integrity, but as the saying goes, words alone hold no weight. Moreover, that 10% is hardly substantial. Should the hairy crabs fail to sell, we could incur losses of at least 20 to 30%, or even 50% at times. For us farmers, enduring the elements daily to earn a living is no easy feat. Well, Zhang Jinshui and the others began to voice their grievances. So what do you propose? Their insistence on a higher deposit was merely a plea for security. If you genuinely wish to reserve our hairy crabs, the deposit must be at least 30%. In this case, we shall agree to a 10% deposit, with an additional clause in the contract stipulating that if we do not proceed with the purchase within 7 days of the crab's official market release, the contract shall become null and void. This should alleviate your concerns, no? Observing the expressions of the crowd, Lu Xingyang contemplated for a moment before responding. Upon hearing this commitment, the attendees paused in thought. Let us do this. We shall not prolong the discussion. We will agree to a 20% deposit, coupled with this condition. If that is acceptable, we can sign the contract right now. After a brief discussion amongst themselves, Zhang Jinshui and the other farmers conveyed their decision. Unfortunately, these farmers had been deceived by so-called sales representatives more than once. Engaging in this game of wits was simply beyond their means. Thus, Even though these conditions appear quite favorable, they still do not provide a sense of security. Brother Zhang, while you seek assurance, our company faces its own challenges. How about this? A deposit of 15%, and should you have any further concerns, we can address them later. We possess ample sincerity. Yet it is unreasonable for you to contribute nothing in return, is it? At this point, Lu Xingyang's expression had begun to sour. His capital was already limited, and an increased advance payment would leave him with little to gain. Chapter 9. Farewell to Shun Mubin. I believe it is acceptable. This Mr. Lu does not seem to be one who engages in frivolous dealings. If the deposit is a bit lower, it is of little consequence. Indeed, Brother Zhang, moreover, if they do not procure the hairy crabs upon their market debut, the contract will become void, which I find to be a minor issue. Brother Zhang, I am inclined to agree. Observing Lu Xingyang's displeasure, the other aquaculture operators quickly took on a conciliatory tone. After all, they perceived this transaction as a guaranteed profit. Should they choose not to procure, they would gain that 15% for free, and if they do procure, it would alleviate subsequent sales complications while allowing for an additional 10% profit. Very well, since everyone is in agreement, I shall refrain from further objections. At this juncture, Zhang Jinshui felt it unnecessary to press the matter. Although the advance payment was somewhat reduced, it was evident that the deal was still profitable on the surface. All right, given this understanding, let us review this contract. If there are no objections, we can finalize this matter this afternoon. With that, Lu Xingyang retrieved a stack of contracts from Li Wenxiang's briefcase and distributed them. As the contracts were received, everyone began to examine them. Mr. Lu, is the penalty for breach of contract at 3 times the amount not a bit excessive? Zhang Jinshui inquired, having reviewed the other clauses which posed no significant issues. Yet the stipulation regarding a 3-fold penalty for breach left him somewhat displeased. Brother Zhang, what are you worried about? As long as you do not breach the contract, the penalty, regardless of its magnitude, should not be a concern. Moreover, we are making an advance payment, should you choose not to sell to me later. This ensures mutual protection, Lu Xingyang responded. However, this 3-fold penalty is indeed rather steep. Zhang Jinshui expressed a hint of difficulty. While the reasoning was sound, his prior experiences of being deceived had rendered him exceedingly cautious regarding contracts. All right, let us each make concessions. You trust me, and I trust you. I will amend the penalty to double the amount. Surely, that is agreeable? We cannot provide payment up front without any assurance afterward. Mr. Lucen aptly observed that people often prefer compromise. For instance, if one states that a room is too dim and proposes to open a window, others might resist. However, if one advocates for demolishing the roof, they might then agree to the window. Lu Xingyang had never intended to sign for a 3-fold penalty. His aim was to secure at least a double penalty, as the total profit was limited. Indeed, once this proposal was articulated, those present found it difficult to voice further objections. In their minds, they would not voluntarily breach the contract, and while the penalty mattered to them, its significance was not overwhelming. Subsequently, the group discussed various other details, and once everything was agreed upon, they directly signed the contract at Zhang Jinshui's residence. The total funding amounted to 800,000, with each party only required to pay 15% up front, thereby leveraging over 5 million in the market. Despite Lu Xingyang's cheerful demeanor during the contract signing, Li Wenxiang sat nearby, filled with trepidation. If this venture succeeded, all would be well. However, if it failed, the mere cost of acquiring these hairy crabs could prove disastrous for him. Lu Xingyang seemed to sense his apprehensions and refrained from pressing him further. Hence, only his name appeared on the contract. This was prearranged, as Li Wenxiang's cautious nature would have made it challenging to extract 50,000 from him otherwise. With the contract finalized, everyone was elated. Zhang Jinshui insisted on treating them to a meal at his home, hoping to foster camaraderie over a few drinks. He expressed that should any similar opportunities arise in the future, they must remember to seek him out. Lu Xingyang, however, politely declined. Despite their current joy, it wouldn't be long before they learned that this drought was an unprecedented natural disaster, leading to a surge in the price of hairy crabs, at which point their smiles would likely fade. Nevertheless, they weren't entirely at a loss, as Lu Xingyang's purchasing price was higher than in previous years. They simply missed this particular opportunity. Brother, are you so confident that the price of hairy crabs will rise? Li Wenxiang pondered on their way back. Although the lake has indeed shrunk considerably, a few heavy rainfalls could restore it, couldn't they? Rest assured, I wouldn't recklessly plunge myself into a fire pit, Lu Xingyang replied. Reclining in the backseat of the car. It should be within the next few days that someone approaches us regarding acquisition talks. If any complications arise, I will still need you to intervene, brotherly. Having had a restless night and a busy day, Lu Xingyang simply wished to let everything go. Upon returning to the wholesale market, at Li Wenxiang's insistence, they organized a dinner gathering. After consuming some alcohol, Lu Xingyang promptly buried himself in his pillow and slept soundly until dawn. The following morning, Lu Xingyang arrived early at the office building on Mingda Road. Although he had failed to locate Shen Mubin's residence the previous day, her workplace should remain unchanged. Shen Mubin, once a university student, had spent the initial years of her marriage at home as a full-time housewife due to child-rearing responsibilities. Now, after much effort, she had managed to secure a position at an accounting firm. Although her salary was modest, it provided a semblance of stability. As the rush hour approached, Lu Xingyang spotted Shen Mubin emerging from the subway station. She was unmistakable, as during the tumultuous period following their incident, she could scarcely afford new clothing. The garments she wore had been with her for several years, showing signs of slight distortion and fading. Are you doing well? Observing the slightly haggard and swollen-eyed Shen Mubin, Lu Xingyang found himself at a loss for words. Reflecting on the past, he suddenly realized that Shen Mubin had endured a life far from ordinary in recent years. What do you want from me? Shen Mubin asked, her tone indifferent, as she registered Lu Xingyang approaching her. Can we talk? He ventured. Shen Mubin closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Our relationship has already come to an end. There is nothing left to discuss. Please move aside. I must return to work. Though she sought to appear resolute, her gradually blurring vision betrayed her true feelings. Shen Mubin, unwilling to let him witness her vulnerability, attempted to circumvent him and leave. Mubin, please listen to me. I, Lu Xingyang. Even now, you still wish to deceive me? Your lies are futile. I have no more money. Could you please spare me? Just think of Cici, if only for her sake. As if reminded of some deep-seated grievance, tears streamed down Shen Mubin's face uncontrollably. Yet, despite her tears, her voice remained pleading. She was exhausted. She had offered him countless chances, too many, which had only fueled Lu Xingyang's previous arrogance. Now, everything was over. No matter what he said, she would not listen, for it had all lost its significance. All right. Let us not discuss this further. Go to work. I will wait for you at the coffee shop downstairs. Not wanting to escalate the situation amidst the gathering crowd, Lu Xingyang chose to defuse the tension. Sighing, Shen Mubin wiped her tears and walked directly toward the office building. Chapter 10. The Thief, Huang Haibing Jijia. Who was that person just now? Is he your husband? In the elevator, a young girl with a canvas bag leaned closer to Shen Mubin, her face alight with curiosity. It was as if she was oblivious to Shen Mubin's weary visage and red-rimmed eyes. Not anymore. We are divorced, Shen Mubin replied curtly, not wishing to engage, but feeling compelled to respond out of courtesy. Really? You're so young and already divorced? The girl exclaimed, raising her voice as if afraid of being overheard. Instantly, Shen Mubin became the center of attention in the elevator, which was filled with her colleagues from the company. This news would likely spread throughout the office in no time. Shen Mubin was taken aback by the girl's audacity and cast her a cold glance. I'm so sorry. I was just surprised. I can't believe someone as beautiful as you has been taken for granted. What good is beauty if it leads to divorce? Shen Mubin retorted bitterly. In this attire, one might mistake me for a peasant woman. After apologizing, the young girl cast another glance at Shen Mubin, whispering to herself. Typically, a person as attractive and amiable as Shen Mubin would be quite popular. However, her popularity, particularly among the male staff, had fostered jealousy among many, complicating her social standing. The women in the company tend to form their own cliques, often indulging in shopping sprees or dining together. Consequently, Shen Mubin found little time to mingle with them, and over time, she became gradually ostracized. This separation, rather than being inconsequential, starkly highlighted the disparity between her and the others. Before long, the elevator arrived. After clocking in, Shin Bing quietly settled at her desk and commenced her work. Have you heard? Shin Bing has divorced. I even saw her ex-husband today. He seemed quite handsome. What? How did that happen? I heard she has a daughter as well. Who knows? In relationships, there's often some fault on one's side. I'm not certain. But she appears to be in financial distress. Last month, she asked the manager for an advance on her salary. I know that her ex-husband is a scoundrel who has apparently accumulated a significant gambling debt. What a pity. Don't underestimate it. Even with her divorce, I'm sure many men would still pursue Shin Bing. It all depends on her willingness. Do those men truly have such low standards? If you had her looks, I bet you would attract your share of unworthy admirers too. Soon enough, numerous rumors began to circulate throughout the company. What? You say Shin Bing has divorced? Is the news credible? In the manager's office, a middle-aged man pondered the implications of this news. It must be true. The gossip outside has reached a fever pitch. Enough already. She is divorced. Why spread further rumors? That is just adding salt to someone's wounds. Suddenly, the manager's expression shifted. Fine, if there is nothing more. You may leave. Understood. The reprimanded employee scoffed and departed to resume work. The manager, Huang Haibing, 32 years old, a local resident, owned both a car and a home. He had been with the company since graduation, now serving as a department manager with an annual salary exceeding $300,000, a considerable sum for an average individual. With the company's performance stable, he enjoyed both wealth and leisure, allowing him to entertain various distractions. Having grown weary of external amusements, his attention began to shift towards the employees within the organization. Among them, in terms of appearance and demeanor, Shin Bing was undoubtedly the prime choice. No one else could compare. Particularly upon learning that her ex-husband was a mere petty figure, his interest became increasingly difficult to suppress. Although Huang Haibing had previously hinted at his intentions, she had consistently rebuffed his advances, further igniting his desires. However, with her recent divorce and the advance on her salary from last month, it indicated potential financial troubles. All these factors combined presented an opportunity. With this thought, Huang Haibing took out his phone and sent a message to Shin Bing, requesting her presence in his office. All right, Manager Huang. Shin Bing inhaled deeply, although reluctant. She found no valid reason to refuse. I'm coming. Please have a seat. Huang Haibing promptly rose from his seat, gesturing for her to join him on the same side of the sofa, thus shortening the distance between them for more convenient discussions. Manager, feel free to speak your mind, he urged. Shin Bin furrowed her brow, eager to complete her tasks swiftly so she could leave early to accompany Cece. Oh, are you saying I can't even chat with you for a bit? Huang Haibing remarked with a hint of displeasure. Reluctantly, Shin Bin settled at the far edge of the sofa, creating significant space between them. Haha, Huang Haibing chuckled awkwardly. Xiaoshen, I notice your eyes are a bit red. Have you encountered some troubles? If you are facing difficulties, you must confide in me. As your elder brother, I may not claim much, but having navigated Beihai City for quite some time, I possess a fair network and resources. At this point, Huang Haibing's face radiated confidence and pride, further accentuated by the ostentatious watch on his wrist. It's nothing. Thank you for your concern, Manager, Shin Bin replied, suppressing her disdain as she observed Huang Haibing's glistening, rotund visage and noticeably thinning hair. She felt a wave of revulsion and wished to distance herself from him. Well, I heard from other colleagues that you've been facing some challenges, and as your superior, how could I allow you to confront this alone? Huang Haibing continued, producing 2 stacks of crisp bills from his drawer and presenting them to Shin Bin. In truth, Huang Haibing had initially intended to offer her 10,000, but upon considering Shin Bin's alluring appearance, he decided to double the amount as a precaution. 20,000. A sum equivalent to 4 months' salary for an ordinary office worker. Huang Haibing was convinced that once the money was in her hands, she would lack the audacity to refuse. In his eyes, there was no woman whose issues money could not resolve. It merely depended on the amount. His own partner operated on similar principles. As long as he provided a stable monthly allowance, she would remain indifferent to his affairs outside their home. Moreover, quite frankly, for an extraordinary woman like Shin Mubin, spending 100,000 or even 200,000 was worth it. If things progressed well, who knows what the future might hold. Huang Haibing calculated his own little scheme in his mind. Manager, I appreciate your kindness, but I do not require this money, Shin Mubin quickly interjected, rising to refuse. If there is nothing else, I will return to work now. With that, she turned to leave. Feigning kindness often conceals ulterior motives, Shin Mubin thought. After all, she was no naive newcomer to the workforce. What are you doing? This is merely a small gesture. Don't overthink it, Huang Haibing insisted, reaching out to grasp Shin Mubin's hand, attempting to surreptitiously press the money into her palm while seeking a moment of intimate contact with her delicate fingers. How dare you presume to treat me like a goddess? I refuse to believe there exists a woman to whom money cannot be given. Manager Huang, what are you doing? Please, have some self-respect. As Huang Haibing sought to approach her, Shin Mubin instinctively retreated 2 steps, delivering a cold warning. What are you doing? Why so agitated? I merely wish to assist you. Is that so unacceptable? Huang Haibing, taken aback by her reaction, quickly offered gentle advice, fearing she might act impulsively. It was essential to remember that they were in the office. Despite Huang Haibing's audacity, if others discovered his behavior, his career would be in jeopardy. All right, perhaps my approach was misguided, but I genuinely cannot bear to see you suffer. Observing Shin Mubin's rising agitation, Huang Haibing sought to reassure her once more. This is my own affair, and I will manage it directly. Unless you have other matters to attend to, I shall return to my work. Without waiting for Huang Haibing to respond, Shin Mubin turned and walked away. How intriguing. Observing Shin Mubin's alluring figure, Huang Haibing found himself not incensed by her rejection, but rather further intrigued. The superficial pleasures available to the wealthy outside held little interest for him. He preferred the defiance she exhibited. The more resolute she was, the greater the sense of achievement he would feel when he ultimately succeeded. As the saying goes, a fierce woman fears a persistent man. Such matters could not be rushed. Time was on his side, and as long as she remained employed here, he would find a way. Returning to her desk, Shin Mubin was consumed with indignation. What did Huang Haibing think of himself? To have the audacity to offer her 20,000 yuan was an affront. Were it not for her financial struggles, she would have relished the opportunity to slap him and have him dismissed on the spot. Alas, due to Lu Zhengyang, she had incurred considerable debt, and with a dependent named Cici at home, she could not afford to lose her job, at least not until she secured another position. The memory of Huang Haibing's recent bullying made her eyes gradually blur with tears. She felt deeply wronged. What gave him the right to treat her so poorly? Simply because he perceived her as vulnerable following her divorce? Lu Zhengyang, why are you so disappointing? Remembering that Lu Zhengyang awaited her downstairs, tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Yet, realizing she was in the office and had numerous tasks to complete, Shin Mubin wiped her tears and buried herself in her work. She resolved that from this day forward, she would seek employment elsewhere. The moment a suitable opportunity arose, she would resign from this position. The mere thought of enduring another second in Huang Haibing's presence made her feel nauseous. At noon, Shin Mubin arrived at the CAF downstairs. You're here, Lu Zhengyang said, quickly rising to guide her to his table. Observing Lu Zhengyang's tall figure and his current demeanor towards her, Shin Mubin felt a sense of unfamiliarity. What do you want? She asked, her expression impassive. How have you been lately? Lu Zhengyang, confronted with Shin Mubin's cold gaze, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. If you intend to speak to me about such matters, it would be better if you refrained. As she spoke, Shin Mubin rose to leave. Wait. Lu Zhengyang exclaimed in haste, reaching out to grasp her hand. Yet, just as their fingers were about to meet, Shin Mubin took a small step back, deftly evading his touch. Observing this scene, Lu Zhengyang's hand lingered awkwardly in the air, frozen in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the woman who had once been so devoted and caring, with whom he had shared 6 or 7 years of life, would now act in such a manner. At that moment, Lu Zhengyang was overwhelmed by a profound sense of impending loss, a feeling that constricted his chest. We are already divorced. You have no authority over me. Shin Mubin declared, her voice resolute. The sight of Lu Xingyang's astonished expression stirred something within her, though she could not quite comprehend why. Nevertheless, her previous action had been instinctual. It's my fault. I was too much of a scoundrel, Lu Xingyang replied, a bitter smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Mubin, if I were to change, if I were to cease being a scoundrel, would you still wish to be with me? He gazed earnestly into Shin Mubin's beautiful eyes. Lu Xingyang, we are divorced. What purpose does this serve? It is utterly meaningless now. Shin Mubin averted her gaze, tears cascading down her cheeks once more. She despised herself for having resolved internally never to seek Lu Xingyang out again, for vowing to harden her heart and sever ties completely. Yet, why did her composure crumble in his presence, resulting in unbidden tears? I do not wish to think of anything else. I only want to raise Cece well. Therefore, please do not seek me out any longer. Is that acceptable? Shin Mubin choked on her words, imploring him. Exhausted, she genuinely wished to sever all connections with Lu Xingyang. Could you tell me where you reside now? I have no ulterior motives. I simply wish to see Cece. I miss her, he said earnestly. Rest assured, I will not impose on her for long. Just a fleeting glance would suffice to satisfy my longing. Understanding that Shin Mubin had become disheartened, Lu Xingyang refrained from pressuring or provoking her further. Initially, Shin Mubin intended to refuse outright, but the earnestness in Lu Xingyang's expression softened her resolve. You must promise not to be harsh or strike her. You need not worry, I will not do so again. If I ever act in such a way, you are free to reprimand or chastise me as you wish. Observing his eagerness to prove himself, Shin Mubin felt a modicum of relief and divulged her new address. Haven't you eaten yet? Let us dine together, he proposed. No, I brought my own meal today. You should eat alone, she replied, then departed the CF, heading towards her workplace. Half an hour later, Lu Xingyang found himself standing beneath a building that had housed his unit over 30 years ago. Ascending to the 5th floor, he knocked on the door to the left. Knock, knock, knock. Cece, are you there? Knock, knock, he continued. Daddy? A timid voice emerged from within. Yes, it's me. Kindly open the door for Daddy. I have delicious treats for you. However, Mother instructed that before her return, no one should open the door, unless it was Uncle. Little Cece repeated her mother's morning advice in a sweet, childish voice. Chapter 12. A trip to the mall with Cece. Cece, you did exceptionally well, indeed. Strangers should not be allowed entry. But I am your father, not a stranger, you see? Lu Xingyang spoke in a gentle tone, coaxing Cece. Yet, at that moment, Cece hesitated, for her mother, Shin Mubin, had emphasized this warning repeatedly that morning. Do you still not trust Daddy? That makes me very sad. Ultimately, Cece, being just a child, despite Lu Xingyang's previous harshness towards her, could not deny that he was still her father. With a soft click, the door swung open, revealing Cece with slightly disheveled hair. Lu Xingyang stepped forward, eager to embrace her affectionately. Ah, don't hit me. Daddy, please don't hit me. Seeing this, Cece took several fearful steps back, reflecting her perception of Lu Xingyang. His heart nearly shattered. Had he not feared frightening her, he would have chastised himself. Daddy won't hit you anymore. I was wrong before, I apologize. Will you forgive me? Lu Xingyang enveloped Cece in his arms, holding her tightly as if afraid of losing her in the next moment. When had Cece ever received such affection? She stood there, momentarily stunned and uncertain. Daddy, it hurts. Perhaps Lu Xingyang had embraced her too tightly, making it difficult for her to breathe. She quickly placed her hands on his shoulders. Releasing Cece. He noticed some smudges on her adorable little face and, without a second thought, planted a firm kiss on her cheek. Have you eaten yet? Not yet. I was just about to. Lu Xingyang glanced at the 2 dishes on the table, stir-fried cucumbers with ham and scrambled eggs with tomatoes, likely prepared by Shin Mubin that morning, now long cold. How about I take you out for KFC? To his embarrassment, he realized he had never taken her to such a well-known fast food chain. KFC? Really? Upon hearing this, Cece's eyes sparkled with excitement. Let us go. Grasping the keys, Lu Xingyang carried Cece out the door. A half-hour later, they arrived at KFC. Come, choose whatever you like. Handing the menu to Cece, He encouraged her to pick what she desired. "Daddy, I want this hamburger and fried chicken." Without hesitation, Cece pointed at the images of the hamburger and fried chicken. Indeed, while children might not always eat everything they select, it was nearly impossible to deter them from those tempting options. "All right, what else would you like?" "Keep ordering." "That's all. I can manage with just these two." Having chosen the two most enticing items, Cece began to feel a bit shy. "Actually, I could just have one." As if struck by a sudden thought, she quickly added, "It's all right, Daddy. No matter how much you want to eat today, I will buy it for you. I can't eat that much. This will suffice." Despite her protests, Shishi resolutely refused to order anything more. Lu Zhengyang, left with no choice, ordered a meal that included a hamburger and fried chicken, along with some egg tarts and chicken nuggets, as well as cola. The restaurant was relatively empty, allowing for a swift serving of their food. Oh my! Upon seeing the hamburger piled high with ingredients and the aroma of the fried chicken wafting through the air, Shishi, who was already quite hungry, exclaimed in delight, "Here, let me get you some gloves. Be careful, it's hot." With the food before her, everything else faded into the background. Shishi's eyes were fixated on the meal, oblivious even to when she had donned her gloves. "Let us eat." With permission granted, Shishi could no longer contain herself. Embracing the hamburger, she dove into it just like a character from an animated show. Slow down, slow down. No one is competing with you." Seeing her exaggerated manner, Lu Zhengyang swiftly placed 2 napkins on her chest. "This is delicious." After taking a bite of the salad dressing, she couldn't help but exclaim, "If it tastes good, eat more. Here, have a sip of cola, don't choke." Lu Zhengyang held the cola to her lips. It was hard to fathom that, without even realizing it, Lu Zhengyang was attending to Shishi's dining needs. In the past, such a scenario would have been utterly improbable. Not long ago, he would have scolded her for eating slowly or dropping food if Shin Mubin was nearby feeding her. He often insisted she eat far away from him, claiming she obstructed his view. "Don't just eat the hamburger. You'll fill up too quickly. Try an egg tart and some chicken legs instead." Lu Zhengyang carefully tested the temperature, and once satisfied, he placed the food in front of Shishi. "Thank you, Daddy." Grabbing the chicken leg, Shishi stuffed it into her mouth and chewed heartily. "Oh dear, my stomach feels like it might burst." It was typical for children to have big eyes and small appetites. Soon, after devouring 2 egg tarts and several chicken nuggets, Shishi finally reached her limit and leaned back in her chair, sipping on cola. "I think I'm done. I might burst if I eat any more." After wiping the corners of Shishi's mouth with a few napkins and ensuring she was tidy, Lu Zhengyang began to eat. In truth, such fare was akin to instant noodles. The first bite was incredibly satisfying, but overindulgence soon led to a sense of overwhelming fullness. Before long, Lu Zhengyang also felt satiated and, with a cola in hand, leaned back in his chair, mimicking Shishi's posture. "Shishi, did you enjoy your meal at KFC?" Shishi nodded vigorously, but perhaps due to her fullness, she suddenly became a bit shy as she looked at Lu Zhengyang. "Then, how about I bring you here often?" "All right." Lu Zhengyang seized the moment to ask. "Okay," Shishi replied softly, her voice still carrying a hint of childishness. "Hee, you're still my good girl." Lu Zhengyang affectionately ruffled her little head. "Is there anywhere you would like to go play? Daddy can take you right now." I don't think so. Shall we go to the mall to buy some groceries and prepare dinner for Mother tonight?" "All right." After a midday bribe, Lu Zhengyang was now able to hold Cece's hand as they strolled through the vast shopping center. Initially, he had wished to carry Cece while shopping, but after over half an hour of doing so, he found himself utterly fatigued and resorted to holding her hand instead, allowing her to walk on her own. Reflecting on the past, he recalled how Shin Mubin would carry their child for entire mornings or afternoons, and he couldn't fathom how she persevered with her slender arms and legs. Moreover, he had never offered to lend a hand, often taking her sacrifices for granted and considering them a matter of course. At the entrance of a children's clothing store, a plethora of clearance items hung on display. Noticing that Cece's outfit was beginning to feel a bit snug, Lu Zhengyang contemplated purchasing a few new garments for her. "Come on, Daddy will buy you some clothes," he said, guiding her into the store. It must be said that the current clothing, whether in design or craftsmanship, offers a multitude of options as long as one has the means. Even the usually reserved Cece began to relax upon seeing the array of outfits. Could you take that one down for her to try on? Lu Xingyang's eyes were drawn to a pale yellow dress. If Cece were to wear it, she would undoubtedly look utterly adorable. All right, what size does the little one wear? I'm not quite sure. You might want to check what she typically wears, he replied. Not to worry, we have a measuring tape in the store. I'll measure her right away, the shopkeeper said with a smile, noticing Lu Xingyang's slight embarrassment. As the shopkeeper approached with the tape measure, Cece anxiously clutched the hem of Lu Xingyang's shirt. Over the past few years, due to Lu Xingyang's circumstances, Shin Mubin had to juggle both work and childcare, leaving little time for outings with Cece, which resulted in her becoming somewhat shy and introverted. Don't be afraid, sweetie. Annie just wants to measure your height to see how tall you've grown. Sensing Cece's nervousness, the staff member gently reassured her as she took the measurement. Your height is 115 centimeters. I think a size 120 would be suitable, so she can wear it next year, the staff suggested after measuring. All right. Then please get me a size 120, Lu Xingyang replied. It must be acknowledged that as long as a child is charming, there is no outfit that fails to look lovely on them. Once Cece donned the pale yellow dress, she appeared significantly more beautiful, shedding her previous dowdiness and transforming into a beloved little princess. Indeed, with the combined good looks of Lu Xingyang and Shin Mubin, it was hard for Cece not to be delightful in her own right. Little sister, you look stunning in that dress. The staff member playfully adjusted Cece's hair and straightened her outfit before leading her to the mirror, exclaiming in an exaggerated tone. At that moment, Cece sensed the kindness of the staff, and her heart felt considerably lighter. Gazing at her beautiful reflection in the mirror, Cece, though silent, could not conceal her joyful demeanor. In this case, please prepare 3 outfits for my daughter, from head to toe, including 3 pairs of shoes. Do not concern yourself with the price, the more splendid, the better, Lu Xingyang instructed the staff, observing Cece's delighted expression. There was another reason for his eagerness. The staff member provided exceptional service, attending to Cece's feelings with great care. For this alone, Lu Xingyang would gladly spend not just on 3 outfits, but even 30. Really? Thank you, sir. The young lady felt a surge of excitement upon hearing his words. Rest assured, when we reach the checkout, I will negotiate the best possible discount with the store manager. Half an hour later, with the assistance of this attentive staff member, Cece emerged from the store, adorned in a remarkably stylish outfit and a pair of little leather shoes, joyfully bouncing as she exited. Although nearly 1,000 yuan had been spent, Lu Xingyang felt it was worth every penny. He reflected on how, in the past, such an amount would barely suffice for a few moments of indulgence at the casino. Now, investing it in CCS clothing could bring her joy for days. This realization made him acknowledge how blind he had been to his desires. As Cece pranced through the mall in her new attire, she often reached out to touch the little embellishments on her clothes and glanced down at her new shoes. Her head held a little higher with each step. Witnessing this scene, Lu Xingyang could not help but smile, a warm wave of affection washing over him. Cece, your father will never let you suffer again, he silently vowed. In the time that followed, Lu Xingyang took Cece shopping, filling half a cart with snacks and another half with vegetables. While he also wished to buy something for Shin Mubin, he hesitated, recalling her previous demeanor towards him. He resolved to take things slowly, as the saying goes. Haste makes waste. He did not want to act in a way that would lead to regret. Upon returning to their rental home, Lu Xingyang allowed Cece to watch television while enjoying fruit, while he busied himself in the kitchen preparing dinner. After living together for so long, he had a good understanding of Shin Mubin's culinary preferences. Her favorite was hot pot, followed closely by spicy dishes like boiled fish or lobster. According to her, the spicier, the better, be it fragrant or numbing, as long as it had a kick. Since lobsters were out of season, Lu Xingyang opted to buy a large fish to prepare boiled fish. To ensure the dish turned out perfectly, he consulted online tutorials while gathering the necessary ingredients. This meal was significant, as it would be the first he prepared for her post-divorce. Therefore, he could not afford to be careless. Time seemed to fly when one is engrossed in a task. Just as Lu Xingyang finished preparing the boiled fish, the sound of a key turning in the door echoed from outside. "Mommy, you're back." Cece promptly dashed to the entrance to greet her mother. Did you have a boring day at home? Are you hungry? I'll heat up some food for you right away. After a long day of work, Shin Mubin felt all her fatigue dissipate upon seeing the adorable face of Cece. Who do you belong to in that outfit? She remarked, noticing Cece dressed like a little princess. Just then, she glimpsed Lu Xingyang emerging from the kitchen, carrying a large basin of boiled fish. I took Cece out shopping today and bought some clothes. I also made a dish of boiled fish. Come and join us for dinner. Lu Xingyang, undeterred by Shin Mubin's demeanor, thought to himself, since I'm already here, at the very least, I should be allowed to enjoy this meal. After dinner, you can leave. Please do not come back. Shin Mubin fumed at Lu Xingyang's persistent presence, though she found it difficult to voice her feelings. For someone of her temperament, uttering harsh words was no simple task. All right, I'll leave right after dinner. Lu Xingyang grinned widely, determined to savor this meal with her first. While Shin Mubin washed her hands, Lu Xingyang took the initiative to serve everyone's portions. Come, try the boiled fish I made. I've been learning from videos for quite some time. As soon as Shin Mubin sat down, Lu Xingyang scooped a generous spoonful of fish into her bowl. I can manage myself, she replied coolly, moving her bowl aside. Ah, well then, eat as much as you like. There's more than 3 pounds of fish here. Lu Xingyang chuckled awkwardly, transferring the fish into Cece's bowl instead. Noticing this, Shin Mubin frowned. What are you doing? There are bones in the fish. What if Cece chokes on them? She swiftly exchanged her bowl with Cece's. My apologies for not considering that, Lu Xingyang conceded, refraining from argument as he sought out pieces of fish without bones to place in Cece's bowl. How does your father's boiled fish taste? Is it delicious? Lu Xingyang attempted to lighten the mood by conversing with Cece. Yes, it's tasty, but a bit spicy, Cece replied, taking a sip of water. Observing this, Shin Mubin remained silent, rising to the kitchen to fetch a bowl, pouring in half a bowl of water to wash the fish of its spiciness before returning it to Cece's bowl. You eat your meal. I will take care of Cece. Lu Xingyang placed the bowl before himself, mimicking her method to prepare food for Cece. Do not worry. The people who sought you out yesterday will not return, he said, trying to reassure her. Taken aback by his words, Shin Mubin paused but chose to remain silent, resuming her meal. Observing her reaction, Lu Xingyang too fell silent. He understood that no matter what he said, Shin Mubin would not believe him. Speaking excessively might only deepen her disdain for him. As for his recent endeavors to earn money, it was a topic better left unspoken. If he were to recount his experiences of the past 2 days, Shin Mubin might think he had lost his mind. Once the meal concluded, Lu Xingyang efficiently washed the dishes and tidied the kitchen, taking the trash with him. Cece, your father will come to play with you again next time. Goodbye. Goodbye, Daddy. Indeed, the efforts of that afternoon were not in vain. When Cece bid farewell, her demeanor towards him had evidently improved, and she even expressed anticipation for their next meeting. Pray tell, what did you and your father engage in this afternoon? Upon witnessing Lu Xingyang's departure, Shin Mubin pulled Cece closer and inquired. Chapter 14. A subtle transformation, not much. Father merely took me to the mall for a stroll and bought a few garments. Show me the clothes, Shin Mubin urged, her curiosity piqued by the several bags strewn across the sofa. As she gazed upon the exquisite outfits contained within, words eluded her. Typically, it would be perfectly normal for a father to purchase a few dresses for his daughter. However, Shin Mubin was all too aware of Lu Xingyang's circumstances. Setting aside the debt of over 1 million, the monthly interest alone was considerable. Where, then, did he procure the funds for such purchases? Would it not be wiser to apply that money towards repayment? You must refrain from accompanying your father in the future. Do you understand? Why, mother? After relishing a delightful afternoon, Cece was reluctant to comply. No reasons. It is simply not permitted. Very well. Observing Shin Mubin's rising irritation, Cece, despite her yearning to venture out, dared not retort. Instead, she pouted, conveying her discontent. Seeing Cece's forlorn expression caused a pang of distress in Shin Mubin's heart. Indeed, with her working during the day, she could only leave Cece alone at home, where, aside from the television and an old mobile phone, there were scarcely any engaging activities. However, solace came in the form of the approaching month when Cece would commence kindergarten, alleviating her boredom. Resolute, Shin Mubin steeled herself. Once the other tasks were completed, it was time to bathe Shishi. The age of the old house, coupled with the low rental price, resulted in a decidedly outdated decor. The bathroom was cramped, equipped with a diminutive window, and the water heater's production date was a mystery. Its surface coated with dust concealing any inscriptions. The shower head was long past its prime. Shin Mubin dared not use the water heater, fearing electrical hazards. Even if it were safe, the water contained within surely harbored impurities. Such conditions were utterly intolerable for someone with Shin Mubin's aversion to filth. Thus, she resorted to boiling water with an electric kettle, mixing it with cold water in a bucket for bathing. Moreover, the squat toilet was a perpetual challenge, despite her diligent cleaning. The stubborn yellow stains seemed to cling tenaciously, a most unpleasant sight. Most frustratingly, the flushing mechanism was broken, necessitating the use of a basin to manually flush each time. These were mere details of daily life that, on the surface, appeared manageable, yet living in such conditions was truly vexing. Alas, Shin Mubin yearned for a newly renovated rental. But the prices were exorbitant. While this place, though 3 decades old and dilapidated, boasted a decent location with 2 commendable kindergartens nearby, there is little that can be done under the current circumstances. As long as Shin Mubin has a place to eat and sleep, she feels rather content. After lulling Cece to sleep, Shin Mubin picked up her phone to review various company spreadsheets, hoping to expedite her work the following day and return home sooner to accompany Cece. If only she had a laptop. With this thought, Shin Mubin opened the online secondhand market to search for an affordable laptop, but upon glancing at the prices, she quickly abandoned the idea. Cece was soon to start kindergarten, and the myriad of associated expenses would undoubtedly accumulate. The most pressing issue remained the debts. During her divorce, Shin Mubin had assumed a significant portion of Lu Zhengyang's debts, and as long as they remained unresolved, she would find no peace in her slumber. At dawn, Shin Mubin prepared meals for the day and roused Cece from sleep. After helping her get dressed and finishing breakfast, she offered a few reminders before heading off to work. Half an hour later, Lu Zhengyang arrived downstairs once more. Cece. Daddy's here. He made his way to the door with familiarity. Daddy. With the experience of the previous day, Cece swiftly opened the door. Sweetheart, you look beautiful today. As soon as the door swung open, Lu Zhengyang embraced Cece and showered her with kisses. Daddy, after you left yesterday, Mommy seemed angry. She told me not to go out with you anymore. Cece, nestled in Lu Zhengyang's arms, spoke with a hint of grievance. Well, we can just play outside without telling Mommy, can't we? That doesn't seem right. Upon hearing this, Cece hesitated, torn between loyalty to her mother and the overwhelming temptation of outdoor play. All right, let's go. As long as you don't say anything and I don't, Mommy will never know. How about we just play at home instead? Daddy, can we play Line Liankin together? In Cece's eyes, her mother was the closest person to her, and her words held great weight in her heart. How about this? We can go out to buy something. Buying isn't playing, so it should be all right. Okay then, let us go buy something. With a different approach, Cece seemed to find the perfect excuse, shedding her psychological burden. She took Lu Zhengyang's hand and skipped joyfully outside. In truth, Lu Zhengyang was not deceiving her. He genuinely intended to purchase a few items. While cooking in the rented apartment the previous day, he had already identified numerous issues. When they lived in the new house, Shin Mubin often mentioned various inconveniences, such as leaking pipes, clogged drains, or malfunctioning window rollers, along with poor signal reception, and so forth. However, Lu Zhengyang would merely acknowledge her complaints, promising to attend to them when he had time, or he would simply ignore them altogether, leaving many practical problems unresolved. As Shin Mubin repeated her concerns, she grew numb to the unresponsiveness, realizing that it only served to irritate Lu Zhengyang, and gradually she ceased to voice her grievances. One must resolve what can be resolved. If something proves insurmountable, then one must accept it. The depth of Lu Zhengyang's reflection reveals that Shin Mubin's despair towards him has been accumulated through a series of disappointments. Therefore, to alter Shin Mubin's perception, one must begin with these seemingly trivial matters. Upon arriving at the appliance market, Lu Zhengyang first procured a new water heater, a toilet, and a washing machine. Admittedly, his finances were limited, as most of his funds had been invested in business. Thus, he selected items that were merely functional rather than exceptional. Moreover, the current residence was merely a rental. With his capabilities, he could vacate any time should Shin Mubin agree. The 3 items he chose may not epitomize the essence of happiness, yet they were undeniably essential at this juncture. There would be time to address subsequent matters. If everything were to be resolved at once without changing Shin Mubin's perception, it would be a futile endeavor. Chapter 15. Whining rest assured. We will dispatch our staff to assist with the installation immediately. However, I must inform you in advance that the electric water heater and washing machine installation is complimentary. But the toilet installation incurs a fee due to its complexity, the staff member informed Lu Zhengyang after calculating the costs. That is agreeable, Lu Zhengyang nodded. Completed the payment via QR code and returned to the rental abode in the worker's tricycle, cradling Cici. Upon their return, Lu Zhengyang occasionally checked the progress of the installation while also inspecting the house for any additional items that required replacement. It did not take long before the installations were completed. Daddy, you are incredible. Now I can finally take a shower without needing a bucket, Cici exclaimed, elated as she held the new shower head and felt the warm water spray in the rejuvenated bathroom. All right, enough of the water play. Let us hasten to have our meal. And afterward, we can enjoy a nap. In the afternoon, we will play some games and watch cartoons, Lu Zhengyang instructed. Children naturally adore splashing in water, and soon the bathroom was soaked. Yet, Lu Zhengyang no longer scolded or raised his voice. Instead, he gently used a towel to dry her off. Okay, Cici replied with a drawn-out tone, her expression quite reluctant. Witnessing this scene filled Lu Zhengyang with joy. In the past, merely meeting his gaze would cause Cici to freeze in her tracks, trembling in fear of punishment. However, he now sensed that while Cici remained obedient, her fear of him had noticeably diminished, and there was even a hint of playful affection. This sentiment was delightful. Some may find a child's playful antics bothersome or unruly, but those who have traversed the myriad experiences of life understand the unexplainable beauty in such moments. Of course, there is a distinction between indulgence and leniency. One must not be devoid of principles. Lu Zhengyang comprehended this well, for otherwise it would only lead to harm for both himself and others. Yuan Liang, come, it's time for dinner. Forget it, you all go ahead. I overindulged at breakfast and feel no hunger now. All right then, we shall take our leave. In a small company, a group of youthful individuals ventured out for lunch, leaving Shun Yuan Liang alone in the office. After they departed, he stood up deliberately to ensure they had moved far away. Once satisfied with their absence, he retrieved the steamed buns he had purchased earlier that morning from his drawer and began to eat. Circumstances left him no choice. All the money he had earned previously was sent home to repay debts, and the 3,000 yuan given to Shun Mubing yesterday was all that remained in his possession. Even the funds for his buns were borrowed from a platform meant for living expenses. After all, he was still young and could afford to be frugal. As long as he helped his sister and the family settle their debts, overcoming this current crisis would pave the way for a more favorable future. At this moment, the only concern troubling Shun Yuanliang was the gang of debt collectors. They were not the type to reason with you. Even with the knowledge that his sister had divorced Lu Zhengyang, the mere thought intensified his anger towards Lu Zhengyang. Come to the office. I have something serious to discuss with you. During the lunch break, Huang Haibing sent a private WeChat message to Shun Mubing. In his quest to establish a relationship with her, Huang Haibing had exerted considerable effort, pondering deeply throughout the night. He even consulted with some self-proclaimed experts in the art of romance. Ultimately, he concluded that a woman like Shin Mubing was not easily won over with mere financial incentives. She possessed a soft exterior but a strong inner resolve, with relatively traditional values. Even if she were single, she was not the type to be easily swayed by material offerings. Furthermore, she was still technically married, despite her recent divorce. All these factors made Shun Mubing a formidable challenge, requiring significant time to understand, accompany, and share in the minutiae of life before she might open her heart. However, this only fueled Huang Haibing's determination. The greater the challenge, the more profound the sense of achievement when he succeeded. After all, he had ample time and resources. A steady approach would suffice. Upon reaching the office door, Shin Mubing took a deep breath. She resolved in her heart that if Huang Haibing dared to entertain any ulterior motives today, she would leave by the end of the month. "Manager, I'm here," she announced. "Come in, have a seat." Huang Haibing gestured towards the chair opposite his desk. "Xiao Shun, I reflected on my actions yesterday and realized my mistake. I owe you an apology." Seeing the frost on Shun Mubing's expression, Huang Haibing remained unfazed and even bowed to her in contrition, leaving her slightly embarrassed. "In truth, I had no ulterior motives. I merely surmised that you might be facing difficulties, but your strong self-esteem led me to act as I did. Life, after all, is not a continuous stream of good fortune. We all encounter challenges at times. Therefore, I shall not offer you money, however. Given your excellent performance at the company over the past months, I have applied for a salary increase of 500 yuan starting next month. All right, if there is nothing else, you may return to your duties. As long as you work diligently, the prospect of becoming a team leader is not beyond reach." With these words, Huang Haibing waved his hand, signaling her to continue her work. "Thank you, manager." Although Shin Mubin was somewhat taken aback by Huang Haibing's attitude today, she maintained her composure and exited without displaying any emotion. One cannot bite the hand that feeds them, nor can they easily sever ties, Huang Haibing mused. Feeling a surge of heat at the memory of Shun Mubin's indifferent expression, he picked up his phone to engage in some playful matchmaking in the group chat. Upon returning to her desk, Shin Mubin began browsing recruitment websites, selecting companies to which she could submit her resume. Had she been a newcomer, she might have been deceived by his earlier actions. However, Shin Mubin had been with the company long enough to know the true nature of Huang Haibing. Everyone was aware of his reputation. Since Huang Haibing would not relent, she wondered if it was wise to confront him directly. "Daddy, there's only one more left. Let us see who finds it first." In their rented apartment, Cici lay on the sofa with Lu Zhengyang, playing a game of spotting the differences on an old smartphone. As they reached the final difference, Cici swiftly adjusted her posture to obscure the screen from Lu Zhengyang, eager to find it first. I found it. Daddy, you lost again." Moments later, Cici triumphantly identified the last difference, dropping her phone in excitement and clamoring for a reward. "All right, next time, I'll get you a gift," Lu Zhengyang replied. "But remember, you promised, so don't forget." For children, companionship truly is paramount. They hadn't ventured out to play nor indulged in any delectable treats. They merely enjoyed some mobile games together. Yet, Cici was still immensely happy that afternoon, her dependence on Lu Zhengyang deepening. Glancing at the clock, Lu Zhengyang noted it was past 4 o'clock. In just over an hour, Shin Mubin would finish work. He needed to start preparing dinner. Although Shin Mubin hadn't mentioned it yesterday, she had eaten quite a bit of the large bowl of boiled fish he had prepared. Lu Zhengyang did not harbor high hopes that Shin Mubin would suddenly change her mind. He believed in taking things one step at a time. Chapter 16, Business Arrives. Cici. "Daddy is leaving now. Remember to tell Mommy that there are ingredients in the fridge for tomorrow." Lu Zhengyang had prepared 2 dishes and a soup, and he also tidied up the place, collecting the trash. Daddy, you're not staying for dinner?" Seeing Lu Zhengyang preparing to leave, Cici hurriedly ran down from the sofa, her bare feet on the floor, her reluctance warming Lu Zhengyang's heart. "No, Daddy has things to do this evening. You and Mommy can have dinner together." He kissed her several times on the cheek before turning to leave. One must tackle tasks one at a time, and take each step deliberately. Only then will the fruits of one's labor feel truly rewarding. Lu Zhengyang felt fortunate to have been able to share a meal there yesterday. "Today, I made some modifications to the bathroom once again. If I were to stay here for dinner, Shin Mubin would undoubtedly advise me against such endeavors. In fact, it could backfire, potentially leading to Lu Zhengyang no longer visiting." Thus, Lu Zhengyang discreetly slipped away, leaving no room for refusal. "Hello, Yuanliang, what's the matter?" As Shin Mubin emerged from the subway station, she received a call from Shin Yuanliang. "Sister, there's nothing much today. I'll go buy some vegetables and come over for dinner." "No need to buy vegetables. Just come over directly." "All right then." After hanging up, Shin Mubin recalled that Lu Zhengyang might still be at the rental apartment and hastened her steps homeward. It would be troublesome if her brother were to see him. "Mom, you're back?" Upon hearing the door open, Shishi dashed over to Shun Mubin, joyfully exclaiming, "Were you a good girl today?" Shun Mubin put down her bag and swiftly scooped her up, glancing around to ensure Lu Xingyang was nowhere in sight. Finally letting out a sigh of relief. "I was so good. Daddy played with me all day. It was so much fun." "Did Daddy come again today?" "Yes. He even cooked dinner and tidied up the bathroom." As she spoke, Shishi wriggled out of Shun Mubin's embrace and tugged her towards the bathroom. Gazing at the brand new, pristine water heater and toilet, Shin Mubin momentarily found herself lost in thought. To be honest, she could scarcely believe that these improvements were the handiwork of Lu Xingyang. In an instant, memories of their time together flooded her mind like an uncontrollable film reel. Mom, what's wrong? Mom, don't cry." Noticing her mother's tear-streaked face, Shishi grasped Shin Mubin's hand, softly comforting her while wiping away her tears. She couldn't fathom why this joyful occasion caused her mother to weep. "Don't cry." Shin Mubin stifled a few sobs, took a deep breath to regain her composure, and, holding Shishi, caught sight of the neatly arranged dishes on the dining table. "Oh right, Mom, Dad said he bought the ingredients for tomorrow. So you need to go shopping. And he also cleaned the floor. I think that's all." Shishi recounted Lu Xingyang's instructions, word for word. Listening intently, Shin Mubin opened the refrigerator, her gaze falling upon its bountiful contents, yet she remained silent. "Later, your uncle will come over for dinner. So don't mention that your dad came by, all right?" After a moment of silence, Shin Mubin sat down in front of Shishi and earnestly instructed her. "Why not? Will uncle be angry?" Shishi recalled the image of her uncle striking her father a few days prior, which made her feel a twinge of fear. "Yes. So please don't tell him, okay?" "Okay, Mom. I won't say anything to uncle." Shishi nodded seriously in agreement. Next, Shin Mubin retrieved some vegetables from the refrigerator, fully aware of her brother's hearty appetite. Before long, a knock echoed through the room. "Uncle." A fervent voice erupted from Cece's lips. Despite Shin Yuanyang being a towering figure at over 6 feet, his kindness towards Cece was undeniable. "Hey, Cece." Upon entering, he lifted her high into the air. "Dinner will be ready shortly," Shin Mubin remarked with a glance. "Sister, there is no rush." Shin Yuanyang settled onto the couch, holding Cece, and said, "Let us see what your uncle brought you." With a flourish, he produced a box from behind him. "Wow, it's a Barbie doll." Cece's voice grew even louder as she gazed at the contents. "Oh dear, why did you buy something?" "It's just a little toy," Shin Yuanliang replied before heading to the restroom. "Hey, sister, why is there a new toilet and water heater installed in the bathroom?" "Oh, that's the landlord's doing." As he entered the restroom, Shun Mubin felt a twinge of anxiety. Hearing his question, she hastily averted her gaze and said, "The landlord is quite capable." Naturally, Shin Yuanliang, being a rough-and-tumble sort, had no reason to doubt his sister's words. "Go wash your hands. Dinner is ready." With the ruse working, Shun Mubin exhaled a sigh of relief. What was Lu Xingyang thinking, causing such a fuss? Not only was he spending money, but it would also be a hassle if they decided to move. Moreover, where was he getting the funds? Surely, he hadn't resorted to gambling again. The thought of confronting him immediately crossed Shin Mubin's mind, but remembering their divorce, she felt she had no justification to inquire further. Her traditional mindset held that marriage was a sacred bond, and once severed, it signified a complete separation, except when it came to Cece, of course. The following morning, an unfamiliar call came through. "Hello, is this Boss Lu? I am Zhang Jishui. I sincerely apologize for making this call." Upon hearing Zhang Jinshui's hesitant tone, Lu Xingyang quickly anticipated the matter at hand, but feigned ignorance. "Mr. Zhang, what seems to be the issue? Has there been a problem with the crabs?" "Well, you see, we recently signed a contract for the purchase of crabs, and several farmers have had second thoughts and wish to discuss the possibility of nullifying the contract. Rest assured, we will refund your deposit in full." Zhang Jinshui initially contemplated providing additional justifications, but found himself at a loss for words. However, his tone was remarkably earnest regarding the refund. "This seems inappropriate." Lu Xingyang's lips curled into a slight smile, sensing that someone intended to take over the crabs. "What is inappropriate? We signed the contract only a few days ago. We're not withholding your deposit. You won't incur any losses." "Indeed, The contract has barely been in effect. You can trust that we will return your deposit. Boss Liu, I'm truly sorry, but let us consider the contract void. Whenever you come to Shirley Lake, we will refund the deposit. Before Zhang Jinshui could respond, other farmers nearby seized the phone, clamoring loudly. Why do all of you wish to refund your money? Lu Zhenyang inquired once more, curious to gauge the financial prowess of the buyers of the hairy crabs. Yes, everyone wants a refund. It was not entirely unfeasible, provided the penalty for breach of contract was honored. Boss Liu, why don't you come over for a face-to-face discussion? It's difficult to clarify everything over the phone. Zhang Jinshui interjected, grabbing the phone. However, Lu Zhenyang could still hear the irate voices of several aquaculture farmers nearby. Very well, let's visit this afternoon. Please gather all the contracted farmers, he replied. All right, I will await your arrival at home this afternoon. After hanging up, Lu Zhenyang promptly dialed Li Wenxiang. What is up, my brother? Prepare yourself and bring more people this afternoon. There's business at Shirley Lake. Although we live in a society governed by law, the intimidation factor of violence in impoverished regions far surpasses the influence of legal constraints. Chapter 17. Who can't bang the table? In the afternoon, Lu Zhenyang, seated in Li Wenxiang's Cadillac, once again headed towards Shirley Lake. This time, however, two vans followed closely behind. Lu Zhenyang was uncertain about the number of individuals inside the vans, as it remained a mystery. Wow, brother, you are truly impressive. I am genuinely in awe. Lu Zhenyang succinctly relayed the farmer's desire to breach the contract. Li Wenxiang's face radiated with joy. Why would they want to breach a perfectly good contract? What could possibly motivate such a decision besides considerable profit? Brother, share your thoughts. How much do you think we might earn this time? Given the current climate, when the hairy crabs hit the market, prices should rise at least 70 to 80%. For those of superior quality, we could see a doubling of prices. Doubling? If I recall correctly, the contract we signed was worth over 5 million, right? At this point, Li Wenxiang excitedly slammed on the brakes, gazing at Lu Zhenyang with fervor. The two vans behind them hastily followed suit, nearly causing a rear-end collision. Li Wenxiang's excitement was palpable. 5 million. What does that even signify? Even if we split it 50-50, that amounts to over 2 million. Brother, I understand your enthusiasm, but please focus on driving, Lu Zhenyang cautioned from the back seat. Nearly jolted forward due to the lack of a seatbelt. With such a sum at stake, how could I not be excited? Initially, Li Wenxiang had anticipated earning a mere few $100,000 or perhaps doubling his investment, but he was astounded by the prospect of such a substantial gain. Having over 2 million would significantly enhance his lifestyle. Even if the prices of hairy crabs double, we wouldn't earn that much, and this is merely my estimate. Lu Zhenyang lamented. Indeed, according to previous wealth forecasts, the market for hairy crabs is projected to rise, but only between 70 to 100%. However, these prices are calculated based on retail figures. At first glance, the data suggests that the price increase of the hairy crabs is not particularly steep. Yet, when one distributes the costs, the situation becomes rather alarming. For instance, if a single hairy crab was previously sold for 10 yuan and is now priced at 20 yuan, this is indeed a significant burden for consumers. If the prices rise further, sales may plummet. Regardless of Lu Zhenyang's reassurances, he cannot quell Li Wenxiang's fervent excitement. Half an hour later, Lu Zhenyang's Cadillac, accompanied by two vans, slowly came to a halt at the entrance of Zhang Jinshui's courtyard. Upon seeing Lu Zhenyang's arrival, the aquaculturists poured out of their houses, eager to confront him about the breach of contract. Just as Zhang Jinshui was about to speak, he noticed the van's doors swing open, revealing a line of burly, rough-looking men descending from the vehicles. Some even brandished implements in their hands. This sight rendered the aquaculturists momentarily speechless with fear. After all, who would he be intimidated by a throng of such imposing figures? What is the meaning of this? We are here to conduct business. These individuals are our partners. Zhang Jinshui exclaimed. Put away those weapons. If you frighten my partners, you will be held accountable. Seeing their intimidation tactics taking effect, Li Wenxiang turned to his group of underlings and barked orders. Yes, boss. They chorused, promptly discarding their weapons into the vans with impressive discipline. Forgive my brothers for their lack of decorum, Boss Zhang. Come, Let us proceed to your residence to discuss matters, Li Wenxiang said, his smile concealing a more sinister intent. Very well, let us enter and converse, Zhang Jinshui replied, noting the once arrogant aquaculturists now resembling chastened children, avoiding his gaze. A wry smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he led the way. In the main hall, Lu Zhengyang and Li Wenxiang settled in, facing Zhang Jinshui and several large aquaculturists at the table, while the smaller aquaculturists stood behind them. Boss Zhang, I did not fully grasp your earlier phone call. What was it you wished to discuss? Lu Zhengyang inquired nonchalantly, taking a puff from his cigarette and regarding Zhang Jinshui with a smile. Zhang Jinshui glanced at the people beside him, noting their silence, and sighed. Well, you see, we previously signed a contract, but now we feel the terms are somewhat unfavorable. We were hoping you could be accommodating and help us part amicably. Unfavorable? I recall that when we signed the contract, you were all quite pleased. How is it that only a few days later, you have turned your backs on the agreement? Lu Zhengyang flicked the ash from his cigarette, feigning indifference. Boss Lu, we have reassessed our costs. This year's adverse weather has significantly increased our farming expenses. Just the water alone requires us to rise several times in the middle of the night to pump it out. The price you quoted is no longer viable. Not viable. The price we offer is indeed above the market rate. Regardless, you certainly won't incur a loss, will you? It is merely a matter of earning more or less. Lu Zhengyang remained unmoved. Ultimately, our intention is to seek a refund. Indeed, this transaction is fundamentally a losing venture. I refuse to engage. After toiling endlessly, I find myself merely working for you. Refund the money. After all, you bear no actual loss. Perhaps during the discussions, the atmosphere improved significantly, prompting those farmers standing behind to speak up courageously. In truth, it is not that the breeding costs are excessively high. Yes, due to weather conditions, costs have risen somewhat. But they are not at a point of incurring losses. Their urgency to breach the contract and demand a refund stems solely from someone as promised to provide them with a price exceeding last year's by 30%. I reiterate, breaching the contract is acceptable, but compensation must follow the terms agreed upon, since they are resolute in their desire to terminate the agreement. There is little I can do but adhere to the contract. Compensation according to the contract? Impossible. Suddenly, a man slammed his hand on the table, loudly exclaiming. Seeing that mere words were ineffective, some individuals grew anxious. It is no jest. An additional 30% in profit means that from 1 million, an extra 300,000 can be earned. With such a sum at stake, one would go to great lengths, even resorting to unscrupulous tactics. Noticing the commotion, Li Wenxiang could no longer remain seated. Speak properly. Why resort to banging the table? Is this a contest of who can shout louder? Shall I summon the crowd outside to join in? Fixing his gaze on the man who had slammed the table, Li Wenxiang's eyes glinted like a serpent. And he too struck the table, demanding to know, are you trying to be tough? When I was navigating society, you were still in the fields roasting sweet potatoes. Hearing the noise, the crowd outside swiftly rushed in. Goodness, one might think a significant event had transpired. These individuals were summoned by Li Wenxiang to assert control, standing together. All imposing figures, their presence commanding respect. Chapter 18. Liquidation. What are you doing? This is a society governed by the rule of law, under the scrutiny of so many. The prominent farmer who had slammed the table suddenly felt daunted. He had 4 brothers at home. Typically, they could assert themselves in the village, with others unable to counter their antics. But today they had encountered an immovable obstacle. Let us not act rashly. Let us discuss this amicably. Zhang Jinshui interjected swiftly to mediate. Damn it, this is my territory. If you engage in a brawl and break something, who will compensate for it? There is nothing left to discuss. It remains as I stated. Either you compensate according to the contract, or await the arrival of hairy crabs for us to purchase. Do you have any other objections? Lu Zhengyang scanned the crowd, noticing not a single individual dared to meet his gaze, and a slight smile crept upon his lips. Since no one opposes, let it be settled as such. With that, Lu Zhengyang rose, leading everyone to depart. Remarkably, the feeling of having asserted oneself was quite gratifying. Alas, these individuals truly lack substance. As Lu Zhengyang prepared to depart, A group of entrepreneurs in a nearby farmhouse could not help but sigh. Boss, what shall we do now? What can we do? Since those aquaculturists are incapable, we must take matters into our own hands. Go, do not let him leave. 10 minutes later. By the shores of the Tinley Lake, Lu Jungyang stood with another group, seemingly engaged in an important discussion. 60%? Indeed, 60%. If it falls below that. There is no point in continuing this conversation, Lu Jungyang stated calmly, observing the slight frown of his counterpart. Through brief interactions, Lu Jungyang discerned that these individuals were the true sales agents, drawn by the anticipated surge in the market for hairy crabs, compelling them to procure the crabs Lu had reserved. Mr. Lu, from my understanding, your intent in acquiring these crabs is to profit rather than genuinely sell them, correct? As a significant local distributor of hairy crabs, they were unaware of Lu Jungyang and his associates, even conducting a background check, only to find them to be mere intermediaries. Is there a problem with that? Of course not. However, you cannot suppress the profit margins excessively when the crabs are finally on the market. If you have yet to identify suitable sales channels, it will pose a significant dilemma, won't it? The distributor reiterated. To be candid, had it not been for the unprecedented adverse weather conditions, they would not have humiliated themselves by negotiating prices with Lu Jungyang, especially given their foresight of a dramatic price increase for hairy crabs. In the past, it was the aquaculturists who sought after large distributors like themselves, pleading for their crabs to be purchased. Now, the roles had reversed, compelling them to beg for the crabs to be sold to them. Yet what choice did they have? Lu Jungyang had the foresight to secure a batch of premium hairy crabs ahead of time. What is the highest price you can offer? Lu Jungyang pondered for a moment before inquiring. Ultimately, he was in this venture to make a profit. If he could recoup his costs quickly, he would settle for a smaller margin, as he had plenty of avenues available. 40%. Brother, you have approximately 5 million in goods. In just a few days, you could turn a profit of over 2 million. That should suffice, the distributor calculated. With an initial investment of 800,000 and a 15% deposit from each party, they had leveraged over 5 million in goods. And now he was offering an additional 40% on that foundation. That translates to over 2 million, he added. Let us be reasonable. We are all intelligent individuals here. I wish to avoid complications, and you likely desire to earn a bit more. In short, 50% and in cash. If we can negotiate, let us do so. If not, that is also acceptable. As the saying goes, business is not about righteousness but about profit. Since I have the audacity to reserve such a substantial quantity, I certainly have my own strategies. Lu Jungyang was not inclined to engage in further banter, stating his bottom line directly. If they could agree, wonderful. If not, he would seek other distributors. Ah, brother. Upon hearing that only 50% was required, Li Wenxiang, standing nearby, could hardly contain himself and pulled Lu Jungyang aside. Brother, didn't you say that the price of these hairy crabs could double? Why did you sell them after just a 50% increase? Things are not as simple as you think. Yes, the hairy crabs may appreciate significantly, but that's in retail. Are you really considering purchasing those crabs for resale? What's wrong with that? I know many vendors in the wholesale market, and I could certainly sell them to them. Li Wenxiang argued passionately. No. The crux of the matter is that we initially agreed to profit from the price difference. We are merely middlemen. What was true before is not the case now. The demand for hairy crabs is so high. Why should I let others profit from my investment? Brother, let's not forget that there is still some time before the hairy crabs hit the market. These creatures are quite fragile, and if you fail to sell them, they could become a burden. Lu Jungyang recognized that Li Wenxiang had become blinded by greed. He believed that his years of connections in the wholesale market would allow him to sell all the crabs he acquired. Indeed, the initial profits could reach hundreds of thousands. A temptation that few could resist. Don't worry, brother. I've been in business for many years. I know what I'm doing. Brother, I advise you to take your profits while you can. Besides, we have already made a considerable amount from this transaction. That said, if you wish to sell independently, that is your choice, but I intend to bow out now. Fine. If you believe you have the capability, I have no further comments. The two were merely engaged in a temporary partnership, and with their differing views, there was little more to discuss. Moreover, while retail profits were indeed greater, the The challenges were equally significant, and the capital turnover period was lengthy. Currently, this is not the best option for Lu Xingyang. He did not wish to assume such risk. Brother, you could recoup your investment in 3 months at most. The profits are not a mere 10 or 20,000, but 70 or 80,000. This venture was, after all, a joint effort, and Li Wenxiang clearly did not want Lu Xingyang to withdraw first. Brother, enough of your words. I plan to sell now. Brother, how can you not see the clear opportunity before you? If you truly wish to sell, why not sell to me directly? I will take all the goods. But mind you, if I profit later, do not claim that I am ungrateful. Seeing that persuasion failed, Li Wenxiang pondered for a moment and said, think carefully. By doing this, you will need to pay me over 2 million now and, when the hairy crabs are available, over 5 million to purchase them. And let me be clear, I require cash. Lu Xingyang was taken aback by his greed. Not only did he not want to part with his stock, but he also wished to acquire Lu's goods. Brother, give me an hour. Let me see if I can gather the 2 million. After saying this, Li Wenxiang moved aside to make calls to raise funds. Lu Xingyang exchanged contact information with the distributor, asking them to return temporarily, promising to address any changes in circumstances. If Li Wenxiang could truly procure such a substantial amount of money, he would naturally be prioritized for a sale. Chapter 19. Retaliatory consumption. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Lu Xingyang and Li Wenxiang emerged from the bank. In that moment, Lu Xingyang was exhilarated, his hands trembling slightly in his pockets, despite his efforts to suppress his emotions. Indeed, it was a rather unremarkable display of enthusiasm. Although he had previously anticipated earning such a considerable sum, witnessing the bank statement revealing over 2 million in his account was an indescribable sensation. At this instant, he felt an overwhelming urge to laugh out loud and liberate himself. He longed to visit the restaurant where he had once savored lamb skewers and indulge in a whole roasted lamb that he had long desired but had previously refrained from ordering due to financial constraints. He imagined withdrawing all that money in cash, stuffing it into a rather unsophisticated duffel bag, and presenting it to Shen Mubin to share in the joy of his newfound wealth. He wished to embrace Cece, proclaiming loudly that he could buy her anything she desired. He contemplated calling his parents to reassure them not to worry about him anymore. At that moment, a flurry of thoughts surged through his mind, akin to a stampede of 1,000 horses, leaving him dazed and overwhelmed. Taking a deep breath while observing the bustling street, Lu Xingyang finally felt like a liberated man, unburdened by debt, even though he still had not settled the debts that felt suffocating. Brother, having earned such a fortune, surely you must treat me to a meal? Li Wenxiang remarked with a smile, teasing Lu Xingyang, who was brimming with excitement. It must be noted that Li Wenxiang's prowess was commendable. Despite having borrowed a significant portion of that 2 million himself, his ability to gather such resources in a matter of hours showcased his competence. Now, having secured all the hairy crabs, his spirits were also elevated. Next time, I promise to arrange a meal together. All right, I shall take my leave then. Until we meet again. With over 500,000 in orders in hand, the prospect of earning more was promising, yet the pressure on Li Wenxiang was considerable. Until we meet again. After bidding farewell to Li Wenxiang, Lu Xingyang opted to walk to a nearby shopping center, the distance being short enough to allow him to process his elation. Hey Xiangzi, it's me. Remember I borrowed 8,000 from you? I've just transferred it back to you. Since it's been a few years, consider those 2,000 as interest. No worries. Let us find a time to have a meal together. Hey, Gaozi, I sincerely apologize for the delay. The money is now transferred to you. The excess is just interest. I regret not reaching out to you sooner. As Lu Xingyang walked, he recalled his previous debts and began calling friends to repay them one by one. It was indeed a predicament. These friends had once shared a good rapport with him, or else they would not have lent him money in the first place. Lu Xingyang genuinely did not wish to betray the trust placed in him. Yet at that time, he found himself utterly incapable of repaying the borrowed sums. He was acutely aware that some classmates and friends encountered considerable troubles due to his requests for financial assistance. Nevertheless, he truly could not procure the funds. Reflecting upon his past self, he now realizes he was rather a naive scoundrel, while making calls to repay debts. Some individuals sincerely rejoiced at his newfound ability to return the money, whereas others, despite receiving their dues, wore expressions of discontent. However, such sentiments mattered little. Irrespective of their current attitudes towards him, the bonds formed through those loans remained significant, even if he had now paid a substantial amount in interest. Should they ever find themselves in need, he would be willing to repay their kindness tenfold. For instance, if one had lent him 10,000, Lu Xingyang would gladly extend 100,000 in return. After concluding a series of over a dozen calls, Lu Xingyang meticulously reviewed everything to ensure no debts had been overlooked, which brought him a sense of relief. Next, he attended to various credit card obligations and some online loans. To be candid, these debts could have waited until he was financially stable. Yet Lu Xingyang felt an overwhelming urge to settle them immediately. Perhaps the relentless pressure from debt collectors had instilled a sense of fear within him, compelling him to seek a semblance of peace and security. Having resolved these matters, he was left with only a few familial debts. While all other external liabilities had been cleared, at 5:30 in the afternoon, Lu Xingyang returned to his rented apartment, burdened with numerous bags. He truly had nowhere else to go. His previously purchased home had long been mortgaged and sold, and for the past few days, he had been residing in hotels. "Dad, why did you buy so many things?" Upon opening the door, he was met with the astonished gaze of Cece, who covered her mouth with her small hand. Her bright eyes wide as saucers at the sight of Lu Xingyang, laden with bags. It was not that Cece was overly dramatic, rather. Lu Xingyang's current appearance was indeed quite extravagant. His hands were filled with bags, and several were slung over his shoulders, even more hanging around his neck. "Hurry, bring me a glass of water." Lu Xingyang, heedless of wiping the sweat from his brow, squeezed himself and sighed with the bags. "Oh, I'm utterly exhausted." He tossed the items onto the floor and collapsed onto the sofa, gasping for breath. Today he finally experienced the legendary thrill of shopping. Previously, he had struggled to understand why affluent women so relished spending their time shopping and indulging in purchases. Now, having tasted this experience himself, he could only conclude that those women truly knew how to enjoy life. "Dad, here." Accepting the cup of water from Cece, Lu Xingyang lifted it to his lips and gulped it down in one go. "What exactly did you buy?" As he took the cup, Cece, instead of moving away, squatted down to inspect the contents of his bags. "Hee, these are all groceries. These are what I bought for you. Take a look." Lu Xingyang set the ingredients aside and presented the remaining bags to her. "Wow, is this a little cake? It's so beautiful." At first glance, Cece immediately spotted an exquisitely packaged box. Upon opening it, she discovered a delicate pink cake adorned with a finely crafted snow-white figurine. To be honest, Cece had never encountered such a beautiful cake before. She instinctively kissed Lu Xingyang on the cheek and cheered with delight. Seeing Cece so joyful, Lu Xingyang thought to himself that even though the cake cost over 400 yuan, it was worth every penny. "Daddy, can I eat it now?" Cece's eyes sparkled with longing as she gazed through the transparent plastic of the box. "All right, but you can only have 2 or 3 bites since dinner will be ready soon. After dinner, you can continue," he replied. "Thank you, Daddy. You're the best." Upon hearing this, Cece joyfully wiggled her little bottom. "You little glutton." Lu Xingyang chuckled and carefully began to help her unwrap the package. Despite having plenty of money, he knew this cake was quite expensive, and he certainly didn't want Cece to ruin its appearance while unwrapping it. "Daddy, this cake is so beautiful. I almost don't want to eat it," Cece said, surveying the cake from all angles, unsure of where to start. It must be said that while the taste remained to be determined, the presentation of this purchased delight was indeed exquisite. "How about this? Let me take a picture with my phone first, and then you can eat it." "Yes, that sounds perfect." It was only natural for a little girl to appreciate beauty. In the past, if Cece had been this fussy over food, Lu Xingyang would have grown impatient long ago. But now he found himself willingly offering to capture the moment. After taking several photographs, Cece nestled closer to Lu Xingyang as she began to eat the cake, displaying affection in abundance. "Daddy, this cake is so delicious. I want to save some for Mommy so she can taste it too." After taking a couple of bites, Cece put down her spoon and attempted to repack the box. Seeing his daughter's thoughtfulness warmed Lu Xingyang's heart. Yet it also filled him with a bittersweet sense of tenderness. He had once read a saying online, the more understanding a child is, the more hardships they have likely endured in their early years. No need for that. You enjoy yours. I bought a cake for Mommy too, he said, retrieving a slightly larger cake from the bag. This cake was not designed for children, but rather featured various floral designs made of cream or chocolate, clearly intended as a gift from a boy to a girl. Wow, Daddy, the cake you bought for Mommy is beautiful too. Let us put it on the table. All right. With the cake in hand, Lu Zhengyang headed toward the kitchen, carrying the groceries he had purchased. He needed to hurry. Shin Mubin would be back soon. With rent at 900, utilities at 150, CC's enrollment fee at 800, and a month's living expenses and phone bills to consider. Shin Mubin had been mentally calculating these expenses since she got off work. No matter how she calculated, it seemed as though her finances were always falling short. Taking a deep breath, Shin Mubin stepped off the subway. As Shin Bing passed by the fresh produce supermarket, she suddenly halted her steps. Reflecting on the past couple of days, she realized that upon returning home, she found herself greeted with prepared meals, and the bathroom had been transformed to her liking. This filled her with a sense of anticipation. She wondered if a delightful dinner awaited her today. If so, what culinary creation would Lu Zhengyang prepare for her? If he were home today, should she clarify certain matters with him? Lost in these thoughts, she found herself at the doorstep of her rented accommodation before she knew it. Upon opening the door, her gaze fell upon Lu Zhengyang bustling about in the kitchen and Shi, who was eagerly unwrapping something on the sofa. Although the scene appeared somewhat chaotic, it inexplicably evoked a feeling of warmth within Shin Bing. Mom's home. At the sight of her return, Shi immediately dropped what she was holding and dashed over to embrace her. You're back? Quickly wash your hands and come to dinner. Lu Zhengyang gently instructed as he placed the dishes on the table, almost as if they were a typical married couple. Oh, Shin Bing instinctively responded. But a sense of unease washed over her. When she lifted her gaze again, Lu Zhengyang had retreated back into the kitchen. Hurry, Mom, wash your hands. Dad made something delicious. I'm starving. Shi tugged at Shin Bing, leading her toward the bathroom. Mom, I have another secret to tell you. Dad bought a particularly beautiful cake for you, adorned with flowers, red, white, yellow, and green. It's truly stunning. But Dad also got me a cake of Snow White, which is equally lovely. Once the cake is finished, I have a toy to play with. At this point, Shi twirled with delight. Children, in their exuberance, possess a high desire to share their happiness. However, if one shows little interest in their revelations, over time, they may become reluctant to share, especially for a child like Shi, who is yet to form many close friendships. With time, personalities may evolve, and that could lead to complications. Really? That sounds wonderful. Shin Bing replied with a forced smile, attempting to feign enthusiasm. Yet, Shi, eager to eat, remained oblivious to her mother's tone. As Shi dashed over, Lu Zhengyang had already served the meals. Wow, this shrimp is enormous. It looks delicious. Upon seeing a platter of large shrimp before her, Shishi's mouth nearly watered onto her rice. Mom, are you ready? Come eat. To be fair, Shishi had eaten shrimp before, but those occasions had been sparse and modest, often limited to smaller, less expensive portions. However, today, Lu Zhengyang had earned a bit of money and indulged in a small bout of splurge. The shrimp on this platter alone could rival the price of an entire kilogram from previous meals. Not just Shishi, even Lu Zhengyang himself found his appetite stirred. You're here. I've never seen you so eager to eat, Shin Bing remarked, wiping her hands as she approached her seat. When she beheld the lavish spread before her, she glanced up at Lu Zhengyang, her expression a mix of complexity. Although she was unaware of the cost of the lavish spread before her, it was undoubtedly not inexpensive. What on earth was he up to? Lu Zhengyang, where did you acquire this money? Despite the sumptuous feast, if this matter remained unresolved, Shin Mubin would be unable to eat a single bite. All this money is earned by me, honestly and transparently. You need not worry, he assured. Huh? Do you truly believe I would still trust you? Shin Mubin replied with a cold smirk, observing Lu Zhengyang's seemingly forthright demeanor. When it came to financial matters, Lu Zhengyang had employed countless schemes to deceive her, leaving him with zero credibility in her eyes. Really, If you don't believe me, I can show you. Lu Xingyang quickly produced his phone along with the bank transfer receipt, placing them before Shen Mubin. Skeptically, she took the receipt in her hands, and upon seeing the amount, her pupils dilated in astonishment. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, and then over 2 million. As an accountant, Shen Mubin was no stranger to such documents. Yet the magnitude of the figures before her felt surreal, prompting her to scrutinize the receipt several times. Moreover, this is a text notification from my bank. I have cleared my debts and still have over 1 million left. Lu Xingyang swiftly opened the message on his phone and presented it to her. At this point, Shen Mubin had no choice but to believe, albeit reluctantly. Where did this money come from? She inquired, her gaze fixed on the substantial sum before her. This money was earned through my business endeavors. Lu Xingyang seized the opportunity to explain. All right, you claim it's from business. Then, pray tell me, what kind of business allows one to amass such wealth in so short a time? Shen Mubin's skepticism grew, her tone growing colder. She began to suspect that Lu Xingyang might have engaged in illicit activities or perhaps gambling. If the money stemmed from either of those sources, it would be better to forego it altogether. From her upbringing, Shen Mubin had always held the belief that even if it meant starvation, one should never resort to dishonest or illegal means. In the eyes of the traditional and simple-minded older generation, such money was deemed unworthy of pursuit, and even if acquired, it would bring misfortune. Shen Mubin shared this conviction. While her perspective held some truth, the world was ever-changing. A common citizen without wealth or influence would likely remain impoverished if they did not seek alternative avenues. Engaging in legitimate business could indeed yield significant profits. However, Lu Xingyang lacked both the capability and the capital. What justified his ability to earn such wealth in such a brief period? Shen Mubin did not intend to belittle Lu Xingyang's potential, but at present, he possessed no such ability. If he did, their family would not have been torn apart, leading to such a dismal fate. Chapter 21. A night's stay in a moment of urgency. Lu Xingyang inadvertently called out, only to find Shen Mubin gazing at him coldly, offering no reaction. This caused him to pause momentarily. Previously, burdened by guilt and his fragile pride, he had hesitated to speak openly with Shen Mubin. However, now that he possessed a modicum of financial stability, he resolved to recount everything, leaving no detail unexamined. As partners in marriage, they ought to engage in honest and respectful dialogue. In the past, Shen Mubin had shared even the simple act of purchasing green onions with Lu Xingyang during their casual conversations. If he were to constantly guard against her, and she against him, what purpose would their lives serve? Thus, Lu Xingyang began narrating his recent experiences, starting from his purchase of scratch-off lottery tickets, all the way to the dealings involving hairy crabs, even presenting photographs of his winnings and the remittance records as evidence. In fact, I sold all those hairy crabs to my partner, Li Wenxiang. Naturally, he refrained from disclosing the details of his insurance fraud and the acquisition of wealth information. Such matters were too shameful to admit, and the latter was simply too absurd. There would be a more opportune time to discuss it in the future. As Shen Mubin examined the photographs and listened to his account, she fell silent. Although she harbored doubts, the sequence of events, while somewhat implausible, did not seem entirely impossible. Moreover, regardless of her skepticism, the substantial sum in his account was an undeniable reality. "Dad, did you earn a lot of money?" She, who was dining nearby, suddenly interjected. "Well, it's not exactly a fortune, but no one will be asking us for money anymore. And in the future, whatever she desires, I can help you procure," he replied. "Really? Dad, I don't need you to buy me many things. I just want no one to ask us for money anymore. Every time someone does, Mom ends up crying for a long time." Shishi's focus was not on the prospect of gifts, but rather on the creditors, highlighting the profound impact this situation had on her. "Stop talking nonsense." Shen Mubin shot Shishi a disapproving glance, though her eyes betrayed her, becoming misty. Despite her outward gentleness, only she knew the hardships endured during their time of debt. For a person of integrity, the amount owed was astronomical. Not to mention, Shen Mubin had lost countless strands of hair over the stress. Now, with the knowledge that their debts had been settled, the heavy burden that had loomed over her heart was finally lifted. She was uncertain whether to feel elated, aggrieved, or overwhelmed by other emotions. In any case, her tears flowed unrestrained. I'm sorry for being a jerk in the past. I will never allow you to endure such suffering again, Lu Xingyang declared with unwavering conviction, cradling Shishi with one arm and enveloping Shen Mubin with the other. After their meal, Lu Xingyang took it upon himself to tidy up the dishes, even mopping the floor in passing. Time eventually drifted towards 8 o'clock. How peculiar it is. In the past, whenever tasked with household chores, he would often lament their time-consuming nature. Now, however, with ample leisure at hand, he unexpectedly completes them in no time. Mubing, do indulge in the cake I procured for you. It won't be fresh by tomorrow. Observing the apparent lull in activities, Lu Zhengyang retrieved the exquisite floral cake he had bought earlier. I shan't partake. It can be stored in the refrigerator without spoiling. Let us save it for Shishi tomorrow, I remarked. The hour was growing late, and Shishi and I were ready to retire for the night. Watching Lu Xingyang holding the cake, Shen Mubing casually remarked, well, I find myself without a place to stay. If I were to lodge in a hotel, it would incur costs, so perhaps I could just make do on the sofa for one night. What do you think? After uttering these words, Lu Xingyang quickly raised his eyebrows at Shishi. Mommy, can we let Daddy sleep at home just this once? Please, pretty please. Shishi, who had previously discussed this with Lu Zhengyang, rushed over, grasping Shen Mubing's hand and shaking it earnestly. Seeing Lu Zhengyang feigning ignorance and Shishi clinging affectionately to her arm, Shen Mubing was all too aware of their prior arrangement. Let it be for today, tomorrow. You shall find your own accommodation. Ultimately, Shen Mubing's heart softened, and despite her reservations, she acquiesced. All right, I shall certainly resolve my lodging situation by tomorrow. Sensing his cunning plan had succeeded, Lu Xingyang once again presented the cake. The staff informed me that today marks the optimal time for consumption. Should you wait until tomorrow, the flavor may not be as delightful. Just sample it. Indulging in sweets can evoke joy, and women, being inherently emotional, often find that happiness alleviates many concerns. Furthermore, considering that Shen Mubing has accompanied him for so long, it is only fair that she experiences a taste of luxury. Having spent several hundred on this delicate cake, it would indeed be remiss not to allow her a taste. Fearing Shen Mubing might refuse, Lu Zhengyang promptly unwrapped the packaging and placed a spoon atop the cake. Oh dear, such a beautiful cake, and you've ruined it. Watching the previously pristine cream flowers on the cake be so casually dismantled by Lu Zhengyang, Shen Mubing felt a surge of discontent. She quickly picked up the cake, assessing if it could still be salvaged. Truth be told, this was her first time receiving such an exquisite gift from Lu Zhengyang, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of importance regarding it. I merely feared you might not eat it, Lu Zhengyang stammered apologetically, casting him a sidelong glance. Shen Mubing retrieved her modest phone and found an angle to capture a photo. Indeed, girls have an affinity for photography. Even those like Shen Mubing, who seldom post on social media. Oh my. Having just received a charming eye roll from Shen Mubing, Lu Xingyang found himself nearly overwhelmed with excitement, yearning to embrace her. Little did he know how eagerly he anticipated that moment. Having taken the photo, Shen Mubing lifted the cake and scooped a spoonful, offering it to Shishi. Here, taste this cake and tell me if it is delightful. Oh, she is always like this. In the days before Shishi arrived, Shen Mubin would immediately offer the first bite to Lu Zhengyang. However, after Shishi's arrival, any delectable treats would be reserved for her, leaving Shen Mubin to be the last to indulge. Perhaps only someone as gentle and virtuous as her could endure such a situation for so long. Mommy, I already had a piece, but this cake is absolutely delicious. You must try it, Shishi exclaimed, swallowing her saliva. Yes, she just had a piece. It's not good to eat too much of this, so you should have it. Lu Xingyang chimed in. Upon hearing this, Shen Mubin did not hesitate. She gently brought the spoon to her cherry-red lips. As the small spoon entered her mouth, a rich, creamy aroma instantly enveloped her palate, and upon a delicate flick of her tongue, the exquisite cream melted away. Sweet. How delightful. This was Shen Mubin's inner monologue. It had been ages since she had tasted such a delightful dessert. Even her eyes began to half close in bliss. After savoring that bite, She eagerly desired another, only to suddenly feel a pair of warm, intense eyes fixed upon her. She lifted her gaze to find Lu Zhengyang smiling at her, an expression of unspoken affection that made her cheeks visibly flush with warmth. "What are you looking at?" she mumbled softly, unsure if it was embarrassment or shyness, before taking Shi by the hand and retreating to her room. Chapter 22. Mr. Zhao. At 6:30 a.m., Shin Mubin opened her eyes. This had become a long-standing habit. While she wished she could sleep a little longer, she had to prepare meals for the day before heading to work. Otherwise, she would be left hungry at home. As she stepped out of her bedroom in her pajamas, she noticed Lu Zhengyang already bustling about in the kitchen. "You're awake? Why not sleep a bit longer?" "I've just started on breakfast," he said. "Hurry back. I'll call you when it's ready." Seeing that Shin Mubin had not moved immediately, Lu Zhengyang repeated his suggestion. "All right." Shin Mubin nodded and retreated back inside. In the past, she would never have entered, but now she felt awkward not doing so. After all, they were divorced, and ostensibly, they had no ties left. Phew. Hearing the door close, Lu Zhengyang sighed in relief, thankful he had made it in time. When had he ever woken up this early before? His eyes still felt forcibly open. Given a pillow, he could easily fall asleep within 3 seconds. Half an hour later, a lavish breakfast was served on the table by Lu Zhengyang. There was milk, fried eggs, dumplings, and several small loaves of bread. "Wow, Daddy, you're amazing," she exclaimed, her joy evident as she gazed at the spread. "Eat up. It'll get cold if you don't," he urged. "This is your lunch for work. I've packed it for you," he added, wiping his hands and placing a neatly packed lunchbox in front of Shin Mubin. Shin Bing nodded and began her breakfast. "By the way, I have transferred 100,000 yuan to your Alipay account. You may keep it for now, as I have other matters to attend to." "Why do you want to give me money? I don't need it." As she spoke, Shin Bing took out her phone, intending to transfer the funds back. "Could you consider it as merely safeguarding it for me? I fear that if my business incurs losses, I may end up with absolutely nothing. Moreover, this money is intended for Shi. Please leave it there undisturbed. If you return it to me, I will transfer it back to you shortly." Not heeding her refusal, Lu Zhengyang continued. "Ding, 100,000 yuan credited to Alipay. Ding, another 100,000 yuan credited to Alipay." Just as Shin Bing completed the transfer, Lu Zhengyang promptly returned the funds to her. "If you transfer it again, I will also transfer it back." Lu Zhengyang's assertion was remarkably resolute. To be frank, from marriage to divorce, this was the most assertive statement he had ever made. What a rogue. Shin Bing found herself at a loss. She might as well keep it. After all, she would not misuse it. After breakfast, Shin Bing left the house, while Lu Zhengyang stretched and sauntered toward his room, wishing to take a nap. "Dad, what are you doing?" She followed him inside, perplexed to see him undressing. "I'm tired, sweetheart. I didn't sleep well last night, so I want to rest a little longer." "Please don't tell your mother," Lu Zhengyang replied, diving into Shin Bing's warm bed, enveloped by a gentle fragrance. Strangely enough, he always felt Shin Bing possessed a certain charm. For instance, her used blankets were perpetually soft and fragrant, as were her clothes. "Oh, Dad, you just woke up. Why are you going back to sleep?" Shi protested, eager to go out and play. "Just half an hour, all right? You can watch some television, and after 2 episodes of cartoons, I'll be awake." Lu Zhengyang closed his eyes, relishing the delightful aroma of Shin Bing and savoring the moment. If what you say is true, this person indeed possesses some intrigue. In an office, a bespectacled man dressed in a casual suit, after listening to Li Wenchang, pondered for a moment and then spoke. "Mr. Zhao, I cannot vouch for much, but I have personally witnessed the sale of chili peppers and the trade of hairy crabs." Li Wenchang, somewhat reserved, sat on the sofa, his excitement palpable. "Let us arrange a meal together. If this matter proves credible, subsequent discussions will be straightforward. How about lunch today? Are you available?" Li Wenchang, being rather impulsive, suggested casually. "That works. I have no engagements at noon." "Great, I'll call to check now." With that, Li Wenchang dialed Lu Zhengyang's number. "Hello, brother. Are you free for lunch today? I have a friend who would like to meet you." "I do have time, but I'm at home taking care of the child right now." "Oh, children are delightful. They won't be a bother. Just bring them along. Send me your location, and I'll come pick you up. All right then. Initially, Lu Zhengyang had no intention of going. Yet he found himself somewhat embarrassed to decline the fervent invitation from Li Wenxiang. After all, it was merely a meal, and given that he had earned over 2 million from this very individual, it seemed only fitting to treat him. After sending the location, Lu Zhengyang descended the stairs with Cici in tow. Dad, we have food at home. Why must we dine out? Cici, clad in a charming white dress, skipped along behind Lu Zhengyang, exuding cuteness. Because someone wishes to discuss matters over dinner, and we can always save our meal for later, ensuring nothing goes to waste. All right then. Dining out was still a rather novel experience for Cici. Before long, a Mercedes-Benz 450 glided to a halt before Lu Zhengyang. He was taken aback when suddenly the passenger window rolled down, and Li Wenxiang leaned out, beckoning. Lu, hop in. Wow, is this your car? Once inside, Lu Zhengyang took a closer look at the interior, feeling a pang of envy. The saying goes, ride in a Mercedes, drive a BMW, which speaks volumes about the comfort and elegance of a Mercedes interior. Moreover, this was a high-end model. If only this car were mine, I could never afford such luxury. Li Wenxiang remarked, patting the steering wheel, his own envy evident. This was indeed true. Although luxury cars seemed to abound, the reality was that such vehicles were far from affordable for the average person. In his youth, Lu Zhengyang had naively thought that driving a luxury car was no big deal. But years of navigating the world had led him to the sobering realization that he couldn't even afford a car worth over 100,000. This gradually illuminated the stark disparity between himself and those who drove such opulent vehicles. After all, the annual maintenance costs for these luxury cars could exceed his entire yearly income. Previously, when hearing others boast, he often thought that anyone could buy a car worth hundreds of thousands. It was merely a matter of choice, opting to buy a house or invest in other ventures instead, often deriding those who flaunted their luxury cars as foolish, lacking investment acumen. Indeed, regardless of the vehicle, from an investment perspective, they were merely consumables, even the most extravagant ones. Ultimately, it boiled down to a lack of funds, or perhaps more accurately, insufficient wealth. If one truly had the means, purchasing a luxury car worth millions would seem as effortless as child's play. Those who could afford such vehicles surely wouldn't be perturbed by the expense, barring those who borrowed money to buy a car for show. Chapter 23. The Nuances of Human Relations. Lu, the friend I am introducing you to, is Zhao Zhiming, a prominent figure and my boss. His brother is a high-ranking official in Beihai City. But don't be anxious. Zhao is a decent person and runs a legitimate business. You'll understand when you meet him. Li Wenxiang briefly outlined Zhao Zhiming's status, subtly indicating his wealth and influence. Understood. Lu Zhengyang nodded, not overly concerned. Upon graduating from university, one might afford sufficient respect to others without overly ingratiating oneself, for in those youthful days, one often feels invincible and dismissive. However, during a recent period of financial turmoil, one would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to curry favor, hoping to extract some profitable prospects from the situation. Yet now, while the requisite respect is duly given, Lu Zhengyang has adopted a markedly different perspective on many matters. After all, the demeanor of an individual varies significantly depending on whether they possess confidence or lack it. Engaging in light conversation, they soon arrived at the entrance of an unassuming restaurant, its name elegantly inscribed on a plaque, suggesting it was a time-honored establishment. Oh, your daughter is absolutely delightful, remarked Li Wenxiang, as he parked the car and affectionately ruffled Cici's hair. You are so beautiful. What is your name? I am Lu Yushi, the little girl replied timidly, clutching Lu Zhengyang's hand. Such a good girl, Li Wenxiang mused. Ah, daughters are truly a blessing. My son is an incessant source of annoyance. Well, you have the means, brotherly, so why not have another? But I must decline. I already have 2 sons. And should I have another, I fear I would be overwhelmed. With that, they proceeded to a spacious private room. Where is General Zhao? Li Wenxiang inquired. Noticing the room was empty, despite prior arrangements to meet there. Perhaps he has been delayed by an urgent matter. Please wait a moment, he suggested, reaching for his phone to inquire, as it would be unacceptable for Lu Zhengyang and his daughter to languish in waiting. Rest assured, since you have requested it, I shall certainly reserve the finest for you, came a jovial voice from outside. Just then, the door swung open, revealing Zhao Ximing, who, upon seeing Lu Zhenyang and Cici, quickly offered his apologies. My apologies, I ran into an acquaintance and lost track of time. You must be Lu Zhenyang, as mentioned by Wenxiang. It is a pleasure to meet you, Zhao Ximing said, extending his hand for a cordial handshake. Indeed, that is I, Lu Zhenyang replied politely. Now that everyone has arrived, let us commence with the meal, Zhao Ximing declared cheerfully. Today, I am in high spirits. I acquired a rather exquisite piece of calligraphy, he continued, offering Lu Zhenyang a cigarette. As you are a friend of Wenxiang, you are likewise my friend. May I call you Lu Laodi? No objection at all. Henceforth, I shall address you as Zhao Go. Wenxiang has spoken highly of you, noting your distinctive acumen in business, Zhao Ximing remarked, studying Lu Zhenyang's expression as if to glean deeper insights into his character. Ah, it is merely luck, Lu Zhenyang replied with a modest smile, dismissing the praise with a casual remark. Luck is not entirely absent, however, ultimately, luck is indeed a facet of one's capabilities, Zhao Ximing remarked with a smile. To speak candidly, based on what Li Wenxiang recounted to him, transforming over 100,000 into more than 2 million in less than 10 days, from trading chili peppers to navigating the market of hairy crabs, is nothing short of extraordinary. While 2 million may not constitute a substantial sum for him, the nearly 2,000% return is simply astounding. If one were to place themselves in Zhao Ximing's shoes, devoid of his current status and platform, he would undoubtedly find himself overshadowed by the prowess of the man before him. In truth, I possess a modicum of spare funds. Yet, given the prevailing economic climate, I find myself at a loss for worthy investment opportunities. Should you come across any promising projects in the future, do not forget about your older brother, Zhao Ximing said warmly, patting Lu Zhengyang's hand amicably. In the realm of men, particularly in such transient encounters, often facilitated by mutual acquaintances, the motives are quite straightforward. They seek either financial gain or the expansion of their social networks. However, in comparison to Lu Zhenyang, Zhao Ximing stands far superior in both wealth and connections. Indeed, one could posit that they inhabit entirely different worlds, despite sharing the same table for a meal. What sorts of projects does Zhao Ximing engage with? He is involved in grand undertakings and significant ventures, mingling predominantly with affluent business magnates or governmental figures. Conversely, Lu Zhenyang's circle is limited primarily to family and friends, perhaps a few classmates and colleagues, and little more. The reason Zhao Ximing chose to dine with him today is quite simply that he had no pressing engagements. Coupled with Lu Zhenyang's demonstrated capabilities over the past 10 days, which led Zhao Ximing to perceive him as a talent worth cultivating a relationship with, nothing more. It is not that Zhao Ximing holds himself in lofty regard, disdainful of Lu Zhenyang. Rather, it is simply the reality of their circumstances. To suggest that Zhao Ximing looks down upon Lu Zhenyang would be inaccurate. Upon entering, he extended a handshake and offered ample respect in conversation. Yet, should an ordinary individual perceive a wealthy and influential person treating them with such regard and become overly self-satisfied, even considering themselves friends, that is a reflection of their own disposition. Of course, should the opportunity arise, I would welcome it. But I fear my modest endeavors may not be worthy of your esteemed company, Brother Zhao, Lu Zhenyang replied with a polite smile. Despite the courteous nature of his words, Lu Zhenyang maintained a demeanor that was neither subservient nor overly assertive, remaining composed. After enduring several years of setbacks, Lu Zhenyang, though somewhat disheartened, has gleaned certain truths about life. One must always hold oneself in high esteem, regardless of their current position or circumstances. If one cannot regard themselves with respect, how can they expect others to do so? Others are not your parents. Of course, if one lacks capabilities, even self-regard may hold little significance for others. However, while it may be inconsequential to them, it bears immense significance for oneself, as it reflects one's attitude towards life and existence. Ah, dear brother, your words have indeed struck a blow to my dignity. What do you mean by being presentable yet unworthy of the stage? I, Zhao Ximing, am not a global tycoon who regards wealth as mere refuse. Today marks our first acquaintance, so I shall not hold it against you. However, Should you repeat such remarks in the future, a penalty of 1 drink shall be in order. Zhao Jiming feigned anger as he conversed with Lu Zhengyang, and one must admit, his expression appeared quite earnest. Very well, let us consider it a slip of the tongue on your part. I shall pour myself a drink as an acknowledgement of your error. Lu Zhengyang was genuinely taken aback by Zhao Jiming's retort and, with no alternative, chose to follow his lead. Chapter 24. Do you have the courage to act? Before long, the waiter wheeled a cart to their table, presenting an array of dishes. To be honest, upon gazing at the culinary offerings, Lu Zhengyang discerned that the dining experience here was quite lavish, as he recognized only half of the dishes laid before him. Brother, what sort of liquor do you usually indulge in? I am rather indifferent. Very well then. Allow me to take charge. Let us start with 2 bottles of manhwa, and please bring out a couple of desserts for the children. You may choose as you see fit. Understood, Mr. Zhao. It was evident that Zhao Jiming was a regular at this establishment, navigating the proceedings with remarkable ease. As the manhwa arrived, Li Wenxiang assumed the role of server, pouring the liquor into their glasses. Watching the clear, translucent spirit flow into the cups, Lu Zhengyang couldn't help but reflect on the experience. He was unaware of the exact price of the liquor, yet it must surely cost several thousand yuan. This was, after all, his first encounter with such expensive spirits. The lives of the affluent are indeed unpretentious. Cheers, let us commence. As the rounds of liquor flowed and the dishes were savored, the time typically reserved for boasting arrived. However, it was apparent that the group was not yet sufficiently familiar with one another, leading to a scarcity of conversation and an inability to boast. Lu, having heard your earlier words, do you truly possess any promising projects? After sipping another small drink, Zhao Jiming's face was slightly flushed, yet he appeared remarkably composed. Clearly a seasoned participant in such gatherings. Indeed, I do have a rather commendable project, but my limited resources make it challenging to operate. Lu Zhengyang remarked as he lit a cigarette. Oh, do share. We would be keen to hear your insights. At this, Zhao Jiming's interest peaked, and Li Wenxiang sitting beside him also perked up. Are you familiar with the chip market? Chip market? Upon hearing the term, Zhao Jiming furrowed his brow, somewhat perplexed. The reason was straightforward. Chips were high-tech commodities that were largely inaccessible to the average person. Not only were they scarce among individuals, but even nations struggled to produce certain advanced chips. How could mere mortals like them possibly engage in such matters? Are you jesting with us? Do you possess the capability to manufacture chips? Of course, I am not referring to the high-end chips used in computers and mobile devices. I am speaking of automotive chips. Noting the bewildered expressions exchanged between the two, Lu Zhengyang realized they must have misunderstood him. Automotive chips? What are those? I must admit, I am not well versed in that area. Zhao Jiming remained perplexed, much like a monk attempting to unravel the complexities of the world. Indeed, aside from a few industry insiders, the average person seldom pays attention to such matters. As for someone like Li Wenxiang, a man of simple means, it was even less likely that he would take notice. Are you familiar with electric vehicles? I am, but I've heard that the technology is still somewhat immature. However, friends who have purchased them claim they are quite enjoyable to drive. At the mention of this, Zhao Jiming found himself able to contribute to the conversation. The concept of maturity is relative, and with so many companies entering the fray, it is only a matter of time before the technology becomes established. Let us not delve into other topics for now. Allow me to express this. The hallmark of electric vehicles is their emphasis on intelligence. However, regardless of how advanced the technology becomes, it is fundamentally reliant on chips. In comparison to the chips used in mobile phones and computers, automotive chips do not possess high technical demands, whether in size or manufacturing processes. At present, they are commodities that can be acquired with sufficient financial resources. If they can be readily purchased, why engage in this business? Zhao Jiming quickly grasped the crux of the matter. The market potential is vast. I am uncertain if you have diligently researched electric vehicles, but considering the current growth trend, even established car manufacturers and chip producers have been taken aback by the market's favorable conditions. As for other components, traditional automotive manufacturers can swiftly adapt, and many parts are interchangeable. Yet, when it comes to chips, a significant shortage is imminent. Whether Zhao Jiming's caution is innate or due to his unfamiliarity with this sector. He lit a cigarette and fell silent for a moment. How do you intend to proceed? After taking a couple of puffs, Zhao Jiming inquired. Before dismissing the feasibility of this venture, one must first understand how he plans to execute it. Currently, whether it be established automotive giants or so-called new entrants, a plethora of companies have emerged in the market. A brief period of acute demand for automotive chips is anticipated, though this situation is unlikely to endure, as the stakeholders are not oblivious to the dynamics at play. Following this surge, both manufacturers and car makers will likely maintain ample stock. What we need to do is seize this window of opportunity and profit substantially, Lu Xingyang declared with unwavering confidence. Truth be told, were it not for the information provided by Wealth Information, how could an ordinary person like Lu Xingyang possibly identify such a business opportunity? How much do you intend to invest, and what is your operational strategy? Do you have a rough estimate regarding profits? Most importantly, what is the expected time frame? After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Jiming posed these questions. He felt completely bewildered. After years of engaging in various businesses, he had never encountered one quite like this. Nevertheless, regardless of the enterprise, these inquiries are foundational. If he can articulate a coherent and logical response, it warrants serious consideration. Starting with an investment of 5 million. There is a car manufacturer in Beihai City. I propose that you leverage this company's name to pre-order supplies from the vendors. As for profits, a minimum of 3 times the investment is expected, and a return of 5 to 7 times is not out of the question. Primarily dependent on the timing of the sales. If you sell too early, the profits will not be as substantial. If you hold onto the stock too long, waiting for other manufacturers to catch up, you may find there is little to gain. As for the time frame, it appears to be approximately 2 weeks. Lu Xingyang elaborated on the data provided by Wealth Information. Can one truly earn such a substantial amount in just half a month? My dear brother, did you previously work in the automotive industry? While I may not be well versed in other matters, I am aware that electronic products undergo rapid iterations. When the next generation of technology is released, wouldn't that render our investments obsolete? Observing his unwavering confidence, Zhao Jiming found himself somewhat indecisive. Therefore, we must act swiftly and seize this window of opportunity. According to the insights from Wealth Information, success in this business hinges upon speed. Allow me to contemplate this further. Should it prove viable, I shall reach out to you in the coming days for further discussion. This is a matter of millions, not mere hundreds. Although Zhao Jiming possesses some wealth, today marks our first meeting, and given his unfamiliarity with this industry, he naturally refrains from making hasty decisions. Brother Zhao, if you wish to pursue this venture, it would be best to provide me with a response by tomorrow. Should you not reach a decision by then, this opportunity will slip away. Lu Xingyang nodded in understanding of Zhao's approach, yet his tone remained decidedly assertive. After all, he was the one guiding him toward profit. And thus his words carried significant weight. Moreover, those engaged in the new energy sector are undoubtedly astute. At the slightest indication, they will respond swiftly, leaving no room for you to profit from them. Let us not be frivolous. Chapter 25, The Stubborn Man. Must a decision be made by tomorrow? Is such urgency truly necessary? To be frank, Lu Xingyang's insistence left Zhao Jiming feeling somewhat irked, as if he were being compelled to act. Brother Zhao, please do not misunderstand. My urgency is not personal, but rather dictated by the market. Opportunities of this nature are fleeting, and if we do not seize them in the coming days, pursuing them later would be futile. Lu Xingyang spoke nonchalantly while taking a bite of his food, as if the matter were of little consequence to him. Witnessing this exchange, Li Wenxiang observed keenly. When he initially partnered with Lu Xingyang in business, he had shared a similar skepticism as Zhao Jiming, perhaps even more so. Yet, what was the outcome? He now found himself reaping considerable rewards. Of course, the crabs had yet to be caught, but once they were, they would translate into profit, regardless. Zhao Jiming was now left in a quandary, uncertain whether to proceed or abstain. To refrain meant dismissing the bravado he had just displayed and appearing narrow-minded. Yet, to proceed left him feeling uncertain, with no other recourse. He turned his gaze toward Li Wenxiang, seeking any counsel he might offer. General Zhao, please do not look to me for guidance. To be candid, I have considerable faith in Brother Liu, but this is your investment, and I dare not impose my opinions. Li Wenxiang chuckled awkwardly, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Let us do it. It's only 5 million. I trust you. Zhao Jiming exclaimed after a moment of contemplation. Over the years, Zhao Jiming has steadily ascended to his current position. Leveraging his connections and audacity, he has faced numerous daunting challenges, and it has been a considerable time since he felt such inner turmoil. In truth, he relishes this gambling mentality. Perhaps it resides within each of us to some degree. After all, the potential rewards that Lu Xingyang spoke of are undeniably substantial. Thus today, it is imperative for Mr. Zhao to swiftly reach out to the leaders of automotive enterprises in Beihai City, facilitating connections to procure the necessary chips. Such matters must not be delayed, lest they lead to unforeseen complications. Upon hearing Zhao's agreement, Lu Xingyang's face brightened with delight. For this venture is considered a brief yet lucrative opportunity in the realm of wealth information. It's straightforward. I shall make a call to have someone come over. However, the specifics of the operation will still require your expertise. Certainly, Lu Xingyang nodded, temporarily refraining from discussing profit sharing. For him, Zhao Jiming is a person of notable stature. If profits materialize, he trusts that Zhao will not shy away from sharing them. Moreover, even if there is no division of profits, the sum he invests is considerable. Not to mention that it would place Zhao in his debt. Should Zhao turn his back after reaping rewards, Lu Xingyang muses, he would simply refrain from future collaborations. Hello. Mr. Wang, have you had your meal yet? Haha, I am in the midst of dining and discussing a small project, and I seek your assistance. Of course. Why not come over now? All right, I'll await you at our usual spot. After hanging up, Zhao Jiming began to converse with Lu Xingyang about finer details, as they were already in business together. Approximately half an hour later, a middle-aged man with glasses and a rotund physique entered the room. Ah, old Wang. It has been quite some time. This is Li Wenxiang. You should have met before. This is Lu Xingyang, my friend. Greetings. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Xingyang promptly addressed the matter at hand. Mr. Wang, the situation is as follows. Zhao and I wish to purchase a batch of low-end automotive chips. However, personal procurement is rather cumbersome, so we seek your assistance in acting as our intermediary. Rest assured, we will make the payment up front. All we require is your aid in the purchase. After a drink, Lu Xingyang elaborated on the circumstances. Is that all? Wang Zhibo was taken aback, even glancing at Zhao Jiming for confirmation. Indeed, that is the matter at hand. Oh, I thought it was something of great urgency. Very well, simply send me the specifications, and I will initiate communication immediately. Upon learning that it was merely a purchasing request, Wang Xiaobo appeared somewhat indifferent. Wait, Mr. Zhao, why the sudden interest in automotive chips? At this inquiry, Zhao Jiming cast a sidelong glance at Lu Xingyang, contemplating whether it was appropriate to divulge the details. No worries, Mr. Wang is your friend, and assisting in the procurement is nothing to shy away from. After all, the market is vast, sharing the pie is inevitable. Lu Xingyang smiled, entirely unconcerned. Well, we believe the price of these chips may escalate, hence our desire to stockpile them in advance. It is as simple as that. What? Are you serious? Stockpiling chips now? Well, I must admit, I find it rather perplexing. Wang Zhibo initially believed that there was some profound secret at play. To his surprise, it turned out that they merely wished to stockpile goods in anticipation of a price surge, leaving him quite astonished. Being entrenched in the automotive industry himself, he was acutely aware of the dynamics at play among upstream suppliers. Despite his company still focusing on traditional fuel vehicles, they were already preparing to follow the trend towards new energy vehicles. The semiconductor market, for instance, operated on a simple principle: wealth equates to availability. Furthermore, the pace of technological advancement was relentless. As soon as a new generation of products emerged, the previous ones experienced a drastic devaluation. Investing heavily in such an area seemed akin to a fool's errand, a reckless gamble with one's fortune. Nonetheless, since they were intent on making a purchase, he would assist them, and their potential losses thereafter were of no concern to him. Indeed, if Wang Zhibo could foresee the inevitable spike in the automotive chip market, others would have already caught wind of it. Subsequently, Lu Zhengyang promptly sent over the required models for purchase and to expedite the process. He transferred the funds on the spot while requesting the hotel staff to draft a simple contract. By the time they concluded this matter, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Fortunately, Zhao Jiming was a frequent patron of the establishment, instead of complaints about their late stay. The manager graciously sent over a bottle of red wine. This gesture left Lu Zhengyang deeply reflective. This was the kind of life that truly held meaning. After glancing at the time, he realized it was almost time for Shen Mubin to finish work. It would be rather inconsiderate for her to return home without seeing Cici, especially with the stove being cold. Regardless, all business discussions had been satisfactorily concluded. Brother, since it's already this late, why not join me for dinner? It would be a simple courtesy, Zhao Jiming suggested, also noting the impending dinner hour. Ultimately, he decided against it, reasoning that arriving home late might provoke anger from the child's mother. "Oh, I never realized you were such a devoted husband," Zhao Jiming remarked with a knowing smile that only men could understand. "Indeed, I truly love my wife," Lu Zhengyang replied, unexpectedly serious, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. This revelation left those present momentarily dumbfounded. It was unusual to encounter a man who, when his wife was not by his side, remained so unguarded. Typically, one would expect a man to be as resolute as a diamond in such circumstances. "All right. I can see to your sentiment," Zhao Jiming said. "Since the hour is still early, let me have the kitchen pack up a few dishes for you to take home. And I'll have Wenxiang see you off." No, I can take a cab myself," Lu Zhengyang insisted. "If you're not dining here, that's one thing. But if you refuse this request, I might just get upset." It must be said, Zhao Jiming was quite adept at navigating social interactions, presenting benefits in such a way that one found it hard to decline. Chapter 26. Shen Mubin blushed. "By the way, Zhengyang, there shouldn't be any issues with the chips, right?" Li Wenxiang inquired during their drive, his curiosity piqued by the prospect of such high returns. He also harbored concerns about Lu Zhengyang potentially mishandling the situation, although he did not directly participate in the matter. The fact that he partnered with Zhao Jiming for this business venture was ultimately facilitated by his own recommendation. What if something unexpected occurs and Zhao Jiming directs his ire towards him? "I have invested all my possessions into this. Can you not see the potential issues?" Lu Zhengyang could not help but smile wryly. "Of course, there are no guarantees of profit in this world. Expecting me to provide assurances is simply unrealistic. I am well aware of that. Perhaps it would be best for me to focus on selling this batch of hairy crabs first. I have inquired recently, and indeed, the demand for hairy crabs is surging dramatically, with prices likely to increase by 70 to 80%. At this point, Li Wenxiang could not help but smile as well. For him, making a few million from this transaction would be more than satisfactory. Moreover, with limited funds at his disposal, he could only bide his time and concentrate on his own affairs. If this batch of hairy crabs sells as he envisions, he would certainly enjoy a prosperous year. Well then, just ensure you do not regret it later. Around 5:30, Shen Mubin finished packing her belongings and prepared to leave work. In recent days, due to Lu Zhengyang's influence, the pressure on Shen Mubin had significantly alleviated, even making her steps feel lighter. "Xiaoshen, are you free right now?" Seeing that Shen Mubin had completed her packing and was waiting to clock out, He Jie, a woman in her 30s, approached her. "Sister He, is there something you need?" Shen Mubin replied, her tone neutral. This was due to He Jie being a long-time employee of the company, whose abilities were average. Yet her incessant chatter made her the leading gossip monger, always pulling people into her tales. "Hey, I heard you got divorced. So I took the liberty of arranging a few introductions for you. Surprisingly, there are a few decent young men interested in getting to know you." With that, He Jie pulled out her phone and presented the chat history to Shen Mubin. "How can you send my picture to others without my consent?" Shen Mubin's anger flared as she saw a photo of herself taken at work. "Oh, what is the harm in sharing a few pictures? I'm merely trying to assist you," He Jie replied nonchalantly. "I'm sorry, but I do not require your assistance, nor do I intend to seek out anyone else." "Why bother, Xiaoshen? The suitors I found are all local men with homes and cars. For someone like you, who is divorced with a child, it's best to seize the opportunity while you're still young and attractive." In a few years, it will undoubtedly become more challenging to find someone. He just seemed oblivious to Shun Mubin's furious expression, continuing her relentless chatter. Do you have any other matters to discuss? Shun Mubin could no longer tolerate her. Were it not for years of education instilling decorum, she might have resorted to harsh language. Oh dear, why are you so resistant? You'll be the one regretting it later. Look at this young man. He earns 20 to 30,000 a month, though he is also divorced with a child. His income is sufficient for both of you to build a life together. The cost of marriage has not only escalated, but the fees charged by matchmakers have also become exorbitantly high, particularly, as He mentioned. For those who are divorced and have children, the expenses are indeed outrageous. He, with her idle time, often indulges in gossip and matchmaking, seeking to earn a little extra. Upon learning of Shun Mubin's divorce, she immediately seized upon this opportunity. After all, women like Shun Mubin, who are diligent and possess striking beauty, are quite rare. He, please maintain your dignity. Furthermore, should I discover that you have shared my photograph with others, I will not hesitate to report you. At that moment, Shun Mubin could no longer tolerate the situation and admonished her loudly. What is the meaning of this? Just then, Huang Haibing, the manager, emerged from his office. Rest assured, manager. I merely noticed that Xiaoxin is divorced and thought to introduce her to someone. But it appears she is not pleased. Truly, good intentions can lead to misunderstandings. With so many onlookers, He felt her composure slipping and retorted defiantly. She had not anticipated that Shun Mubin would confront her so openly, denying her any semblance of respect. Are you finished meddling in others' affairs? Have you completed your own tasks? Does it fall upon you to dictate the affairs of others? Huang Haibing was incensed upon hearing that He intended to assist Shun Mubin in finding a partner. Damn it, I haven't even had a chance to intervene myself, and here you are causing chaos. Witnessing the manager defend Shun Mubin, He began to falter. Apologize. Apologize to Shun Mubin. Huang Haibing's demand was delivered with an air of superiority. Indeed, it was a rare opportunity for him to assert himself in front of Shun Mubin, and he was determined to seize it. I apologize, manager. It was my fault. I am sorry, Xiaoxin. I acted too hastily. Overwhelmed, He quickly offered her apologies. Yet, her mind was racing with doubts. Why was Huang Haibing, who typically had little interaction with Shun Mubin, now so protective of her? Could there be an undisclosed secret between them? Though she mouthed her apologies, Hejia's curiosity began to churn. It's time to leave. I am going. Shun Mubin, wishing to avoid further confrontation, gathered her belongings and prepared to depart. After all, she would not be staying there much longer, so she left them to their own devices. Hey, Xiaoxin. Seeing Shun Mubin walk away without a glance, Huang Haibing felt a surge of frustration, as he had intended to invite her to dinner that day. As Shun Mubin descended the stairs and was about to board the subway, she heard Lu Jingyang's voice. Wow, everyone look! A colleague, still at work, was holding a cup of coffee by the floor-to-ceiling window, attempting to impress others, only to be taken aback as Shun Mubin stepped into a Mercedes-Benz. This stirred quite a commotion. I can't believe it. Shun Mubin, who seems so demure, has evidently secured herself a wealthy employer. Humph. One can never truly know a person's heart. Hello, sister-in-law. I am Li Wenxiang, a friend of Jingyang. Upon entering the vehicle, Li Wenxiang greeted her warmly. Hello. It was Shun Mubin's first experience in such a luxurious car, leaving her feeling somewhat reserved. Originally, we were supposed to dine together this evening, but Jingyang insisted on returning home to eat with you. I pondered what enchantment my sister-in-law possessed that could make Jingyang so domestically inclined. Upon our first meeting today, I was taken aback by her beauty, which certainly provides an explanation. Noticing the atmosphere had grown somewhat awkward, Li Wenxiang hastily stepped in to lighten the mood. After all, having associated with Zhao Zhiming for such an extended period and shared numerous drinks, this was a fundamental skill of his. Upon hearing these words, Shun Mubin found herself at a loss for how to respond, resorting to a few awkward chuckles, though her flawless visage turned a shade of crimson, revealing her bashfulness. Li Wenxiang wished to continue his jovial attempts, but to his surprise, despite his efforts, neither of them uttered a word, which only served to heighten his own discomfort. Fortunately, the drive was swift, and they soon arrived at their residence. Be careful on the road, he said. Thank you, uncle. She replied with a sweet smile. Let us dine together next time. After Li Wenxiang departed, the trio ascended to their apartment. The person I was just with was the one who helped me with the hairy crabs, Lu Xingyang mentioned to Shen Mubin on their way back. However, it seemed that Shen Mubin was oblivious to his words, continuing to walk ahead. Chapter 27. Meeting the in-laws upon returning home, Lu Xingyang immediately set about cooking, while also reheating the dishes they had brought back from the restaurant. Mom, do you know what I had for lunch today? A little rabbit made of milkshake, both delightful to look at and delicious to eat. I wish we could dine out every day, she babbled to Shen Mubin, who was seated on the sofa, recounting the day's events. Observing her daughter's cheerful demeanor and Lu Xingyang diligently attending to household chores upon their return, Shen Mubin felt her spirits lift considerably. However, it was not in her nature to sit idly awaiting dinner, since Lu Xingyang was busy cooking. She felt compelled to engage in other tasks, otherwise she would be unable to remain still, feeling quite out of place. Just as she reached for a broom to tidy up, she discovered that the floor was not only clean but had also been mopped. She thought to do some laundry, only to find that the clothes had already been washed and hung out to dry. Even the garments that had been sun-dried yesterday had been neatly folded and put away in the wardrobe. Could all this truly be his doing? Had he genuinely changed his ways? Gazing at the impeccably organized home, Shen Mubin began to doubt her own beliefs, for in the past, he had shown no inclination toward household duties at all. The dishes are heated, but the rice isn't ready yet. Come and have some drinks in the meantime. We have plenty of food today, he called out. Upon hearing there were drinks available, she disregarded everything else and dashed toward the dining table. Wash your hands first. All right, she replied. Just as her enthusiasm was soaring, she suddenly resembled a defeated rooster, dejectedly heading to the bathroom to wash her hands. Witnessing this, Lu Xingyang couldn't help but smile, a warm sensation blossoming within him. Once their hands were washed, the family of three finally gathered around the table to indulge in their meal. Today, I partnered with someone else in business, and it seems the profits are decent. Plus the cycle is short, Lu Xingyang shared as they ate, recounting the events of the day. It was as if Shen Mubin were at home, conversing with him, sharing the experiences of her day. Although Shen Mubin was eating, she quietly listened without uttering a word. Lu Xingyang did not mind. Reminiscent of how Shen Mubin used to be. Tomorrow is the weekend, my mother wishes to see Cici. Perhaps feeling a bit embarrassed by Lu Xingyang's earlier remarks, Shen Mubin responded, all right, I will prepare more things for tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Lu Xingyang felt immense joy. Just as he was about to say something, Shen Mubin spoke again, you should stay home by yourself. With her parents' health declining, she feared that Lu Xingyang might display a look of shock and discomfort. Panicking internally, she quickly explained, alas, no matter how cold and detached she pretended to be, she could not bear to see this man in distress. Let us go together tomorrow. If your parents do not welcome me, I will leave, all right? Lu Xingyang paused for a moment, adopting a conciliatory tone. In the past, when Lu Xingyang was down on his luck, he had done everything possible to avoid visiting Shen Mubin's home. Even when he did go, it was merely to eat and return. Many times, he had allowed Shen Mubin to take Cici there alone. Shen Mubin's parents were naturally warm-hearted and quite amiable, at least towards him. Each time he visited, they would prepare a lavish feast. Even when his troubles first surfaced, Shen Mubin's parents, though initially upset and somewhat resentful, mostly scolded him in a teaching manner. However, the more they acted this way, the more Lu Xingyang felt ashamed to go. Yet, after all these experiences, he realized that avoiding issues was futile. Facing problems courageously and taking responsibility might indeed be a hallmark of maturity for a man. At the very least, Lu Xingyang now wished to sincerely address the relationships and issues between himself and Shen Mubin's family. To be honest, after all these years together, it seemed that it was the first time Shen Mubin had witnessed Lu Xingyang formally seek her opinion. All right. Initially, Shen Mubin had intended to refuse, but upon seeing his earnest gaze, she refrained from voicing her dissent. Let us head out early tomorrow. We can buy more ingredients to cook. So your mother won't be overwhelmed. All right. Hearing this, Shen Mubin looked at Lu Xingyang in surprise but said nothing further, merely nodding in agreement. That evening, Lu Xingyang lingered in his rented accommodation. By 9:30 the following morning, Lu Xingyang and his family arrived by taxi at an old residential area bustling with activity, mainly populated by older individuals. The sun shone brightly, and as he observed the lively crowd, Lu Xingyang felt an overwhelming sense of nostalgia. Shenmubin's home was on the 4th floor. Without an elevator, it was an ideal level for the young but quite taxing for the elderly. Knock, knock, knock. Hey, go check if that girl Bing Bing has returned. I'm here. Through the door, Lu Xingyang heard voices inside, and an involuntary wave of nervousness washed over him. He was uncertain of the current sentiments held by the elders of the Shun family towards him. Upon arrival, as he opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of Shenmubin and her daughter, Cici. Just as he intended to bend down and embrace Cici, he caught sight of Lu Xingyang beside the door, and his smile evaporated instantaneously. "What brings you here?" he inquired. "I came to see you," Lu Xingyang replied awkwardly. "Now that you are divorced from Bing Bing, you have no ties to our family. Why are you here?" Shen Jiangwo retorted brusquely. "Leave, promptly." At that moment, Wang Guizhi, Shenmubin's mother, set aside her tasks and approached, initially silent. "There are matters I wish to address before departing," Lu Xingyang insisted. "Speak your mind while you are here. Then leave quickly." Once Lu Xingyang was still her son-in-law. Despite his shortcomings, he held a certain status. However, with the divorce finalized, there was little left to discuss. In truth, Shen Jingwo had a rather placid temperament, yet any father would have reacted violently upon witnessing their daughter in such a state. He would have little patience for idle chatter. Come in, let us discuss this inside. We don't want to provide entertainment for the neighbors," he urged. Noting the gathering crowd outside, eager to witness the unfolding drama. "Don't leave your things here. Speak your piece and depart," he added impatiently as Lu Xingyang began to place his gifts inside the house. "Father," Lu Xingyang began, "do not address me as father. I am not your father. Speak quickly." Shen Jiangwo interrupted. "I have turned over a new leaf, and during this time, I have managed to earn a little money," Lu Xingyang continued. "Are you finished? If so, then leave," Shen Jiangwo replied, his desire to sever all ties with Lu Xingyang palpable, dismissing any notion of credibility. They had previously risked their own resources to assist him with debts, and now, trust was an impossibility. "What is it that you truly want? What do you intend to do?" Shen Jiangwo's frustration boiled over, his tone tinged with barely contained anger. Reflecting on the past only heightened his desire to confront Lu Xingyang physically. "Father, please allow him to speak," Shenmubin interjected, unable to bear the escalating tension. "Are you still defending him? Have you forgotten how he treated you before?" Her words only fueled Shen Jiangwo's ire further. "Enough, now that he is here. Let us communicate civilly," Wang Guizhi urged, observing Lu Xingyang standing obediently, enduring the reprimand. She gently grasped Shen Jiangwo's hand. "Just speak your mind clearly. It will prevent any future complications." With a deep sigh, Shen Jiangwo settled onto the sofa, feeling the weight of the moment. His daughter had finally divorced this man, and he wished for her to have no further connection to him. He was indifferent to Lu Xingyang's future, focused solely on safeguarding his family. Why must it be so complicated? "Thank you, mother. During this period, I have reflected deeply on my past actions, which were indeed reprehensible. I allowed a once harmonious home to deteriorate into its current state without treasuring it. Through this experience, I have come to a realization. I shall henceforth approach my endeavors with sincerity and diligence, abandoning any aspirations that exceed my grasp. Recently, I engaged in some minor business ventures and have successfully settled all outstanding debts, leaving me with a modest sum. However, I have reinvested that money into my business, though I anticipate recovering it soon. Additionally, I entrusted 100,000 yuan to Bing Bing for safekeeping. I recognize that this amount is far from sufficient for a family. Yet in front of my in-laws, it is the first time Lu Xingyang has earnestly reflected on his shortcomings. Even if this reflection was composed last night and borrowed from various online sources, the sincerity behind it is genuine. After all, considering my role as a son-in-law, I have done more than enough to warrant their forgiveness. As a son-in-law and junior, my past behavior not only squandered their resources, but also diminished the bride price they had prepared for Shen Yuanliang. At this point, even if they were to chastise me, I would probably feel a sense of relief. Upon hearing these words, Shin Jiangwo and Wang Guizhi were momentarily speechless. Frankly, it is quite embarrassing for a man in his 30s to stand before them, making a confession akin to that of a primary school student. Coupled with Lu Xingyang's heartfelt sincerity and the commendable nature of his reflection, they found it difficult to continue reprimanding him. They began to believe that Lu Xingyang might genuinely recognize his faults. "Mom, this is the 100,000 yuan Xingyang has transferred to me. I am now sending it to you." Without waiting for them to question the authenticity of Lu Xingyang's earnings, Shin Mubin produced her phone and directly transferred the money to Wang Guizhi. "Silly girl, why are you giving us the money? Keep it for yourself. Have you really cleared all your debts?" Shin Jiangwo disregarded their protests and directly asked Lu Xingyang. The debts were a source of sleepless nights for Shin Mubin, and they had caused Shin Jiangwo considerable anxiety, turning his hair gray. To him, such an amount was astronomical. He had often contemplated that if he could help Lu Xingyang settle all his debts, and if Lu Xingyang could live a stable life, he would be willing to accept it. Unfortunately, not only were the debts unpaid, but there were also instances of domestic violence against his daughter and mistreatment of his granddaughter that nearly sent him to the hospital. Indeed, Mubin can attest to it. "Here is the remittance slip for the money I earned, along with these photographs." Lu Xingyang hurriedly retrieved the documents he had previously shown to Shin Mubin. "These are genuine, not fabricated." Shin Jiangwo felt a genuine apprehension towards Lu Xingyang. During the earlier entrepreneurial failures, things were manageable, but following his gambling, he had spoken nothing but falsehoods, seeking funds through dubious means, and had deceived Shin Jiangwo out of a significant amount of money. Indeed, this holds true. It is a bank remittance slip, and I am incapable of forging such documents. Repaying the debt is all that matters. Settling those obligations is paramount. After thorough verification, Shin Jiangwo repeated this sentiment several times, illustrating his deep concern regarding the matter of indebtedness. In this moment of relaxation, the furrows on his brow seemed to soften slightly. A fortuitous turn of events, indeed. Wang Guizhi, filled with excitement, grasped Shin Mubin's hand tightly. "Now that you have settled the debts, you must promise never to borrow money again, understand? From now on, focus on building a stable life with Bing Bing. Did you hear that?" In this moment, Shin Jiangwo appeared to forget that the two had already divorced, imparting earnest advice with heartfelt sincerity. In the minds of their generation, most do not aspire for their children to achieve wealth and fame. A secure and warm home is sufficient. "Yes, Dad, rest assured. Once I retrieve the funds for my business, I shall purchase a home, and thereafter, Bing Bing Cici and I will lead a grounded life together. We will nurture our little family with vibrancy." Upon hearing these reassurances, Lu Xingyang confidently patted his chest and promised. Although the expression may seem somewhat rustic, it truly resonated with the hearts of the elderly couple. "Very well, we shall not compare ourselves to others. As long as you both live well, we shall find peace of mind." With this burden lifted, Wang Guizhi was elated, repeatedly patting Shin Mubin's hand. As the saying goes, a couple is best when they are the original pair. Since their divorce, the elderly couple had been filled with concern. If they remained unmarried, it would ultimately be Shin Mubin and Cici who would suffer. Should she find someone in a second marriage, harmony would likely be elusive. Now that Lu Xingyang has shown improvement, such worries dissipate, bringing joy to the elderly couple. "Mother, what are you saying?" Just as the elders were rejoicing, Shin Mubin withdrew her hand from Wang Guizhi's grasp and quietly spoke. "Mubin, I assure you, I, Lu Xingyang, will be wholeheartedly devoted to you from now on. Will you find it in your heart to forgive me?" Seizing this opportunity, Lu Xingyang gazed earnestly at Shin Mubin and declared, "Let us discuss it later." Shin Mubin pursed her lips, choosing not to elaborate further. She could not fathom why Lu Xingyang, who once held lofty aspirations and considered himself invincible, had now adopted such a shameless demeanor, bordering on the audacious. "All right, it is a rare occasion of joy today. I shall call Liang back as well. As for how the couple might reconcile and in what manner, that is beyond their concern. What they desire is for Lu Xingyang to improve and to lead a steady life going forward. Mother, Liang may still be struggling to accept me. Perhaps I should find a suitable time to talk things over later." Shin Yuanliang is a passionate young man, clear about grievances and favors, making him far less amenable to communication than the elders. After finally gaining acceptance from the elderly couple, it would be a pity if Shun Yuanliang intervened and disrupted their progress. Very well, today you and your father shall enjoy a good drink together. Seeing Lu Xingyang in a bit of a predicament, Wang Guizhi refrained from saying much and took Shen Mubin to the kitchen to busy themselves. Chapter 29. A harmonious atmosphere. Dad, smoke? Lu Xingyang suggested after the atmosphere lightened, pulling out a cigarette. In comparison to the elderly, their life experiences and wisdom are realms beyond what the youth can fathom. Lu Xingyang's past, marked by gambling, borrowing money from family, and seeking loans, might seem utterly reprehensible to many, yet it is not beyond forgiveness. Of course, if one never manages to turn their fortunes around, then forgiveness becomes a distant notion. In this era that favors wealth over virtue, most people remain indifferent to your past misdeeds, no matter how heinous they may be. However, once you strike it rich, do you believe that many will not come forth, eager to applaud you and become your sycophants? Unfortunately, such is the nature of the world, and it is not within the power of a few to alter this mindset. Yet, it cannot be claimed that everyone subscribes to this. Indeed, a few principled individuals detest wrongdoing. Nonetheless, these individuals seldom take advantage of your misfortunes. From Shen Jiangwo's perspective at his age, his utmost desire is for his children to lead happy and fulfilling lives. The pursuit of wealth seems to pale in significance. If Lu Xingyang can indeed amass fortune, that would naturally be a delightful outcome. Presently, Lu Xingyang frequently boasts of earning a couple of million. What more could he possibly desire? He finds himself quite content. Do tell me, how did you manage to earn such a substantial amount? Lighting a cigarette, Shen Jiangwo inquired. Most individuals harbor a curiosity regarding the methods of making money. Lu Xingyang then candidly recounted his recent experiences, leaving Shen Jiangwo in astonishment. Having toiled diligently throughout his life, every penny earned through his own labor seemed inadequate when compared to Lu Xingyang's speculative gains. This stark contrast left Shen Jiangwo feeling inexplicably discontented. Why is that? He pondered. Isn't labor supposed to be the most honorable pursuit? Regrettably, no one could provide an answer to his query. Fortunately, it was his son-in-law who was reaping the rewards. Had it been someone else, Shen Jiangwo would likely have felt even more perturbed. In the midst of their casual conversation, Shen Mubin and her mother had prepared the dishes. All the ingredients were procured by Lu Xingyang, substantial fare, including beef, fish, and shrimp. Dad, come, try this manhwa. Is it authentic? Lu Xingyang exclaimed, producing the manhwa he had purchased, uncapping the bottle to pour a glass for Shen Jiangwo. How much does this liquor cost? Shen Jiangwo inquired, drawn in by the aromatic scent. Over 2,800, Lu Xingyang replied. More than 2,000 for a bottle? Initially attempting to maintain his composure, Shen Jiangwo could no longer contain himself upon hearing the price. What kind of manhwa is this? Isn't it too extravagant? Why would you purchase such an expensive liquor? Is this money simply blowing in from the wind, just for the two of you to indulge in such costly drinks? In the kitchen, Wang Guizhi was diligently serving rice when she heard the price. Gripping her ladle, she rushed out in disbelief. For someone of her generation, frugality was second nature. And due to previous circumstances involving Lu Xingyang, their family had been living modestly. Upon learning that a single bottle of wine cost nearly 3,000 yuan, she thought to herself that if Lu Xingyang were not her son-in-law, she might have struck him with the ladle. It's absurd to spend so lavishly, regardless of how much money one earns. As he gazed into his glass filled with the crystalline liquid, Shen Jiangwo suddenly felt a pang of regret. I warned you against buying such expensive wine, and now you're facing the consequences, Shen Mubin remarked softly, a hint of reproach and schadenfreude in her tone. Yes, you're both right. I won't buy it again. I just thought I could treat my parents a little since I've earned some money, Lu Xingyang quickly conceded. Let this open bottle be, but remember to return the other one when we go back. Do you understand? Your father is getting older. He doesn't need to drink such costly wine, Wang Guizhi said, reaching to put away the second bottle. Mom, it's a special occasion today. You should have a glass too, Lu Xingyang suggested, knowing that although Wang Guizhi usually abstained from alcohol, she might indulge a bit when happy. I don't drink. You two men can have it. This glass costs dozens, if not hundreds, of yuan. She protested. Oh, this wine is meant to be enjoyed, regardless of its price. Come, have a drink, he urged. With a glass in hand, Shen Jiangwo savored the wine and smacked his lips several times, relishing its flavor. This fine wine is indeed delightful. Whether it was the price influencing his perception or the true quality of the matai, his contented expression was somewhat amusing. Well, if you enjoy it, then drink more. Lu Xingyang poured him another full glass. By the end of the meal, both the father-in-law and son-in-law were quite inebriated. They contemplated opening a second bottle, but Wang Guizhi objected, leading them to settle for a more ordinary wine. Ultimately, as the evening wore on, the specific type of wine became inconsequential. The essence of the gathering lay in the shared joy. Truth be told, since his marriage, this meal had been the most gratifying one Lu Xingyang had experienced to date. It's no wonder that money can foster such moments. Had Lu Xingyang not earned a substantial income, such a harmonious scene would hardly have unfolded. Of course, wealth is not omnipotent. Affluent families do not always enjoy such harmony. Yet for ordinary people, money resolves the majority of their challenges. When Lu Xingyang awoke, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. His father-in-law had risen earlier and was now sipping tea in the living room. Awake? Come, have some tea. It will do you good, he called. All right. After all they had experienced, the way Lu Xingyang conversed with his in-laws had transformed. He once believed they had little in common, but when he genuinely engaged in conversation, he found it quite pleasant. As long as he avoided overly contentious topics, it was easy to flow with their dialogue. Men, by nature, are inclined to seek validation. A few words of admiration during their displays of bravado can easily transform a father-in-law into a brother. As for women, they often indulge in the trivialities of life. And by merely demonstrating empathy and a shared sense of purpose, they are inclined to regard you as a confidant. Upon Lu Xingyang's return, Shen Jiangwo and Wang Guizhi, having shed their previous demeanor, warmly invited Lu Xingyang to join them for meals more frequently. The joy radiating from their faces spoke volumes without the need for words. When did they become so adept at flattery? Throughout the day, the two elders directed all their attention towards Lu Xingyang, leaving Shen Mubi feeling somewhat neglected. Reflecting on Lu Xingyang's ingratiating manner, Shen Mubi cast him a disapproving glance. Hey, I'm not flattering anyone. Your parents genuinely like me, Lu Xingyang replied with a roguish smile. Savoring the delightful atmosphere. In this harmonious family moment, could there be anything better? Lu Xingyang silently resolved that, regardless of the circumstances, he must not repeat past mistakes. Ensuring his family's happiness might be more significant than anything else. However, this was contingent upon earning a substantial income. Onward and upward. Chapter 30. The goods have been sold 10 days later. The sales of new energy vehicles surged, yet production capacity remained constrained due to chip shortages. Are automotive chips once again a bottleneck? The semiconductor industry faced severe capacity shortages due to the overseas pandemic's impact. A CEO from a rising automotive enterprise remarked, "Whoever can secure chips right now, I will treat them to a meal." News from the automotive sector spread like wildfire, frequently trending across various platforms. This underscores the immense influence of the automotive chip situation. Hey, brother, have you seen the news? Yes, why? Upon receiving Zhao Jiming's call, Lu Xingyang's lips curled into a slight smile, though his tone remained composed. He had invested his entire fortune. How could he not stay informed on this matter? Wow, we are about to strike gold. Wang Jiwo just called me, saying someone is willing to pay a high price for our batch of goods. Zhao Jiming's excitement was palpable. What price? They are offering 3 times the original price. What do you think? Shall we sell? 3 times? No rush. Instruct President Wang to announce that we have chips available. With so many new energy vehicle companies on the market, we won't struggle to sell. According to wealth reports, automotive chip prices have risen by at least 5 times. Of course, this price applies to small batches. If you have a large quantity, you might not reach such heights. After all, the principle of supply and demand is timeless. If you truly hoard goods worth tens of millions, will those car companies still be inclined to pay a premium? The key lies in possessing just the right amount, neither too much nor too little, to entice buyers. Moreover, as new energy vehicles strive to establish their brands, our timely sales will highlight the disparity if others cannot keep up. However, should the price be excessively high, those automotive enterprises would refrain from making purchases, as it would not be financially viable. After all, one cannot incur losses merely for the sake of promotion. It would be more prudent to await the restoration of production capacity at foreign factories. This is an immutable law of the market, one that cannot be breached. Furthermore, following the recent surge in domestic sales of new energy vehicles, the chip manufacturers are not oblivious. They will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to substantially increase their prices based on the existing market rates. Yet, this matter bears no relevance to Lu Zhengyang, as he lacks the capability to acquire chip manufacturers. Brother, you wouldn't sell for 3 times the price? What price would you accept then? At least 5 to 6 times. 5 to 6 times? Come on, are you joking with me? I believe 3 times is already quite reasonable. And that SA price negotiated with Wang Zhibua. It remains unclear how Mr. Wang managed to persuade him, as Zhao Zhiming now finds a threefold increase quite satisfactory. Moreover, having conducted business for so many years, he has never experienced such rapid and substantial profits. What Mr. Wang thinks is of no concern to us. Just convey to him that we expect a minimum of 6 times the price, and it must be sold within 3 days. Based on current market demand, automotive chips are indeed in high demand, but for Wang Zhibua to attempt to sell them at 3 times the price would be sheer folly. Of course, one cannot rule out the possibility of him receiving kickbacks or benefits. Zhao Zhiming certainly desires a higher price, yet he must also consider what others are willing to accept. Wang Zhibua has made it clear that should this batch remain unsold, these chips will undoubtedly become a burden. Here's what you should tell Mr. Wang. We will entrust him to sell at 6 times the price, with any excess profit going to him. We only require a 6-fold profit. If they are not sold within 2 days, we will handle the sales ourselves. Lu Zhengyang pondered for a moment and replied, although the anticipated profit from this batch of chips is claimed to be above 5 times, the actual profit could potentially rise further. However, Lu Zhengyang is wary of excessive greed, as he does not wish to jeopardize the anticipated profit of 500% for a bit more. The rationale behind proposing the sale at 6 times the price is simply to capitalize on any additional profit that may arise. This way, one cannot doubt that Wang Zhibua will exert every effort to locate automotive enterprises to sell the merchandise. If selling at 6 times proves challenging, one can always revert to a 5-fold price, at which point he would have already secured a buyer. Brother Zhao, just heed my words and relay this to Mr. Wang. If all else fails, I will sell them myself. Very well, I shall communicate with him now. Given Lu Zhengyang's insistence, Zhao Zhiming felt it unnecessary to voice further objections, especially since it was he who was facilitating their profit. After hanging up, Lu Zhengyang felt a surge of excitement. Should the shipment proceed now, his net worth could soar to over 3 million. What does 3 million signify? If spent judiciously, it would suffice for his family to live a leisurely life in a small city for a lifetime. However, Lu Zhengyang's aspirations extend far beyond this. For someone like Lu Zhengyang, who has little financial means, millions may seem like a substantial fortune. Yet for others, it barely suffices to purchase a home, let alone cover additional expenses. It is somewhat embarrassing to admit that in his youth, Lu often recited the saying, when impoverished, one should strive for personal virtue. When prosperous, one should seek to benefit the world. He frequently contemplated how he would act upon accumulating wealth. However, after experiencing the harsh realities of society, he realizes that he must first address his own issues. At the very least, he desires to ensure that his family will not have to suffer the burdens of financial struggle in the future. It is uncertain whether the flourishing market for new energy vehicles or Wang Zhibua's remarkable business acumen is to blame, but the very next morning, Zhao Zhiming's call came through. Damn it, that scoundrel Wang Zhibua, Zhao exclaimed. Yesterday, you told him to sell at 6 times the price, and now he has sold everything this morning. Fortunately, he had heeded Lu's advice and did not sell at 3 times the price, or else he would have incurred significant losses. Upon answering the call, Zhao, who had indeed made a profit, was nonetheless seething with anger. He felt as though Wang had treated him like a fool. Just yesterday, Wang insisted that a tripled price was already exceedingly generous, yet he flipped the assets and sold them at 6 times the price. Such blatant, unprincipled behavior was infuriating. Well, I suppose he needs to make a living too, Lu thought. There is no issue with earning money, but must it be at such an unjust level? If it weren't for your warning, we would have been unwittingly working for that rascal. When would their funds arrive? Lu preferred not to dwell on the matter, as financial matters can cloud judgment. It was understandable that someone would wish to profit from their success. However, to be candid, Wang Zhibu's greed was quite excessive. Nonetheless, after this incident, they would cease contact, and since they had earned their rightful share, there was no need to sever ties over future profits. The payment should arrive by noon today. The buyers have already signed the contracts. I estimate that scoundrel has made at least several million from us. Zhao Zhiming remained preoccupied with thoughts of the situation. In truth, he was already pleasantly surprised by the profits from the chips, but his anger stemmed from Wang's apparent condescension. Forget him, Zhao said. Where are you now? I'll come pick you up. Let's have lunch together and celebrate. Chapter 31. Selecting gifts once again. They convened at the same restaurant. Hey, brother, are you here? Lu Xingyang had just alighted from the taxi when Zhao Zhiming, beaming with joy, rushed to greet him at the entrance. They exchanged handshakes and then embraced warmly, an exuberant display of camaraderie. The progression from their initial indifference to the brotherly affection expressed in such a short span of less than half a month was remarkable. Come on, let's go. I've already ordered the dishes. We should celebrate today, Zhao exclaimed. By the way, where is your daughter? I brought plenty of gifts for her. As he thought about how 200,000 had multiplied sixfold into 1,200,000, Zhao couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. In the past, he toiled relentlessly, leveraging connections and investing money, engaging in a legitimate business for over a decade, yet his total assets amounted to a mere few hundred million. Of course, this was achieved without any unlawful practices. Had he chosen a path of illegality, wealth would have come more swiftly, albeit at a higher risk. Now, however, under Lu Xingyang's guidance, a single investment has proven not only effortless, but also far more lucrative. Shouldn't he be revered like an ancestor for this? Amidst this, he sent her to her grandparents' house, reminding her to take the gifts along. As they spoke, they made their way to the private room, with Li Wenxiang trailing behind. Visibly disheartened. Recently, Li Wenxiang had been in high spirits, frequently driving to Shirley Lake to observe the growth of the hairy crabs and establishing connections with numerous distributors for their procurement, eagerly awaiting the crab's market debut. However, upon hearing from Zhao Zhiming that the batch of chips they had previously stockpiled had surged in price by sixfold, his mood soured instantly. How could he have been so blind, choosing to continue with hairy crabs instead of following Lu Xingyang into the chip industry? Had he pursued chips, he wouldn't have to endure the embarrassment of searching for distributors. Upon entering, Lu Xingyang was ushered to the main seat, where 6 bottles of matai and an array of sumptuous dishes awaited. With just the 3 of them, was such a feast necessary? Observing the lavish spread, Lu Xingyang felt it was somewhat excessive. However, in a celebratory spirit, he declared they should eat and drink to their heart's content, insisting on toasting first. Despite his reservations about the abundance, he couldn't resist the deliciousness of the food, and with the matai tasting exquisite, he saw no reason to be overly polite. As the evening progressed, after several rounds of drinks and dishes, Zhao Zhiming remarked that his substantial earnings today were largely thanks to Lu Xingyang's assistance. Mentioning he had already transferred the money, Lu Xingyang, unsure of how to broach the subject, was pleasantly surprised to learn the funds had been sent. Eagerly, he pulled out his phone to check his messages. There were 2 notifications, one confirming a transfer of over 5 million from his own investment, and another revealing a kickback from Zhao Zhiming of over 4 million. In that moment, Lu Xingyang, overwhelmed with excitement, counted the figures multiple times, confirming his assets were not merely 1 million, but 10 million. 10 million. What a staggering sum. Hey, brother, I see you've also earned around 5 million. I took the liberty of rounding it up to a clean 10 million for you. You won't hold it against me for being a bit stingy, will you? Zhao Zhiming poured Lu Xingyang another glass of wine, slightly embarrassed. Initially, after deducting his principal, Zhao Zhiming had intended to split the profits evenly, aiming for 5 million for himself. However, when the time comes to distribute the money within one's grasp, there is inevitably a twinge of reluctance. Reflecting on Lu Xingyang's fortune of over 5 million, one contemplates rounding the figure for the sake of aesthetics, thereby allowing oneself to contribute a few 100,000 less. Not at all. To be candid, you have indeed contributed more than necessary. Initially, Lu Xingyang had considered taking no more than 30%. For without Zhao Zhiming's assistance in establishing connections, this business venture would not have materialized. Moreover, given Zhao Zhiming's own resources and standing, Lu Xingyang approached the relationship with the intention of fostering friendship. Thus, he did not dwell excessively on the specifics. Primarily, having earned over 5 million, Lu Xingyang felt a sense of satisfaction regarding this amount alone. As long as you're not upset, let us have another drink. Brother, I admit my mistake this time. I must be included next time, no matter what. Observing Lu Xingyang's demeanor as he received the money, Li Wenxiang could no longer contain himself. Just over half a month ago, Lu Xingyang was far less affluent than he, but now, in a mere 20 days, his worth has surpassed Li Wenxiang's. The meager earnings Li Wenxiang had accumulated were the result of a lifetime of toil. I told you, you would surely regret it. Seeing Lu Xingyang's beleaguered expression, Lu Xingyang chuckled. Indeed, happiness often thrives upon the suffering of others. Without further ado, in the future, if you direct me east, I shall not venture west. Ensure that I am included in any profitable endeavors henceforth. This is simple. You should sell those hairy crabs now. Are you willing to part with them? In response, Lu Xingyang smiled, regarding him with a look of intrigue. Sell hairy crabs now? They haven't even hit the market yet. During this period, he has immersed himself in the business, transforming from an amateur into a near-professional hairy crab supplier. To expect him to relinquish the prospect of immediate profit is akin to inflicting great distress upon him. Then continue selling your hairy crabs. We shall converse further once you have sold them all. Brother, do you perhaps have another lucrative idea? This piqued Li Wenxiang's discontent, as he clung to Lu Xingyang's hand resolutely. Having missed one opportunity, he was determined not to let another slip away. You might be overthinking this. Do you believe opportunities to earn money present themselves as easily as hailing a taxi? Why then would you have me sell my hairy crabs if I am counting on them for profit? Today there are none, but if tomorrow brings some, will you be able to produce the money immediately? Heeding a brotherly piece of advice, selling now would still yield a profit. Why get entangled over a mere 1 or 2% margin? Very well, then I shall sell the hairy crabs in the coming days. Li Wenxiang suddenly realized that an additional 10% amounts to 500,000, and a remarkable 30% would total 1,500,000. Moreover, selling at this price is no simple feat, damn it. Had he listened to Lu Xingyang sooner, he would have already amassed considerable wealth by now. I must ask, young man, while you profess your love for your wife, having earned such a substantial sum, do you not intend to present her with a gift? While engaging in casual conversation over drinks, the topic of luxury goods arose, prompting Zhao Zhiming to suddenly recall Lu Xingyang, who professed his love for his wife, yet had not demonstrated it in any tangible manner. A gift? That is a splendid idea. Upon hearing this, Lu Xingyang immediately grasped the implication. Indeed, how could he have been so oblivious? Perhaps it had been too long since he last presented a gift, forgetting that bestowing gifts is one of the quintessential methods to charm a woman. Chapter 32. Purchasing a car. Women, after all, are creatures of emotion. The gifts one offers need not be exorbitantly priced, but must be heartfelt and, importantly, practical. Lu Xingyang dismissed the notion of gold and silver trinkets as rather superficial, especially since she rarely adorned herself with such items. Should she ever desire to wear them, he could simply provide her the funds to make her own selections. Acquiring a house was imperative, yet finding the right one would require time. Perhaps it would be wiser to purchase a car instead. Lu Xingyang contemplated this in his mind. His relationship with his in-laws had significantly improved, and Cece frequently visited her grandparents, necessitating a vehicle for her daily commutes. Owning a car would save considerable time. And most importantly, she possessed a valid driver's license. Zhao, do you know anyone who sells cars? He inquired. Of course. Just let me know what you're looking for, and I can assure you a discount. I'll also arrange for maintenance and repairs in a seamless manner. Zhao Jiming replied, his tone suddenly animated at the prospect of assisting. Ah, finally something I can help you with. Although it may not be a monumental task, it is indeed assistance, he mused. After all, having shared in the profits, Zhao Jiming felt a lingering sense of indebtedness to Lu Zhengyang. Well then, I would like to purchase a BYD Dolphin for my wife, ideally a car that is readily available. Lu Zhengyang confidently divulged his choice. Having kept a keen eye on the burgeoning electric vehicle market through his involvement in the automotive chip business, his research revealed that contemporary electric vehicles offered conveniences akin to those of modern smartphones. Features such as automatic parking, voice interaction, and 360-degree panoramic imaging made them not only user-friendly, but also appealing compared to traditional gasoline vehicles. Indeed, such a vehicle would be particularly suitable for a young woman. The BYD Dolphin, with its understated elegance and charming design, embodied the perfect blend of compactness and agility. Lu Zhengyang was certain that Shun Mubin would be enamored upon seeing it. As for the online critiques regarding battery longevity and depreciation, he chose to disregard them. Even if they were factual, they were not of concern to him. Given his current rate of income, the car was merely a transitional means of transportation. He could always upgrade to the latest model as technology advanced. What? A bid? An electric vehicle? Zhao Jiming was momentarily taken aback by Lu Zhengyang's intention to purchase a car costing over 100,000 yuan. Hold on, my friend, you've earned 1 million. Is it truly appropriate to buy your wife such a modestly priced vehicle? Zhao Jiming initially assumed that he would be purchasing luxury vehicles such as Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Porsche, or Maserati. He was quite knowledgeable about such cars. However, when it came to vehicles priced in the range of over 100,000 yuan, he regrettably lacked familiarity, primarily because he did not have acquaintances in the business of selling such cars. Based on my understanding of my wife, this particular model should be the most suitable. What do you think? Is it attainable? It certainly is. The boast has been made, and this marks Lu Zhengyang's first request for assistance from him. If he were to fail in this endeavor, Zhao Jiming would suffer a significant loss of face. Very well, I shall entrust this matter to you. Rest assured, it is in good hands. Do you happen to know anyone in real estate? I am considering viewing a property. Regarding that, I can refer someone to you. Just communicate your requirements directly to her. I assure you, there is no property in Beihai that she cannot source. Just a moment. Let me find her WeChat. Upon hearing about the intention to purchase a property, Zhao Jiming recalled a few previous dinners with friends, during which a sophisticated and attractive woman mentioned her profession in real estate. Whenever affluent individuals in their circle contemplated moving or investing in property, they would invariably seek her assistance. It is worth noting that only those with considerable skill can penetrate that social circle and succeed in selling real estate. Interestingly, Zhao Jiming had added her on WeChat not out of a desire to purchase property, but rather because he found her appearance appealing and added her on a whim. He never anticipated that it would prove useful now. All right, please connect me with her. They continued their conversation on various topics, and the meal extended for nearly 2 hours, leaving them thoroughly satisfied. As they prepared to depart, Li Wenxiang insisted on treating everyone to a foot massage at a spa, but Lu Zhengyang firmly declined. Upon returning home, Lu Zhengyang reclined on the sofa to rest. He took out his phone and once again glanced at the payment notification, feeling considerably more at ease. He closed his eyes and began to drift into slumber. Hello, General Manager Li. I have a friend interested in purchasing a vehicle. I wonder if you could lend a hand. Oh, Zhao, your words baffle me. What do you mean by help? I owe you for supporting my business. Once the call connected, Zhao Jiming felt somewhat awkward while conversing with his friend. Actually, my friend is a bit unique. He is not looking for a luxury car. No problem. What price range are we discussing? Just tell me. As long as it exists on the market, I can likely procure it for you. It's the BYD Dolphin, priced at over 100,000. What is the issue? Zhao, to be frank, I may not be able to acquire that vehicle for you. What do you mean? With your connections, you can't manage that? Zhao Jiming furrowed his brow, aware that this individual was quite adept in their automotive circle. He had previously sourced limited edition vehicles. Zhao Jiming could hardly believe he could not handle such a modest request. Was it possible that he deemed the car too inexpensive and lacking in profit? Please don't misinterpret me, but as far as I know, This model is in high demand, essentially outstripping supply. Here's what I'll do. I'll make a call and see if I can secure one for you. All right, please expedite the process. It would be ideal to have it as soon as possible. I plan to host a meal in the next couple of days. Got it. I will inquire immediately. Half an hour later, the phone rang again. Hello, Mr. Lee. Brother Zhao, I sincerely apologize. I just made an inquiry, and if you wish to purchase this vehicle, the standard procedure estimates a waiting period of at least 2 to 3 months. My friend does not have any stock available either. Wait. For a car worth just over 100,000, could it really be that in demand? Zhao Jiming was perplexed. I am not seeking a limited edition sports car. It is merely a standard family vehicle. How can it possibly take so long? What nonsense is this? Indeed, it is baffling how people behave nowadays. They have ceased using gasoline vehicles and are all rushing to acquire electric cars. Can we explore alternative solutions? How about this? My friend's dealership just received a new arrival. If you are in a hurry, perhaps you could consider purchasing it at a premium from someone else. All right. Let me know how much extra I would need to pay to secure one. Sure. Await my update. Ultimately, Zhao Jiming ended up paying an additional 10,000 yuan to acquire a car from another buyer. Damn, this favor was not as easy to fulfill as I had anticipated. Chapter 33. Sweetened bombs. Early the next morning, Lu Zhenyang discreetly retrieved Shun Mubin's identification from the drawer and followed Zhao Jiming to the dealership. The paperwork was processed swiftly, and by noon, everything was settled. So, now you are buying a car for your wife, yet you are not purchasing one for yourself? Zhao Jiming teased during lunch. I am in no rush. I prefer to keep my funds invested for profit. How about this? I have several vehicles registered under my name, which are just collecting dust. You may take one for your use, and you can decide when to buy your own later. No, I cannot accept your car. That simply won't do. Lu Zhenyang reached out to decline. What is the issue? Do you think I am deceiving you? I genuinely have several cars sitting idle in the parking lot. Moreover, what is wrong with you driving my car? Brother, I've shared so many meals with you. If I were not somewhat attached to those cars, I would have gifted you one outright. It's settled then. Find a time to visit my company. If you do not come, I shall be quite upset. I am serious. Do not think I am joking. Seeing Lu Zhenyang still attempting to refuse, Zhao Jiming grasped his hand earnestly. Given Lu Zhenyang's demonstrated capabilities, Zhao Jiming was eager to deepen their relationship, but had struggled to find the right opportunity. Now that he finally had a chance to lend him a car, he could not let it slip away. After all, favors are reciprocal. One cannot solely take without giving in return. Even among brothers, over time, it can lead to estrangement. All right, we can discuss this later, Lu Zhenyang conceded with a smile, fully aware of Zhao Jiming's intentions. Although a car might not be of immediate use to Lu Zhenyang, excessive politeness could lead to estrangement. Occasionally, a lack of formality can indeed foster deeper connections. The world is vast, and the market is expansive. Lu Zhenyang could never consume all the opportunities available, since there are astute individuals eager to collaborate for mutual gain. He saw no problem in that. As the saying goes, 3 men can create a tiger, 5 can form a gang. Indeed, having multiple friends opens up numerous avenues. However, this must be pursued with the assurance that one's own interests remain intact. Both individuals drove, refraining from consuming alcohol at noon. In the afternoon, Zhao Jiming invited Lu Zhenyang to visit his company briefly. It was only when the workday was nearing its end that Lu Zhenyang arrived at the foot of Shun Mubing's company in his car. I informed my mother that we would be dining at her place this evening. Lu Zhenyang reclined in his car, sending messages to Shun Mubing. All right, you go ahead first. Once you're done, I'll take the subway over. No need, just come down. I'll wait for you downstairs. Okay. Seizing the moment, Lu Zhenyang purchased some snacks and milk tea to keep in the car. After a short while, Shun Mubing called. Where are you? Do you see a purple car by the roadside? Come over. I'm inside. Shun Mubing looked up and indeed saw a striking purple car with its hazard lights flashing, parked by the curb. Upon opening the car door, she found only Lu Zhenyang inside, which put her at ease as she took a seat. Whose car is this? She inquired, marveling at the exquisite interior. Yours, Lu Zhenyang replied. At this, Shun Mu Being's eyes widened in astonishment, akin to two large bells. The delightful surprise on her face, combined with her beautiful features, rendered her utterly charming, with a hint of adorable innocence. The business I had previously undertaken yielded returns yesterday, so I thought to buy you a car. Now you want to have to squeeze on a public transport every day. Lu Xingyang handed her the vehicle registration certificate. As Shen Mu Being flipped it open, she was indeed surprised to find her name inscribed within. So, do you like this car? If not, I can exchange it for another. Lu Xingyang remarked casually while observing her. Really, he thought, feeling an inexplicable thrill at that moment. Perhaps this was the essence of showing off. No, this car is already beautiful enough. At that moment, Shun Mu Being yearned to suppress her elation, fearing Lu Xingyang might discern her delight. Yet, as she spoke, her lips involuntarily curled upwards, betraying her joy. Truth be told, she had never imagined that one day she would own a car. When they had just married, her thoughts were solely focused on clearing their home loan and ensuring a good school for Cece, enrolling her in some training classes to learn as much as possible. Achieving that would have sufficed for her. If they had a bit more money, she would have hoped for Lu Xingyang to buy a car, not necessarily an extravagant one. Just something functional, so they could belong to the ranks of car owners, sparing them the hassle of public transport. In case of emergencies, they wouldn't have to waste money on taxis. As she beheld her very own car, Shun Mu Being felt an inner joy that compelled her to touch and admire it. Overwhelmed with satisfaction. It was fitting, after all, that the car was designed with women in mind, possessing features and aesthetics that resonated with feminine sensibilities. Moreover, given that Shun Mu Being's expectations were never particularly high, it would indeed be peculiar if she did not harbor any fondness. Are you hungry? Here are some snacks and milk tea I bought for you. Please indulge yourself. Seizing upon her moment of unrestrained joy, Lu Xingyang retrieved the recently purchased treats from the driver's seat and presented them to her. At that moment, Shun Mu Being was utterly taken aback by Lu Xingyang's sweet gesture. It must be said, such unexpected displays of affection are likely to overwhelm even the most sophisticated green tea bitches, let alone someone as tender-hearted as Shun Mu Being. Upon receiving the snacks and milk tea, Shun Mu Being momentarily fell silent, turning her head to gaze out the window. Her eyes had grown red, and she wished to conceal her emotional vulnerability from Lu Xingyang. Drink up, or it'll get cold, he urged, feigning ignorance of her distress as he gently began to drive. Shun Mu Being replied softly, adjusting the straw and taking a sip, her mouth instantly filled with the delightful sweetness of the milk tea. This milk tea is truly exquisite. Shun Mu Being mused to herself. Drive slowly, and don't rush, she admonished Lu Xingyang. Her earlier emotions now replaced by a touch of anxiety as she reminded him to be cautious while driving. Perhaps it was her first time being driven by Lu Xingyang. Or perhaps it was simply the instinct of a woman in the passenger seat. Fortunately, unlike many women, Shun Mu Being refrained from incessant directives from the passenger seat, only occasionally urging him to decelerate when he drove too swiftly. Could I have a sip of your milk tea? I'm feeling a bit parched, she requested. Lu Xingyang found her occasional nagging more endearing than bothersome, relishing the moment and seizing the opportunity to partake in her milk tea. Lost in her thoughts about the journey, Shun Mu Being passed the drink to his lips without a second thought. Lu Xingyang took a hearty sip. When Shun Mu Being took another drink, she suddenly realized they were sharing the same straw. Looking at Lu Xingyang, she noticed a triumphant expression on his face, prompting her to roll her eyes. To her surprise, he, despite being an adult, was still indulging in such playful antics. This realization made Shun Mu Being perceive him as rather childish. Yet there was an undeniable charm in his immaturity. Oh no, why does this feeling resemble being in love? Chapter 34. Farewell, Zhao Jiming Daddy. Upon knocking on the door, Cece immediately wrapped her arms around Lu Xingyang's thigh, yearning for a hug. Welcome. Her father-in-law, Shen Jiangwo, rose from the sofa, warmly greeting them. Why did you bring so many things? Upon seeing Lu Xingyang laden with bags of gifts, Shen Jiangwo couldn't help but furrow his brow. I bought a new car for Bingbing today, just to celebrate. Lu Xingyang cheerfully placed the items on the table and embraced Cece. What? You bought a car? What kind of car? Upon hearing the news, Wang Guizhi poked her head out from the kitchen, her face filled with curiosity. It's nothing extravagant. Just a modest electric vehicle worth over 100,000. We'll upgrade once we earn more, Lu Zhengyang replied with a smile. Isn't a car worth over 100,000 decent enough? What more could one desire? You've just started earning. It's unwise to squander money recklessly. Let us prioritize securing a home first, Shen Jingwo remarked, somewhat displeased. They remained unaware that Lu Zhengyang had recently earned 10 million, mistakenly believing his wealth still lingered around a mere million. In light of the current housing market, $1 million barely suffices for even a modest 3-bedroom apartment, thus reinforcing the elder's belief that acquiring property holds greater significance. After all, renting incurs expenses, while a vehicle is merely a consumable asset, and property possesses potential for appreciation. For the frugal elderly couple, this perspective was undeniably rational. Indeed, Dad is right. I shall strive to earn more and purchase a home, Lu Zhengyang responded amicably, choosing not to engage in a dispute. Come, let me see what the new car looks like. While his words were sincere, the acquisition of a vehicle was a joyous occasion, and Shen Jingwo offered some advice, clearly not genuinely upset. Moreover, he himself felt a pang of desire for a car. Yet with 2 children and modest earnings, he had refrained from making such a purchase. Now that his son-in-law had acquired a vehicle, it was only fitting to take a look. I'll join as well, Wang Guizhi added, equally delighted, wiping her hands and removing her apron. Dad, we have a car now too. I want to go. All right, let us all go together, he replied. As a family, they shared a bond unlike that with outsiders, who might mock or criticize the nature of one's vehicle, purchasing a luxury car eliciting envy, while an ordinary one would invite derision. Carrying his daughter Cici, Lu Zhengyang led them downstairs. The car is quite compact, yet it's stunning, he remarked. Dad, take the driver's seat and experience it. Xiao Di, turn on the air conditioning and roll down the windows. Once the family settled in, Lu Zhengyang began to control the car's features through voice command. Is it truly controlled by voice? How advanced? Shen Jingwo, being of an older generation, had never encountered such technology and was astounded by its sophistication. In reality, most electric vehicles possess such capabilities. However, Lu Zhengyang remained uncertain if luxury gasoline models did, as he had never driven one. Indeed, this car is exquisite, Wang Guizhi chimed in, her heart brimming with joy. And since it's electric, it doesn't consume fuel. In the future, Bing Bing can frequently bring Cici over to play, and she can drive you all out for outings. Lu Zhengyang elaborated on the car's features and practicality. Wonderful, wonderful, they both echoed as they ascended the stairs, still discussing the car's merits. Although their meal lacked premium Maotai liquor, Lu Zhengyang had purchased a decent bottle of wine. His father-in-law enjoyed drinking, and given his age, it was only proper to present him with a fine bottle as a gesture of respect. After all, such expenditures were inconsequential for Lu Zhengyang at this stage. Zhengyang, is there some misunderstanding between you and Liang Yang? Shen Jingwo suddenly inquired after the meal. What is the matter? Has something happened? Lu Zhengyang felt a twinge of concern. Shen Yuanliang was a straightforward fellow who could not abide dishonesty. He found himself slightly troubled. The last time your mother spoke with him about your situation, he seemed quite upset, and didn't he return for dinner when invited? Shen Jingwo was acutely aware of his son's character. However, there was little he could do. He merely had to let Lu Zhengyang resolve his own issues. Oh, it's fine. I will have a proper talk with him later, Lu Zhengyang said after a moment of silence. Good, you have improved, and everyone is pleased for you. Zhengyang, in the future, if you have time, do take Liang out. Rest assured, if there are any delightful experiences, I will certainly bring him along, he replied. After chatting for a while longer, Lu Zhengyang then took Shen Mubin and Cici back home. Did you have fun at Grandma's house these past few days? Absolutely. Grandma and Grandpa took me out every day. How about we take Cici out tomorrow? We have a car now, after all. Tomorrow is the weekend, Lu Zhengyang suggested, turning to Shen Mubin. Sounds good. All right. I will make arrangements. Let us rise early tomorrow morning. Now that he had both wealth and leisure, it was indeed time to take his wife and child out for some enjoyment. Speaking of which, amusement parks these days can be quite a rip-off. The vastness of the park means that even slightly novel attractions require additional fees. For ordinary wage earners, it can be quite painful to part with extra money for entertainment. Although one could purchase an all-inclusive ticket at the entrance, it is significantly more expensive than a regular ticket, and there are simply too many attractions to experience in one visit. Ultimately, it seems that no option is truly economical. However, Lu Xingyang was now free from such worries. Ultimately, it all boils down to money. As long as one has sufficient funds, these concerns become trivial. Additionally, when they planned their outing, Shen Mubin initially tried to save money by packing snacks and other provisions in her backpack to take into the amusement park for when they got hungry. Lu Xingyang, however, put a stop to that, pointing out that the park had restaurants and food available. Given that they had money, there was no need to carry food from home, which would only add to their fatigue and diminish their enjoyment. Thus, under Lu Xingyang's financial generosity, Shen Mubin and Cici had an incredibly joyful time, especially Cici, who had never been to such a place before. On the way home, she kept exclaiming that she wanted to return. On Monday morning, Shen Mubin drove the new car to work, while Lu Xingyang took Cici to her grandmother's house after breakfast. Around 10 o'clock, Lu Xingyang arrived at Zhao Jiming's company. "Brother, you're here," Zhao Jiming exclaimed warmly upon seeing Lu Xingyang, pulling him into his office to brew tea. "Come, try my treasured Dahong Pao." After preparing a pot of tea, Zhao Jiming filled a cup for Lu Xingyang. Noticing Zhao Jiming's eager gaze, anticipating a favorable review, Lu Xingyang had no choice but to take a small sip and remarked, "Excellent tea, quite fragrant." Perhaps the tea he brewed was indeed expensive, but what good was that? He had no expertise in tea tasting. "Haha, not bad, right? I went to great lengths to acquire this tea from a friend of mine." Receiving the compliment, Zhao Jiming felt a subtle satisfaction, his mood lifting as he raised his own cup to take a sip. However, the expression of enjoyment on his face while drinking tea was somewhat exaggerated. It remained uncertain whether the tea was genuinely delightful or if he was merely pretending. "You didn't drive here today, did you?" Zhao Jiming inquired after finishing his tea. "Not at all. I let my wife take the car," came the reply. "Perfect. I brought all the car keys anyway. Since I have nothing pressing to attend to, let's go select a vehicle." With that, Zhao Jiming retrieved 3 car keys from his drawer and led Lu Xingyang towards the underground garage. Chapter 35. The unsettled times. It must be said that Zhao Jiming truly was a man of considerable means. Beyond the Mercedes-Benz 450 he was currently driving, several other vehicles of substantial value occupied the parking lot. BMW, Porsche, and Land Rover, whichever of these catches your fancy, you may drive. Upon arriving at the underground garage, Zhao Jiming unlocked all 3 cars, inviting Lu Xingyang to experience them firsthand. "Brother, if you are to drive, I recommend the BMW 7 Series. It feels quite splendid," he advised. It was evident that Zhao Jiming had a profound appreciation for automobiles and possessed a modicum of expertise. His conversation with Lu Xingyang reflected a professional understanding of the subject. Unable to decline, Lu Xingyang accepted the key to the BMW 7 Series. Undoubtedly, the 7 Series lives up to its reputation as BMW's luxury line. After taking it for a spin, Lu Xingyang felt a rush of exhilaration. The vehicle, valued at over $1 million, was indeed a paragon of excellence, surpassing expectations in every aspect beyond the prestige of its brand. Just drive without concern. Should any minor infractions occur, simply overlook them. As long as you avoid drunk driving or fleeing the scene of an accident, you will be fine. Although the car was entrusted to Lu Xingyang, Zhao Jiming felt compelled to issue a word of caution. "When it comes to legal matters, I draw the line." Of course, Lu Xingyang nodded in agreement. Despite his newfound wealth, he had no intention of engaging in unlawful activities. There was simply no need for such risks. Why not enjoy life peacefully with money in hand? Even if one possessed billions, engaging in illegal acts would only invite trouble from law enforcement. At lunchtime, Li Wenxiang, having acquired some information from an unknown source, appeared quite eagerly. "Brother Chong, have you released those hairy crabs yet?" Lu Xingyang inquired during the meal. "Not yet. I have now established all the remaining channels and am merely waiting for the crabs to come to market." Li Wenxiang appeared in good spirits as he spoke. "What a pity. It seems you won't be able to participate in this venture after all, Lu Xingyang remarked with a resigned smile. Oh, brother, have you discovered another lucrative opportunity? Zhao Jiming expressed interest upon hearing this. Li Wenxiang's previously cheerful demeanor shifted to one of displeasure. Must you? Can't you wait until I've sold the hairy crabs before making your move? Well, one must seize the opportunity to earn. A fitting chance should never be overlooked. Lu Xingyang asserted earnestly. Oh, why don't you share your idea, brother? After all they had been through. Both Zhao Jiming and Li Wenxiang had developed a profound trust in Lu Xingyang, investing in crude oil and gold, observing the expectant gazes of those around him. Lu Xingyang unveiled the lucrative opportunity at hand. Crude oil and gold. Why waste your time on such matters? In comparison to Li Wenxiang, Zhao Jiming exhibited a far deeper understanding of these commodities. It was precisely this knowledge that fueled his aversion. Both crude oil and gold are global resources, often regarded as hard currencies. Their fluctuations tend to be relatively stable. Even amidst rises and falls, the changes are typically modest. After all, these commodities differ significantly from stocks in the equity market, where buyers range from tycoons to retail investors, and those with substantial capital can directly sway market trends. In contrast, the purchasers of crude oil and gold are primarily nations, beyond the control of individual magnates. Of course, whether Wall Street in the United States can exert influence remains uncertain. While the appreciation of crude oil and gold is notably limited, for those with a penchant for investment or gambling, this very characteristic renders them appealing. Ordinary individuals cannot manipulate these markets. Once this concept gains traction, those drawn to crude oil and gold flock towards it, believing it to be fairer than the lottery or stock market. However, both commodities command relatively high prices, prompting many institutions to offer leverage to attract retail investors. It is said that through domestic agents, Forex and gold futures trading can achieve leverage ratios as high as 300 to 400 times. With leverage, even slight fluctuations in crude oil and gold prices are magnified exponentially. Yet, while a modest increase may seem to send one soaring, a slight decline can lead to swift bankruptcy. Thus, for such uncontrollable and highly risky endeavors, Zhao Jiming typically steers clear. In fact, most affluent individuals usually avoid such ventures. Why not earn money steadily instead of casting their fortunes into an unfathomable abyss? In truth, Lu Xingyang had not initially considered engaging with these commodities. Yet a piece of financial intelligence presented him with an irresistible proposition. A war was poised to erupt abroad in just a few days. As the saying goes, when the cannons roar, gold piles up. Such rare opportunities, once missed, vanish for good. After all, events capable of significantly impacting crude oil and gold prices are infrequent. Minor conflicts in small nations rarely produce substantial effects. Failing to seize the chance to profit would be foolish. Lu Xingyang had planned to pursue other business ventures. But faced with such a golden opportunity, why let it slip away? Wall Street's earnings in such situations are astronomical, and his modest investment would barely create a ripple. Thus, after contemplating for an entire night, Lu Xingyang ultimately decided to take the plunge, motivated by the prospect of profit. He regarded Zhao Jiming and offered a remarkably straightforward response. My dear brother, it is not that I lack faith in you. Regardless of whether you have dealt with chili peppers, traded hairy crabs, or later joined me in the realm of chip production, these endeavors are relatively tangible, allowing one to anticipate future developments through personal observation. However, can you truly predict the fluctuations of crude oil and gold? Zhao Jiming, having navigated the social sphere for quite some time, possesses a fair understanding of investment opportunities. He is genuinely reluctant to invest in such ephemeral pursuits, and he harbors doubts about Lu Xingyang's capabilities. What if this world is on the brink of turmoil? Lu Xingyang exhaled a plume of smoke, gazing at Zhao Jiming with a calm demeanor. He comprehended Zhao Jiming's skepticism. After all, the nation has enjoyed stability for over half a century, making the specter of war seem distant for the average citizen. Even in the face of sudden international upheaval, the country has the capacity to maintain domestic tranquility. Yet, this does not imply that the world is devoid of discord, not peaceful. I believe these intricate international relations have little bearing on us. And how could the world possibly be so easily unsettled? Zhao Zhiming furrowed his brow, seemingly reluctant to delve further into this topic. Ultimately, I am determined to pursue this venture. Lu Xingyang felt no desire to elaborate excessively. Once a person's mindset is firmly established, it proves exceedingly difficult to alter. Much like the real estate market, if you were to survey 10 individuals on the street, 9.5 would assert that property values will continue to rise indefinitely, never to decline. However, the reality is that while some areas may remain stable, others will inevitably experience depreciation. Such complexities cannot simply be resolved with a few words. Chapter 36. Financial Deceivers. I truly believed in your notions. Although Zhao Zhiming's intrinsic belief is that the world is peaceful, his trust in Lu Xingyang is equally rooted in his present convictions. When these two perspectives collide, Zhao Zhiming finds himself in a quandary. What are your plans? Setting aside the philosophical discourse, Lu Xingyang's ability to generate profit is undeniably concrete. I intend to invest all my funds. I predict that war will erupt within these few days. Lu Xingyang did not engage in further pleasantries. He directly articulated his intentions. Investing 10 million in its entirety? Good heavens, you are indeed formidable. After hearing Lu Xingyang's plan, Zhao Zhiming suddenly questioned whether Lu Xingyang was perhaps a gambler. Despite the low probability of such an event occurring, he dares to commit entirely, leaving no fallback for himself. What if this venture results in a loss? That would leave him with nothing. Not everyone possesses the audacity to take such radical risks. Zhao Zhiming's recently earned funds have yet to warm in his hands, and the thought of relinquishing them is somewhat disheartening. Do not blame me for not warning you. This opportunity is truly rare. Should you miss it, who knows how long you will wait for another chance to earn quick profits? Lu Xingyang chuckled, offering a gentle reminder regarding their differing attitudes. As the three of them dined together, they engaged in discussions, unknowingly arriving at the evening hour. Wenchang, do you think Xingyang is reliable this time? After Lu Xingyang departed, Zhao Zhiming directed his inquiry towards Li Wenxiang. How would I know? If you were to ask me about fights in the wholesale market, I could answer, but whether nations will engage in conflict is beyond my capacity. Upon hearing this question, Li Wenxiang's expression morphed into one of dismay. Indeed, it was foolish of him to pose such a question. Contemplating this, Zhao Zhiming retrieved his phone and dialed a friend's number. This friend, well-versed in finance, had established his own financial firm after years of experience. Hello, Laozhou, what are you up to? Where have you been? It's been a while since we last connected. I thought we might dine together. By the way, I have a question for you. Your company specializes in finance, so you must have some insights about gold and crude oil, right? Exactly. What do you think of the current market conditions? This conversation stretched on for over 10 minutes, leaving Zhao Zhiming feeling disheartened. According to his friend, a plethora of fraudulent financial firms had emerged, enticing individuals into their platforms with promises of insider knowledge and guidance, which were essentially fabrications. The international landscape was far too complex for obscure financial operators to predict. In essence, Laozhou's message was clear. Anyone claiming to foresee market trends was likely a fraudster. Wenchang, do you think this endeavor is trustworthy? Zhao Zhiming was aware of his friend's warnings, yet Lu Xingyang had indeed helped him earn tangible profits. Truthfully, he still harbored a desire to follow Lu Xingyang's lead once more, but uncertainty gnawed at him, prompting him to seek Li Wenxiang's judgment. Zhao Gu, don't look to me. Previously, I felt somewhat assured when Lu dealt with physical assets, but now with talk of crude oil, gold, and leverage of 1 to 200 times, I am genuinely at a loss. Initially, Li Wenxiang had contemplated joining Lu Xingyang, but the mention of such high leverage made him wary of losing substantial sums in an instant. After careful consideration, he concluded that it was wiser to stick to his reliable business of selling hairy crabs. Though it was tiring and challenging, at least it was legitimate work, with profits steadily accumulating. I recall you previously mentioned following Lu Xingyang blindly. Why the sudden retreat? Observing Li Wenxiang's current demeanor, Zhao Zhiming felt a sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of the expressions he had witnessed when dividing profits with Lu Xingyang, leading him to jest. Never mind. I'll focus on tangible earnings for now. If I incur losses, my wife might not even let me back into the house. After much deliberation, Li Wenxiang ultimately deemed it prudent to remain grounded. Following their separation, Zhao Zhiming placed a call to his elder brother, who had a stable position within the system and could provide greater insight into the international situation. To his surprise, he received only a succinct piece of advice: to stay grounded and conduct his business honestly. As the intricacies of international affairs were beyond the comprehension of someone of his stature. Certainly, Zhao Zhiming merely inquired with his elder brother without indicating any intention to invest in crude oil or gold. To his dismay, after all these years, his brother still communicated with him in that didactic tone. After ending the call, Zhao felt a twinge of irritation. At his age, having established a modicum of social standing, why did his brother still perceive him as a child? Moreover, he had only sought clarification regarding the international situation. If his brother chose not to elaborate, that was one thing, but to ramble on about unrelated matters was quite another. The following morning, after a night of contemplation, Zhao Zhiming resolved to invest 5 million alongside Lu Zhengyang. During this time, Lu had also consulted Li Wenxiang, but unfortunately, he was unwilling to forego the profits from the hairy crabs. Lu chose not to press the matter further. Zhao's classmate, Lao Zhou, owned a financial firm and naturally facilitated a platform for trading crude oil and gold. Given that they had both the platform and traders at their disposal, Lu Zhengyang saw no reason to seek out other companies, opting instead to operate through Zhou Jianhua's firm. Lao Zhao, you can't be serious? You truly intend to venture into crude oil and gold trading with this fellow? Upon arriving at Zhou Jianhua's company to open an account, Zhou ushered Zhao into his office and inquired. He understood that 5 million might not be significant for Zhao, yet as a friend, he couldn't simply stand by and watch him squander money. As the owner of a financial company, Zhou viewed trading in crude oil and gold as akin to gambling. His firm did not engage in such activities. Even if they did, it would be with other people's money, merely collecting fees and rebates. While it wasn't impossible to earn, the profits were far from easy to secure. No worries, I have faith in my brother, Zhao Zhiming replied with a smile, feigning nonchalance. After all, this 5 million was earned alongside Lu Zhengyang. If he were to incur losses, he would simply consider it as never having earned that sum. However, if profits were to materialize, the sensation would be altogether different. All right, your family is substantial, so it matters not. But should you suffer losses, do not blame me for not warning you. Zhou Jianhua chuckled, refraining from further persuasion. He had encountered many individuals who began with casual bets, only to escalate their stakes, ultimately losing everything. There were countless tales of those who ended up on rooftops, engaging in reckless behaviors. He merely hoped that his friend would awaken to reality after losing 5 million. Subsequently, they shared a meal together, during which Zhou Jianhua queried Lu Zhengyang about his belief in the impending rise of these commodities. Lu, eschewing false modesty, began to analyze the current international situation based on recent news he had perused. Do not dismiss it. According to the information provided by the news, the current international landscape indeed seemed rather bleak. However, despite the grim outlook, the notion of warfare felt too distant for the people of this nation. Chapter 37. A net worth of 100 million. It must be said, this Lu brother truly possessed considerable insight into international affairs. Zhou Jianhua remarked with a grin that masked his skepticism. Ah yes, indeed, you are absolutely correct. I am curious to see how calmly you will boast here once you have lost all your money. The third day dawned. Lu Zhengyang was still in slumber when he was abruptly awakened by a phone call. Hello? The prices have surged. Crude oil and gold have truly risen. Damn it. The bear country has indeed gone to war. You can't be serious. Where are you now? As soon as the call connected, Zhao Zhiming's excited voice resonated through the line. Hold on. We are gathering at President Zhou's company right now. Upon hearing this news, Lu Zhengyang felt a surge of energy, hung up, and began perusing the news. To his astonishment, the headlines were rife with reports of warfare, accompanied by numerous experts predicting the outcome of the conflict and speculating on the reasons behind it. However, these matters bore little relevance to Lu Zhengyang. Their penchant for conflict was theirs to contend with. As long as it did not disrupt his own country, the more intense their battles, the better. After all, the greater the impact, the more significant the effect on crude oil and gold prices. Once outside, Lu Zhenyang drove to Zhou Jianhua's company. Due to the sudden nature of the events, the trader managing their funds had just arrived at the office. "Wow, brother, you truly are remarkable." When Zhou Jianhua next laid eyes on Lu Zhenyang, any previous arrogance had vanished, and he hurriedly approached Lu Zhenyang for a handshake. "It's merely luck. Let us quickly assess the gains." Lu Zhenyang exchanged pleasantries and gestured for Zhao Zhiming to join him in reviewing the profits. "Goodness, I just checked the increase. Old Zhao, you've struck it rich." According to Lu Zhenyang's earlier leverage requests, every slight rise in these commodities would magnify returns by 200 to 300 times. Although the price increments for crude oil and gold were modest, the leverage made the profits exceedingly substantial. "Goodness, over 70 million? Should we sell now?" When the trader logged into the account and witnessed Lu Zhenyang's balance swell from over 10 million to more than 70 million, he nearly slapped himself in disbelief, questioning if he was dreaming, even if the money wasn't his own. "Old Zhao, your account has also surpassed 30 million. Observing the fluctuating numbers, Zhou Jianhua was equally astonished. Despite the digits dancing in the tens and hundreds, converting them into actual currency implied vast sums flashing before their eyes. Such stimuli could overwhelm anyone with a weaker constitution. "Zhenyang, should we sell?" Zhao Zhiming swallowed hard, his voice trembling even with that simple question. What did 30 million signify? It constituted a significant portion of his personal assets. "I suggest we sell. With commodities like gold and crude oil, the future is unpredictable. Securing our gains is wiser." This amount was substantial for Zhao Zhiming, and even more so for Zhou Jianhua. Truth be told, if he possessed such wealth, he could wake up laughing in the middle of the night. No rush. It should continue to rise. Although Lu Zhenyang had mentally prepared himself, the realization of being worth over 70 million elicited a sensation that even the calmest facade could not mask. "Very well, let us wait a while longer." As time inexorably passed, Lu Zhenyang's account, once exceeding 70 million, gradually dwindled to just over 40 million, nearly halved. Zhao Zhiming's account likewise fell to around 20 million. "Alas, I had advised you to divest early, yet you were skeptical, and now, behold the consequences. Seize the opportunity while we still profit." Witnessing a sudden decline in assets by more than half, Zhou Jianhua, anxiously observing from the side, epitomized the adage that the emperor is not as anxious as the eunuchs. Indeed, most individuals are ill-equipped to endure such a stark capital disparity. "Zhenyang, should we sell now?" Despite the air conditioning in the office, Zhao Zhiming was still drenched in cold sweat. Frankly, seeing the account balance diminish by tens of thousands at a time left him in a state of panic and confusion. "Do not rush." Lu Zhenyang, equally anxious, recalled the figures provided by Wealth Information. Trust is paramount. Having chosen this source, any fluctuations in value should not disrupt our composure. "Are we really not selling?" "Brother, there's barely over 10 million left." Zhou Jianhua, witnessing the data plunge further, could no longer contain himself and urged Zhao Zhiming to liquidate the assets. However, Zhao Zhiming had already relinquished the decision-making power to Lu Zhenyang. As long as Lu did not advocate for selling, even a total loss would be acceptable. Such was his resolve. Just as the account balance approached a critical threshold, crude oil and gold finally experienced a vigorous rebound. The global market dynamics were mysterious, as prices reversed their previous downward trend, soaring upward. What had once plummeted by tens was now ascending by hundreds, and within a mere hour, the prices returned to their previous peak, effortlessly surpassing it and continuing to rise. Goodness, how high will this go? At that moment, whether it was Lu Zhenyang, the traders, or anyone else present in the office, all were flushed with excitement. "Now, let us sell." Observing his account swell to over 110 million, Lu Zhenyang commanded. "Understood." The trader nodded eagerly and began executing the orders. Following this event, Lu Zhenyang rewarded Zhou Jianhua and the trader with a red envelope containing 100,000 yuan. The trader gratefully accepted, but Zhou Jianhua was different. He declined the envelope and insisted on treating Lu Zhenyang to a meal. Having earned such a substantial sum and in high spirits, Lu Zhenyang did not refuse. Why not invite Wenxiang as well? he suggested while perusing the menu. All right, I'll call him now. Half an hour later, Li Wenxiang rushed over from the wholesale market. Upon entering, he immediately began distributing cigarettes to everyone. Ah, you seem in high spirits today. What is the occasion? Lu Xingyang inquired with a smile, observing Li Wenxiang's exuberance. Hee, I just received a call this afternoon. I've secured contracts with a star-rated hotel and several restaurants for this year's supply. As he spoke, Li Wenxiang felt a twinge of embarrassment about his profits and quickly retrieved a lighter to light Lu Xingyang's cigarette. Wow, this path, if navigated successfully, could lead to a stable channel in the future. He chuckled modestly, attributing his fortune to luck. However, who could fathom the time and effort he had invested in establishing these connections? By the way, have you made any progress with the oil and gold business you mentioned last time? Li Wenxiang, perhaps deeming his own affairs trivial in comparison to those present, swiftly redirected the conversation. Yes, we just completed it today. That was rather quick, wasn't it? It seems like only a few days have passed. Li Wenxiang was somewhat unfamiliar with such matters, but he assumed that complex transactions like these would typically take at least 10 days to half a month. To his surprise, it had been completed so swiftly. Did it yield any profit? Upon observing the expressions of the group, Li Wenxiang suddenly felt his question to be rather foolish. How much did you earn? Take a guess at how much Zhongyang made this time. At this moment, Zhao Jiming, with a hint of mischief, raised an eyebrow and spoke. 1 million? Li Wenxiang hesitated briefly before responding, gazing at Zhao Jiming's amused demeanor. He thought to himself that making 3 to 5 million within such a short span should be impressive enough. Out of consideration for social niceties, he conservatively mentioned a lower figure, hoping to afford Lu Zhengyang and Zhao Jiming an opportunity to showcase their success later. Goodness, even being a supporting role in this era is no simple task. Chapter 38. The miserable Li Wenxiang. 1 million? Aim higher. Be bolder. Indeed. Upon hearing the figure of 1 million, everyone present erupted in laughter. How about 3 million? Initially contemplating 2 million, Li Wenxiang, encouraged by Zhao Jiming's urging, decided to be more audacious. Goodness, why did you guess 3 million? Is your courage so limited? 3 million isn't enough? It's only been a few days. Could it be that you've made 7 or 8 million? Faced with Zhao Jiming's exasperated expression, Li Wenxiang began to feel a twinge of irritation. Keep guessing. Zhao Jiming, noticing his discontent, insisted he continue. My goodness. Upon hearing this, Li Wenxiang's expression finally shifted. His previous just of 7 or 8 million was merely a joke, yet Zhao Jiming encouraged further speculation. Did this imply they had earned even more? 100 million? Li Wenxiang stammered, slowly articulating this figure. Noticing Li Wenxiang's astonishment, Zhao Jiming refrained from teasing him further and slowly extended a finger, stating, It's 100 million. 100 million. Li Wenxiang's pupils dilated in disbelief, springing to his feet. Impossible. How could that be? Earning 100 million in just a few days? You'd have to rob a bank to achieve that speed. Li Wenxiang was in a frenzy, as he deemed this scenario utterly implausible. What kind of business could generate such immense wealth? This is inconceivable, utterly inconceivable. Haha, I once thought it impossible as well. But the reality is indeed as such. Although Li Wenxiang's reaction brought him a fleeting sense of delight, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of lamentation as he uttered those words. 100 million. What a staggering concept for the average person. And even for most small business owners, this figure is astronomical. It can be said that 100 million could enable anyone, anywhere, to embrace a life of leisure. My goodness, Zhengyang, have you truly amassed such wealth? Even at this moment, Li Wenxiang found it hard to believe, his eyes fixed intently on Lu Zhengyang, yearning for an explanation. Indeed, my net worth has surpassed 100 million, Lu Zhengyang confirmed with a nod, even though this revelation felt somewhat harsh to Li Wenxiang. Oh, how the saying goes, happiness is often built upon the suffering of others. Upon hearing this response, the expression on Li Wenxiang's face was nothing short of animated. He nearly raised Lu Zhengyang by the shoulders, shouting in a thunderous voice, I cannot accept this. How on earth did you earn so much? How is it possible to turn 10 million into 100 million? Where did you acquire such a fortune to amass? Ultimately, reason triumphed over emotion. Yet Li Wenxiang remained unable to reconcile with this reality. Well, on an international scale, 100 million is nothing. Those capitalists often deal in billions, even trillions. My 100 million is merely a small slice of the capitalist pie, Lu Xingyang continued, briefly elaborating on the profits stemming from warfare and the immense costs associated with it. Goodness, it costs that much to wage war? No wonder that country is perpetually in turmoil. Li Wenxiang, unfamiliar with such matters, found himself overwhelmed by Lu Xingyang's brief explanation. Realizing that a mere 1 or 200 million pales in comparison to the financial demands of war. Wait, you really did earn that much? Li Wenxiang shifted his inquiry once more. Why would I lie to you? It seems I must show you my assets tonight. Otherwise, you won't sleep a wink. Yet, he anticipated that even after revealing his wealth, Li Wenxiang would still struggle to find rest. Since neither of them would sleep, he might as well satisfy Li Wenxiang's curiosity. Zhao Gu invested 5 million alongside me and has now earned over 50 million. What do you think? Oh my goodness. Upon seeing Lu Xingyang and Zhao Zhiming display their earnings, Li Wenxiang's composure shattered. While he couldn't muster 1 million, he could still liquidate assets to gather 500,000. Why had he been toiling away over the hairy crabs? If only he had heeded Lu Xingyang's advice from the outset, packaging the crabs and reinvesting with him. He could have easily netted 30 to 50 million. 30 to 50 million. If I had that much money, would my wife still be able to boss me around at home? I could simply convert it to cash and silence her. Why should I exhaust myself for a mere profit of 300,000 from hairy crabs? This is infuriating. Li Wenxiang felt an overwhelming urge to find a wall and hurl himself against it. Brother, do you have any further thoughts? If you have any thoughts, do not forget about me. I would go to any lengths, even selling my possessions and my wife, to be with you. Realizing he had missed out on a fortune, Li Wenxiang regretted his earlier decisions and clung tightly to Lu Xingyang. Do you think such lucrative opportunities come by every day? What are you thinking? Lu Xingyang was well aware of his thoughts. However, such chances to amass wealth are not easily come by. Please, my friend, I was wrong before. You cannot abandon me now. Li Wenxiang, oblivious to Lu Xingyang's intentions, grew anxious at the thought of being left out of future profits, gripping Lu Xingyang's hand firmly. Rest assured, if an opportunity arises, I will call for you, Lu Xingyang replied, bemused by the situation. Mr. Lu, I previously failed to recognize your worth. Please do not hold it against me. If there are any money-making opportunities in the future, do not forget about me. Noticing Lu Xingyang's amiability, Zhou Jianhua boldly approached. Absolutely. Let us all profit together. During the meal, Lu Xingyang became the center of attention, overwhelmed by their toasts. Seizing the moment, he shared his aspirations of establishing an investment company. In the future, should any promising projects arise, they could be processed through the company, lending a sense of legitimacy. After all, ventures involving the trade of hairy crabs and chips would no longer require external assistance. Lu Xingyang enjoyed the meal thoroughly, a genuine joy emanating from within. While the previous earnings of a few million had merely improved his living conditions slightly, possessing this 100 million felt like ascending an invisible staircase. Chapter 39. The soft-hearted Shin Mubin. Around 8 in the evening, a few inebriated individuals clamored about which club to frequent. Yet, Lu Xingyang declined the invitation once more. Having consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, he called for a designated driver. Perhaps due to his intoxication, he leaned back in the car, eyelids heavy with sleep. Hey, don't fall asleep. If you do, I won't know where to take you, the young driver exclaimed. Why not call a family member to come and pick you up? Upon hearing the word family, Lu Xingyang paused momentarily. All right. He then pulled out his phone and dialed Shin Mubin. Hello, I'm almost downstairs. Could you come down to get me? Truthfully, Lu Xingyang did not wish to make this call unless absolutely necessary. His previous bouts of heavy drinking had caused Shin Mubin considerable trouble, and it was his drunkenness that had ignited the spark for their divorce. He had vowed to himself never to get drunk in front of her again. Regrettably, he had to break that promise today, but he felt overjoyed. Have you been drinking? Hearing the rough breaths on the other end, Shin Mubin was taken aback. After enduring a life-threatening domestic violence incident, She now felt a sense of fear and helplessness towards Lu Zhengyang. However, during this period, his behavior has gradually eased some of Shun Mubin's psychological defenses. Yet, the moment he indulges in alcohol, that fear surges back like a tidal wave. Had she not turned over on the ground that fateful night, she might have long been reduced to ashes by now. Every time she reflects on the night of domestic violence, her body involuntarily trembles. It is unfathomable to her how Lu Zhengyang, once a bright and sunny young man, could transform into someone so terrifying and ruthless. That dreadful gaze bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a cold-blooded killer. If she were to continue living with him and Cece, even survival would come at a cost of suffering. This explains why Shin Mubin resolutely chose divorce following that episode of violence. However, at the time of the incident, Lu Zhengyang was essentially in a disassociated state. He was overwhelmed by financial pressures, nearly driven to leap from a window. To this day, he only recalls having struck Shin Mubin, oblivious to the broader implications of his actions. He perceives that outburst merely as a momentary lapse in emotional control, not an unforgivable transgression. In his mind, Shin Mubin's decision to divorce stemmed from accumulated disappointment and the burdens of his debts, a notion that she was simply beyond redemption. Yes, he had earned a significant sum today, which led him to indulge in a few more drinks than usual. A smile crept upon Lu Zhengyang's lips as he thought about returning home to share the news of his newfound fortune with Shin Mubin, eager to witness her genuine joy. He imagined her reaction might surpass even that of Li Wenxiang. The thought of Shin Mubin being stunned into speechlessness made him yearn to be by her side immediately. "Please don't come back," he implored. If there were others at home, perhaps Shin Mubin would feel less intimidated, but with her alone, especially facing a drunken Lu Zhengyang, she trembled even while speaking. Why? The once cheerful Lu Zhengyang felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him upon hearing her words. "Please don't return, I beg you." At that moment, there was a pleading quiver in Shin Mubin's voice. "I have good news to tell you. I don't want to hear it. Can we discuss it tomorrow?" "All right." Moments later, Lu Zhengyang took a deep breath and ended the call. "Brother, we have arrived." The designated driver had overheard the conversation, but, adhering to professional decorum, said nothing. However, leaving the inebriated Lu Zhengyang alone seemed somewhat inappropriate. "Thank you." Lu Zhengyang casually pulled out several red bills and handed them over. "Brother, this is too much. If he were to give such a large sum in a state of drunkenness, it would complicate matters later." "It's fine. Just take it. It's for you." Lu Zhengyang was not in the mood for further conversation. He merely desired solitude. "Then thank you, brother." With this statement, the situation became manageable. After receiving the payment, the young man continued, "Brother, how about I help you book a hotel room? You can't sleep in the car, otherwise you risk carbon monoxide poisoning. Why are you still here? Hurry up and leave. I can handle this myself." Lu Zhengyang was already feeling irritated, and the incessant chatter was becoming quite bothersome. "How about this, brother? Let me save your contact information on your phone. If you decide to go to a hotel, just give me a call." The young man felt uneasy, knowing that many clients had succumbed to intoxication and slept in their vehicles, leading to unfortunate incidents. After receiving a generous tip, he was particularly concerned. Hearing this, Lu Zhengyang contemplated for a moment and found some merit in his words, so he unlocked his phone for him. The young man took the phone, saved his number, and sent a message to Shin Mubin. "Hello, I am the designated driver. This customer seems reluctant to leave, and I'm worried he might fall asleep in the car and suffer from carbon monoxide poisoning. Could you please come down and check on him? Is it done?" Lu Zhengyang, with a dazed expression, watched the driver fumble with his phone, feeling somewhat displeased. "It's done, brother. I'll be on my way now." After sending the message, the designated driver rode off on his scooter. Buzzing, Shin Mubin received the message and quickly opened the window to look down. Sure enough, a car with its lights on remained parked below. He should be leaving soon. Shin Mubin hesitated for a moment before quietly closing the window. As time passed, she found herself unable to sleep while lying in bed. Reluctantly, she opened the window again to see if the car was still there. The night was deep, and there were no other lights around, only the BMW 7 Series still illuminating the darkness beneath. What is he doing? Does he intend to wait down there all night? Exasperated, Shin Mubin thought Lu Xingyang was being unreasonable. Little did she know, at that moment, Lu Xingyang was sprawled out in the back seat, soundly asleep, oblivious to the dangers of carbon monoxide poisoning. Despite her irritation, Shin Mubin couldn't bear the thought of Lu Xingyang spending the night in the car, so she decided to investigate the issue. Upon discovering that carbon monoxide poisoning could lead to suffocation and death, she could no longer remain idle. Lu Xingyang, you are such a fool. Dressing quickly and grabbing her keys, Shin Mubin descended the stairs. Pulling open the car door, she found Lu Xingyang curled up in the back seat, his sleeping position quite unflattering, indicating he was not comfortable at all. Chapter 40. A Heartfelt Confession. Wake up. Lu Xingyang, wake up. With him outside the car, Shin Mubin naturally wouldn't let him continue sleeping there. What is going on? Half awake and feeling someone disturb him, Lu Xingyang could only weakly part his lips. Get up, Lu Xingyang, get up. Initially, Shin Mubin intended to help him back upstairs, but he was as unyielding as a lifeless pig, impossible to move. Water, water. Looking at his infuriating face, Shin Mubin wondered why she even bothered coming down. Perhaps it would be better to let him stay in the car. Though her heart whispered otherwise, Shin Mubin ultimately succumbed to her gentle nature, carefully retrieving a bottle of mineral water from the side and tenderly feeding it to him. At around 5 in the morning, Lu Xingyang slowly opened his eyes. He found himself still in the car, yet inexplicably covered with a light blanket and a small pillow. Had she come down to see me last night? The fragrant scent emanating from the blanket instantly revived Lu Xingyang's senses. This revelation filled him with immense joy. Although he was uncertain why Shin Mubin did not come to escort him upstairs the previous night, she had nonetheless ventured down. Just as Lu Xingyang contemplated stretching to alleviate his sore back and aching feet, he caught sight of Shin Mubin descending the staircase. Upon noticing her, he quickly lay back down, feigning slumber. Shin Mubin approached the car, gently pulling open the door. Upon seeing Lu Xingyang peacefully resting inside, she visibly exhaled in relief. She then began to delicately draw the blanket away from him, inch by inch. Once she had removed the blanket, she lightly pulled the pillow from beneath his head. What on earth is she doing? Lu Xingyang was utterly perplexed by her actions. He could not decipher whether her behavior was indicative of a playful pridefulness. After all, Shin Mubin had never exhibited such traits before. Unable to fathom her intentions, he decided to dismiss the thought. Once Shin Mubin ascended the stairs, Lu Xingyang emerged from the car. Having indulged excessively the previous night, he felt ravenous after expelling all he had consumed. He ordered a bowl of tofu pudding, a cup of soy milk, several youtiao, fried dough sticks, and 2 tea eggs. After a hearty burp, he thoughtfully brought a portion of breakfast back up for Shin Mubin. You're awake. I brought you breakfast. Upon entering, he found Shin Mubin busily engaged in the kitchen. Lu Xingyang promptly lifted the breakfast towards her. I made breakfast myself. Shin Mubin's countenance appeared less than favorable, her eyes tinged with redness. When she beheld the breakfast in Lu Xingyang's hands, it seemed as though her motivation to prepare porridge evaporated instantaneously. She carelessly tossed the stirring spoon against the pot before retreating to her room. I'm sorry. I didn't know you had made breakfast. The process of stirring the porridge while cooking is notoriously challenging, yet utterly delectable. Lu Xingyang, no longer a child, recognized that Shin Mubin had exerted considerable effort in making the porridge out of concern for his stomach after last night's drinking escapade. How foolish of me to have gone for street food. Regrettably, Shin Mubin offered him no opportunity to explain. She slammed the door to her room with a decisive thud. With the porridge still simmering, she would surely forego the breakfast he had brought. Thus, Lu Xingyang had no choice but to take over and continue preparing the meal. Approximately half an hour later, Shin Mubin emerged from her room, fully dressed and sporting a light makeup. You should hurry and find a place. I'm off to work. With that, she attempted to head downstairs. Even if you're upset, you still need to eat, Lu Xingyang interjected, positioning himself in front of her path. Step aside. I don't want to eat, Shin Mubin replied, averting her gaze. You must eat, regardless. After speaking, Lu Xingyang directly took the breakfast he had purchased and forcefully stuffed it into her bag. What are you doing? Although Shin Mbing resisted, her slender arms were no match for his strength. By the way, I have something to tell you. I made a fortune yesterday, 100 million. Just as Shin Imbing was about to express her anger and leave, Lu Zhengyang spoke in the most casual tone, as if recounting an everyday occurrence. Upon hearing this, Shin Imbing, who had been about to close the door, froze in place. What did you just say? Even though she was still upset, the mere mention of such a sum was profoundly shocking to an ordinary person. Even for Shin Imbing, who had little desire for wealth, this revelation was astonishing. Indeed, Shin Imbing was a woman easily contented, with her spiritual needs far outweighing her material desires. Yet, she was still a mortal, having endured the hardships of financial struggles. I said, I earned a whole 100 million. Is that true? Shin Imbing quickly closed the door she had just opened. Of course. Why would I lie to you? With that, Lu Zhengyang pulled out his phone and displayed his balance for her to see. As Shin Imbing gazed at the amount, her mind was engulfed in a torrent of emotions. If a man could rejoice and dance at the sight of such wealth, how much more so for a woman? However, shortly after, scenes of that fateful night of domestic violence flashed through her mind like frames from a movie, causing her to involuntarily shudder. We are already divorced. Whether it's 100 million or 10 billion, what does it have to do with me? Lu Zhengyang took a deep breath and said earnestly, when we were together, I had envisioned buying you a grand house, beautiful bags, and exquisite jewelry, yet not a single promise was fulfilled. Now, I finally possess the means to make good on those promises. Observing Shin Imbing's dazed expression, Lu Zhengyang embraced her tightly. Instantly, the unique fragrance of Shin Imbing enveloped him. In that moment, he realized how soft her body was, as if devoid of bones. Yet, this very woman had once valiantly held together a shattered home. My dear, in the past, I was weak and inept, but I have changed now. From this day forward, I will always stand in front of you and shielding you from storms. Please forgive me. Grant me a chance, will you? Seizing the moment, Lu Zhengyang mustered his courage and held her close, pouring out his heartfelt confession. With 100 million as a foundation, he thought, surely you have no reason to refuse now. If you still deny me, I may truly find no other way to win you back. Yet, upon uttering these words, Shin Imbing fell silent. Noticing her silence, Lu Zhengyang quickly released his embrace, grasped her shoulders, and looked into her eyes, as if seeking the answer within them. Lu Zhengyang, do you love me? Shin Imbing softly inquired, gazing at that familiar yet strange face. Once, the sight of that face would bring her joy and a sense of happiness. However, upon closer inspection, that face gradually transformed into one of malevolence, as if all the good deeds he had previously performed were merely a means to conceal his ruthless and merciless nature. At this juncture, Shin Mubin found herself utterly confounded, unable to discern whether Lu Zhengyang was a benevolent soul or a villainous one. Were his feelings genuine or mere fabrications? Perhaps the trauma of domestic violence and the harrowing brush with death had etched themselves indelibly into her very being. Chapter 41. Contemplating Gifts. Of course, I love you. In response to such inquiries, Lu Zhengyang might have once felt a pang of embarrassment in articulating his feelings. However, having experienced the loss of Shin Mubin once, he no longer felt any semblance of shyness. Moreover, he was merely stating a fact. As he gazed into Lu Zhengyang's fervent eyes, Shin Mubin felt a warmth bloom within her heart. Yet, the wounds of the past lingered like a thorn, forever embedded in her soul. Then prove it to me, she retorted, her cheeks flushed as she extricated herself from Lu Zhengyang's embrace and hurried off to work. In her heart, Shin Mubin had consoled herself on numerous occasions, convincing herself that Lu Zhengyang's violent outburst was a result of intoxication, that he had lost sight of his true self. Yet, the dichotomy between genuine emotions and reckless abandon while under the influence was far too intricate for her to comprehend. She resolved to leave everything to the passage of time. To commemorate their recent successes, Zhao Jiming took Lu Zhengyang out for a lavish feast, introducing him to several influential figures in Beihai City. In truth, for someone like Lu Zhengyang, whose worth had just surpassed 100 million, he was not particularly noteworthy within the realm of municipal elites. There were countless individuals far wealthier than him. For instance, some longtime residents of the city had received exorbitant compensation during the demolition of their properties, often amounting to tens of millions. As for other business people, they were in abundance. However, since Lu Xingyang was brought along by Zhao Jiming, there was a certain decorum to be maintained, and respect was afforded to Zhao Jiming. Initially, Lu Xingyang found these gatherings rather intriguing, but after several encounters, he grew disillusioned. Their shared meals were merely a means of intertwining interests to facilitate transactions. Once one crossed that threshold, there was no need to act subserviently. For when one cannot offer commensurate benefits in exchange, any amount of flattery becomes utterly futile. "Hello, are you there?" Upon returning to his rented apartment and ascending to the 5th floor, Lu Xingyang, breathless, contemplated the prospect of purchasing a home. He retrieved the contact of the real estate agent Zhao Jiming had previously recommended. "Good day, sir. My name is Zhang Xia. Greetings, I am Lu Xingyang, referred by Mr. Zhao to inquire about purchasing a property. Do you have any listings available?" "Hello, Mr. Lu. Would it be convenient for us to converse over the phone?" "Certainly." It must be said, the efficiency of this woman was impressive. No sooner had Lu Xingyang sent his message than his phone rang with a WeChat call. "Hello, Mr. Lu. This is Zhang Xia. May I inquire if you currently have a need for purchasing a property?" "Yes. May I inquire about your specific requirements regarding the property?" "I have information on some upscale residences in Beihai City. If you have particular preferences, we can swiftly filter through options that may satisfy your desires. Villas or spacious apartments are both available, provided the location is prime," Lu Xingyang remarked nonchalantly. Indeed, possessing wealth instills a sense of confidence. After all, Beihai is not one of China's super first-tier cities where prices soar to exorbitant heights of 10 to 20,000 per square meter. To be candid, even with a net worth of 100 million, Lu Xingyang finds those prices somewhat outrageous. Nevertheless, if he perceives them as expensive, the sellers are still managing to sell, which is a testament to their business acumen. Perhaps it is a matter of his current financial standing. In any case, the housing prices in Beihai are reasonable and not excessive. "Mr. Lu, how about we arrange a meeting to discuss further?" Upon hearing that he was interested in either a villa or a spacious apartment, Zhang Xia became somewhat excited. Clearly, this was not someone lacking in funds. "Shall we meet now? Do you have time?" There's nothing pressing, and it would be prudent to finalize the housing matter first. Around 3 in the afternoon, Lu Xingyang arrived at Zhang Xia's agency. "Are you Mr. Lu? Wow, I didn't expect someone so young and handsome." Upon seeing Lu Xingyang in person, Zhang Xia gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. It was unclear whether her astonishment was genuine or feigned, but Lu Xingyang found it quite flattering nonetheless. "Miss Zhang, you are also quite beautiful," Lu Xingyang responded courteously with a smile. Zhang Xia appeared to be in her mid-30s, but was exceptionally well-preserved, possessing a curvaceous figure that many would find appealing. Notably, her attire exuded an air of elegance, creating a striking contrast that likely attracted many admirers. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they quickly transitioned to business. Purchasing property now is quite impressive. The various districts are distinctly categorized, and even the properties are showcased with panoramic photography, allowing one to discern their layout and intricate details on a computer screen. With ample resources at his disposal, Lu Xingyang casually viewed several properties, ultimately recording those that piqued his interest. "How do you find these properties, Mr. Lu? Are you satisfied with what you've seen?" Zhang Xia busily poured water and offered coffee while sharing numerous insights about the home buying process and the city's future development potential. Of course, these were merely her conjectures. The ultimate judgment lay with him. "There are over 20 properties that I find appealing, but purchasing a home is not solely my decision. I must also consult my wife for her preferences." Lu Xingyang noted the properties he liked, intending for Shun Mubin to select her favorite from the 20-plus options. "I didn't realize you valued your partner's opinion so highly. Does she have time now? If possible, I believe it would be prudent to make a purchase sooner rather than later. After all, properties are not like clothing. Once someone else buys them, finding an identical one becomes impossible. That will depend on your capabilities," he added. What do you mean by that, Mr. Lu?" Zhang Xia was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond. "I wish to purchase a house for her, but I desire to present it as a gift without her knowledge. The only condition is that she must truly like the house. Have I made myself clear?" I suppose I understand to some extent." After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhang Xia nodded. One must admit, Mr. Liu, that men as young and affluent as you, who are willing to invest such thoughtfulness, are becoming increasingly rare. If I were a decade younger, I would surely pursue you relentlessly, Zhang Xia remarked with a hint of envy. It must be said, acquiring a house in this manner would indeed be a delightful surprise for a young lady. Who could refuse a cherished gift? Sister Zhang jested. But this matter must remain entirely confidential. My wife must not know, not even entertain the thought. Once she selects a house, I will pay in full without hesitation. Lu Xingyang stated, his demeanor shifting from polite to earnest. Rest assured, Mr. Liu, I possess the capability to handle this. Await my good news. Zhang Xia replied with a confident smile. Indeed, anyone who has navigated their way into this circle must possess considerable skill. Otherwise, they would be lost in the mire. However, the specifics of execution were not Lu Xingyang's concern. As for compensation, he was confident that the commission from such a substantial property would provide ample motivation for them to undertake this task. Moreover, it was not an exceedingly challenging endeavor. It largely depended on the approach taken. Chapter 42. Returning to the Liu family. Cici is about to start kindergarten, and Lu Xingyang has not visited his parents in quite some time. Seizing this opportunity, it is the perfect moment to ease his parents' minds. After all, one cannot earn so much wealth and allow their parents back home to endure hardship. After discussing with Shun Mubin, she initially disagreed, but ultimately acquiesced to accompany him back to the countryside, swayed by Lu Xingyang's gentle persuasion. This decision was not merely for his sake, but out of respect for Lu's parents. Although Lu Xingyang had his flaws in the past, during their courtship and marriage, Lu's parents treated Shun Mubin with genuine kindness. In the few days Shun Mubin spent at Lu Xingyang's home, they provided her warmth and care, ensuring she was well-fed and well-rested. Even when she expressed a desire to help, Lu's mother would not permit her to lift a finger. To alleviate Shun Mubin's boredom, they even arranged for internet access. Their care was perhaps even more attentive than that of her own parents. It might be that a rural lad marrying a beautiful city girl is no easy feat yet. Shun Mubin was not a spoiled princess. She recognized all that Lu's mother had done, and thus felt a sense of guilt towards Lu's parents. Given the long journey ahead, Lu Xingyang drove the BMW 7 Series that Zhao Jiming had lent him, heading home. Lu Xingyang's hometown is a remote town in Bailey County, located approximately 300 kilometers from Beihai City. Driving swiftly, it would still take over 4 hours, as the route included not just highways but also numerous national and rural roads. Having not returned home in 2 years, he wondered what changes might have transpired in his absence. As he drove, gazing out at the familiar scenery, he couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia. Shen Mbing remained largely silent throughout the journey. Mom and Dad, why are we going to Grandma and Grandpa's house? I think Grandma and Grandpa's place is quite fun, Shishi inquired, clutching Shun Mbing as she gazed out at the unfamiliar scenery. Having been born in the city, Shishi had no recollection of her early days, though Aunt Lu had cared for her for a time. Subsequently, Lu Xingyang had been so preoccupied that he had not returned to his hometown, and thus, Shishi possessed little memory of her grandparents. Grandma and Grandpa's house is fun, but so is Grandma and Grandpa's. You'll see once we arrive, he reassured her. This time, Lu Xingyang had refrained from notifying his parents beforehand, to spare them the unnecessary hustle and bustle of preparation. With summer vacation nearing its end, many children were returning from afar, their parents personally escorting them home when possible, while those unable to do so relied on their grandparents. Additionally, this was the season for watermelons, and farmers were busily tending to their fields. The drive back was filled with scenes of industrious labor and vibrant prosperity, creating a lively atmosphere. Although the distance of over 300 kilometers was not truly far, Lu Xingyang had not returned for a considerable time. Upon arriving in the county town, he stopped at a restaurant to take away some dishes, then visited the market for marinated meats, cold dishes, and fruits. Having already stocked up on cigarettes and liquor in the trunk, by around 5 in the afternoon, Lu Xingyang finally reached his home. As the car rolled into the yard, a flurry of chickens took flight in panic. Opening the car window, a pungent odor of chicken droppings wafted in. There weren't this many chickens before, Lu Xingyang remarked, observing the yard littered with chicken droppings and debris. Ugh, Dad, it stinks. She exclaimed, hastily covering her nose in distaste. That's not how you should speak. Shin Bing admonished her. At that moment, Wang Hongmei emerged from the main room, dressed in worn clothing, her hair noticeably graying, and her demeanor appearing quite weary. Mom. Seeing this scene, Lu Zhengyang felt a lump form in his throat. In less than 2 years, she seemed to have aged significantly. Yang. Wang Hongmei expressed her delight as she recognized the young man emerging from the car. What brings you back? Mom, he replied, and Shun Bing, holding Shi, also stepped out of the vehicle. Grandma, she called out in a sweet voice, having been instructed by Shun Bing. Oh, come in quickly. Wang Hongmei, momentarily flustered with the plastic basin in her hands, eagerly ushered them inside. Regardless of Lu Zhengyang's past indiscretions, in that moment, her eyes glistened with joy. Old man, come quickly and see who has returned. Wang Hongmei called out to Lu Jinfeng, who was watering the plants in the back. Who is it? He asked, setting down his tools and approaching. Dad. Seeing his father, who had aged considerably, Lu Zhengyang suddenly found it challenging to utter that title. Upon seeing Lu Zhengyang and Lu Jinfeng, the latter remained silent initially. Dad. Grandpa. All right. Only when Shin Mubin and Cici called out to him did Lu Jinfeng nod, though his expression remained devoid of warmth. You all sit down. I will go and kill a chicken shortly. Wang Hongmei gently tapped Lu Jinfeng's arm, signaling him to soften his demeanor, and cheerfully addressed Shin Mubin. No need, Mom. We brought back quite a bit of food. As soon as she mentioned killing a chicken, Shin Mubin hastily interjected, presenting the takeout dishes. Why buy food from a restaurant when you could have brought back what you made? Isn't that a waste? Upon seeing the packed meals, Wang Hongmei felt a surge of displeasure. Had this been a few years prior, she would never have dared to voice such reproaches in front of Shun Mubin. However, since Lu Zhengyang's gambling habits had drained their savings and left them in debt to numerous relatives, debts that remained unpaid, her patience had thinned. After enduring a prolonged period of frugality, the thought of purchasing food from a restaurant felt like an affront. Perhaps the younger generation feels little concern over debts, but for the older generation, it is a matter of pride. They would rather go hungry than borrow money from others. Yet, for the sake of Lu Zhengyang, this spendthrift son, they had swallowed their pride and sought loans. Where did you get the money to buy these things? Lu Jinfeng's gaze fell upon the Maotai liquor and Zhonghua cigarettes on the table. Though he had never eaten pork, he had certainly witnessed pigs run. A rough estimate placed the value of these items close to 10,000. What does that signify for ordinary folk? His anger flared further. Well, you little brat, while your mother and I scrape by at home, you are out here lavishly squandering money. If you don't provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, I swear, I will break your legs. Lu Jinfeng struggled to suppress his rage, nearly on the verge of violence. Chapter 43. Money is hard to earn. Difficult to swallow, Mom and Dad. I recently earned a bit of money, so I bought some things. Earn money? Haha. Come, tell me just how much you've made. Hearing these words, Lu Jinfeng was suddenly both amused and infuriated. He was curious to see how much his son, who seemed incapable of rising above mediocrity, had actually earned to warrant such reckless spending, buying Maotai liquor and Zhonghua cigarettes. I've earned over 10 million, approximately. Lu Zhengyang initially intended to speak the truth, but reconsidered, feeling it unnecessary. In his parents' eyes, the difference between 10 million and 100 million appeared negligible. After all, it was all money that could never be fully spent. What? How much did you say you earned? Lu Jinfeng, who had been on the brink of a furious outburst, was momentarily rendered speechless by the figure. Over 10 million? You earned over 10 million? At this, Wang Hongmei could no longer remain composed, her voice rising several octaves. Is all this money truly yours? How did you come by it? Lu Jinfeng instinctively thought his son must be involved in some sort of fraud, for such sons were only seen in crime dramas. Rest assured, every penny I earned is clean money. Immediately, Lu Zhengyang recounted his recent experiences to his parents once again. Although they did not fully comprehend the intricacies, they ultimately believed him to some extent. Mom and Dad, please do not mention my earnings to anyone. If anyone inquires, simply say that I am working with a boss and have earned a little money. This is savings for you. Do take some time to deposit it at the bank. As he spoke, Lu Xingyang presented a bag before his elderly parents. Wang Hongmei opened the bag, revealing bundles of 100 yuan bills, which was quite a shocking sight. Why are you giving us this money? You both should keep it for yourselves. Upon seeing the stacks of cash, Wang Hongmei felt an overwhelming sense of joy. I still have around 10 million. We cannot possibly spend that much. Find a time to clear all the debts, and you two need not work anymore. From now on, enjoy your lives and do whatever you wish. This sentiment had lingered in Lu Xingyang's heart for an extended period, and at this moment, he finally found the courage to voice it with conviction. Who wouldn't want to express filial piety when blessed with wealth? Most individuals are oppressed by this world, and even if they possess the desire to show filial respect, many lack the means to do so. While it is not solely about money, it undeniably plays a significant role. Very well, let us consider this money as helping you safeguard it. Lu Jifeng hesitated for a moment before responding. It was not that Lu Jifeng was greedy for the money. After all, he had already given Lu Xingyang his savings to settle debts, and had even borrowed a considerable sum himself. He feared that Lu Xingyang might squander all his current earnings, leaving him without a way to support his son later. Mom and Dad, let us eat first, otherwise the dishes will get cold. Noticing Lu Jifeng accepting the money, Shin Mubin quickly handed over the chopsticks. Within the Lu household, Shin Mubin naturally assumed the role of a daughter-in-law. This scenario created an illusion for the elderly couple, as if they had not separated at all. Dad, please try this wine, Lu Xingyang said, producing a bottle of manhwa and preparing to pour it for Lu Jifeng. You drink this. I'll stick to my grain alcohol. Lu Jifeng promptly removed his bowl and turned to fetch his plastic bottle filled with loose white liquor. Clearly, he had not yet cooled down. Dad, I bought this wine. It would be wasteful not to drink it. Lu Xingyang understood his father's temperament, but still made an attempt to persuade him. It's amusing to reflect upon. When Lu Xingyang had just graduated from school, filled with youthful exuberance, he perceived his father as akin to a stone in a latrine, hard and foul. Back in their hometown, he juggled being an electrician while tending to a small plot of land. Although the family managed to make ends meet during his childhood, they barely earned enough, and the prospect of wealth seemed utterly unattainable. Thus, in the eyes of the young Lu Xingyang, his father belonged to a class of individuals lacking ambition. This label, coupled with his father's stubborn nature and adherence to rigid principles, further fueled Lu Xingyang's disdain, leading to frequent arguments during his rebellious years. Now, having navigated the complexities of society for some time, Lu Xingyang has come to a profound realization. An ordinary individual manages to provide for his family, while also raising 3 children, and even gathers enough for Lu Xingyang's dowry and the down payment for a city home. To be frank, this is already quite remarkable. Even though his ancestral house remains dilapidated, he has devoted his life savings to Lu Xingyang. Each time he reflects upon this, Lu Xingyang feels a pang of guilt. Now that he has achieved a modicum of success, he wishes to offer his parents the best conditions possible. However, Lu Jifeng seems oblivious to Lu Xingyang's words, stubbornly insisting on his homemade liquor. What are you doing? Yang has finally brought back a fine bottle of wine. Don't be ungrateful. This is the first time Wang Hongmei has heard Lu Xingyang speak so politely to his father. Recognizing her son's intent to show filial piety and not wanting him to lose face, she quickly intervenes. Wang Hongmei is just like that. Despite having 3 children, she remains consistently kind to her eldest, Lu Xingyang. Even if he is reckless and squanders their money on gambling, her affection for him is selfish, even unreasonable. Do you know how much a glass of this liquor costs? Hundreds of dollars. I can't afford to drink such fine wine. Lu Jifeng, already in a foul mood, bristles at his wife's words, struggling to contain his temper. All right, Mom, let's not drink this wine then. I'll have yours. Lu Xingyang, no longer the naive youth he once was, understands that his father's temperament requires a gentle approach. Dad, allow me to propose a toast. He poured a glass of the homemade liquor, clinked glasses, and downed it in one go. Instantly, a fiery sensation coursed through his mouth, down his throat, and ignited in his stomach. Truth be told, the liquor was hardly palatable, especially compared to the manhwa he had purchased. Yet, this inferior, Cheap liquor was what his father had consumed for a lifetime. Even when Lu Xingyang faced financial turmoil, he could only afford to indulge occasionally, reluctant to drink it daily. Regrettably, Lu Xingyang remained unaware of this. How could he conceive that his father would hesitate to drink such inexpensive liquor, priced at merely a few dollars per pound? Witnessing Lu Xingyang's attempts to placate him, Lu Jinfeng sighed inwardly and downed his drink in one gulp. After all, he is his son. Even if he is disappointing, and even if Lu Jinfeng feels like reprimanding him, this undeniable truth remains unchanged. Tell me honestly, where did you acquire this money? If it was obtained through illegal means, go to the police and confess. I want to hold it against you. In the future, even if it means selling everything we own or risking our lives, I will help you repay the debts and take care of Cici. After 2 glasses of liquor, Lu Jifeng finally voiced his deepest concern. As an ordinary villager with little exposure, he remained skeptical, even when presented with bank transfer slips and photographs by Lu Xingyang. He still doubted him, believing Lu Xingyang was merely deceiving him, for in his mind, money is hard-earned and life is fraught with difficulties. If money were truly as easy to earn as he claims, then why are there still so many suffering souls in this world? Chapter 44, A Turn of Fortune. Father, I acknowledge that I was a scoundrel in the past, speaking nothing but falsehoods, yet I genuinely realize my wrongs now. Moreover, this money has been earned through my own honest toil. I understand that you may doubt this, thinking that wealth is not so easily acquired, but sometimes, this world is astonishingly surreal. Let us set aside other matters. You have witnessed construction in our hometown, and you too have participated in it. Tell me, what is the total cost of building a house, including materials and labor? For a 3-story building, it might only amount to a mere 100,000, right? But what about the houses in the city? Not to mention multiple stories. Even a single-story pigeon loft can cost upwards of $1 million, with some reaching into the tens of millions. Can you fathom that? In this world, once you discover your own method of earning, the profits can surpass your wildest expectations. As Lu Xingyang sipped his drink, he engaged his father in discussions about the myriad injustices of the world. They exchanged drinks, and soon the atmosphere became lively, leading to the opening of a Maotai bottle, catching Lu Jinfeng off guard. In the end, after much persuasion, Lu Xingyang managed to ease many of his parents' concerns. That night, out of a sense of propriety, Shen Mubin shared the same bed with Lu Xingyang, though little Cici was placed between them. Unfortunately, despite such a splendid opportunity, Lu Xingyang lay on the bed like a dead pig, soundly asleep and utterly oblivious. The following morning, Lu Xingyang awoke to the cheerful chatter of Wang Hongmei and Shen Mubin in the living room. Glancing at his phone, he realized it was already past 9 o'clock. What a delightful feeling. He stretched lazily, having not enjoyed such restful slumber in quite some time. Even though the room was humble and worn, the familiarity of sleeping there since childhood was unparalleled. Upon rising, he learned that his father had gone off to work on plumbing and electrical tasks, while his mother was busy cleaning feathers from a hen, indicating a hearty chicken dinner was in store. Ah, how could he have forgotten about Lu Yinin and Lu Zhengxiang? Those 2 little ones. He swiftly picked up his phone and transferred 10,000 yuan to each of their WeChat accounts, leaving a message, "Hurry back. There's something urgent at home." Once they arrived in the county city, "I expect a call." "What has happened? Why are you sending me money?" "Soon," Lu Yinyin replied. "Even without accepting the transfer. If you take leave and come back, you will understand. If your boss objects, simply resign. As there are good tasks waiting for you at home. I think I shall take leave then. But truly, what is happening at home?" "Yesterday, representatives from the demolition office arrived, stating that our house is to be demolished. I called you back to discuss the compensation. Do not mention this to anyone, understood?" "Really?" Expressing surprise. "Why would I deceive you? Otherwise, how could I transfer money to you? Hurry back. I will pick you up when you reach the county city." "All right. I will ask for leave right now." In that moment, Lu Zhengyang, from his home, could sense Lu Yinyin's feelings through the screen. Would she truly believe that I would deceive her? Surely, it would not escalate to the point of sibling strife. Lu Yinyin is Lu Xingyang's younger sister, having been his devoted shadow since childhood. With Lu Xingyang's tall stature, handsome appearance, and academic prowess, he garnered a modest reputation in the village. which left Lu Yanyan the envy of many young girls who admired her brother's ability to defend her in fights. Their sibling bond was quite strong. When Lu Zhengyang earned money during his university years, he generously gifted her a flagship smartphone. Unfortunately, as time passed, Lu Zhengyang's fortunes dwindled, and he became increasingly muddled, leaving Lu Yanyan, a mere college graduate, powerless to assist her elder brother. Any attempts at persuasion fell on deaf ears, as Lu Zhengyang was not one to heed advice. What transpired? Just after conversing with Lu Yanyan, Lu Zhenxiang sent a message, but not before transferring a sum of 10,000 yuan to his account. Truly, Lu Zhenxiang is remarkable. Come back home. There is something good happening. Something good at home. I'll tell you when you return. All right. Lu Zhenxiang, now 25 and freshly graduated from college, was rather oblivious to the family's previous debts, feeling no significant concern, largely due to his parents' unwavering support of his living expenses, thus alleviating his pressure. After connecting with these two, Lu Zhengyang found himself with nothing more to occupy his time. Having returned to his hometown, he decided to postpone work matters until he reached Beihai City. Wow, Zhengyang, you're back? Just as Lu Zhengyang contemplated assessing the area of his family's ancestral home, a familiar voice called out from the entrance. Oh, you're back too? Lu Zhengyang looked up to see Lu Zhitong, a fellow villager and his primary school classmate. Zhitong, come over for dinner at my place. It's perfect timing since Yang Yang has returned. Wang Hongmei promptly greeted him. No, I've come back with difficulty. My family is waiting for dinner. Lu Zhitong politely declined. Wow, a BMW 740. Is that your car? Lu Zhitong's eyes widened as he caught sight of the vehicle parked in the courtyard, but his astonishment deepened when he recognized the emblem and model. What a joke. A BMW 7 Series, a luxury car worth 1,000,000 yuan. Is this really something Lu Zhengyang should be driving? He recalled hearing rumors of Lu Zhengyang's gambling debts exceeding 1,000,000, and that his wife had left him for another. Observing Lu Zhitong's shock, Lu Zhengyang understood that he was someone who had experienced the harsh realities of life. Otherwise, a naive person might merely dismiss it as just a broken BMW. I could never afford a car like this. It's loaned to me by a friend. Lu Zhengyang chuckled. Although it is often said that wealth and nobility should not return home like a night walker in fine clothes, there is also a saying that one should not squander the fruits of their labor once they achieve prosperity. Lu Zhengyang's intention was merely to let others know he had earned a modest sum, without broadcasting his newfound wealth to the entire village. For the human heart is inscrutable, and one can never tell what others may secretly think. Wow, for someone to lend you a car like this, that's quite impressive. So, Zhengyang, have you struck it rich recently? Lu Zhitong shifted the conversation. Not really. I just encountered some fortunate opportunities and engaged in a bit of business, which could be considered a turnaround. You are truly impressive. What business are you engaged in that yields such remarkable profits? Lu Zhitong inquired with an eager expression, having implicitly acknowledged the truth in his words. Who isn't intrigued by the prospect of earning money? What if one could also profit from it? Even if I cannot participate directly, acquiring some knowledge may be beneficial for future opportunities. It pertains to real estate, which is quite intricate, Lu Zhengyang replied nonchalantly. After all, stating that one is making money in real estate would certainly not raise any eyebrows. Impressive. I have been at home these past few days. We should seize the opportunity to dine together at my place, Lu Zhitong suggested. Certainly. I will visit you when time permits, Lu Zhengyang agreed. It is settled then. Chapter 45. Companies with explosive returns in merely a morning, news of Lu Zhengyang's financial success spread throughout the village. This was due in part to two reasons. Firstly, Lu Jinfeng had repaid all his previous debts, principal and interest, that very morning. Secondly, Lu Zhitong's propensity for gossip played a role. It would be unfair to label him merely a gossip, in a village where even the most trivial matters become widely known. It was no surprise that the tale of Lu Zhengyang's gambling turnaround circulated so rapidly. Consequently, Lu Zhengyang's reputation transformed overnight from that of a reckless gambler and wastrel to one of vision and promise. Remarkably, even his previous gambling debts of 1,000,000 yuan were recast by some as a demonstration of boldness, an absurdity, indeed. Alas, Some individuals measure a person's worth and status solely by their financial standing. Had this occurred a few years prior, even if the car were borrowed, Lu Xingyang would likely have claimed it as his own. If not, he would have attributed it to a brother, spinning tales of grandeur regardless. The astonishment and envy of others would have delighted him for days. However, he had grown weary of such superficial validations. The years spent in debt had exposed him to the harsh realities of human nature. Now, he sought only to live well and found little merit in the opinions of others. If one truly possessed wealth and status, could they ensure that others prospered as well? If one had the capability, it would be commendable. If not, it was wise to refrain from boasting. Prolonged arrogance could incite resentment, and one could easily find themselves betrayed, regretting their past indiscretions without recourse. As noon approached, Lu Jinfeng returned home on a dust-covered electric bike after a long day of work. "Is lunch ready?" he cheerfully inquired as he dusted off his clothes. His light, brisk steps revealed a noticeable uplift in his spirits. Yes, let us prepare to eat. I have informed Yin Yin and Zheng Chang to return home today. I am in need of extra hands," Lu Xingyang mentioned during the meal. "Indeed, that is good news," Lu Jifeng replied, while Wang Hongmei expressed her delight. "I have one more idea. I wish to construct a new house on our land." "Father, what do you think?" "Why build a house? Do not squander your newfound wealth. Focus on purchasing the property in the city first," Lu Jinfeng cautioned. "If you were to accumulate wealth, it would be commendable to assist your younger siblings. As for this place, when I and your mother have departed from this world, will you still choose to reside here?" Lu Jinfeng spoke in a lecturing tone. Despite his seemingly stern demeanor, he was, in fact, haunted by the fear of poverty instilled by Lu Xingyang. Reluctant to part with his money, preferring to keep it close at hand as a safeguard against unforeseen circumstances, who wouldn't he desire a new home? Over the past decade, every household in the village has constructed new houses. Even those lacking funds have managed to create 2- or 3-story shells in which to reside. Furthermore, Lu Jifeng himself was engaged in the construction industry and dreamed fervently of building his own house. Regrettably, he had yet to find an opportunity. And as Lu Xingyang grew older and contemplated marriage, the prospect of constructing a house seemed even more distant. "Rest assured, I have already identified suitable properties in the city. As for Yin Yin and Jingqiang, I shall certainly not neglect them. Moreover, once my business flourishes, if any partners come to visit, it would be unseemly to present a meager abode, wouldn't it?" Lu Xingyang appealed to reason and emotion, ultimately persuading Lu Jinfeng. "Very well. I had previously invested all my available funds solely in your endeavors. Now, if you wish to build new houses on ancestral land, it is not an unreasonable request. But you must construct 3. One for you, one for your brother, and one for your mother, Yin Yin, and myself. Surely that is not excessive?" Lu Jinfeng pondered this for a moment before responding. "The family land is ample, a legacy from the village's past divisions, and of little monetary value. Furthermore, constructing a 3-story house, if done modestly without lavish embellishments, would cost around 200,000. Since he claimed to have earned over 10 million, it was reasonable for him, as a father, to propose such conditions. Setting aside other considerations, Lu Jinfeng had already invested over 600,000 in Lu Xingyang. It was not unreasonable. Yet I believe constructing 3 houses is unnecessary. I envision a grand villa with a spacious courtyard, perhaps comprising 20 or 30 rooms, allowing the family to dwell comfortably together." Seizing the moment, Lu Xingyang articulated his aspirations. In the past, financial constraints limited him, but now that he has some resources, if he intends to build, it must be done well. After all, it would not cost much more than purchasing a property in the city. Upon hearing Lu Xingyang's words, Lu Jinfeng felt a flicker of enthusiasm. As a father, he indeed wished for his children to remain united. "Let us discuss this further when they return. If they have no objections, I am agreeable." "Very well." After lunch, several villagers, under the guise of social visits, inquired about Lu Xingyang's earnings and business ventures. But he skillfully deflected their questions. By 4 in the afternoon, Lu Yinyin and Lu Zhengxiang arrived at the county bus station. Lu Xingyang drove to the county to fetch them, making it more convenient. "Brother, why are you driving a BMW?" Upon entering the car, Lu Yinyin immediately asked. Both of them were rather uninformed about cars, only recognizing the BMW emblem, oblivious to the vehicle's actual cost. This car belongs to a friend. I'm borrowing it for a few days. Oh my, your friend is quite loyal. Why not come home and practice a bit with me? I have yet to drive a BMW. Lu Jingqiang, with a curious demeanor, was clearly intrigued. However, this is not permissible. If you casually take my car, bear in mind that it belongs to someone else. The trio engaged in light-hearted conversation, and before long, they arrived home. As for the rumors of the house demolition, those were evidently unfounded. Yin Yin had no intention of causing trouble for Lu Zhengyang. Yet, upon hearing that he was now earning well, she genuinely felt a sense of joy for him. Do you two have any aspirations or dreams, perhaps a desired profession? After disembarking, Lu Zhengyang inquired. In just a couple of days, he was set to acquire a company. Although it was termed a company, it was rather rudimentary, established by a few recent graduates. However, despite its modest size, Lu Zhengyang had discerned from wealth reports that the return on investment for this acquisition was astonishingly high. Naturally, he had no intention of involving Zhao Zhiming or Li Wenxiang in this venture. If he were to include them, it would only be under the condition that his own interests remained unaffected. Otherwise, he would rather refrain. Thus, Lu Zhengyang immediately thought of his younger siblings. Chapter 46. The journey to Shenzhen. In the evening, the family gathered for a sumptuous dinner. Lu Zhengyang shared with his siblings his recent foray into business, mentioning that he had made a modest profit, only stating that he had earned around 3 to 4 million. After all, they were young, and boasting about significant wealth might not be prudent for them. What? You earn so much? When Lu Jingxiang heard that Lu Zhengyang had made 3 to 4 million, he stood up from the table in excitement. Setting aside other matters, considering his current job where he only made 4 to 5,000 a month, one could imagine what 3 to 4 million meant to him. Calm down. Please refrain from discussing my earnings outside. Even if someone inquires, simply say I made a few 100,000, understood? Lu Zhengyang was not overly concerned about his sister, but he worried about Lu Jingqiang's impulsiveness and the potential for him to flaunt his brother's name. After all, at his age, he did not grasp the wisdom of keeping wealth discreet. Moreover, it was a time when he was inclined to show off. Upon hearing Lu Zhengyang's words, Lu Jingqiang fell silent, lost in thought. Bro, you're impressive. What business are you in to earn so much? Lu Zhengyang then concocted a few excuses to deflect further inquiries. He later discussed plans for real estate with his siblings, and given Lu Zhengyang's newfound wealth, they had no objections. All right, I've covered everything else. Now I shall grant you the opportunity to ask for gifts, so don't let this chance slip away, Lu Zhengyang said with a smile, looking at them. With a net worth exceeding 1 billion, he could easily afford to gift them 10 million each. Such is the freedom that wealth affords. Before experiencing the harsh realities of society, Lu Zhengyang was reluctant to rush things, preferring to take gradual steps. A gift? Then buy me a new phone. Lu Yin said with eager anticipation. Just one phone. Your demands are rather modest, aren't they? Be bold. I can afford it, Lu Zhenxiang chimed in. How about a motorcycle? I have quite an affinity for them, he added. The evening meal unfolded in this cheerful atmosphere. The following morning, Lu Zhengyang drove his BMW, taking the entire family on a shopping spree in the city. They filled an entire trunk with clothes, shoes, phones, tablets, and laptops, and afterward treated the family to 2 lavish meals at a grand restaurant. Throughout this, Lu Jifeng and Wang Hongmei incessantly grumbled about the extravagance. Yet Lu Yinyin and Lu Zhenxiang were beaming with joy. Of course, the motorcycle remained unpurchased, although Lu Zhengyang knew that no young man could resist such a desire. Including himself, he ultimately deemed it unsafe and decided to postpone that purchase for another time. When Lu Zhengyang returned to Beihai City, he intended to invite his parents for a short visit, but they were unwilling to leave. Additionally, with plans to renovate their ancestral home, Lu Jinfeng was particularly reluctant, insisting on supervising the workers. As for the design of the house, Lu Zhengyang enlisted a talented graduate from a design institute he found online. The construction team, abundant in rural laborers, was a matter Lu Jinfeng could handle. In any case, with funds secured, everything could be arranged. For his younger siblings, Lu Zhengyang provided each with 20 to 30,000, advising them to hold on to it until he established his business and they could assist him. A few days later, Lu Jingyang returned to Beihai City with Shen Bing and Cici. I might need to make a trip to Shenzhen. You can take Cici and stay at your mother's, he suggested. Now that we have a car, even staying at Shen Bing's home is more time efficient than squeezing onto public transport. All right, how long will you be gone? Shen Bing, having spent a few days in the countryside, felt the warmth of family and noticed an improvement in her mood. No more than 3 days. Don't miss me too much, he replied. Go away. Who's missing you? She retorted, her mock annoyance making Lu Jingyang find her irresistibly charming. However, their relationship had yet to return to its former state, and he refrained from being overly forward. After dinner at his mother-in-law's house, Shen Bing and Cici stayed there while Lu Jingyang returned alone to his rented accommodation, as he had an early flight the next day. The following morning, as the roar of the airplane engines filled the air, Lu Jingyang tightened his seatbelt nervously. Damn it, I wish I could avoid flying in the future. Watching the plane ascend into the sky from the window, he was suddenly inundated with images of various airplane disasters from movies. In the past, it didn't matter as much. But now that he had earned substantial wealth, the thought of being unfortunate enough to encounter a disaster was daunting. Nevertheless, he had to admit that while the experience of flying was not particularly pleasant, the speed was undeniably impressive. Before noon, Lu Jingyang found himself standing in Shenzhen, one of the most bustling cities in the nation. According to Financial Insights, Lu had come to Shenzhen to acquire a gaming company, primarily founded by a group of recent university graduates. Being youthful and brimming with ideas, they had created a novel game that had never before appeared on the market. When the concept first materialized, the excitement kept them awake for several days, envisioning a future filled with success, marrying affluent partners, and reaching the pinnacle of their lives. While aspirations are commendable, reality can be harsh. Despite their innovative ideas, translating a game from concept to creation requires more than mere dreams. Financial data indicated that, under normal circumstances, without external interference, this small gaming company would struggle due to a lack of personnel, subpar production quality, and insufficient funds to sustain their minimal expenses. Consequently, they hastily launched their game on a gaming platform. Upon release, the unique concept attracted a fair number of purchases and trials. However, as players invested their money only to discover an average quality game riddled with flaws, the reputation swiftly plummeted. Faced with a barrage of negative reviews, the young graduates were overwhelmed with shame, feeling they had let down their players. Despite the unexpected heat their game had generated, they publicly announced refunds, pledging to diligently optimize the game until it met player satisfaction. Given the game's potential in the market, they were hopeful for a resurgence. Regrettably, despite their fervor and genuine intentions towards the players, they were ultimately too inexperienced. While they toiled to enhance the game, several major gaming companies seized the opportunity to appropriate their concept, launching similar games ahead of them. After all, how could a handful of young graduates compete with established gaming giants? These corporations possessed sophisticated development teams, ample funding, and robust marketing channels, rapidly propelling their games to success, leaving the original team forgotten. Despite their relentless efforts, they were destined to fade into obscurity, unable to recover from their setbacks. Chapter 47. Acquisition of the gaming company. At 11:15 in the morning, Lu Jingyang had yet to eat. He hailed a taxi and headed towards the specified location. Having arrived in Shenzhen, he knew he had to quicken his pace. Though events might unfold as anticipated, life is often punctuated by unforeseen surprises. 40 minutes later, Lu reached the entrance of an aging residential complex. I believe we need not complicate matters with excessive choices. Each additional option significantly amplifies the workload ahead. Yet, if choices are limited, the game's playability is greatly diminished. I understand, yet we have already spent several months deliberating over these limited options. How about this? Let us first finalize these particular scenarios, and for the others, we can revisit them when time permits. Even if we decide to incorporate additional elements later, it is imperative to lay the groundwork and establish connections in advance. Otherwise, sudden introductions may appear jarring and disjointed, potentially leading to numerous complications. So, what do you propose? In a modest three-bedroom apartment, 6 young individuals congregated in the living room, engaged in discussions regarding the game's narrative and dungeon configurations. The prolonged hours of work and uncertainty about the future had left these young men in a state of considerable agitation. The initial enthusiasm they had felt was gradually eroded by the burdens of labor and discord. Most critically, their finances were dwindling. Had it not been for the fact that this apartment belonged to one of them, they might have found themselves homeless. It is not that they lack talent. To be candid, compared to their peers, these individuals have achieved the remarkable feat of independently developing a game, even if it is not yet perfect. All right, let us pause for a meal. After dining, we can grind for a couple of hours in the game, or else we might find ourselves without funds for tomorrow's meals. Such disputes had become commonplace among them. In truth, they all recognized that investing more effort into the game's settings, choices, and dungeons would only yield benefits. However, the cost of time was exorbitant, and they could no longer afford it. Let us eat. As their unofficial leader, Zhang Dongshu felt an acute sense of frustration. Their irritation was compounded by his own, as he bore the weight of numerous considerations: game production, meals, distribution channels, and subsequent promotional efforts, among a myriad of other concerns. If he were to dwell on these issues, he would lose sleep over them, for many were beyond his control. How could one resolve matters without finances? Yet, having arrived at this juncture, despite the insurmountable challenges, he had no choice but to muster every ounce of resolve to tackle them. He could not allow the efforts of his comrades to go in vain. Just then, as they prepared to dine, a knock echoed through the room. Who could that be? One of them inquired. How am I to know? A young man, positioned nearest to the door, approached and opened it. Hello, is this the Xingqian studio? A disheveled young man, adorned with bloodshot eyes and dark circles, inquired with a smile. Yes, and you are? I am Lu Xingyang. May I come in to discuss something? Lu peered inside, contemplating that this must indeed be the place. May I ask what brings you here? Zhang Dongshu raised an eyebrow, curious. I have come to discuss a potential collaboration. I hope it is convenient. Oh, please come in. I apologize for the modest conditions here. Zhang Dongshu quickly gestured for the others to tidy the table. Not at all. I have experienced similar circumstances myself. Lu Xingyang chuckled, noticing the remnants of instant noodles on the table without a hint of disdain, and even pulled out a pack of soft manhwa cigarettes to share with them. I am curious to know what kind of collaboration you wish to discuss with us. Recently, Zhang Dongshu has reached out to numerous gaming platforms and investors, but his efforts have seemingly vanished into thin air, as they have shown little to no interest. Suddenly, an individual has approached him, expressing a desire to discuss a collaboration, which Zhang Dongshu cannot help but regard with utmost seriousness. As far as I know, you are in the process of developing a game, correct? While the production quality may be average, I find your creativity quite commendable. Have you had the chance to review our game synopsis? Lu Xingyang, without any preamble, stated directly. I am interested in acquiring your game. What are your thoughts on this? The mere mention of such a proposition left the young individuals present momentarily stunned. They had often fantasized about their game dominating the charts, leading them to illustrious lives filled with success and wealth. Yet, reality paints a starkly different picture, collectively. Their finances barely amount to 1,000 yuan. Well, we did consider seeking investment from a boss, but selling the entire game is quite another matter, Zhang Dongshu replied, his excitement causing his face to flush, although he attempted to maintain a facade of composure. His clumsy act was surprisingly endearing. Let me rephrase that. Lu Xingyang continued with a smile. I wish to acquire your entire game studio, including all of you. Lu Xingyang held a strong sense of confidence when dealing with these inexperienced young talents. May I be so bold as to inquire how much you are willing to offer? Zhang Dongshu, despite being their leader, lacked experience and felt somewhat embarrassed even to ask for a price. There are 6 of you. I am unsure how you distribute your shares, but how about 3 million? Each of you would receive 500,000. Furthermore, each month, you would earn 12,000, while you would receive 15,000. After the game is launched, I would also provide you with a 30% share of the profits. How does that sound? Lu Xingyang spoke slowly, taking a drag from his cigarette. 500,000, 12,000 a month, plus a 30% share after the game's launch. Upon hearing these terms, the expressions of the group turned vividly red. None of them came from wealthy families. They were all ordinary individuals, with 3 hailing from rural backgrounds. Although 2 of them had relatively decent family conditions, they were still within the confines of the average. 500,000, a down payment for a house. And considering they had only recently graduated, such an offer was beyond their wildest dreams, not to mention the attractive salary that followed. Mr. Liu, would it be possible for us to discuss this among ourselves? Although Zhang Dongshu was quite pleased with the offer, he recognized that such a decision should involve the entire team, and he did not want to be the source of any grievances later on. Of course. By the way, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Not yet. We were just about to. Why don't you discuss it here? I will wait for you downstairs. Once you have reached a decision, come find me, and we can have a meal together. With that, Lu Xingyang stood up and made his way towards the door. Thank you, Boss Lu. As soon as the door closed, the young individuals erupted in jubilant cheers. 3 million. I never imagined our humble game could fetch such a price. Haha, with 500,000 in hand, I doubt my family would dare to speak against me. Brother Su, what is there to deliberate? With such favorable terms, what more is there to consider? Although we are acutely aware of the shortcomings of our own creation, the moment this Lu proposes a sum of 3 million, can we even contemplate negotiating further? These exuberant youths are reveling in the prospect of 500,000. Little do they realize the game could potentially sell for 50 million, stirring a different kind of exhilaration altogether. Chapter 48. Do not disappoint me. After approximately 20 minutes, the 6 individuals descended from the upper floor. How have your deliberations progressed? Upon their arrival, Lu Xingyang stepped out of the car. Mr. Lu, we have a few thoughts we wish to share with you. No rush. I just checked nearby restaurants while waiting in the car. We can discuss while dining. During their wait, Lu Xingyang utilized his phone to search for nearby establishments, summoning 2 taxis to stand by, as one vehicle would not suffice for the 6 of them. After some casual conversation, Lu Xingyang guided them to a rather upscale restaurant. Please, make yourselves comfortable and order whatever you desire. Do not hold back. Previously, dining at lavish establishments with Li Wenxiang made me feel like an outsider in a grand palace. Little did I expect that the roles would reverse, with Lu Xingyang now hosting others at such a fine dining venue. This feeling is indeed quite delightful. Most importantly, the financial means are abundant, and the liberating sensation of allowing others to order freely is exhilarating. Mr. Lu, we'll just have something light. Perhaps you should decide. After enduring an extended period of instant noodles, Zhang Dongshu hesitated upon seeing the prices on the menu, losing any courage to order. In a first-tier city like Shenzhen, high costs are no jest, especially in a renowned restaurant where even modestly respectable dishes can soar into the hundreds or thousands. It is entirely reasonable for ordinary individuals to find such expenses daunting. Haha, it's quite all right. We all come from humble beginnings. I faced far greater hardships at your age. But so what? Life is merely a series of ups and downs. Lu Xingyang did not intend to mock them. Rather, he empathized with their perspective. Given their initial reticence, he ordered the dishes himself, opting for selections of above-average quality, totaling just over 10,000. People can be utterly foolish. When I had no money, I would meticulously select my pork, fearing the butcher might give me a larger portion. Yet, once wealth is attained, one cannot help but indulge in extravagance. Thus, it is imperative to earn early and relish what the world has to offer. If you do not enjoy it, others will do so in your stead. Why not indulge yourself? Mr. Lu, I raise my glass to you. As their leader, Zhang Dongshu was responsible for negotiating terms and making requests, thus engaging in more frequent dialogue with Lu Xingyang. Through insights gained from financial information, Lu Xingyang recognized the potential of several individuals, treating them as friends. Moreover, Lu Xingyang himself was not cut out to be a capitalist. His principle was quite simple. As long as he feasted, he would never allow others to merely sip the broth, believing it unnecessary to exploit excessively. Those who earned their keep through their own merits deserve their fair share. After all, if they grew discontented and withdrew their efforts, the repercussions would ultimately fall upon him. Talent, after all, is a scarce commodity, regardless of the time. Of course, those lacking in character or competence were excluded from this consideration. Previously, I observed your working environment. And frankly, it seemed rather unjust to you. Given that you are more familiar with the Shenzhen market than I am, do you have any preferred office buildings? Once the acquisition is settled, the next step would be to enhance their working conditions, as they have effectively become part of our team. Lu Xingyang's ambitions in the gaming sector extended beyond mere aspirations. A prestigious FAA was equally essential. What does Mr. Lu mean by office buildings? Zhang Dongshu pondered, somewhat uncertain. Of course, it means to help improve your working environment. Do you wish to remain cramped in that residential building? For the youth, satisfaction could often be achieved with relative ease. A conducive work environment, a competitive salary, and a seemingly bright future could fulfill the aspirations of a significant number of individuals. After dining, Lu Xingyang took them to explore office spaces near Shenzhen. It was evident that Shenzhen was a hub of economic prosperity in the country. Despite selecting a suitable office area, Lu Xingyang felt somewhat disheartened. He had previously regarded himself as a formidable figure with a net worth of 100 million. Yet upon further inquiry, he discovered that those capable of establishing companies or owning properties in such a locale typically boasted fortunes in the tens of millions or even billions. In contrast, Lu Xingyang could only be deemed a small business owner, hardly a significant player in the grand scheme. However, Lu Xingyang was careful not to display his insecurities in front of the younger crowd. Subsequently, he rented 2 suites nearby for them, facilitating their commute to work. Regarding their game development progress, Lu Xingyang did not impose strict demands, understanding that quality takes time. If they were to engage in the endeavor, it must be with excellence. Capturing the market decisively, as other gaming companies were not to be underestimated. Since he could not reside there permanently, Lu Xingyang entrusted Zhang Dongshu with considerable authority, including recruitment and other responsibilities. Over the past few days, Lu Xingyang had frequently motivated him, framing it as an opportunity to hone his skills and preparing him for a managerial role. Although Zhang Dongshu was their junior leader, the term general manager felt far removed from his reality. Thus, when Lu Xingyang spoke those encouraging words to him, he was overwhelmed with excitement, nearly reaching for a bottle of baijiu to toast Lu Xingyang in a gesture of respect and gratitude. To be honest, Lu Xingyang's situation cannot be dismissed as mere wishful thinking. He genuinely lacks the time and expertise in game development and has indeed cultivated someone to become a capable assistant in this domain. I can offer you an opportunity, but it is a singular one. Whether he possesses the requisite abilities is entirely up to him to ascertain. Time is fleeting. When one truly engages in tasks, time slips away unnoticed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have elapsed. Though many matters remain unresolved, Lu Xingyang is eager to leave this place. After all, who wouldn't prefer the warmth of family at home? Should any issues arise, feel free to message me. If it is urgent, do not hesitate to call. I'll respond when I can. As Lu Xingyang departed from the airport, he adopted an air of someone inundated with responsibilities. After all, being busy is a hallmark of a significant figure. Should others perceive you as perpetually idle, it would surely disrupt their sense of balance. Rest assured, Brother Lu, I will do my utmost to ensure everything runs smoothly on this end. Zhang Dongshu, taken in by Lu Xingyang's facade, promptly vowed to minimize any disturbances. You are still somewhat inexperienced, but that is of no consequence. Keep pushing forward. I have faith in you, so do not let me down. Lu Xingyang patted his shoulder and boarded the plane without looking back. Watching Lu Xingyang's graceful departure, Zhang Dongshu silently vowed that he would not disappoint him. Excuse me, miss. Do you have a moment to assist us with a housing survey? A sweet-faced staff member approached as Shen Mubin was having lunch with colleagues. No, I don't have the time, she replied, having always been cautious about such sales pitches and instinctively rejecting the offer. It will be quick, I assure you. We won't require you to fill out any information. Just a brief selection of housing styles for our records will suffice. Look how lovely these 2 dolls are. Please, consider it a small favor, dear sister. I have only one task left for today. Reluctantly, Shinmubin agreed, swayed by the girl's earnestness. After all, there were 2 charming dolls at stake, which she knew her daughter would undoubtedly adore. Chapter 49. Farewell, Shun Yuanliang. Around 3 in the afternoon, Lu Xingyang returned to Beihai City. Boss Lu, I have completed the task you assigned me. When might you be available? I am on my way now. Just as he disembarked from the plane, intending to visit Zhao Jiming's company, Lu Xingyang received a message from Zhang Xia. He decided it prudent to finalize the housing matter first. Boss Lu, your spouse has excellent taste. This property boasts both a prime location and an exceptional layout. Upon arriving at Zhang Xia's agency, Lu Xingyang reviewed the materials regarding the property. Any remarks she made were simply inconsequential chatter. Shen Mubin had her eye on a villa not far from the city center, just a short drive away. The entire house occupies an area of over 260 square meters, with the structure itself covering more than 180 square meters. It boasts 2 small courtyards in the front and back, rises over 3 stories, and includes a basement. All for a total price exceeding 12 million yuan, making it one of the priciest properties in Beihai City. Most notably, the house comes with renovations, though it lacks furniture, as the previous owner purchased it purely as an investment and never resided there, categorizing it as a near-new home. Initially, Lu Xingyang was quite satisfied with the property until he glanced at the previous transaction's base price, which instantly soured his mood. The former owner had acquired this property for merely over 5 million yuan, less than 6 million, and now, after 5 or 6 years, had profited over 6 million. This was undoubtedly a far superior return compared to leaving money in the bank. Lu Xingyang silently reflected on the profitability of real estate. However, that was years ago. Purchasing a house now might not yield the same results, and there was a possibility of incurring losses. Yet, for Lu Xingyang at present, the cost was inconsequential. After all, it was for his own residence. As long as his wife was pleased, the price did not matter. All right, let us go with this one. I will pay in full. See if you can negotiate a bit to save me some money on furniture, Lu Xingyang remarked, setting down the documents and sipping his tea. Certainly, Mr. Lu. I will contact the landlord immediately and ensure we secure it at the lowest price possible, Zhang Xia responded. Upon hearing Lu Xingyang's calm declaration of full payment, even the typically composed and aloof Zhang Xia could not help but beam with joy. In that moment, she thought Lu Xingyang was incredibly charming. Throughout her extensive career in real estate, she had encountered many straightforward clients. Yet, given the current market conditions and pricing, it had been a long time since she had closed such an agreeable deal. Upon learning someone was willing to pay in full for his property, the former owner, elated, immediately reduced the price by 800,000 yuan, claiming he wanted to provide a lucky figure. As for the other procedural matters, those fell to Zhang Xia, especially since her commission would keep her satisfied for a while. The paperwork would take another 2 days to complete, and with dinner approaching, Lu Xingyang purchased some cigarettes and alcohol as gifts and headed directly to his mother-in-law's home. Why are you here? When Shun Yuanliang opened the door and saw Lu Xingyang, his expression shifted dramatically, questioning him sharply. How could I have forgotten about this stubborn boy? Lu Xingyang noted the unwelcoming look on Shen Yuanliang's face, causing a pang of anxiety in his chest. He had intended to find a suitable moment to have a proper discussion, but the opportunity had eluded him until now. Well, it was time to confront what needed to be faced. One could not evade it forever, and addressing it today seemed preferable. They could discuss matters inside. Lu Xingyang was aware that Shun Yuanliang was impetuous, but even impulsive individuals had their own modes of communication. He pondered how best to engage with him. Who do you think you are to enter my home? After a few days of absence, Lu Xingyang's audacity nearly left Shun Yuanliang bewildered. Had this dogged young man truly become so brazen? If it weren't for his parents being home, he would have certainly dealt with Lu Xingyang more harshly. Liang, what are you doing? In the living room, Shun Jingwo noticed that the visitor was Lu Xingyang and hurried over. Xingyang, you've arrived. Please, come in. Dad. Cici, who had been watching television on the sofa, immediately leaped off and ran towards him. You came without even calling? Why did you bring so many things again? We haven't finished the last batch. In the kitchen, Wang Guizhi, while bringing dishes to the table, remarked upon hearing the commotion. As for Shin Mubin, she cast a few glances at him, but remained silent for the moment. Dad, why are you letting him in? Aren't you concerned he'll harm our family again? Shin Yuanliang was taken aback by the warm reception his parents were giving Lu Xingyang. What is going on here? When Lu Xingyang owed over 1 million outside, He had already swindled us out of more than 200,000. When my sister wanted a divorce, you were all in agreement, saying she was blind to have chosen such a man. What has changed now? At that moment, Shin Yuanliang was desperate to understand why. Lu Zhengyang smiled at his father-in-law and mother-in-law as a greeting, placing his items on the coffee table while contemplating how to communicate with Shin Yuanliang. Shin Yuanliang had a character that abhorred evil, and he shared a close bond with his sister Shin Mubin. Given his previous behavior, it seemed nearly impossible to reconcile with him through conventional means. Zhengyang has changed. Perhaps you should say less, Shin Zhengwo hastily interjected, fearing a conflict between his son and Lu Zhengyang. Can he really change? I wouldn't believe a dog would stop eating feces. Shin Yuanliang scoffed, recalling Lu Zhengyang's past. Although unaware of the sweet words Lu Zhengyang had used to win over his parents, he knew of Lu Zhengyang's gambling addiction. Anyone who advised him against gambling was treated as an enemy. Could he truly change? It was merely an attempt to deceive for more money to gamble again. Please, speak respectfully. He is your brother-in-law. Wang Guizhi frowned, attempting to intervene. Brother-in-law? Mom, my sister is divorced from him. What kind of brother-in-law is he? Shin Yuanliang was increasingly frustrated by the family's attitude, feeling as though he was the only one in the dark. Calm down. Sit down and let us have a proper discussion, Lu Zhengyang suggested, recalling a method to engage him. I'm curious to see what flowery words you can come up with today. Shin Yuanliang replied with a cold laugh. Despite Lu Zhengyang's newfound semblance of stability, Shin Yuanliang remained skeptical. He refused to trust anything Lu Zhengyang said. What do you believe constitutes a real man? Lu Zhengyang inquired, observing the defiance on Shin Yuanliang's face. What defines a man is beyond me, but I know you are not one, Shin Yuanliang asserted. He understood what it meant to be a man, yet he refused to be manipulated by Lu Zhengyang. Furthermore, Lu Zhengyang's previous actions were not those of a man, wasting family resources, shirking responsibility, domestic violence, gambling. Each was a testament to his unmanly conduct. Chapter 50. The frustration of suppressed anger. I am not here to engage in a quarrel with you, nor do I wish to. If you feel the need to vent your anger or hurl insults at me, I am willing to patiently wait until you have concluded. In the face of Shin Yuanliang's disdain, Lu Zhengyang remained unfazed, his demeanor calm as he spoke deliberately, word by word. After all, this individual is my own brother-in-law, not a mere stranger. Were it anyone else, I would have wished them to leave at once. Moreover, I do owe him, both emotionally and financially. When he learned of my domestic violence against Shin Mubin, he boldly took a kitchen knife from his home to confront me. Thankfully, I managed to escape swiftly, otherwise I would have suffered greatly. Yet, he is not entirely unkind. During my pursuit of Shin Mubin, he was quite supportive. Additionally, at my wedding, when others attempted to disrupt the ceremony, he stood by my side, even at the cost of straining relationships with some friends and family. Furthermore, when Cece was bullied and I was not around, he engaged in disputes and even fights on my behalf, incurring a loss of 20,000 yuan in the process. Family ties are indeed complex and inextricable. All right, let us have a serious discussion. Seeing that Lu Zhengyang was not jesting, Shin Yuanliang finally seized his oppositional stance. You claim to understand what it means to be a man, so let me ask you directly. Can you provide for a family? During this time, Shin Yuanliang had been short on funds and had no intention of returning home, thus he was unaware of Lu Zhengyang's current situation. In the past, I was unable to achieve this, but now I have succeeded. Lu Zhengyang did not present him with anything but opened a banking app, revealing a balance exceeding 7 million yuan. I have not only cleared over 1 million yuan in debts, but I also possess this considerable amount in savings. Does this suffice for your notion of providing for a family? Most young people adhere to the principle that strength commands respect. If you are formidable, then your words hold truth. You, Shin Yuanliang, are unconvinced? Allow me to persuade you in the most straightforward manner that you can appreciate. Is this real? Staring at the 7 million yuan in savings, Shin Yuanliang was momentarily taken aback, unable to believe that Lu Zhengyang could amass such wealth. Of course it is real. Do you think I could manipulate the banking app to deceive you? Where did you acquire such funds? Do not concern yourself with the origins of my wealth. I assure you, I neither stole nor robbed. I merely ask, is this sum sufficient for what you deem necessary to support a family? Lu Zhengyang pocketed his phone, fixing his gaze on Shun Yuanliang as he inquired. Huh, is merely earning some money a remarkable feat? Does it negate the fact that you are a gambling addict? Let alone this amount. Even if it were to increase by 2 more zeros, you could still end up losing it all. I ask again, is it enough for your definition of providing for a family? Lu Zhengyang, shedding his previous timidity, posed the question with resolute clarity. Sufficient, so what? Under the pressure of Lu Zhengyang's inquiry, Shun Yuanliang's face flushed crimson, as if he were being provoked and belittled, feeling quite uncomfortable. He had articulated the notion of providing for a family, yet now found himself devoid of counterarguments. Then that settles it. Having wealth is impressive, but it does not equate to having dominion over everything. Shun Yuanliang retorted, albeit with a somewhat feeble argument. To speak candidly, at his age, having endured little hardship throughout his youth, he found himself at a stage where he did not place significant value on money. Even amidst the chaos stirred by Lu Zhengyang's affairs over the past 2 years, it was not merely Shun Yuanliang, but rather a majority of individuals in similar circumstances, who harbored a vague understanding of financial matters. Shielded from the harsh realities of life, they held a romanticized view of love as sacred and priceless. Believing that genuine affection could not be purchased, family ties were seen as selfless and indiscriminate, immune to monetary influence. Friends were considered loyal companions through both good times and bad, and could not be acquired with wealth. Most importantly, they believed that money could be earned through hard work, reinforcing the notion that, regardless of circumstances, they would eventually possess it. However, when faced with societal challenges or dilemmas, a sudden awakening often occurred, albeit too late to avert the consequences. Presently, Shun Yuanliang found himself still in a naive phase, recognizing the significance of wealth, yet not fully grasping its profound implications. You are correct. Wealth does not equate to everything. Money cannot purchase love, familial bonds, or many other invaluable things. Yet, humans are fallible. Who among us is without sin? One cannot simply dismiss Lu Zhengyang's mistakes and deny him the chance for redemption. Lu Zhengyang shifted his tone, shedding his previous assertiveness and adopting a sincere demeanor as he addressed Shun Yuanliang, portraying himself as a victim burdened by immense injustice. As Shun Yuanliang, poised to unleash his anger upon Lu Zhengyang, met his earnest gaze, he felt as though he were the villain clinging to another's faults. This sensation discomforted him profoundly. Of course, his disquiet stemmed from Lu Zhengyang presenting his own earnings before him. Otherwise, all would be meaningless chatter. I acknowledge my past transgressions. As the saying goes, one must take responsibility for their mistakes and stand firm in the face of adversity. Nevertheless, regardless of acknowledgement, I am your brother-in-law, the father of Cici. How about this? You may strike me now until your wrath is appeased, but once that is done, let bygones be bygones, and we shall remain family. As Lu Zhengyang spoke, he rose from the sofa and approached Shun Yuanliang. What are you doing? Yang is naive, and Zhengyang, are you not also lacking in understanding? Family matters can be resolved through dialogue, not violence. Observing this, Shen Zhengwo promptly intervened, attempting to pull Lu Zhengyang back. Father, Liang speaks the truth. I have indeed made many mistakes in the past, and punishment seems lenient. Allow Liang to strike me once. It may bring him some relief. Yet, I assure you, from this moment forward, I shall not err again. Lu Zhengyang earnestly declared to everyone present. If viewed from an outsider's perspective, Lu Zhengyang's actions might appear theatrical, merely a performance for Shun Yuanliang's benefit. However, to speak candidly, Lu Zhengyang's desire for a fresh start is indeed sincere. The notion of enduring a beating is merely a performance. Yet, there are times when a man's pride can obstruct many matters. Had he not taken such an approach, granting Shun Yuanliang an opportunity to save face, this situation would have been significantly more challenging to navigate. As for whether such actions would diminish Lu Zhengyang's dignity, he is entirely indifferent. As long as his wife's family can bask in harmony and happiness, notions of pride become inconsequential. As the saying goes, a wayward son returning home is worth more than gold. Zhengyang, our aspirations are modest. We only desire that you live well in the future. and that would suffice to fulfill us. Women are innately emotional. Upon hearing Lu Xingyang's words, a myriad of feelings stirred within her heart. Meanwhile, Shen Mubin, though silent, discreetly wiped away her tears while holding Cici. I'm hungry, let's eat. Shen Yuanliang, being a young man, found himself unable to endure such an atmosphere. Yet asking him to utter any sentimental words of forgiveness would have been impossible, even with a knife to his throat. He merely lowered his head and retreated to the kitchen for a bowl of food, pretending as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 51. Another project emerges. All right, let's eat, Xingyang. Hurry up. Upon observing the situation, Wang Guizhi and Shun Zhengwo quickly ushered Lu Xingyang to the table. Throughout the meal, although Shun Yuanliang did not exchange a single word with Lu Xingyang, he at least showed willingness to share the same table. This was indeed a significant step forward for their relationship. No worries, there is plenty of time ahead. Given Lu Xingyang's current standing, it would be far too easy to win over a young man. It would not be long before Lu Xingyang had Shun Yuanliang calling him brother-in-law with familiarity. The following morning, Lu, where have you been lately? The brothers have been missing you terribly. Having made a quick profit alongside Lu Xingyang, Zhao Zhiming had become rather neglectful of his own business, focusing instead on continuing to earn big money with him. Let us meet at our usual spot at noon. I have matters to discuss with you. All right, it's settled then. Recently, Shen Mubin had been thoroughly exasperated over CC's enrollment in kindergarten. While financial resources were no longer a concern, securing a spot in a reputable kindergarten proved to be quite a hassle, especially for some esteemed public institutions. She hoped Zhao Zhiming might have some solutions. At noon, Lu Xingyang drove to their regular dining establishment. Upon his arrival, Zhao Zhiming, accompanied by Li Wanqiang and Zhou Jianhua, greeted him eagerly. Oh, I've missed you so much. What have you been up to? You said you were busy when I called. We must drink a couple more rounds today. Zhao Zhiming was as warm and welcoming as ever, embracing Lu Xingyang without letting go. Oh, I just made a little money and settled down back home. As the group exchanged pleasantries, they made their way to the private room. By the way, Zhao, my daughter is about to start kindergarten. I've heard that bilingual arts kindergartens can be rather difficult to enter. Do you have any suggestions? Lu Xingyang casually brought up the topic during their conversation. This kindergarten is undoubtedly renowned within the province, as Beihai City serves as the capital. It is regarded as one of the prestigious institutions in the area, naturally holding a prominent position within the province. Due to the limited availability of spots, influential figures are eager to secure admission for their children. Consequently, it is indeed challenging for the affluent to navigate this situation. As for this matter, leave it to me. I, Zhao Zhiming, may not possess extraordinary skills, but I do have a certain standing in Beihai City. While I would never engage in any illicit activities, I have always managed to leverage connections for matters such as these. After all, having an elder brother in a leadership position certainly provides an advantage, even if our relationship is somewhat strained. Nevertheless, utilizing his name to facilitate matters is undeniably beneficial. So, I extend my gratitude to Brother Zhao. Just let me know how much you require and what gifts you expect. Ah, Xingyang, if you continue to be this formal, I might just take offense. Assisting a brother is nothing out of the ordinary. Rest assured, you need not offer any gifts, and I will ensure my niece enjoys the finest at the kindergarten. However, let's be clear, if something is not feasible, then it simply is not. In the end, Lu Xingyang, unable to resist Zhao's insistence, chose to remain silent. Brother Lu, ever since you didn't join me in investing in oil and gold last time, I have been filled with regret. After a night of heavy drinking, I mentioned it to my wife, who scolded me thoroughly, nearly booting me out of the house. If you have any lucrative opportunities, you must include me this time. As the evening progressed and the drinks flowed, Li Wenxiang raised a bowl of Mao Tai, toasting Lu Xingyang before downing it in one gulp. Initially, he had partnered with Lu Xingyang in the crab trade, anticipating a profit of 3 to 4 million, feeling that his moment of glory was imminent. During that period, he watched the crabs grow day by day, wishing he could sleep beside them. However, due to his fixation on the crabs, he missed the chance to prosper alongside Lu Xingyang, which infuriated him to the point of taking home a bag of underdeveloped crabs to prepare a spicy stew. Damn it! Lu Xingyang's net worth has reached a staggering 100 million. Back then, he had less wealth than I did, and now my assets are merely a fraction of his. The agony of missing out on such a fortune has left Li Wenxiang distraught, solidifying his resolve to follow Lu Xingyang. Recently, he had sold off all his crabs, even though they were about to hit the market for even greater profits. Yet, he remained steadfast in his decision to follow Lu Xingyang, even if it meant enduring hardships. This time, will you heed my advice? Lu Xingyang inquired with a slight smile. Brother Lu, whatever direction you indicate, I shall not waver. I will comply with your every instruction, even if it means burning my money at the grave. Hearing that Lu Xingyang appeared to have a new plan, Li Wenxiang stood up excitedly from the table. This time, he was determined to follow him no matter what. Not only Li Wenxiang, but also Zhao Zhiming and Zhou Jianhua gazed at Lu Xingyang with eager anticipation, curious to discover what lucrative schemes he had in mind this time. Zhao Gu, are you acquainted with the land in the southern region? Lu Xingyang pivoted the conversation, directing his inquiry towards Zhao Zhiming. The southern land? Several years ago, during the real estate boom, the city sold off all available land, but the southern plots have not sold as favorably. The economy there is quite mediocre, and it borders a rural county, rendering it largely devoid of investment appeal. While Zhao Zhiming may be oblivious to other matters, he possesses a keen understanding of the real estate situation in Beihai City. He even collaborates with construction teams, having previously made a considerable fortune in this sector. What if, in the near future, this county were to be annexed into Beihai City? Lu Xingyang remarked with a slight smirk, bemused by Zhao Zhiming's confidence. Annexed into Beihai City? Where did you hear such news? Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhiming's demeanor shifted dramatically. Although he does not hold an official position, his sources of information are far more reliable than those of the average citizen, or even many public servants, for he has a brother in a high-ranking leadership role. Such significant news, if true, would surely not escape his attention. You need not concern yourself with that. If this county is indeed incorporated into Beihai City, and the subway line is extended, do you think the southern land would still hold no value? Lu Xingyang chuckled, reiterating his point. Although the real estate market has indeed slowed considerably over the past 2 years, it remains a cornerstone industry in the country, with profits that are self-evident. Should the county below the southern region truly be integrated into Beihai City, the potential for profit would be immense. Given the current state, the southern land is in a neglected condition. If one were to acquire prime real estate now, the returns could be astronomical. Contemplating the implications, Zhao Zhiming felt a surge of excitement. However, such a monumental development, without any whispers from official channels, leads one to question why Lu Xingyang believes such a policy change is forthcoming. Xingyang, if this matter is indeed true, then the land and housing prices in the southern area will undoubtedly soar, but I have yet to hear any news regarding this. After calming himself, Zhao Zhiming expressed his concerns about the veracity of the information. To be candid, real estate has reached a critical juncture, while housing prices in first-tier cities remain resilient. The potential for appreciation in second, third, and fourth-tier cities is increasingly limited. Not to mention the once prosperous real estate developers, how many have succumbed to bankruptcy in recent years? Yet, despite this, housing prices remain steadfast, and many ordinary citizens remain oblivious, still striving to purchase homes at great personal sacrifice. How long this situation will persist is uncertain, but at least it is not the present. Therefore, if a lucrative project were to arise, there remains potential within the real estate sector. Should you become privy to this information, would there still be an opportunity for you to profit? Lu Xingyang scoffed. The revenue from land sales is a significant source of local government finance. Having previously reaped substantial profits, the sudden decline is difficult for anyone to accept. As the adage goes, it is easy to transition from frugality to extravagance, yet arduous to revert from extravagance to frugality. Given the current market stagnation, it is prudent to invigorate it. We shall reconsider this approach when it ceases to yield results. For now, this strategy remains effective. Upon hearing this unfounded assertion, Zhao Zhiming fell into a contemplative silence. While he may lack understanding in other domains, he possesses acumen in this particular field. Several years ago, It was common for individuals within the circle to proclaim impending price surges, urging investments before opportunities vanished. However, the current discourse has shifted. Individuals now frequently inquire about available properties, questioning whether one is interested. It is evident to discerning minds that this industry has lost its allure. In such circumstances, to assume the role of a pioneer and engage in land auctions leaves Zhao Jiming feeling uncertain. The once resolute Li Wenxiang, who had fervently pledged to follow Lu Zhengyang into any venture, now finds himself in a state of confusion. Although he frequents the wholesale market, he is not oblivious to the housing situation. Nowadays, those with some disposable income appear reluctant to invest in real estate, preferring to allocate their funds to alternative endeavors. Even he has a property listed with an agency, which has languished for nearly 6 months without a single inquiry. However, he is not in dire need of funds, allowing him to set a slightly elevated asking price. Yet, even with a higher price point, a thriving market would still attract inquiries. What are your plans moving forward? Zhao Jiming, having amassed considerable wealth alongside Lu Zhengyang, harbors genuine trust and gratitude towards him. As long as the risks remain manageable, he is inclined to continue his ventures with Lu Zhengyang. However, if it jeopardizes his foundational assets, he must deliberate carefully. My inclination is to maintain a flow of funds without engaging in property development myself. Lu Zhengyang then articulated his vision. According to financial reports, a significant lake lies at the border of the southern city and the county, and it is anticipated that an official announcement regarding its integration into the market will be forthcoming. Additionally, plans for 2 subway lines and an elevated bridge are in the works. Consequently, the land adjacent to the lake, due to its prime location and exceptional environment, is poised for exponential price increases. Lu Zhengyang's objective is to acquire this land at a low price before the announcement, subsequently selling it for profit once the news breaks. Whomever takes over thereafter is of no concern to him. Of course, it is conceivable that the acquiring real estate developer could profit immensely from this land, but the future remains unpredictable. Nevertheless, it is clear that, at present, this venture appears lucrative. Zhao Jiming will need to leverage his connections to navigate the land acquisition process, as his established relationships and prior experience make him adept in this arena. Lu Zhengyang's ambitions are modest. The land up for auction spans 50 acres and is valued at approximately 150 million at current prices, with a potential resale value exceeding 400 million. Certainly, it is also a matter of Lu Zhengyang's limited financial resources. Furthermore, there lies another concern. If he were to consume the entire cake alone, it might not be a cake at all, but rather a potential disaster. One should not be excessively greedy. It suffices to earn the modest share of profit that one deserves. Given the current state of land auctions, there remains approximately a week for maneuvering. Let Zhao Jiming undertake the labor this time, as he has not been lacking in earnings. After dining with them, Lu Zhengyang returned to his rented apartment alone, while Shun Mubin, residing comfortably at her mother's home during this period, did not return. It was perhaps for the best that she stayed away, as it spared him from having to sleep on the sofa. After taking a refreshing shower, Lu Zhengyang reclined on Shun Mubin's bed, enveloped by a delicate fragrance that lingered in the air, a truly pleasant sensation. The following morning, a call from Zhang Xia interrupted his thoughts. After a brief breakfast, he drove to her real estate agency. Boss Lu, congratulations. The matter regarding the property has finally been resolved. Here is your property certificate. Please keep it safe. Zhang Xia handed him a transparent bag containing a red property book, some additional documents, and a key. Thank you. Upon receiving the property book, a unique feeling surged within Lu Zhengyang. He finally had a place to call home in this city. Reflecting on a few years prior, when his parents had exhausted their savings to help him purchase a modest apartment in Beihai City, he felt a pang of joy at the time, entirely oblivious to the melancholy etched on his parents' faces. In hindsight, it seems rather ungrateful. After all, that was the culmination of a lifetime of frugality on their part. Lu Zhengyang could not fathom the emotions his parents experienced at that moment. Undoubtedly, sorrow was present, yet a glimmer of happiness must have accompanied it. After all, their obedient and promising son had settled in a bustling metropolis. Regrettably, the son they held in such high esteem was not only disobedient, but had also, due to gambling, mortgaged and sold the very home they had painstakingly acquired. Reflecting on this, Lu Xingyang was at a loss regarding the mindset with which his parents accepted this reality. Thankfully, they were in good health at the time. Had they faced a grave consequence, even if he amassed untold wealth, he would be condemned to live a life burdened by guilt. And then there was Shun Mubin. The image of her cradling Shishi, weeping as they were evicted by the financial company, pierced his heart like a dagger, a memory he feared he would never be able to forget. Enough of this. Do not dwell on it, Lu Xingyang silently reminded himself. Each time he recalled that scene, he felt a wave of heat wash over him, a profound sense of shame rendering him vulnerable. It was as if he were an irredeemable sinner. In truth, at that moment, he was indeed a sinner. Chapter 53. How Awkward Boss Lu. Noticing Lu Xingyang with his eyes closed and an unusual pallor, Zhang Xia called out in confusion, wondering if he was unwell. "Oh, I'm fine." Returning to reality, Lu Xingyang inadvertently wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, his parents were still alive, and his wife and children were by his side. There was still time to amend everything. As for the pain and scars he had inflicted upon them, he would gradually soothe them throughout his life. Leaving Zhang Xia's real estate agency, Lu Xingyang drove to his newly purchased villa. After registering his information at the property management office, he parked his car in his exclusive garage. It must be said that the original owner, who had invested in this property, truly possessed foresight. Not only was the villa located in an excellent area, but its design was also aesthetically pleasing. Positioned to face south, it boasted ample natural light. And the second floor featured a spacious balcony, perfect for drying clothes and bedding. This was particularly advantageous for someone like Shin Mubin, who insisted on washing the comforter every few days. Reflecting on the laundry situation, Lu Xingyang recalled how he had once lost his temper with her. In their previous apartment, the only decent spot to dry clothes was a small balcony in front of the living room, which was barely sufficient for the large sheets and duvet covers that would completely obstruct the limited space, blocking out all light. Moreover, Shin Mubin, with her delicate and slender frame, lacked the strength to manage it alone and often required Lu Xingyang's assistance. At that time, burdened with debts, it was rare for him to show her any kindness. Now, looking back, he realized how fortunate he was to have married a woman willing to tend to household chores. Upon noticing a few nameless flowers blooming in the corner of the villa's front yard, Lu Xingyang was suddenly struck by a rather clutch thought. "Hello, is this a flower shop?" He casually found a flower shop on Matewan and dialed the number. "Yes, sir. Are you looking to order flowers?" The voice on the other end was feminine, exuding a pleasant and intellectually gentle tone. "Yes, I would like to order some flowers. Which types do you have available for delivery within 5 kilometers? Many options. Please hold." Shin Mubin closed her computer, greeted a colleague beside her, picked up her bag, and headed out. What was going on? Shin Mubin seemed to be in a good mood lately. "Huh, I told you she must have hooked up with a wealthy man. She's even driving a new car now. Oomph, what a shameless vixen." In recent days, some older women at the company had visibly noticed the improvement in Shun Mubin's demeanor, and now with her new car, their jealousy was palpable. After witnessing her stepping out of a luxury vehicle, their suspicions that she had indeed secured a wealthy partner were solidified. Damn it. As he watched Shun Mubin's graceful silhouette and overheard the gossip outside, Huang Zhibwa spoke with venomous resentment. He had once considered inviting Shin Mubin out for dinner with 2,000 yuan, only to find that she declined, leading him to believe she was a virtuous woman. Little did he expect that she would turn around and find a wealthy suitor. According to those around her, she even seemed to be contemplating resigning, which only fueled Huang Zhibwa's anger further. "I must find an opportunity to seduce her. Otherwise, I will never be able to swallow this humiliation." The prospect of his chosen prey becoming someone else's meal left the ever-arrogant Huang Zhibwa quite displeased. In this world, few things wield the power to influence men. Yet desire undeniably stands as a significant force. Otherwise, the saying to die beneath the peony is to be a gallant ghost would not hold such weight. With a bit of money and leisure at his disposal, combined with the alluring beauty and seemingly timid nature of Shin Mubin, Huang Zhibwa's audacity grew increasingly bold, and a scheme began to quietly take shape in his mind. However, Shin Mubin remained blissfully unaware of his intentions. As evening fell, Shin Mubin knocked on the door only to find Lu Zhengyang waiting at the threshold, graciously taking her shoulder bag and gently inquiring, "You're back? When did you become so flattering?" Shin Mubin pouted, somewhat unaccustomed to his gestures, yet she did not refuse him, allowing him to take her bag while she bent down to change her shoes. "If you like it, I'll flatter you often from now on," Lu Zhengyang cheekily replied. "Humph." Rather than feeling repulsed, Shin Mubin haughtily snorted, bypassing him to embrace Cece. "Did you listen to Grandma today?" "I was very obedient. Just ask Grandma." Cece replied dismissively while watching cartoons. "You didn't spend the entire day watching TV, did you?" "No. I went out with Grandma to buy groceries in the morning." Cece's voice grew louder, as if she had suffered a great injustice. This little girl, spoiled by her grandparents, was starting to develop a bit of a temper. "Soon. I'll be sending you to kindergarten. Let us see how you'll watch TV then." "I don't want to go to kindergarten. I want to stay with Grandma and Grandpa. By the way, I've already found a school for Cece's kindergarten," Lu Zhengyang said as he settled onto the sofa after placing the bag down. "Which kindergarten do you plan to enroll her in?" "It's that bilingual arts kindergarten," Lu Zhengyang replied casually. Wasn't it said that school is difficult to get into? Did you spend a lot of money?" "It's really unnecessary. It's just kindergarten. An ordinary one will suffice." During this period, Shin Mubin had researched kindergartens extensively and knew the caliber of that institution. She did not want Lu Zhengyang to squander his money, even though she was unaware of his current circumstances, for money does not come easily. "I didn't spend much. I just leveraged a friend's connections," he reassured her. "Oh, fine." Since he had said so, Shin Mubin felt it inappropriate to press further. However, from their previous encounter, it seemed he was indeed doing quite well for himself. "I bought something today that I'd like to share with you. If you would be so kind as to indulge me," Lu Zhengyang said as the family strolled downstairs after dinner. "What is it?" "The item isn't here. It's in another location. I want to go." Without hesitation, Shin Mubin moved ahead. "Just pity me a little," Lu Zhengyang pleaded, pursuing her. After a long day of setting the scene, it would be a shame if she didn't go. "How can I persuade you to go?" Noticing Shin Mubin's indifference, Lu Zhengyang obstructed her path and inquired. "First, tell me what it is." To be honest, Shin Mubin had never received anything from Lu Zhengyang before, and his insistence sparked a flicker of anticipation within her. "If you go, you'll find out. Come on, it won't take long." Lu Zhengyang grasped Shin Mubin's hand, leading her toward the car. "Let me inform Cece and our parents." Shin Mubin evaded his grasp but realized she could not resist him. "Mom, Dad, Cece. I'm stepping out with Zhengyang for a bit. We'll be back shortly." "No, where are you going?" "I want to go too." Hearing her parents mention a shared destination, the clever Cece immediately assumed it was something delightful and sweetly insisted on accompanying them. All right, we can go together." Initially, Lu Zhengyang intended to take only Shin Mubin, but since Cece insisted on joining, he acquiesced. "Shall we bring Grandma and Grandpa along as well?" Cece knew that her grandparents pampered her, and if they were to find food, having them around would ensure she would not miss out. Upon noticing this, Lu Zhengyang hastily sought to decline. "Fine. You go call Grandma and Grandpa over." However, Shin Mubin did not give him the chance to refuse and directly stated, Chapter 54, Lu Zhengyang's Romance. "Where are you all heading at this late hour?" Wang Guizhi, summoned by Cece, appeared puzzled. "Mom and Dad are going to a wonderful place. Come with us." Cece tugged at her grandmother's hand, employing a charming tone. "A wonderful place? What could possibly be so enticing at this hour?" Shen Zhengwo glanced at Lu Zhengyang and Shin Mubin, urging, "If you're going, you should hurry. Don't let it get too late." Without waiting for Lu Zhengyang to respond, Shen Zhengwo muttered, "Let's go." Observing Lu Zhengyang's somewhat awkward demeanor, Shin Mubin's lips curled into a subtle smile as she encouraged, "Hurry up." "Oh, you wish to surprise me, do you? I'm curious to see what tricks you have up your sleeve," Shin Mubin mused silently. "All right then." With no way to turn back, Lu Zhengyang could hardly dismiss them. After all, they would inevitably discover the truth. He beckoned them into the car, driving them towards the villa. The journey was brief, taking merely 30 to 40 minutes by car. "Where on earth are we?" As the vehicle passed through the security checkpoint, Shin Jiangwo could no longer maintain his composure. The villa district, designed to exude an air of sophistication, boasted impressively grand and aesthetically pleasing signage, reminiscent of ancient palace gates. This grandeur made the honest and untraveled Shin Jiangwo and the others feel a twinge of apprehension. This is a villa area. I purchased a house here. Lu Xingyang replied candidly. What? You bought a villa here? Upon witnessing the elegant surroundings of the villa district, Wang Guizhi's voice soared several octaves. Although she was unaware of the exorbitant cost of a villa, she certainly recognized it would be extraordinarily expensive. A villa? What a concept! Wang Guizhi and Shun Jiangwo had never even contemplated the idea of owning a villa before. For the common folk, this holds little significance. In rural areas, the concept of a villa is merely associated with its expense, while other aspects seem to elude their attention. In the countryside, nearly everyone enjoys their own private courtyard, albeit without the geographical advantages that urban settings offer. However, for ordinary city dwellers who have lived their entire lives in cramped quarters, a villa appears as a rare gem. They are liberated from the constant concern of how to store their belongings, free from the disturbances of noisy neighbors above, and unburdened by the anxiety of hosting guests or managing the exuberance of children without disturbing those below. Furthermore, the ample sunlight and the ability to dry clothes and bedding outdoors are invaluable. Most importantly, a villa comes with a garden, a perfect haven for those who delight in cultivating flowers and vegetables. As for Wang Guizhi's exhilaration, Lu Xingyang refrained from elaborating. Upon entering the villa's courtyard, a stunning residence revealed itself before their eyes. Goodness, this house must have cost a fortune. In contrast to Shin Jiangwo's feigned composure, Wang Guizhi's emotions were unrestrained. It's acceptable. Within a reasonable range, Lu Xingyang remarked as he guided them towards the house. Dad, is this our new home? She exclaimed, her curiosity piqued, visibly delighted. As the lights illuminated the space, an abundance of flowers filled the entire living room. Wow! Before Shin Mubin could utter a word, Wang Guizhi gasped in astonishment. Lu Xingyang, however, found himself awkwardly fidgeting with his toes. He had intended to reserve this surprise solely for Shin Mubin, but now the scene unfolded before his in-laws, creating an undeniable sense of discomfort. Initially, Lu Xingyang hadn't envisioned such grandeur, but recalling how long it had been since he last gifted Shin Mubin flowers, he seized the opportunity to make amends in a lavish manner. Whether it was romantic or not, he was uncertain, yet he was aware that women often appreciate flowers. Since she didn't seem to mind, and with a bit of money in hand, he decided to indulge. After all, money is meant to be spent. As she beheld the brightly lit room brimming with flowers, Shin Mubin was momentarily entranced. The visual impact of the floral display was truly breathtaking. The vibrant red roses appeared so lush and exquisite. Surely, he must have spent a considerable sum on such an abundance of flowers. He must have taken great care in arranging them, was the first thought that crossed Shin Mubin's mind. Furthermore, this house seemed to be the one she had been shown just a couple of days prior. As this realization dawned, her gaze gradually shifted to Lu Xingyang's face. In truth, he had done little more than foot the bill. The arrangement and design were entirely orchestrated by the florist. Yet, Shin Mubin was unaware of this detail. All she knew was that, at this moment, Lu Xingyang was genuinely attentive to her. Though somewhat mundane, if it displeases you, I shall refrain from such gestures in the future. Shin Mubin's vacant expression under the lights led Lu Xingyang to mistakenly perceive her as aloof, prompting him to feel somewhat foolish. After all, as a long-married couple, what purpose does such frivolity serve? Truth be told, when he initially purchased these flowers, it was a mere whim. Upon reflection, it indeed seems rather juvenile and awkward. After all, which man truly appreciates roses? Yet, unbeknownst to him, his actions ignited a flicker of warmth within Shin Mubin's shattered heart, enveloping her in a comforting glow. If the sight of Shin Mubin clutching Cece while being thrust out of their new home by debt collectors remains a thorn in Lu Xingyang's heart, a memory he cannot erase, then his past domestic violence against her, instilling a terror of life and death, is equally an insurmountable hurdle in her heart. However, This evening's gesture from Lu Zhengyang has at least elevated Shun Mubin's spirits as she attempts to overcome that barrier. Wow, how beautiful! Cece exclaimed dramatically upon seeing the plethora of flowers. Daddy, did you do all this? Oblivious to the complexities between her parents, she grasped Lu Zhengyang's wrist, eagerly seeking an answer. Do you like them? He inquired. Of course I do. They are simply stunning, she replied, darting toward the flowers, eager to touch one, curious to discern its authenticity and fragrance. Don't touch, Shin Mubin called out instinctively as Cece reached out. This scene was one Shin Mubin wished to etch into her memory, a moment to savor in the days to come. After all, this was a rare romantic gesture from Lu Zhengyang, and she wouldn't dare let it go to waste. Who would have thought you had it in you? Impressive. Observing his daughter's enthusiasm, Shun Zhengwo exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Zhengyang. Humph, and you dare criticize him? Perhaps you should reflect on your own character. Wang Guoji shot him an exasperated look, revealing either envy or annoyance. Chapter 55. Huang Zhibo takes action. This house is splendid, spacious, and with numerous rooms. It surpasses our current dwelling by leaps and bounds, Shun Zhengwo remarked with evident satisfaction after touring the premises. Well, it's simple. Since there are plenty of rooms here, why don't you and Mom just move in? Lu Zhengyang suggested, taking the opportunity to speak. His proposal was genuine. Having two elders in the home would make it easier to care for Cece, ensuring a warm meal awaited them upon their return. Moreover, the villa is genuinely vast. Feeling somewhat empty with just 2 or 3 occupants, more people would certainly create a livelier atmosphere. Most importantly, his in-laws are amiable and easy to converse with, otherwise. Regardless of the house's size, Lu Zhengyang would prefer to purchase another villa than share a home with them. That is not acceptable. This is your home, and it would be inappropriate for us to intrude. Shin Zhengwo immediately declined the offer. What does it matter? Cece also adores you both. And if you do not come to stay, the front and back gardens will fall into disrepair, which would be a great pity. Regardless, I have prepared your room, so you may come whenever you wish, Lu Zhengyang remarked as he guided them on a tour. Although Shin Mubin said nothing, she could not help but feel elated upon seeing such a grand villa, particularly when she noticed the exclusive dressing room and the lavish bathroom. Her anticipation for days spent here grew. The house only lacked some furniture and appliances. Once those were acquired, they could move in immediately. Thus, I entrust this task to you, Lu Zhengyang said, turning to Shun Mubin. Now that the house is purchased, let her arrange the furnishings. Living in a space she has designed will surely enhance her sense of happiness. Just buy it yourself, Shin Mubin insisted stubbornly. In response to her words, Lu Zhengyang merely smiled and remained silent. Dealing with her was quite manageable. He would simply hire an interior designer, claiming he had recharged $1 million for home decoration at another company, which was non-refundable. I will let others pester you. Let us see if you still wish to make the purchases. Cece, would you like Daddy to create a princess room for you? Yes. After touring for over an hour, the group finally set off for home. Boss, I have recently hired 6 more people for the company. Our game development is now proceeding as expected. You mentioned wanting to develop a gaming platform yourself, and I have already contacted the production team, which has begun work. Here is our latest game. If you have time, please play it and see if there are any areas for improvement. Since Lu Zhengyang left the Shenzhen market, Zhang Dongshu has been updating him on the situation and progress at the game company, despite Lu Zhengyang rarely responding. Lu Zhengyang ventured into the gaming industry primarily because it is exceedingly lucrative. Just to illustrate, a single skin from a game at the Goose Factory can sell for billions. Does that not signify profitability? Although he made a considerable amount through speculative ventures with Zhao Zhiming and others, such endeavors are ultimately unstable. In contrast, a gaming company is a legitimate business, relatively stable, which is sufficient. Thus, when a blockbuster game emerges under his leadership, Lu Zhengyang was unwilling to settle for merely the profits from that one game. He envisioned earning from every game henceforth. He instructed Zhang Dongshu to contact a software company to design a proprietary gaming platform. If he could successfully establish the platform, financial concerns would be moot. Of course, in the current internet landscape, creating a wildly popular game is already an impressive feat, let alone founding a gaming platform. However, Since Lu Xingyang has chosen to establish a platform, he undoubtedly possesses his own strategies. In response to Zhang Dongshu's report, Lu Xingyang issued several directives, occasionally offering him words of encouragement, infusing him with inspiration, and painting grand visions for the future. Money. The need for capital is paramount. The thought of the business empire he intends to build filled Lu Xingyang with a sense of urgency regarding his financial status. A week later, congratulations, General Zhao, on securing the land you desired. When shall we gather for a meal together? Zhao Zhiming emerged from the Land Auction Bureau, greeted by many who offered their salutations. Though he wore a smile, internally, they were likely mocking his decision. The parcel of land he purchased was barren, devoid of any commercial value. Otherwise, it would not have been sold to him at such a bargain. Can you believe it? Today, I was treated like a fool. Upon entering the car, Zhao Zhiming tossed a bag of documents at Lu Xingyang and spoke tersely. Everyone else had purchased plots in the city center or popular suburban areas. Who else would buy such desolate land in the southern part of the city? A fool. If there is profit to be made, what does it matter? Lu Xingyang glanced at the documents and, upon confirming the acquisition of the land, breathed a sigh of relief and returned the papers to the bag. Xingyang, I reviewed the land auction information today. Are you truly certain that the city will incorporate the county into the market? If that policy doesn't materialize, we could face significant losses. Despite having completed the purchase, an unsettling feeling lingered in his mind. The land was acquired for 150 million, with Lu Xingyang contributing 80 million, the remainder being Zhao Zhiming's responsibility. Even Li Wenxiang's 5 million was merely a drop in the bucket. Having already secured the land, why continue to fret over it? Just wait. Within 3 days, this news will be released, Lu Xingyang remarked with a smile. In fact, many cities across the nation have engaged in similar maneuvers. However, until the policy is officially announced, no one dares to wager their hard-earned money. Very well, in this world. You are the only one I can trust so implicitly, Zhao Zhiming acknowledged. Lu Xingyang was right. Now that the land was purchased, worrying was futile. With that, the two made their way to Zhao Zhiming's company. Xiao Shun, please come to the office. Huang Zhibwa sent a private message to Shun Mubei around 3 in the afternoon. Manager, you summoned me? Indeed. Due to your exemplary performance, the company has appointed you as team leader with a salary increase of 1,000. Huang Zhibwa displayed a smile he believed to be warm and approachable. Let's discuss the team leader position later. I prefer to focus on my current responsibilities first. Shin Mubei initially declined, as she intended to resign after completing her ongoing projects. Upon hearing this, Huang Zhibwa's eyes narrowed. He realized Shin Mubei might resign imminently, prompting him to accelerate his plans. All right, let us revisit this matter once you've finished your current projects. Huang Zhibwa paused. Your child has been sent to your parents, right? Yes. Although Shun Mubin harbored some doubts regarding this matter, she nodded in acquiescence. You must not conjure up any excuses to avoid the company team-building event today. That would be quite unreasonable, Huang Zhibwa asserted, revealing his intentions. Chapter 56. The drug takes effect, everyone. This evening is our team-building event, and attendance is mandatory. We shall also convene a meeting, Huang Zhibwa announced in the group chat right after Shin Mubin exited the office. What's the situation? When did the company decide on a team-building event? In a meeting too? This is absurd. Well, as long as there is food, I suppose we can tolerate a meeting. Some employees began to chatter. Given that company outings were a rarity, the sudden announcement of one had made many quite content, relishing the opportunity to benefit from the company. Initially, Shin Mubin had no desire to attend, but after Huang Zhibwa's probing remarks, declining seemed rather ungracious. It's fine. After all, she is with her grandparents. And the team-building event is merely a dinner affair. With that thought, she resumed her work. Brother, is the drug you procured reliable? I plan to make use of it today, Huang Zhibwa inquired of an acquaintance he had met in a WeChat group, notorious for its dubious discussions and characters. Rest assured, as long as you administer a small dosage, it will ensure a deep, dreamless sleep. Just estimate the amount. About the size of a fingernail will suffice. Too much could lead to adverse effects, and we wouldn't want to risk exposure, the acquaintance reassured him. Very well, if it proves effective. I shall reward you with a red envelope, Huang Jibo replied, retrieving a small white bottle filled with a powdery substance from his drawer. He pondered how to discreetly slip the drug into Shun Mubin's cup. Though Huang Jibo's actions may seem far-fetched, such occurrences are more common in reality than many would care to admit. As the saying goes, as long as one's resolve remains steadfast, solutions will outnumber difficulties. Setting aside the morality of the situation, when an individual harbors a concrete intention and is willing to take action, barring extraordinarily absurd circumstances, nothing is beyond reach. Time flew, and soon it was quitting time. Huang Jibo, anxious that Shin Mubin might slip away, rallied everyone to head to the pre-arranged restaurant for dinner. With a complimentary meal on the horizon, the women were in high spirits, chattering animatedly as they made their way to a nearby establishment. Where are you off to? We're all dining together tonight. Lu Zhengyang glanced at the time in Zhao Jiming's company, preparing to leave, but Zhao Jiming insisted. I'll introduce you to some impressive individuals shortly. Forget it. Knowing you in Beihai City is sufficient. The more people you know, the more troublesome it becomes. Lu Zhengyang waved his hand dismissively, intending to decline. Zhao Jiming spoke of certain individuals, with Lu Zhengyang having previously interacted with many of them. How shall one put it? None of us are youthful anymore, and our energy is finite. Moreover, those who have achieved such stature are undoubtedly astute. Engaging in conversation with them can indeed be exhausting. Even when dining together, the revelry often overshadows meaningful discourse. In the face of any real predicament, merely leveraging connections suffices. Haha, you certainly possess clarity of thought. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jiming couldn't help but chuckle. It must be said, he relished the sentiment expressed. Indeed, in Beihai City, there exists no issue that he cannot resolve. Departing from Zhao Jiming's company, Lu Zhengyang hastened towards his mother-in-law's residence. Yesterday, he distinctly sensed a notable shift in Shun Mubin's demeanor towards him. He must capitalize on this opportunity to ascend further. As he returned during the rush of post-work hours, he found Wang Guizhi nearly finished preparing the meal. Why hasn't that girl returned yet? With all the dishes served, Wang Guizhi glanced at the clock. Typically, Shin Mubin would have arrived by now. Oh well, let us not wait for her. We shall commence our meal. Shin Jiangwo surveyed the table laden with food and beckoned Lu Zhengyang. I'll make a quick call to check her arrival time. Lu Zhengyang dialed Shin Mubin. Hello. Have you returned yet? Not yet. The company's impromptu team-building event couldn't be postponed. You all go ahead and eat. I'll return after I finish my meal. All right, just don't indulge in alcohol. Rest assured, I'll merely have a light meal before heading home. Upon receiving Lu Zhengyang's call, a subtle smile graced Shin Mubin's lips. Previously, he would scarcely concern himself with her well-being. Now, a mere delay in her return prompted him to reach out. It appears he is increasingly invested in her. Some may dismiss this as a mere phone call, questioning its significance. Yet, for men, frequent calls might be perceived as bothersome, viewing women as overly sentimental. Conversely, for women, regular communication signifies that one occupies a special place in a man's heart, provided, of course, that the sentiment is mutual. Otherwise, it risks becoming one-sided, much to everyone's annoyance. Recently, the company has been performing admirably. Everyone has put in considerable effort. In a private room of a restaurant, Huang Jibo raised his glass, embodying the essence of a commanding manager. At his behest, others followed suit, lifting their glasses. Those who could drink indulged, while those who could not opted for soft drinks. After exchanging some pleasantries, the women began to focus on their meals and engage in conversation. The distinction in dining between men and women is evident here. Men typically relish boasting and discussing matters over drinks, whereas women often dive into their food, exclaiming their fullness even before having finished a couple of glasses. At this moment, Huang Jibo could not allow Shin Mubin to simply depart. That would render the evening's efforts futile. Thus, he adjusted the ring on his left middle finger, commencing a series of toasts. The ring, acquired alongside some illicit substances, was specifically designed for covert drug administration. It could hold a sufficient dose for an individual, and with a gentle twist of the clasp, the powder would discreetly dispense. Remarkably, it was quite a clever contrivance, costing him 500 yuan. When a man is consumed by desire, It is not uncommon for him to spend lavishly, even 5,000 yuan for a fleeting moment of pleasure. To ensure that his nefarious actions go unnoticed, Huang Zhibo discreetly provides them with opaque beverages, such as orange juice and coconut milk, through which the illicit substances can be seamlessly dissolved without detection. It must be said, Huang Zhibo exhibits a rather meticulous approach in this regard. Unbeknownst to all of this, Shin Mubin quietly enjoys her meal, contemplating an early return home once she has satisfied her hunger. Shaoli, you have been working hard lately. Do keep up the good effort, Huang Zhibo exclaimed as he lifted Sister Li's glass. I enjoy drinking, but since it is inconvenient for you ladies, let me pour you some beverages instead. With Huang's assurance, no one dared to object, even as he poured the drinks, which were merely refreshments, not spirits. Xiaoshen, allow me to serve you a drink, he said, finally turning his attention to Shun Mubin. Before she could react, Huang Zhibo enthusiastically seized Shun Mubin's glass and, while pouring, discreetly pressed down on the clasp of his ring. The powdered substance cascaded into the drink, vanishing into the coconut milk without a trace. Xiaoshen, you've been doing well at work. Continue to excel, and the company will reward you. With the drug successfully introduced, Huang Zhibo excitedly presented the glass to Shin Mubin. I'll drink first. He swiftly downed his own beverage, fearful that she might hesitate. Thank you, President Huang, Shin Mubin replied, accepting the glass. Upon noticing it was filled to the brim, she frowned slightly, but ultimately consumed it in one gulp. Good. With that, Huang Zhibo proceeded to the next person. The large glass of beverage weighed heavily on Shun Mubin's small appetite, making her feel somewhat bloated. In truth, she had always preferred the cleanliness and comfort of home-cooked meals over the offerings of restaurants. After Huang Zhibo had toasted everyone, several minutes had passed, and suddenly, Shin Mubin felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. All right, I'll be right there, Huang Zhibo thought, aware that the effects of the drug would manifest in a matter of minutes. Seeing Shun Mubin seated motionless, he quickly pulled out his phone, feigning a call. I'm terribly sorry, but I have an urgent matter to attend to. I've already settled the bill, so please, enjoy your meal. With that, he began to gather his things, preparing to leave. Oh, what a dampener this is, they lamented. President Huang, take care. Though they feigned reluctance, internally, they rejoiced at his departure. I'll be off now. Take your time, Huang Zhibo said as he exited, prompting Shin Mubin to grab her bag and follow suit. Dazed, she yearned to escape and return home swiftly. Just as she stepped out of the restaurant, she spotted Huang Zhibo waiting at the entrance. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? He inquired, rushing to assist her. What are you doing? Don't come any closer. Shin Embing took 2 steps back, raising her hand to block him from coming closer. However, the effects of the drug had already set in, causing her steps to falter, as if she might collapse at any moment. A profound sense of crisis compelled Shin Embing to reach for her phone in her bag. Are you all right? Come here. I'll take you home. At that moment, Huang Zhibo was hardly concerned about anything else. His car was parked nearby, and as long as he could drag her into it, his objective would be accomplished. The mere thought of finally being able to possess such a stunning beauty as Shin Embing filled Huang Zhibo with excitement. Help! Seeing Huang Zhibo's lecherous grin as he attempted to embrace her, Shin Embing, fueled by an unknown strength, called out for help to a young couple passing by a nearby restaurant. What are you doing? We only had a little argument. Is it really necessary to trouble others? Huang Zhibo was taken aback by Shun Embing's calmness even at this juncture, causing him to break into a cold sweat as he rushed forward to forcibly pull her. Save me. Please help me make a call. At this point, Shun Embing was in considerable distress. She struggled to open her eyes, wanting to retrieve her phone to call Lu Zhengyang. In that moment, he was the only one on her mind, even more so than the thought of alerting the authorities. Don't come any closer. The young couple, filled with youthful righteousness and with the girlfriend by his side, immediately stepped forward to assist. The girl quickly helped Shin Embing retrieve her phone. Call Lu Zhengyang. With that, Shin Embing fainted. When Shin Embing opened her eyes again, it was past 9 in the evening. Are you all right? Lu Zhengyang sat beside her hospital bed, concern etched across his face. Seeing Lu Zhengyang nearby brought tears to the corners of Shun Embing's eyes. She longed to collapse into his embrace for solace. Yet, as she attempted to rise, she realized her body was utterly devoid of strength. Her hand still attached to an foredrip. The test results are in. Your partner fell into a coma due to the ingestion of benzodiazepines, which has nothing to do with her physical condition. A doctor in a white coat entered, holding the lab report. What kind of drug is this? Lu Xingyang inquired. It's a substance that causes unconsciousness when consumed. Your partner has likely been drugged. As a doctor, he had encountered such cases far too often. So you're saying my wife is comatose because someone drugged her? Upon hearing this, Lu Xingyang was immediately drenched in cold sweat. Astonished that he could find himself embroiled in such a melodramatic scenario, Shin Embing's face turned pale with fear. Wife, do you know who drugged you? It must be Huang Jibo. He has had intentions toward me for some time. Reflecting back, Shin Embing recalled the drink she had consumed. And given Huang Jibo's previous behavior towards her, it was highly likely he was the culprit. Huang Jibo, is it? All right, I understand, Lu Xingyang stated, picking up his phone to call Zhao Jiming. At 10 o'clock that night, Huang Jibo, engrossed in a hotel room with a beautiful woman, was startled by a series of urgent knocks on the door. Who is it? The waiter. There was a previous tenant in this room who dropped something. What on earth did they drop? Get lost. Today, things did not go as planned. Huang Jibo was already in a foul mood and now had to deal with the waiter's annoyance. It was a miracle he hadn't resorted to violence. Knock, knock. Knock. Open the door. We're just here to retrieve our belongings. Damn it. Knocking like that. Do you think I want to file a complaint against you? Hearing the incessant knocking, Huang Jibo could no longer contain his anger. Wrapping a towel around himself, he stormed to the door, ready to unleash a tirade on the waiter outside. Upon opening the door, he was met with Lu Xingyang's grim visage, his eyes radiating a murderous intent that momentarily rendered Huang Jibo speechless. Damn it. At that moment, Lu Xingyang finally found an outlet for his pent-up fury and delivered a fierce kick to Huang Jibo's groin. Whether or not any damage was done, Lu Xingyang could not say. The future functionality of that area would be left to fate. Having just begun to earn money, Lu Xingyang had intended to maintain the demeanor of a wealthy individual. However, if he did not take matters into his own hands, no amount of money would hold any value. A wretched cry, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, echoed as Huang Jibo crumpled to the floor, clutching his groin and writhing in agony. To prolong his torment, Lu Xingyang slammed the door shut with a resounding bang, taking advantage of a man's misfortune. You enjoy playing dirty, don't you? I'll ensure you won't ever have the chance to play again. In that moment, Lu Xingyang unleashed all his pent-up anger on a Huang Jibo. Chapter 58. News arrives. Spare me, spare me, spare me. Huang Jibo was utterly defenseless against Lu Xingyang's relentless punches, desperately shielding his head as he repeatedly submitted. If you ever dare to appear in front of Shun Mubin again, I'll make sure to end you. Lu Xingyang rose from him, shaking his hands. Truth be told, the sensation of delivering a beating was rather exhilarating. Though his fists were beginning to ache, he still felt unsatisfied. You're Shun Mubin's ex-husband? As he recognized Lu Xingyang's face, Huang Jibo recalled that this man had previously encountered Shun Mubin on 2 occasions. This revelation filled Huang Jibo with rage. To him, Lu Xingyang was nothing but a worthless individual, lacking both wealth and influence. Even if he were still married to Shun Mubin, what could he possibly accomplish? In Beihai City, while he might struggle against others, dealing with an outsider would be a piece of cake. Yet, he knew better than to provoke him now. Once Lu Xingyang departed, he would certainly enact his revenge. With a face twisted in resentment, Huang Jibo contemplated how to retaliate against Lu Xingyang. Hey, I've completed my business. Now it's your turn to take the stage. Lu Xingyang ended the call and stepped out of the room. Before Huang Jibo could rise from the floor, a large group of police officers entered, announcing, "You are now suspected of attempted rape. Please come with us." What are you doing? This is impossible. You've got the wrong person. Witnessing this scene, Huang Jibo finally felt a twinge of panic. He flailed his arms, attempting to resist, insisting, "Let me make a phone call first. You've made a mistake, truly. Obstructing official duties and assaulting an officer. Take him away." In the dimly lit hospital room, Upon grasping the unfolding events, Shen Yuanyang, known for his fiery temperament, could hardly contain his rage. He abruptly rose from his chair, exclaiming his intent to seek vengeance against Huang Zhibua. "Do not go. Your brother-in-law has already taken action," Shen Mubin cautioned. Aware of her younger brother's impulsive nature and fearing he would do something reckless. "What do you intend to do? Where will you find him at this hour?" "Wait for Xingyang to return." "Don't be foolish. We can contact the authorities," Shen Jiangwo and Wang Guizhi urged, restraining Shen Yuanliang from leaving. "Huh. Wait for him to resolve it. What could that coward possibly achieve?" Shen Yuanliang scoffed, recalling Lu Zhengyang's past demeanor and doubting his ability to retaliate against Huang Zhibua. Just then, Lu Zhengyang entered, carrying an assortment of fruits. "Lu Zhengyang, my sister was nearly harmed, and you still have the leisure to purchase such trifles? Are you even a man?" Shen Yuanyang seethed at Lu Zhengyang's nonchalant demeanor. "I've already dealt with the matter. There is nothing to worry about now," Lu Zhengyang replied, placing the fruit on the bedside and preparing to offer water to Shen Mubin, as the doctor had advised her to stay hydrated for detoxification. "You resolved it? How?" Shen Yuanyang regarded him with skepticism, unable to believe Lu Zhengyang possessed any means to address the situation. "I gave him a good beating and then handed him over to the police. He'll likely serve 6 or 7 years. By the time he's out, he'll probably be a skilled tailor," Lu Zhengyang stated matter-of-factly in response to Shen Yuanyang's incredulity. 6 or 7 years? Is that for real? How could that be? Shen Yuanliang thought incredulously, questioning Lu Zhengyang's capability. In his mind, the most he could do was to give Huang Zhibua a sound thrashing. Beyond that, he felt utterly powerless. This frustration stemmed from the understanding that a mere beating wouldn't suffice, and it might even lead him to incur financial liabilities or detention. Nevertheless, he would gladly accept any repercussions for the sake of his sister. Indeed, it's true. If you doubt it, you may verify at the police station. Unfortunately, in our society governed by law, he will likely serve only a few years. For scum like Huang Zhibua, I would relish the thought of ending him with a single thrust. Lu Zhengyang expressed his disdain. His demeanor sparked a vague sense of respect from the Shen family. Though they refrained from probing further, the resolution of the matter sufficed for them. Days later, news began to circulate among the upper echelons regarding the impending administrative change in Beihai City, which was set to be incorporated into the county system. Many, upon hearing the whispers of this development, wasted no time and hurried to the county town, armed with their bank cards for investments. As the information remained largely unannounced to the general populace, it was anticipated that by the time the average citizen became aware of it, a month or two would have passed, rendering the opportunity nearly obsolete. Seizing the moment while most remained oblivious to the specifics, investors hurried to secure prime locations for housing and commercial ventures. Large projects are often beyond the reach of many, leaving them to others. But small projects are easily within grasp, aren't they? Zhengyang, my goodness, you are truly remarkable. Upon hearing this news from his elder brother, Zhao Zhiming immediately dialed Lu Zhengyang's number. "I had a feeling that with the current financial constraints, people would certainly have ideas brewing." Upon receiving this news, a subtle smile graced Lu Zhengyang's lips. "You are indeed an investment genius. I am utterly enamored with you." Zhao Zhiming expressed his admiration to Lu Zhengyang, albeit the sentiment sounded rather nauseating. "Enough of that. I must take this call. We are about to strike gold." Just as he hung up on Lu Zhengyang, 2 more calls came in, prompting Zhao Zhiming to prioritize the matter at hand. "Zhao Zong, I was wondering why you suddenly decided to purchase land in the southern city. It turns out you are quite the insider. Goodness, you used to lament about being financially strapped, but now it seems you've struck it rich, haven't you?" "Zhao Zong, might I inquire if you have any intentions of selling that plot of land in the southern area?" In an instant, friends and real estate developers alike inundated him with calls. Zhao Zhiming transitioned from being referred to as Zhao Dekongming to Zhao Damingbai. It's worth noting that if Zhao Zhiming were to sell the land in his possession, he would undoubtedly amass several billion. While several billion might not be a substantial sum in major cities, in Beihai, it's monumental news. That evening, several individuals gathered in a private dining room. "Zhengyang, how could I have been so foolish back then? Had I followed you sooner, I would have amassed wealth long ago. as the drinks flowed and the dishes were savored. Li Wenxiang, knowing that his investment of over 5 million was about to swell to over 15 million, found himself not rejoicing, but rather regretting his past decisions. Reflecting on his stubbornness and clinging to the hairy crabs, he wished to slap himself a few times. Zhengyang, our land is in such high demand now. Why not develop it ourselves? After all, I do have construction teams at my disposal. Zhao Zhiming was acutely aware of the profits in real estate. Having secured such prime land, if they developed it themselves and subsequently managed the property, it would yield a significant income. To be frank, Zhao Zhiming was somewhat reluctant to part with this lucrative opportunity, although Lu Zhengyang had initially stated his intention to act as a middleman. Chapter 59. The Simplicity of a Son-in-Law. Develop it ourselves? Given the current market conditions, are you joking? Lu Zhengyang, having indulged a bit too much, lit a cigarette. Curious about Zhao Zhiming's thoughts. Let me put it this way. Within a month, this news will undoubtedly be made public, and our land will become even more sought after. Moreover, in real estate, if we commence construction now, we could lay the foundation in a month and a half, and as soon as we erect a couple of stories, we could launch pre-sales and start collecting funds. The entire process would not exceed 3 months, potentially increasing our profits by a third. Why would we let real estate developers reap all the benefits? Isn't it more appealing to keep that for ourselves? Zhao Zhiming expressed his thoughts candidly. Nowadays, constructing a house is remarkably swift, provided the finances are in order. As for the paperwork, leveraging personal connections often ensures a smooth process, with some even assisting in accelerating it. Hence, in Zhao Zhiming's perspective, his investment is merely a brief stretch of time, not excessively long. Zhengyang, I find Zhao Ji's reasoning quite sound. Such a straightforward calculation, even the somewhat inebriated Li Wenxiang recognizes it as a lucrative venture. I refuse, Lu Zhengyang declared. Flicking the ash from his cigarette, his decision resolute. Why not pursue something evidently profitable? Zhao Zhiming pondered Lu Zhengyang's unexpected rejection of his proposition. Refusal is refusal. There need not be an abundance of reasons. Perhaps influenced by the alcohol, Lu Zhengyang's demeanor had taken on a notably firmer tone. Very well, you are the authority. Your word is final. During this time, engage more with real estate developers, and let us swiftly capitalize on those offering the highest prices. Do not fixate on trifles. Ample opportunities for profit lie ahead. Realizing his tone may have been somewhat unfriendly, Lu Zhengyang lifted his glass in a gesture of apology. Zhao Zhiming and Li Wenxiang were hardly offended, for all that transpired was brought forth by Lu Zhengyang, given Lu Zhengyang's insistence. The next step was to diligently seek additional real estate developers, striving to sell their land at the most advantageous price. Ms. Shun, the prices of the furniture and appliances you have selected are woefully below standard. Under these circumstances, we find it challenging to proceed. In a seemingly upscale furniture and appliance store, a 30-something female team leader, witnessing Shun Mubin's chosen home decoration price list, appeared quite embarrassed. Her zealous recommendation stemmed from Lu Zhengyang's concern that Shun Mubin might hesitate to purchase quality items, having already provided her with a substantial advance. After all, it was a villa worth over 10 million. One could hardly afford to furnish it inadequately. Is this sufficient? How much do you expect us to spend? Wang Guizhi exclaimed. Her heart already heavy upon seeing the total exceed 600,000, her voice tinged with ire. To her, such an expenditure approached the cost of half a house. No matter one's wealth, such extravagance seemed unreasonable. It is worth noting that while the villa had its hard furnishings completed and possessed numerous rooms, 600,000 solely for soft furnishings was indeed considered extravagant for an average individual. However, little did Wang Guizhi, who had toiled and saved her entire life, realize that some affluent individuals could easily spend over $1 million just on a single restroom's decor. Auntie, I do not wish to encourage your spending. However, Mr. Lu has made it clear that should you opt for significantly lower selections, it would pose a challenge for me to justify. To be candid, this saleswoman had never encountered such a situation in her extensive career. In reality, most individuals aim to economize during renovations, and many, despite lacking the budget, request high-end designs from engineers, only to later claim insufficient funds and seek discounts when it comes time to pay. After the others in the store learned about the situation, their envy towards Shin Im-bing was palpable. Some even secretly looked down upon her and her mother, thinking to themselves how foolish it was to be wealthy yet not know how to spend. If it were them, they would ensure that everything was resplendent and lavish. Of course, they could only fantasize. No matter how envious or jealous they felt, they had to maintain a smiling facade while serving customers. All right, I understand. Replace this sofa with that one worth over 300,000 and change this dining table to a mahogany one. Initially, Shin Im-bing felt a twinge of regret. But after being exposed to high-end items and considering that Lu Xingyang truly had no financial constraints, she steeled herself and began to embrace the shopping experience. After all, the adage "you get what you pay for" often holds true. One cannot expect exquisite, upscale items without the means to acquire them. In the end, nearly 3 million disappeared in a flash. As they exited the store, Wang Guizhi remained silent. She never imagined that spending 3 million could feel as mundane as spending 300. This revelation drastically reshaped her worldview. Although she had heard of Lu Xingyang's financial success, she had no concrete understanding of it, only that her daughter and son-in-law's future would no longer burden her and her husband. That notion had sufficed until this morning's extravagant spree finally unveiled the extent of Lu Xingyang's wealth. The feeling of being affluent was exhilarating. Bing bing. What business is Xingyang involved in lately that is so lucrative? Wang Guizhi inquired, subtly probing. He seems to be in real estate, but I am not entirely sure. With Xingyang making such money, could he involve Liang Liang in his endeavors? In the past, Wang Guizhi might have hesitated to voice such thoughts, considering her role as an elder. But after the events of the morning, her concern for propriety diminished. The allure of wealth overshadowed all else. Shin Yuanyang was indeed her son. And although Lu Xingyang was wealthy, he remained her son-in-law. If her son could earn substantial money, that would be ideal. That should be possible. Upon hearing this question, Shin Im-bing found herself at a loss for words. Although Lu Xingyang treated her well and was willing to support her financially, it ultimately concerned their relationship. She felt uneasy about dragging family into their affairs. In her heart, she would rather Lu Xingyang be at fault than to bring him trouble. Especially after the term brotherly support gained notoriety online, she became even more resistant to such matters. That's settled. When we return, I will speak with your father and have him discuss it further with Xingyang. Upon hearing this response, Wang Guizhi immediately smiled and hurried her daughter home. Chapter 60. Shin Yuanyang's pride. What? Over 3 million spent in one morning? This spendthrift daughter. In the kitchen, Shen Jingwo was shocked to hear Wang Guizhi embellishing the morning's events. What is she squandering exactly? She spent less, yet Ren Xingyang appeared displeased. Wang Guizhi wore a gossipy expression, as if she were the one spending the money. Upon hearing this, Shen Jingwo fell silent. Indeed, why was he making such a fuss? The other party was utterly indifferent, seemingly regarding the 3 million as insignificant. For the first time, Shen Jingwo truly grasped the sense of disparity. Why not let Liang Liang join Xingyang in making money? After all, he would take anyone with him, and Liang Liang was still family. Wang Guizhi seized the opportunity to suggest, "Shall I speak to him tonight?" Shen Jingwo hesitated for a moment before replying, "Let us do it that way. I'll prepare some delicious dishes for dinner." Seeing her husband willing to take the initiative, Wang Guizhi's enthusiasm for cooking soared. In the evening, Lu Xingyang returned to his mother-in-law's house. Due to the land dealings, he had been spending every day with Zhao Zhiming and others, not having returned for several days. Upon seeing the table laden with sumptuous dishes, Lu Xingyang guessed they must have something to discuss with him. After all, it was not a festive occasion, and he hardly considered himself a guest to warrant such a feast. However, Lu Xingyang did not mind, given his current capabilities and past actions. He welcomed their request for assistance. Initially, he refrained from speaking, suspecting the matter involved Shen Yuanliang. After all, even if the elderly couple had something on their minds, it was unlikely to be of great consequence. The only thing that might make them hesitant to ask would likely be related to Shen Yuanliang. "Xingyang, I heard Bing Bing spent over 3 million this morning. Even if you are wealthy, you shouldn't spend so extravagantly," Shen Jingwo remarked. "It's nothing, Dad. This money is insignificant to me. Besides, isn't earning money meant for spending? I take pleasure in treating Mu Bing," Lu Xingyang replied with a smile. Sitting beside him, Shen Mubing's lips curled into a slight smile. Although the internet often propagates the notion that if a man loves you, you should be willing to spend money on you, it must be acknowledged that this sentiment is indeed appealing to women. Even for someone like Shen Mubing, who does not place great importance on money, it holds true. Though Wang Guizhi remained silent, her expression radiated a sense of pride, as if she were basking in the glory of it all. "Oh, you." Shen Zhengwo was at a loss for words in response to this. Subsequently, he meandered through various topics, avoiding the subject of Shun Yuanliang's employment. "Dad, is Liang Liang still working at that company? If you have time, could you ask him if he'd be willing to join me? I could certainly use the help. And after all, he is family, so I trust him." At this point, Lu Xingyang could no longer contain himself and directly broached the subject. The members of the Shen family were inherently honest and unassuming, disliking to trouble others for fear of being indebted, yet they were fervently eager to assist with others' matters. Even if it meant enduring hardships themselves, such as helping Lu Xingyang repay gambling debts, he would certainly be willing to work with you. "How much can he earn at that small company of his? And it has no future," Wang Guizhi quickly interjected, noticing Lu Xingyang's proactive approach. Despite his imposing stature and robust appearance, Shen Yuanliang studied computer programming during his university years and currently engages in website development and back-end systems at his company. It remains uncertain whether this experience aligns with the gaming industry, but it is likely of minimal relevance. After all, both fields pertain to computing. Should his skills prove insufficient, he could still be entrusted with a role that demands lesser technical expertise, commonly referred to as a product director. Alternatively, he could explore positions in operations, planning, or any other capacity. Ultimately, it is his own company, and he holds the reins. As for concerns about Shen Yuanliang engaging in nepotism or idleness within the company, Lu Xingyang harbors little apprehension. He possesses a deep understanding of Shen Yuanliang's character. He would never betray his own principles. Regarding his capabilities, Lu Xingyang is even less troubled. Provided the company is not in its nascent stage, teetering on the brink of survival, the effectiveness of management is largely uniform, as the execution rests with subordinates, requiring only decisive leadership. If Lu Xingyang were incapable of even that, he might as well open a small grocery store and let it generate passive income. Thus, he resolved to summon Liang Yang at an opportune time, as he happened to have a company in need of oversight. Assuring his parents, he stated that as long as Liang Liang was willing to accompany him, he would ensure all necessary provisions were met. With this affirmation, the matter was settled, and they returned to their meal before it grew cold. Wang Guizhi's joy was palpable at this news. She remarked that if Liang Liang's situation posed any difficulty, it would be of no concern to her parents. After dinner, as Shen Mubin escorted Cici downstairs, she whispered, "I am willing to assist with anything related to you, especially when it concerns Liang Liang." Lu Xingyang turned to face her, gazing into her eyes with sincerity. "Let us hurry, for it is quite late." Under his earnest gaze, Shen Mubin felt her heart race and quickly replied, "Very well, you should also rest early. Do keep an eye on the villa's installation, as it will be our family's future residence." With the land yet to be sold, Lu Xingyang, occupied with pressing matters, did not linger. "Mother, did you summon me solely to discuss this?" he inquired the following noon after hearing Wang Guizhi's words. Shen Yuanliang's displeasure was evident. His company was busy with a project, and he had only managed to secure a half-day off. He was taken aback that his mother's significant news was to suggest he work under Lu Xingyang. What a jest! While he did not vehemently oppose Lu Xingyang continuing to live with his sister, he felt unable to accept the prospect of working beneath him. "What is this about?" he retorted. "Ask your sister. She spent over 3 million yesterday alone. How long would it take for you to earn that? Moreover, this request came from your brother-in-law, who mentioned needing assistance. I only relate it to you. Do you think everyone is afforded such an opportunity to work with him? Liang Liang, do not be ungrateful." Upon witnessing Shen Yuanliang exhibit a demeanor of reluctance, Wang Guizhi felt a surge of urgency. Shen Yuanliang was still in the bloom of youth, oblivious to how pivotal such an opportunity could be for his future. He harbored a youthful arrogance, dismissing the significance of various matters, especially when it came to his brother-in-law. whom he had once berated and struck. How could he possibly bear to work under him? Wouldn't that be tantamount to dragging his own face through the dirt? Chapter 61. The spirited Lu Jingxiang. I refuse to go, Shen Yuanliang stubbornly declared, tilting his head defiantly. Are you trying to drive me to despair? Wang Guizhi, unlike the youth, had navigated the complexities of society for a lifetime and understood how rare such opportunities were. Left to his own devices, it would take him an eternity to achieve anything of significance. Speak with him, she urged, her affection for her son evident as she refrained from harsh words. Instead, passing the matter to Shen Jiangwo. Tell me, why do you refuse to go? Do you have any idea how much your brother-in-law earns? Shen Jiangwo sighed, hoping to engage in a rational discussion. Refusal is refusal. Even if he earns billions, it has nothing to do with me. I, Shen Yuanliang, possess no other skills. I would rather starve than seek a livelihood beneath him. Shen Yuanliang had resolutely made up his mind. He would not bow to him, not even if the world were to end. Go and tell uncle to join your father in making money, Shen Imbing, not one to pressurize. Opted to send Shishi to persuade her cousin. Uncle, you should work with my dad. He is currently making a considerable fortune, and you could earn a lot too. Shishi, unaware of the complexities, followed her mother's directive and embraced Shen Yuanliang's arm, playfully coaxing him. Uncle, just go. Her innocent yet insistent voice held surprising strength. But uncle has his own job. He can support himself and has no desire to earn money alongside your father. Shen Yuanliang felt powerless against Shishi's charm. His affection for his niece was undeniable. Enough, Mom and Dad. I will not go to my brother-in-law's place. I will focus on my work. After dinner, Shen Yuanliang, with projects awaiting at the company, turned on his heel and returned without a backward glance. What are we to do? This boy is utterly clueless. He is driving me to distraction. Wang Guizhi sighed in exasperation at Shen Jiangwo and Shen Imbing. This foolish child. Bing Bing. Perhaps you should let Jingyang devise a plan? What are you suggesting? Do you want Jingyang to beg him to work there? That is utterly inconceivable, Shen Jiangwo remarked, though his gaze lingered on Shen Imbing, contemplating. Perhaps I should have a word with Jingyang. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Imbing replied. A few days later, at a small auction, Lu Jingyang and Zhao Zhiming successfully sold the piece of land in their possession for a staggering 4 billion. Including their investments and the dividends from Zhao Zhiming and others, Lu Jingyang's available funds soared to 2.8 billion. My dear brother, I am on the verge of resigning, and Zheng Chang has already left for several days. What are your plans? That evening, a call came in from Lu Yinyan. Here is the plan. You and Zheng Chang should return to our hometown in the next couple of days. Some matters cannot be adequately conveyed over the phone. All right. I shall purchase a ticket for tomorrow and return with Zheng Chang. Now that affairs here have reached a conclusion, it is time to revisit our roots and assess the current situation. As for Shen Yuanliang's matters, we shall discuss them upon our return. Brother, I have returned. The next day, having calculated the timing, Lu Jingyang drove to the high-speed train station to pick up Lu Yinyan and Lu Zhengxiang. Do you two have any thoughts about your futures? Lu Jingyang inquired as he drove. Should they possess aspirations of their own, he would unconditionally support them. However, if they lacked direction, he would be willing to offer some guidance. Brother, I believe that live streaming e-commerce is quite lucrative. A classmate of mine in Hangzhou is engaged in this, and I've heard he has made hundreds of thousands. Upon mentioning this, Lu Jingxiang eagerly shared his insights. Oh, so you wish to venture into live streaming e-commerce as well? Lu Jingyang chuckled at this remark. For some reason, he saw a reflection of his younger self in his brother, whose curiosity about new trends was palpable. Witnessing others profiting made him feel that he too could partake in this vast market. Such youthful exuberance, though somewhat naive, embodies the essence of being young. Furthermore, this is not inherently a negative trait. Indeed, whenever a new industry emerges, it often presents numerous opportunities for ordinary individuals. Consider the initial days of live streaming and the esports industry. Who would have imagined that playing video games or chatting in front of a computer could yield substantial financial rewards? Moreover, the earnings from such pursuits could surpass what an average person might earn in a lifetime. Yet, as soon as the masses recognized the profitability of these industries, Those who entered early and possessed talent quickly became industry benchmarks, while the less capable faded into obscurity. Nevertheless, those who had the fortune to seize early opportunities were satisfied with their gains. The unfortunate reality befalls those who enter later. They must either possess extraordinary skills or resort to purchasing traffic and followers. Additionally, the majority of the profits are siphoned off by the platforms, rendering their endeavors akin to mere labor. Much like the current state of live-streaming e-commerce, which appears to be thriving, one soon discovers that entering this field is far from straightforward. Without investing in traffic, even the finest products and engaging streaming styles may go unnoticed, for the audience simply cannot see them. Well, I still believe that live-streaming e-commerce is quite profitable. If I could become popular, anything I sell could lead to fortune. As Lu Zhengqiang spoke, his mind began to envision himself as a prominent streamer, imagining that anything he showcased would be instantly coveted by viewers. Life is seldom as straightforward as it appears. While some individuals may seem to amass wealth effortlessly, your live stream might attract no viewers at all, Lu Yinyan remarked, attempting to temper Lu Zhengqiang's exuberance. What does it matter? In this world, few endeavors are devoid of complexity. Patience is key. What if I succeed? Perhaps I could earn even more than my elder brother, Lu Zhengqiang retorted defiantly. It must be acknowledged that he still harbors a youthful naivety, fervently believing that dedication to any pursuit guarantees success. Such passion is indeed rare. If one could maintain this fervor indefinitely, many obstacles would naturally yield. Not that one would achieve immense wealth, but at the very least, one could live without financial worries. Yet, the challenge lies in the realization that for an ordinary person, pursuing a goal with unwavering confidence can often lead to disillusionment when effort alone does not yield success. This inevitably alters one's mindset, making it increasingly difficult to remain fully committed to the task at hand, potentially leading to thoughts of retreat. This scenario unfolds even when one genuinely strives to achieve their aspirations. It is evident how daunting it is to carve out a niche in any field, particularly for a restless youth like Lu Zhengqiang. After failing to earn money once, twice, or thrice, will he still have the fortitude to persevere? Even if he wishes to continue, the constraints of living expenses may soon inhibit his resolve. Chapter 62. Is there another me? Well, your confidence is commendable. Pursue your ambitions boldly, but I can assure you of one thing. You will undoubtedly encounter challenges and setbacks. You may fail, but do not, like your brother before you, consider straying onto the wrong path. Lu Zhengqiang inhaled deeply, reflecting on his past, determined not to let his brother descend into the same pitfalls he once faced. I understand, elder brother. Lu Zhengqiang nodded, though somewhat defiantly. Brimming with youthful vigor, he dismisses any notion of failure. Observing his younger brother's impetuous expression, Lu Zhengqiang could easily discern his thoughts. However, he remained unfazed. The purpose behind his hard work is to ensure that his family need not fret excessively, allowing them the freedom to pursue their dreams. Even if they stumble, he will always be there to catch them. In his own time, his parents had sacrificed their savings to support him, and now that he has achieved financial stability, he feels a profound obligation to assist his blood relatives. Elder brother, I get it. You're so verbose. Just wait until I earn more than you. Lu Zhengqiang scoffed. Lu Zhengqiang smiled faintly, knowing that after a few years of toil, his brother would come to understand. And what about you? What are your thoughts? Lu Zhengqiang inquired of his sister, who had been silent. I don't possess grand aspirations. I just want to earn a living. Elder brother, you can make the arrangements, but you won't look down on me, will you? Lu Yinyan replied with an awkward smile. She had considered her own ambitions, but after much contemplation, she realized she lacked any extraordinary dreams. She simply desired a stable job and the safety of her family. How could it be otherwise? Each person's pursuit of life is distinct. As long as one lives comfortably and their family is safe, that is the greatest happiness. Lu Zhengqiang shook his head, refusing to allow himself to be mocked by his sister over such matters. Indeed, brother, that is precisely my sentiment. Your recent situation truly frightened me. Lu Yinyan quickly affirmed with a nod of her head. Ah, my dear friend, that strikes a chord, Lu Zhengqiang remarked, feeling a pang at the mention of his own troubles. Very well then, Let us return home to assess the condition of the house. Gather your belongings. And you shall accompany me to Shenzhen. He intended to secure a position for his sister at the gaming company. All right, big brother, Lu Yanyan exclaimed joyfully. TSK. What a lack of ambition. Young people should strive to build their own careers. Lu Jingqiang scoffed, teasing his sister. Lu Jingqiang. It has been a while since I last disciplined you. Are you feeling the itch? Lu Yanyan retorted without hesitation, playfully pinching Lu Jingqiang's arm. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Sister, mercy. Lu Jingqiang instantly began to plead for mercy. Lu Jingqiang chuckled, shaking his head. Indeed, the bonds of blood were undeniable. As the trio engaged in conversation, they soon arrived at the Lu family home. Lu's parents had prepared dinner, eagerly awaiting the return of their children. Lu Jingqiang parked the car in the yard. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Lu Yanyan joyfully dashed into the house, affectionately calling out. You've returned. Quickly wash your hands and come to dinner. Wang Hongmei responded with a smile, her face radiating happiness. Sure, but I'll be leaving with my brother tomorrow to work at his company. Lu Yanyan disclosed the plans made in the car. That's wonderful news. We'll feel much more at ease. Lu Jifeng nodded in satisfaction, confident in his daughter's capabilities, yet concerned for her well-being. He found comfort in her maturity, but anxiety lingered over her navigating the world alone, facing potential hardships and injustices. However, now that she would be working with Lu Jingqiang, their worries could be somewhat alleviated. And what about you? Lu Jifeng turned to Lu Jingqiang, who had just crossed the threshold. The previously warm expression on his face quickly turned serious. This mischievous boy's temperament was the complete opposite of his sister's, providing no small amount of concern. I refuse to follow my brother. I aim to carve out my own path, Lu Jingqiang declared defiantly, chin raised with pride. Ah, you rascal. I had a feeling you would say that. Why not work alongside your brother? Lu Jifeng replied, irritation bubbling within him. I won't. I believe in my own abilities. Lu Jingqiang stubbornly insisted, fully aware that working with Lu Jingqiang would afford him comfort and financial stability, yet he was resolute in his desire to prove himself. Lu Jingqiang smiled, proud of his brother, recognizing the spirited ambition that mirrored his own youthful aspirations. A true man, born into this world, should not languish beneath others, not even if it is his own brother. Father, let him forge his own path. He won't starve with me around. Seeing that the argument was escalating, Lu Jingqiang quickly interjected with soothing words. Lu Jingqiang let out a hum. His resolve to achieve great success solidified within him. Oh, foolish Odo, he mused. Lu Jingqiang shook his head. He was still too young to comprehend the arduous nature of earning money. By the way, Dad, how is the construction coming along? Lu Jingqiang inquired. Everything has been arranged. The lines will be drawn tomorrow, and construction will commence. Lu Fujin's eyes sparkled with barely contained joy. Who wouldn't he delight in a grand villa? That is wonderful. You'll oversee things here. Don't worry about the expenses. As long as it benefits the family, I'll be exceedingly pleased. The Lu family enjoyed a hearty meal together, basking in happiness. The next day, after sending his younger brother to the high-speed rail station, Lu Jingqiang took his sister toward Shenzhen. Last night, he had contacted Lu Jingqiang, sharing valuable information about a live-streaming platform that would soon be significantly investing in new talent, pouring in substantial traffic. Although the earnings were modest and the timeline lengthy, over 200,000 in a month, it was more than sufficient for someone as inexperienced as Lu Jingqiang. Upon arriving in Shenzhen, Lu Yanyan exclaimed, Wow, brother, is your company located in one of these towering buildings? Her mouth agape as she admired the skyline. Indeed it is. Though we are still a small company, comprised mostly of young individuals like yourself, I believe you will get along splendidly, Lu Jingqiang replied with a smile. Leading Lu Yanyan to the office area of Xingchen Studio, President Lu has arrived. Zhang Dongxiu and his entourage eagerly awaited at the entrance. Hello, President Lu, they chorused, their voices resonating powerfully, as if they were expending every ounce of strength. Lu Jingqiang was momentarily taken aback. He had never received such a warm welcome. Truth be told, it was quite exhilarating. Ahem, all right, quiet down. Lu Jingqiang waved his hand. Let me introduce you to my sister, your new financial director. She will be responsible for all financial matters henceforth. Hello. Director. The crowd greeted Lu Yinyin in unison, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. She was merely an ordinary worker and had never encountered such a spectacle. In Chapter 63, Lu Yinyin's appointment as financial director was a decision made by Lu Zhengyang. As his sister specialized in accounting and had previously held a similar position at her former company, it was a perfect match. He was not concerned about her being overwhelmed. Even if Zhang Dongshu hired more staff later, the company was still quite small. Moreover, since the game had yet to be released, there were only regular expenses and a few salaries to manage. Lu Yinyin was more than capable of handling it, especially with one assistant under her. As the game neared its launch, Lu Zhengyang planned to hire additional personnel. After Lu Zhengyang acquainted his sister with the company, he assisted her in renting an apartment and purchasing some essentials before departing Shenzhen. He had no worries about her being mistreated, having personally brought her along. Lu Zhengyang was confident that no one would dare to cross paths with her. Lu Zhengyang returned to Beihai City late that night. Upon returning to his rented apartment, Lu Zhengyang discovered that the living room light was still on, a gentle smile gracing his lips. It must have been left on for him by Shen Mubin. Though this was a trivial matter, Lu Zhengyang could sense that the icy fortress surrounding Shen Mubin's heart had significantly thawed. He tiptoed through his evening routine, being cautious not to disturb the mother and daughter sleeping in the bedroom, as the soundproofing of the apartment was abysmally inadequate. The villa would not be ready for 2 more days. He had purchased too many items at once, and the vastness of the villa made the unpacking process somewhat slower. The following morning, Lu Zhengyang rose early to prepare breakfast, despite his heavy eyelids. He dared not dwell on certain thoughts, for they would pierce his heart with pain and envelop him in guilt. Shen Mubin had endured this exhausting routine every day, bearing his irritable temperament. Taking a deep breath, he cast all negative thoughts aside. Today was an exceptionally important day. Cici, that little darling, was starting kindergarten. This was precisely why Lu Zhengyang had hurried back overnight. Moments later, a plaintive voice echoed from the bedroom. "Mommy, I don't want to go to kindergarten." "No, sweetheart, all children must attend kindergarten. Otherwise, they will become dull." Shen Mubin replied, her elegant brows knitting slightly. She had spent the previous evening discussing this with the little one, only to find Cici reluctant once again in the morning. "Then I'll become dull. After all, I have mommy and daddy." Cici pouted, folding her little arms defiantly, refusing to change her clothes. "Knock, knock. May I come in?" Lu Zhengyang's voice resonated from outside the door. "Ah, it's Daddy. He won't let me go to kindergarten." Cici's eyes sparkled with hope, as if she had found her savior. "Come in." Lu Zhengyang heard Shen Mubin's voice and gently pushed the door open. Although he often slipped into her bed when she was away, he was cautious about entering uninvited, lest he disrupt the fragile good impression he had managed to cultivate in Shen Mubin's heart. "Daddy, I don't want to go to kindergarten." Little Cici scampered towards Lu Zhengyang, her tiny legs moving swiftly. "Why not?" Lu Zhengyang exclaimed as he scooped her up, her adorable bare pajamas crumpling in his embrace. "Because then I won't get to see mommy and daddy." Cici buried her head in Lu Zhengyang's chest, nuzzling affectionately. Lu Zhengyang had become a competent father. Cici, having just begun to relish the joys of their family bond, was naturally reluctant to part from them. A smile crept onto Lu Zhengyang's face as he cherished her clinginess. Yet he knew she needed to attend school. "Daddy understands that Cici loves mommy and daddy, which is why you don't want to go to kindergarten. But you are a big girl now, aren't you? Big kids must go to kindergarten." Daddy's colleagues often boast about their children, saying they never cry or fuss when going to kindergarten. They are so well-behaved. Can't Cici give Daddy something to brag about as well? Lu Zhengyang's face immediately contorted with mock distress. Cici's adorable little brows furrowed in concern. Her father treated her with such kindness, yet she felt powerless to assist him. "Rest assured, Cici, if you behave today, after school, Daddy will bring a small cake to pick you up, all right?" Lu Zhengyang, seeing the effectiveness of his words, quickly offered her some sweet dates. "All right, I'll go to kindergarten then, but you must come to pick me up." Upon hearing about the small cake, Cici's defenses melted away, and she puffed her cheeks in agreement. "You will, right? Cici is such a good girl. It's a promise, let us hook." Lu Zhengyang extended his pinky, and Cici followed suit with her tiny finger, sealing their pact. We must keep the promise. Lu Xingyang gently ruffled Cece's little head. Seeing Cece finally agree, Shun Bing sighed in relief, her gaze towards Lu Xingyang softening significantly. He truly has changed. The old Lu Xingyang would have never displayed such patience and tenderness. A mere bit of noise from Cece would have set him off. All right, now change your clothes obediently. Breakfast will be ready soon. Lu Xingyang carried Cece back to Shun Bing, wearing a proud expression. Shun Bing shot him a disapproving look, thinking, it's just coaxing a child. Why are you so pleased with yourself? After breakfast, Lu Xingyang drove to the bilingual art kindergarten. It was the first day of school, and cars were already lined up outside the kindergarten. Lu Xingyang had no choice but to park some distance away, leading Cece on foot. As they walked, Lu Xingyang admired the luxury cars lining the road, realizing that his BMW 7 Series barely stood out at this prestigious institution. At the entrance of the kindergarten, the sounds of children crying and parents and teachers trying to soothe them created a cacophony that was overwhelming. Lu Xingyang and Shun Bing exchanged worried glances at Cece, concerned about her reaction. However, to their surprise, Cece remained calm, obediently walking beside Lu Xingyang. Deep down, she felt anxious and uncertain, but for her father's sake. She resolved to be a good girl, one who would make him proud in front of his colleagues. She steeled herself. Both parents were astonished. How could this little one be so composed? Hello, Teacher Zhang. I entrust Cece to you. Lu Xingyang handed Cece over to a female teacher. Don't worry. Cece's father. I haven't seen a child as well behaved as her in a long time. Teacher Zhang was slightly taken aback when she observed Cece walking into the kindergarten without a fuss. Indeed, she has always been our pride. Go, Cece. Lu Xingyang encouraged her with a smile. Daddy, don't worry, I will not embarrass you. Cece nodded earnestly, her expression serious. Lu Xingyang felt a flicker of surprise. This little one had been pondering this matter all along. Truly his little darling. Shun Bing couldn't help but chuckle at Cece's expression, her worries easing considerably. It wasn't just the child who felt uncertain. The parents shared the same sentiment. After all, it was their child's first time away from familial care. It was impossible not to worry. Face. What face? Teacher Zhang paused, momentarily taken aback, her mind struggling to catch up. It's all right, Teacher Zhang. This is a promise between her and me. Lu Xingyang gently pinched the delicate face of Cece. Chapter 64. This is unreasonable. It's fine, Cece is so bright. She will take care of herself in kindergarten, Lu Xingyang reassured Shinmubi. The child's mother felt a tinge of sadness. I know. It's just that it's a little melancholic. Cece is already starting kindergarten so soon, and she was so little back then. Shinmubi gazed at Cece's departing figure. Her beautiful eyes filled with sorrow. Indeed, many years have swiftly passed. Lu Xingyang nodded, wanting to wrap his arm around Shinmubi's shoulders, but hesitated midway, pulling back his hand in uncertainty. All right, let us go. I still need to continue my job search. Shinmubi took a deep breath and turned to speak. Okay. Lu Xingyang awkwardly retracted his hand. A faint sigh escaped his heart. Even such a simple gesture now felt daunting. It was all his fault for being such a scoundrel in the past. Why don't you come work at my company? Lu Xingyang broached the subject again. After the incident with the medication, Shinmubi had resigned the following day and was now searching for employment. No need. I can manage on my own. Although you are quite wealthy now, I prefer to have my own safety net in case of unforeseen circumstances. Shinmubi shook her head. Despite Lu Xingyang's considerable changes, the memories of the past lingered too strongly. Better safe than sorry, he conceded. All right then, if you need any assistance, do let me know. Lu Xingyang felt a bittersweet pang in his heart and decided not to press the matter. Everything must unfold gradually. Shinmubi had an interview that morning, and after Lu Xingyang dropped her off at her destination, he wished to accompany her. However, she declined, asserting that she was no longer a child and didn't require someone to accompany her everywhere, urging Lu Xingyang to focus on his own affairs. She was concerned that Lu Xingyang, having finally made strides in his career, shouldn't be hindered by her. Reluctantly, Lu Xingyang acquiesced, allowing her to go alone. Meanwhile, He too had a new objective. Driving to a charming CAF, Lu Zhengyang found the ambience quite refined, with a subtle fragrance wafting through the air, effectively dissipating his drowsiness. However, his aim was not merely to enjoy coffee, but rather to listen to a short-haired girl at the bar who was strumming a guitar and singing cheerful tunes. Lu Zhengyang was not musically inclined, but he could discern that her voice was delightful, far superior to many stars who relied solely on their looks. The girl appeared youthful, with a fresh and innocent face, likely a recent college graduate. According to industry insights, this girl was projected to compose a hit song within a week, potentially garnering 2 million views online. Of course, it wasn't the allure of that 2 million that captivated Lu Zhengyang, but rather the girl herself. What are the most lucrative industries in today's society? The internet is one, and Lu Zhengyang had already embarked on that path. Energy could be another. Yet Lu Zhengyang's current capabilities were insufficient for that venture. The entertainment industry was undoubtedly a lucrative field as well, and Lu Zhengyang was determined not to overlook this girl. She was a talent akin to Zhang Dongxiu and his peers. He is indeed the cornerstone of his future business empire. Hello, waiter. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? Is it possible to tip the young lady on stage? I find her singing exceptionally beautiful. How can one attract charming female streamers? Naturally, by being the top donor. This is precisely Lu Zhengyang's current intention. Sir, there is a QR code on the table. Once scanned, you can send tips and even request songs. All right, I understand. Lu Zhengyang took out his phone and scanned the QR code on the table. To his slight disappointment, he discovered that the highest tip was merely 99 yuan for the Ferris wheel. How could this reflect his status? Then he thought to compensate with quantity. Lu Zhengyang's fingers danced across the screen, sending out 10 Ferris wheels in an instant. The large screen behind the girl instantly became a dazzling spectacle. Thanks to Mr. Lu Zhengyang at table 16 for sending 20 Ferris wheels and requesting the song Ordinary Road, Liqueur was momentarily taken aback, turning her head in astonishment to glance at the large screen. Someone truly tipped her, and she had only been working for a few days. Though she would only receive half of the 20 Ferris wheels, it still amounted to 1,000 yuan. Thank you. She looked at Lu Zhengyang with gratitude. Lu Zhengyang remained silent, merely smiling and nodding. The waiter standing beside Lu Zhengyang was also momentarily stunned, having just witnessed Lu Zhengyang tapping the screen with reckless abandon. After regaining her composure, Liqueur began to sing the song Lu Zhengyang had requested. The girl's melodious voice, combined with the song, created a unique charm. Lu Zhengyang squinted his eyes. No wonder this girl was popular. She certainly had talent, and her singing was truly delightful. Thanks to Mr. Lu Zhengyang at table 16 for sending 10 Ferris wheels. Thanks to Mr. Lu Zhengyang at table 16 for sending 20 Ferris wheels. Lu Zhengyang had frantically tapped away, ultimately sending a total of 200 Ferris wheels, equating to 20,000 yuan. His extravagant display had drawn the attention of many, who watched him in astonishment. In just a few minutes, he had given away 20,000 yuan. Who was this wealthy benefactor? Lu Zhengyang reveled in the astonished gazes of those around him. He had come to understand the allure of gifting, and it felt quite exhilarating. Until one sees the ordinary, they will never grasp the singular truth. Liqueur nearly lost her focus on the song. The brief moment it took to sing had already equaled 2 months' worth of her salary. Your story, where has it led you? After completing the song, Liqueur's delicate face flushed. She had never encountered such a spectacle before. She glanced again at Lu Zhengyang and noticed his gaze upon her had intensified, causing her brows to furrow. This man was rather handsome, but surely he did not intend to pursue her. Lu Zhengyang noticed Liqueur looking his way and waved, beckoning her to come closer. Liqueur hesitated, pondering whether she should approach him. If she did, what if this man sought to pursue her? However, if I do not go, they will have profited from me. May I speak with your manager? I would like to have a word with that singer, if possible. Lu Zhengyang, noticing Liqueur's hesitation, assumed she was unable to leave the stage at will, and spoke to a nearby attendant. Very well, sir, I will communicate on your behalf. After a brief moment, a man clad in a sharp suit approached Liqueur and whispered something to her, prompting her to gradually walk over to Lu Zhengyang. Thank you for your generosity, but I will not engage in such activities, regardless of how wealthy you may be. Li Kuer clutched her guitar, her delicate face reflecting wariness. She had not yet achieved fame. How could she encounter such a situation? It was utterly unreasonable. Chapter 65. The Accounting Genius. What do you mean by such activities? Lu Xingyang furrowed his brow, momentarily perplexed by Li Kuer's words. However, being a 30-year-old man, he quickly grasped her implication. Rest assured, I approached you not for that purpose. My admiration and tips are solely due to your beautiful singing. Li Kuer exhaled deeply, relieved that it was not that kind of proposition. But then what was it? Lu Xingyang smiled faintly and got straight to the point. Would you be interested in becoming an artist under my management? Li Kuer's pupils dilated in surprise, then brightened with excitement. Are you a talent scout? Well, more or less. It's my own company, Lu Xingyang replied, nodding after a moment of thought. What is the name of your company, and do you have any famous stars? Li Kuer asked eagerly, having long awaited such an opportunity. I haven't decided on a name yet, and as for stars, if you count yourself, then you are the only one, Lu Xingyang said awkwardly. He had come in such haste that he was unprepared for this encounter. Li Kuer stood frozen, her attractive lips twitching in disbelief. What was this situation? Ahem. I understand that my words may seem hard to believe, but I am currently in the process of establishing an entertainment company, and naturally, I am in need of artists. Which is why I sought you out. You need not worry about me being a fraud. You can create at home, and I will provide you with a monthly salary of 20,000. If you require any equipment, let me know, and I shall supply it. However, the copyrights to the songs you create will belong to the company, and profits will be split 50-50, with the potential for an increase later, but never a decrease. Moreover, I can advance you a year's salary up front. Lu Xingyang understood that his sudden approach might seem dubious, so he endeavored to offer favorable conditions. For a fresh graduate like her, sincerity was the ultimate weapon. Li Kuer furrowed her brow, studying Lu Xingyang's earnest expression, sensing that he did not appear to be a fraud. Furthermore, the terms he proposed were exceptionally generous. The prospect of a monthly salary of 20,000 ignited a thrill within her. 20,000 a month translates to 200,000 in 10 months, and 2 million in a year, culminating in 20 million over a decade. Golden stars sparkled in Li Kuer's eyes. All right, I accept your offer. 2 million. WeChat or Alipay? She immediately pulled out her phone. Lu Xingyang was momentarily taken aback. 2 million? What on earth? After reaching an agreement with Li Kuer, she promptly resigned from the CAF that very day, eager to join Lu Xingyang in the preparations for the entertainment company. However, Lu Xingyang insisted she return. Professionals must engage in professional endeavors. You are not versed in these matters. Go home and concentrate on writing songs. You are my company's first artist, and I hope your debut single becomes a sensation. Li Kuer, reluctant to part ways, replied, All right, but remember the 2 million. I have already stated that it is 240,000 for the year. Lu Xingyang's face twitched. Just moments ago at the CAF, he had meticulously calculated on a calculator to convince Li Kuer of the truth. He could not fathom how this numerical prodigy had arrived at the figure of 2 million. My apologies, Mr. Lu. I misspoke. Li Kuer quickly apologized. All right, hurry back. I look forward to hearing good news from you. Lu Xingyang waved his hand and drove away. His next destination was Zhaozhiming. According to financial information, Li Kuer's song was to be completed within 7 days, and it was imperative to establish the company by that time. The only individual capable of assisting him was Zhaozhiming. Brother Lu, welcome. The matter you mentioned is manageable, but what exactly do you intend to do with the entertainment company? Do you have a new investment project in mind? Zhaozhiming inquired while pouring a cup of tea. Not quite. It's merely for personal enjoyment, unlikely to yield much profit, Lu Xingyang chuckled. If it were a matter of speculative ventures, involving Zhaozhiming would not be out of the question. However, Lu Xingyang was intent on establishing his own enterprise and preferred to operate independently. Very well, brother. This is a trivial matter. I can have it sorted within 3 days. Zhaozhiming, perceptive, realized Lu Xingyang's desire for autonomy, though it was somewhat regrettable. He would not press the issue, having already benefited significantly from Lu Xingyang's ventures. Thank you in advance. However, aside from this matter, there is indeed another investment we can explore. Lu Zhengyang was not one to let Zhao Jiming work for free. What project? Zhao Jiming's eyes lit up. He knew Lu Zhengyang's visit was not merely for this minor issue. A failing mobile phone company, Lu Zhengyang stated clearly. Zhao Jiming was immediately puzzled. How had the conversation shifted to mobile phones? Lu Zhengyang's interests were remarkably broad. What do you mean? This company was particularly popular a few years ago, but it failed to adapt to the evolving market and has now fallen into decline. It currently bears debts amounting to several hundred million and is on the brink of bankruptcy. Our objective is to inject capital to help them bridge this gap and survive through this challenging period, Lu Zhengyang explained with a smile. Zhao Jiming, taken aback by Lu Zhengyang's grin, felt utterly bewildered. A company on the verge of collapse, laden with immense debt, was now asking them to step in? Wasn't he this akin to throwing money into a fire pit? Wait, are you seriously not joking? How could I jest? I too have invested my own money. Moreover, when have I ever deceived you? Lu Zhengyang raised an eyebrow, aware that this investment was considerably more outrageous than the previous ones. However, the information on wealth does not deceive. In just 3 days, an employee unexpectedly invented a feature that resurrected a company on the brink of bankruptcy. Within a matter of days, the company's stock soared, not only clearing its debts but also yielding substantial profits, multiplying the company's market value several times over. By that time, Lu Zhengyang and the others would find themselves out of time. Zhao Jiming was deeply hesitant, as this investment exceeded his understanding. How much exactly would be invested? Exercising caution, Zhao Jiming inquired about the amount. Not much, 600 million. Zhao Jiming gasped in shock. Should we call Wenxiang over so the three of us can discuss this properly? Zhao Jiming decided to bring in an ally to alleviate his pressure. 600 million in a single transaction. What could a small fry like me contribute? Li Wenxiang's face twitched. Chapter 66. Class Monitor of Class 1. Upon hearing about this investment, a hint of helplessness crossed Li Wenxiang's rugged face. Although he had turned a small profit in the last venture, doubling his worth to over 10 million, it paled in comparison to 600 million. No worries. Just express your thoughts. Whether you join or not is up to you, Zhao Jiming reassured as he patted Li Wenxiang's shoulder. I will invest, undoubtedly. I now have complete faith in Brother Lu's words. Even if I were to incur losses, I believe Brother Lu can help me rise again. Li Wenxiang nodded. After numerous investments, he had long trusted Lu Zhengyang. Although he did not understand the mobile phone industry, following Lu Zhengyang's lead was the right choice. Indeed, you possess insight. You shall find yourself grateful for your decision, Lu Zhengyang nodded in satisfaction. Zhao Jiming frowned. He was not as straightforward as Li Wenxiang. Mobile software evolves rapidly, and once it falls behind, opportunities for revival are scarce. Furthermore, this time it was 600 million. That sum nearly encompassed all their funds combined. If they were to lose this gamble, it would be akin to igniting firecrackers in celebration of a return to square one. Is 600 million too much? Perhaps we should find another partner? Zhao Jiming proposed a more balanced approach. That is indeed feasible. I initially intended that as well. Lu Zhengyang nodded. Although with wealth information at hand, his investments were unlikely to fail, it was still imprudent to invest everything at once. After lunch, we shall start seeking partners. Zhao Jiming sighed in relief. With an additional party to share the burden, even in loss, the impact would be less severe. However, much to Zhao Jiming's disappointment, he spent the entire afternoon making calls. Initially, those who had expressed interest in seeking their investment were overjoyed, as during this period, Zhao Jiming and Lu Zhengyang had garnered a modest reputation within their circle. However, upon hearing the details of the project, each one hurriedly waved their hands, declaring their inability to participate due to financial constraints. Let's leave it at that for today. If no one agrees to partner with us by tomorrow morning, we shall proceed with our investment anyway. Lu Zhengyang glanced at the time. It was time to pick up Cici from school. All right. Zhao Jiming gritted his teeth, determined that if no partners could be secured, they would take the plunge anyway. Lu Zhengyang smiled faintly, relishing the comfort of a seer, unburdened by excessive worry. After all, possessing capital was paramount. At the entrance of the Xuanyu Art Kindergarten, Lu Zhengyang stood with a small cake, anxiously awaiting alongside Shen Mubin. Many other parents shared their sentiments, as the separation from their children for an entire day stirred deep concerns. Relax, Cece is such a good girl, nothing will happen to her. Moreover, this is the best kindergarten in the city. We can trust their management. Lu Zhengyang reassured Shun Mubin, who was gripping her fingers a bit too tightly, turning them pale. I know, but I can't help it. Shin Mubin's beautiful eyes remained fixed on the kindergarten entrance. Suddenly, the school bell rang, signaling the end of the day. Under the teacher's direction, orderly lines of children emerged. To Lu Zhengyang's astonishment, Cece was leading her class as the captain, a bright red flower adorning her smooth, fair forehead. She marched out with such pride, her short legs seemingly soaring. Daddy, Mommy. Cece leapt into Lu Zhengyang's arms, then into Shun Mubin's embrace. Mommy, look. I have a big red flower awarded by the teacher. None of the other kids have one. Cece exclaimed, her face beaming with pride. Cece is truly remarkable. How did you achieve that? Shin Mubin inquired with a smile, relieved to see Cece in such high spirits. Cece's mother, she didn't cry or fuss all day. And she finished her lunch very nicely, so she was awarded a big red flower and chosen as the little class leader. Teacher Zhang Xiu interjected, visibly impressed by Cece's exemplary behavior. Wow, our Cece is so amazing. Here is a cake as a reward. Lu Zhengyang exclaimed, lifting the cake in surprise. His astonishment was genuine. It was indeed remarkable that on her very first day of kindergarten, she had excelled so splendidly she was undeniably his child. Higi, of course. I promise, Daddy. Upon seeing the cake, Cece wriggled free from Shun Mubin's embrace and dashed back to Lu Zhengyang. Daddy, let us eat, she said excitedly, gazing at the exquisite little cake. Let us wait until we're in the car, and Mommy will feed you. Now, say goodbye to Teacher Zhang. Lu Zhengyang replied with a smile. Goodbye, Teacher Zhang. Bye-bye, my little treasure. After bidding farewell to the teacher, the trio made their way towards the car. Are you Mr. Lu? A voice suddenly called out from behind as they reached the vehicle. And you are? Lu Zhengyang turned around, surprised to face the middle-aged man who had called out to him. It is only natural that you do not remember me, General Lu. I attended the auction a few days ago, but unfortunately, I was unable to secure any items. My name is Chi Ku. It is a pleasure to meet you. The middle-aged man extended his hand with warmth. Lu Zhengyang likewise. After shaking hands with Chi, Lu inquired, what brings you to seek me out? Nothing in particular. I merely wish to make your acquaintance. I am aware of that parcel of land. It was you who persuaded General Zhao. Your investment acumen is commendable, and I naturally wish to cultivate a relationship, Chi Ku replied with a beaming smile. No, Chi, you flatter me. It was merely a stroke of good fortune. Lu Zhengyang modestly deflected. Haha, General Lu, please do not be so humble. In the future, if there are any promising investment opportunities, do include me. Lu Zhengyang was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this man was attempting to undermine Zhao Zhiming. General Lu, I understand you share a good rapport with General Zhao. However, while Zhao possesses numerous connections in Beihai City, he cannot compete with my assets. Therefore, for some significant investments, I hope you will consider me. Chi Ku's eyes sparkled with delight, as he had recently learned that most of Zhao Zhiming's profits were derived from the ideas of the man before him. Very well, Chi. I happen to have a project in mind that Zhao and I cannot handle alone. I wonder if you might be interested? Lu Zhengyang's eyes narrowed slightly. What project? Chi Ku immediately expressed interest. Let me contact you once I return. My child has just finished school, and I must attend to them. Lu Zhengyang gestured towards the mother and child nearby. All right, General Lu, I will await your call. After exchanging contact information, they parted ways. Chapter 67. Is it divine meat? Over 1,000 a plate. Cece, you are being so well-behaved today. What grand feast do you wish for this evening? It's on me. Lu Zhengyang asked cheerfully as he drove. I want KFC. Cece exclaimed, her big, adorable eyes sparkling with excitement. KFC? It's expensive and unhealthy. We have food at home. So let us eat that. Shin Mubin, holding Cece, frowned disapprovingly. One chicken can provide 8 wings. I would never allow Cece to eat such things. Cece's face fell instantly. She clung to Shin Mubin's arm and began employing her charming tactics. Mommy, please. I really want to eat. I beg you. Indeed, dear wife. Today marks Cece's first day at kindergarten, and she received a red flower. We should reward her with KFC. Lu Zhengyang supported her case. No way, KFC is unhealthy. Choose something else. Shen Mubin, though conceding somewhat, still held firm. She wished to celebrate her daughter's good behavior today. Then let us go to that old establishment. Lu Zhengyang suggested, aware that consuming fast food excessively is unwise. Daddy, which one? Cece, being quite young, found it hard to remember specific places. The one we visited last time, where you were with two uncles and the desserts were delightful. Oh, I remember. Those two uncles even gave me gifts. Cece recalled eagerly, prompted by her father's reminder. Uncles. Gifts. Shin Bing's beautiful eyes glimmered with a hint of perplexity. The two partners I have in the business realm. One of them was indeed the person who drove the Mercedes on that occasion, and he had taken Shishi out for a meal once at a delightful restaurant. Lu Zhengyang explained slowly. I see. Then let us go to that restaurant. Shin Bing nodded, recalling the place, and if it was a restaurant, she could certainly accept it. Thank you, Mama. Shishi's little face radiated joy. For a child, merely changing the scenery was a source of immense happiness. All right. We shall arrive shortly. Lu Zhengyang felt a surge of joy within, as the recent conversation was a cherished scene he had longed for, an affectionate family. The diligent and frugal mother was attempting to curb the spending habits of her oblivious father and daughter. Lu Zhengyang couldn't help but smile. Although they had yet to reconcile, he was confident that day would not be far off. After a while, the trio arrived at the esteemed old establishment. Shin Bing surveyed the unassuming restaurant and felt a slight sense of relief. It appeared to be quite reasonably priced. Hello, Mr. Lu. You've brought your family along. As they entered, a waitress approached them with warmth. Lu Zhengyang was a regular here, whenever he had matters to discuss or gatherings to attend. This was his chosen venue, and the staff were well acquainted with this prominent figure. Indeed, please arrange for a quiet private room. Lu Zhengyang nodded in satisfaction. The waitress was quite perceptive. Shin Bing cast a surprised glance at Lu Zhengyang, realizing that the staff recognized him. What she failed to notice was that she harbored no resistance to being referred to as family, instinctively accepting this notion. The waitress led them to a private room. Here is the menu, Mr. Lu. She placed it before him, adding a compliment. Your wife is truly beautiful. She is the most stunning woman I have ever seen. Haha. Indeed, there is no woman in this world more exquisite than her. Lu Zhengyang replied with a smile and a nod. Shin Bing's cheeks flushed. It had been ages since she had heard such affectionate words from him. Lu Zhengyang gazed at the rosy hue on Shin Bing's fair face, momentarily entranced. How could he have overlooked such beauty? How could he have failed to cherish such a wonderful wife? What about me, Daddy? What about me? Shishi's innocent voice brought Lu Zhengyang back to the present. And you too, my dear. You are the most understanding and adorable girl in the world. Lu Zhengyang affectionately patted Shishi's head, smiling as he spoke. Hee, thank you, Daddy. Shishi beamed with delight, her face aglow with joy. Lu Zhengyang looked at the two smiling women beside him and realized that perhaps the true meaning of his hard work lay in this very moment. I'm a bit unsure of what to eat. You choose, feel free to order whatever you desire. Lu Zhengyang handed the menu to Shin Bing. Having dined on many of the dishes before and now feeling somewhat indecisive. All right, I shall choose. Shin Bing took the menu, but after a brief glance, she promptly closed it. How many dishes should we order? How many zeros are there behind that dish? Shin Mubin's pupils slightly constricted. What's wrong? Lu Zhengyang inquired, puzzled. It's nothing. Shin Mubin took a deep breath and slowly reopened the menu. However, when she glimpsed the prices of the dishes, her attractive lips twitched in disbelief. 1,000 for a plate of braised pork? Is it divine meat? She thought, utterly astonished. Although Shin Mubin was aware that the prices at high-end restaurants could be exorbitant, this was her first genuine encounter with such figures. She quickly flipped to the next page, only to find an even pricier dish. Turning another page revealed an even steeper price of 132 yuan. Shin Mubin's eyes brightened. Finally, a dish that seemed reasonably priced. Yet, when she spotted a vegetable dish, her mood plummeted. This is ridiculous. Is this really acceptable? I suddenly feel a bit unwell. Let's head back. Shin Mubin turned to Lu Zhengyang and declared, She was not lying. She had not even eaten yet, but merely glancing at the prices made her stomach uneasy. It's fine. These dishes are just marked up. I get a significant discount as a member. Otherwise, no one would order such expensive dishes, Lu Xingyang remarked, fully aware that Shen Mubin was reluctant to part with her money. I don't believe it. Shen Mubin was no child. She was not easily swayed by such statements. Lu Xingyang quickly signaled to a waitress. She immediately understood and confirmed, "It's true, madam. I can show you the bill later." Mr. Lu is not lying. Really? Shen Mubin felt slightly reassured. Of course, madam. Just look at our restaurant. The decor is mediocre, and the location is average. How could we charge such high prices? The waitress added hastily. All right, I'll trust you this once. Shen Mubin finally nodded. Although she knew Lu Xingyang was quite wealthy now, her mindset was hard to shift. Last time, when purchasing the villa furnishings, if Lu Xingyang hadn't set a firm condition, she wouldn't have impulsively bought such expensive items. Once her mind cooled, a pang of regret surfaced. After all, they needed to be frugal to enjoy their hard-earned days. Chapter 68. An unexpected discount. Shen Mubin stared at the bill, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. See, I told you. You didn't believe me, yet I have never deceived you, Lu Xingyang chuckled. However, as soon as he spoke, he regretted it, recalling all the times he had indeed been less than truthful. Consequently, he was met with Shen Mubin's eye roll. Yet, rather than chastising Lu Xingyang, she simply held on to Cici and climbed into the car. Lu Xingyang chuckled awkwardly, initially expecting a reprimand, but was pleasantly surprised at how easily she seemed to forgive him. He quickly followed her in. Upon returning to their rental, Shen Mubin began to organize her belongings. As they would be moving into the villa the next day, Cici was behaving well, engrossed in the television. Meanwhile, Lu Xingyang was on the phone, discussing investment matters. Instead of calling Chica first, he decided to reach out to Zhao Jiming to see if he had found a partner during this time. Chiku is indeed a person who has emerged rather suddenly, and in terms of trustworthiness, he naturally does not possess the same level of credibility as those individuals Zhao Jiming has previously engaged. This group of seasoned players are astute, each one wary of any venture that carries even a hint of risk. Zhao Jiming's voice of complaint echoed from the other end of the line. However, Lu Laudi, is this project genuinely reliable? I feel somewhat apprehensive. It's no wonder those old-timers are cautious. Even Zhao Jiming himself harbors doubts about this matter. Trust me, I have no intention of jesting with my own finances. If you lack personnel on your end, I do have someone here. Lu Xingyang recounted his encounter with Chi Ku at the kindergarten. Chi Ku, the CEO of Dalian Bread Group, actually sought you out, it seems, Lu Laudi. Your reputation in the industry has indeed become quite formidable, Zhao Jiming remarked casually. It's all trivial. Since this individual genuinely has a background, let us pursue a collaboration. Lu Xingyang was rather unconcerned about this. The benefit of mingling in such circles is the ability to uncover opportunities unbeknownst to others. However, now that he possesses wealth information, the allure of the circle has diminished considerably. All right, sounds good. Zhao Jiming nodded. The two then discussed the specifics, planning to divide the investment 3 ways, 600 million, with each of the 3 investing 200 million. Additionally, if Li Wenxiang is willing to invest his 1 million, he may join as well. Hello, President Xi. It's me, Lu Xingyang. After finalizing the discussions, Lu Xingyang called Chiku. Lu Zong, I have been eagerly awaiting your call. Chiku feigned complaint in his tone. I just returned home. President Xi, let us cut to the chase. Lu Xingyang succinctly outlined the situation to Chiku. President Xi, this is how it stands. If you are amenable to investing 200 million, let us convene tomorrow evening to discuss the details. Chiku fell silent on the other end, surprised that Lu Xingyang had indeed found him such a substantial investor. 200 million. Even he needed to hesitate for a moment. Very well, I shall see you tomorrow evening. Despite his reservations, Chiku acquiesced, knowing full well that fortune favors the bold. Having ascended to his current position, he understands this principle all too well. Excellent. See you tomorrow. Lu Xingyang hung up the phone, feeling a slight sense of relief. Without Chika's involvement, he would have had to risk everything, investing all his funds. Though he was certain of eventual returns, the time required for that was a concern. Any urgent matters that arose could spell disaster. Moreover, he currently held stakes in 2 companies, which could require capital at any moment. This promised a minimum of threefold profits. Lu Xingyang contemplated the returns indicated by the wealth information and swallowed hard. Completing this deal would elevate his net worth to nearly 10 billion. I've gathered your items. They are all in that bag. Shin Mubin's voice suddenly chimed in beside him. Thank you, Mubin. You are truly a blessing. Perhaps due to his elation, Lu Xingyang's flirtatious remark slipped out unbidden. After finishing her words, both individuals were momentarily taken aback, their faces instantly flushed with embarrassment. And no, it's fine, Shin Mubin stammered, caught off guard by Lu Xingyang's sudden remark, feeling the warmth radiating from her cheeks. Lu Xingyang found himself at a loss for words. Yet upon glancing at Shin Mubin's expression, he sensed that he may have inadvertently struck a chord. Shin Mubin's bashful demeanor truly reminded him of the initial stages of their romance. Mom and Dad, are you feeling hot? Why are your faces so red? The innocent voice of Cece jolted the two back to reality. Cece, stop watching TV and hurry up to wash up. You have kindergarten tomorrow. Shin Mubin's cheeks flushed even deeper, yearning to escape the living room. Without allowing Cece a moment to turn off the television, she scooped her up and headed toward the bathroom. Mom, the TV isn't off yet, Cece protested, her little hands trying to convey that her mother was being too hasty. It's all right, I'll take care of it. Lu Xingyang watched their retreating figures. A wave of happiness washing over him. He relished this simple life. The following morning, after dropping Cece off at kindergarten, Lu Xingyang began to orchestrate the moving process. His in-laws had come to lend a helping hand. They had enlisted a moving company, and everyone worked diligently until after 4 in the afternoon. Their excitement so palpable that they even forgot to eat lunch. Finally, no more sleeping on the sofa. Lu Xingyang mused as he surveyed the neatly arranged house, which now exuded the warmth of a true home. The small sofa in the rental had nearly given way under his weight. Now, aside from Cece's princess room, all the other rooms are available for use. Why don't you two move in? It's quite lonely in such a large villa otherwise, Lu Xingyang suggested to his busy in-laws. Indeed, Dad, Mom, it's such a vast house. Having just the 3 of us here feels like a waste. Shin Mubin chimed in. Oh, that won't do. This is your home as a couple. It wouldn't be proper for us to intrude, Shen Jiangwo quickly countered. Exactly. We can occasionally stay over to keep Cece company, but living here full-time is out of the question, Wang Guizhi added gently. Here. This is one of the spare keys to the villa. Should you wish to visit, you are welcome anytime, Lu Xingyang insisted, placing a key firmly in Shen Jiangwo's hand. All right, we've been busy for so long that we forgot about lunch. Cece will be finishing school soon, so let us go pick her up and celebrate our housewarming together. Lu Xingyang didn't give his in-laws a chance to decline and ushered them out. That evening, the family gathered joyfully for dinner. Shin Mubin drove her parents home, while Lu Xingyang prepared to attend a business meeting. Chapter 69. A company with no credentials dares to make a move. Lu Xingyang arrived at the agreed-upon location from the previous day, a tea house. Zhao Jiming, Qi Kud, and Li Wenxiang were already inside. Brother Lu, you finally arrived. Come, take a seat, Zhao Jiming exclaimed, rising from his chair to warmly invite Lu Xingyang to sit down. I apologize for being late. We were moving today, Lu Xingyang replied with a faint smile. It's all right, Mr. Lu. Time is of the essence. Let us commence with the main business. Qi Kud spoke slowly. For him, money was of paramount importance. Well, since we have established our partnership, I shall not keep anything hidden, Lu Xingyang continued. I believe you are all somewhat familiar with Renren Network, which once enjoyed nationwide popularity, but has since faded into obscurity. They are now teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, burdened by immense debts. Our plan is to acquire all the outstanding shares of this company, allowing them to postpone their bankruptcy announcement. Once the stock price rises to its zenith, we shall sell. Lu Xingyang's words rendered the 3 listeners speechless. It seemed a perilous gamble, especially involving a company on the verge of collapse. Mr. Lu, what gives you such confidence? Qi Kud inquired, refraining from outright dismissal. Quite simply, I recently received information that they are about to launch a new feature, one that no other software on the market possesses. Once this feature is unveiled, I believe it will ignite a frenzy, resurrecting the company. Brother Lu, how credible is this information? Zhao Jiming's brow furrowed. The news sounded even more outrageous than the previous land speculation. Hi, Lu Xingyang replied. I understand it may be hard for you to believe, and I do not wish to impose. However, Renren Network will announce their bankruptcy tomorrow. At that point, their shares will be rendered worthless, and we shall lose our opportunity for profit. Lu Xingyang could say no more. He could not divulge the source of his information. Zhao Jiming and Qi Ku exchanged glances, both recognizing the hesitation in each other's eyes. After all, it was a staggering sum of 200 million. Even to part with it casually would be a strain. I am in, though I only have 10 million. Li Wenxiang's voice suddenly rang out. Having frequented these discussions, he had developed profound trust in Lu Xingyang. Were it not for his limited capital, he would invest the entire 600 million himself. Very well, that makes one. Lu Xingyang smiled faintly. After toiling through countless regrets, Li Wenxiang had finally placed his complete trust in him. I shall invest as well, 91 million, thus forming a total of 200 million alongside Wenxiang. Zhao Jiming resolved firmly. Why should he question Lu Xingyang? Had his previous ventures not proven lucrative? Qi Ku, witnessing their enthusiastic agreement, found himself momentarily suspicious that the two might be colluding. Such an outrageous scheme seemed too easily accepted, as if they were conspiring to deceive him. However, upon reflection, that seemed unlikely given Zhao Jiming's standing. Are you jesting? This is a company on the verge of collapse. And with stocks, who can guarantee absolute certainty? Qi Ku's face still reflected disbelief, despite Lu Xingyang's impressive track record. Yet, it was improbable for anyone to maintain such unbroken luck. The risks associated with these stocks were indeed considerable. He had previously kept an eye on Renren Network, which had suffered consecutive losses. It was reasonable to assume that if they did not declare bankruptcy soon, they would soon wear the stigma of failure. The current shareholders must be filled with regret. I am absolutely certain the outcome now hinges on your audacity. If you are unwilling, you may withdraw at this moment. Lu Xingyang spoke with unwavering confidence, exuding a commanding presence. Such audacity is exhilarating. Qi Ku's expression stiffened. Who bestowed upon you such confidence? Is it merely your hearsay? However, upon witnessing Lu Xingyang's assured demeanor, Qi Ku pondered for a considerable time before ultimately nodding in agreement. A mere 200 million? Let it be considered as a charitable endeavor. A faint smile graced Lu Xingyang's lips. Then, it shall be a joyous occasion for all. Everyone, await the good news. Qi, you shall find solace in your decision. In truth, even if negotiations between the three were to falter, Lu Xingyang would remain indifferent. It is but a single business transaction. There exists a plethora of such information regarding wealth, but this is merely the most opportune at present. The following morning, within the presidential office of Renren Network Group, a man scrutinized the report in his hands, his brows furrowed tightly. President Sun, the bankruptcy declaration has been drafted. Shall I proceed with its issuance? A female secretary entered the office, her face etched with concern. After today, she would need to seek new employment. The man remained silent, fixated on the report, reluctant to release it. With stocks plummeting consecutively and overwhelming debts looming, he was bewildered by the events of recent years. Once so illustrious, how had they now descended to the brink of bankruptcy? With a deep sigh, he appeared to age several years in an instant. Go ahead. Let it all conclude here. The company that had accompanied him for over a decade was finally collapsing. Although a sense of reluctance lingered in his heart, fate had dictated this outcome, and he could only resign himself to it. Just as the secretary prepared to exit the office, a man rushed in with great urgency. President Sun, we have a crisis. Sun, you thought that the bankruptcy announcement could still be issued. Why was there now a crisis? Could the stocks have moved? However, he quickly dismissed that notion. It was implausible. If they were to rise, they would have done so by now. What is it? Why the frantic demeanor? What could possibly warrant such haste? Our stocks have moved. Someone has purchased. Sun Yu, how is that possible? Sun Yu immediately opened his computer, and indeed, he saw an upward trend. What on earth was happening? Who had acquired the stocks that had been stagnant? His eyes widened in disbelief. I am uncertain. It seems a major player has intervened, investing approximately 200 million, effectively purchasing nearly all of our stocks at the bottom price. Sun Yu furrowed his brow tightly. What was the meaning of this? Did Renren Network still possess any value? What was this individual's intention? Were they attempting to exploit the situation? Yet, who would willingly step forward to become fodder for a stock that had deteriorated beyond repair? Wait, do not issue the declaration just yet. Hold on to the bankruptcy application for now. Sun Yu called out to the female secretary, his eyes gleaming with a glimmer of hope. It appears that a prominent figure is intent on orchestrating operations, suggesting that his company may endure for a while longer. Within Zhou Jianhua's enterprise, Lu Zhengyang and his associates have just completed their maneuver. All right, let us initiate the first wave. A slight provocation should attract some retail investors. However, that is of little consequence, for it will soon plummet again, and at that juncture, we shall purchase the second wave, thereby reducing our costs, Lu Zhengyang remarked, observing the subtle ascent of the stock price for Renrenwang on the large screen. Goodness, were this sentiment expressed by another, Zhou Jianhua would certainly have retorted sharply. Do you believe trading stocks is so effortless? You declare a rise and it ascends. You declare a halt and it ceases. Yet, the speaker is Lu Zhengyang, and all retorts were restrained. Zhou Jianhua had witnessed Lu Zhengyang's investment prowess firsthand. Even this seasoned veteran of finance felt hesitant to voice his opinions in Lu's presence. However, when he beheld Lu Zhengyang's acquisition of that notorious stock, astonishment filled his eyes. This particular stock had gained notoriety in the market, consistently incurring losses, with many speculating about the company's impending collapse. Yet, Lu Zhengyang had ventured to invest, amassing a staggering 600 million in capital to engage with this stock. This left Zhou Jianhua perplexed. What could Lu Zhengyang possibly see in such a dismal stock? The company lacks funds, strength, and potential. Would anyone genuinely follow such a 3-no company? Retail investors are not all fools. Chapter 70. Is Lu Zhengyang a fraud? Although Zhou Jianhua's expression remained placid, internally, he harbored expectations regarding Lu Zhengyang's investment. For those who pay even slight attention to the stock market, it is evident that there is something amiss. A stock that has been stagnant at its lowest suddenly surges. Such anomalies rarely occur without a hidden agenda. He felt that Lu Zhengyang was underestimating the complexities of the stock. The previous situations with oil and gold had been far more straightforward. Surely, this time there could not be conflict involved. Moreover, even if there were, it would have no relevance here. To this day, Zhou Jianhua believed that Lu Zhengyang was attempting to play the capitalist game, profiting through stock manipulation. Following Lu Zhengyang's purchase, the stock price began to rise, albeit at a notably modest rate. Before long, it commenced a swift decline, reaching the limit down price, just as Lu Zhengyang had anticipated. Continue to buy? Lu Zhengyang stated nonchalantly. Soon after, another 200 million was poured in. Zhou Jianhua's face twitched. This was 200 million. Not merely $200. Was such recklessness truly warranted? Zhao Zhiming and Lu Wenxiang remained silent, quietly observing the large screen. Having engaged in numerous transactions with Lu Zhengyang, they had already developed a sense of confidence. However, Chi Ku did not share such a calm disposition. Mr. Lu, is this truly viable? Although Chi Ku was aware that this was within Lu Zhengyang's strategy, witnessing the stock price decline still filled him with unease. If these stocks ultimately failed to sell, that money would be lost. Rest assured, President Qi, you are the head of the Dali Yuan Group, a company valued in the billions. Do you truly fret over such trivial sums? Lu Zhengyang offered a faint smile. Ah, President Lu, you see, you have stated it yourself. That is the company's market value, not mine. I am merely an employee serving the board, and those 200 million are my hard-earned savings. If I were to lose them, it would indeed cause me great distress. Chi Ku's expression was one of palpable concern. Despite his position as president, one might assume he had limitless funds at his disposal. But in truth, he too was a mere worker. Since this is an investment, there are inherent risks, correct? Lu Zhengyang said with a playful grin. Goodness, President Lu, please do not frighten me. Is it too late for me to withdraw now? Chi Ku was instantly alarmed as his earlier confidence seemed to dissipate. Haha, President Qi. I was merely jesting. Fear not. I possess confidence. You need only wait to count your profits. Lu Xingyang chuckled, momentarily adopting a serious demeanor. Jesting aside, should profits not materialize, one would not find such ventures highlighted in financial reports. That is reassuring. Chi Ku's expression tightened as he glanced at the fluctuating market trends displayed on the screen. With the infusion of 200 million, the stock price had begun to rise slightly, albeit modestly. Lu Xingyang remained unfazed. His objective was not merely to elevate the stock price, but to accumulate shares. This time, the stock exhibited slightly more resilience than before, yet it swiftly hit its ceiling once again. Purchase. With the third infusion of funds, the final 200 million entered the fray, and nearly all stocks of Renren Network were acquired by Lu Xingyang. From this moment forth, the true performance was set to commence. Old Zhao, what is President Lu attempting to accomplish? He is investing so much effort and capital into increasing his holdings. Yet our company has researched this stock and found it to lack operational potential. Investing here would lead to significant losses, the kind that even one's mother would not be able to recover. Zhou Jianhua tugged at Zhao Jiming's arm, whispering beside him, I am unsure, old Zhou. I do not comprehend the stock market, but if Lu claims it will yield profits, then I shall follow suit. Zhao Jiming shook his head. Having always been engaged in tangible industries, he merely possessed a passing acquaintance with stocks. Good heavens! Are you truly here to squander money? Zhou Jianhua silently lamented. Very well. We may depart now. Today's endeavors conclude here. Starting tomorrow, we shall await our returns. Before Zhou Jianhua could utter another word, Lu Xingyang interjected. The day's task had been accomplished, acquiring Renren Network shares at the lowest price possible. All that remained was to await the favorable developments, specifically the employee's newly developed feature, and then watch the stock soar. Is that all? Chi Ku gazed at the nearly stagnant growth displayed on the screen, his anxiety intensifying. With the majority of Renren Network shares now in their possession, held by those investors eager to sell, it had been ages since the stock had shown any signs of growth. If this trend continued, and Renren Network faced bankruptcy and liquidation, who would he turn to for solace? I have engagements at noon, so I shall not join you for lunch. I must take my leave. Lu Xingyang, with an air of nonchalance, waved his hand at Zhao Jiming and the others before striding outside. Chi Ku's face twitched. How could they remain so carefree? Were they truly dismissive of the 2 billion? Suddenly, an employee approached Zhou Jianhua, whispering something in his ear. The expression on Zhou Jianhua's face shifted to one of complexity. Everyone, I'm unsure whether I should share this unfortunate news, he began. What is it? Just speak, Lao Zhou, Zhao Jiming interjected, his brow furrowing. I just heard that Renren Com is preparing to issue a bankruptcy announcement today, Zhou Jianhua revealed slowly. What? The three were taken aback simultaneously. They had only heard Lu Xingyang mention that the company was on the brink of bankruptcy, but they hadn't anticipated it would happen so swiftly. Today? They had thought it could endure a while longer. No wonder the money was spent so hastily. Could that young man have been a con artist hired by Renren? Calm. Chi Ku's expression darkened further, his tone growing brusque, feeling deceived. That's impossible. Lu is not the type to deceive us. He invested 2 billion himself. Zhao Jiming shook his head, unwilling to believe Lu Xingyang could be such a person. Indeed, I've walked alongside Lu all this time. I know his character well. Li Wenxiang nodded in agreement. Hey, do you both genuinely believe there exists a miraculous solution to save a company? Chi Ku's heart sank, lamenting his poor judgment in choosing unreliable partners for investment. I believe, Zhao Jiming affirmed with a nod. Lu has always turned the tide against the odds. Whether it be with chips, crude oil, gold, or land. I believe too. Li Wenxiang echoed, nodding as well. Chi Ku was instantly dumbfounded, wondering how he had ended up with such naive partners. He wished to voice more, but the words caught in his throat, realizing that complaints would prove futile. Sighing, he resigned himself to the fact that the money was already invested. It was merely a lesson learned. Chi Ku felt a strong urge to slap himself for having placed too much faith in Lu Xingyang's past successes, neglecting to conduct his own investigation. Chapter 71. Lu. You've arrived. Please don't mind the mess at home. Lu Xingyang was blissfully unaware of the unfolding events, yet even if he were informed, his worries would be non-existent. For come tomorrow, these issues would cease to be concerns. The reason for his swift departure was the release of Liku's song. She had just messaged him, inviting him to listen to a preview. Hence, Lu left promptly. Liku was destined to be his future golden goose. A single individual capable of generating immense value beyond just a song. Lu drove to her residence. Lu, you've come. Please excuse the disarray in my home. Liku greeted him as she led him into her modest rental unit, a mere single room. It was Lu Zhenyang's first encounter with such a chaotic female living space. Clothes were strewn about. But what puzzled him most was why her shoes were on her bed. Moreover, he could discern that this had been tidied up already. It is quite all right. Imbued with an artistic essence, Liku noticed Lu Zhenyang's gaze, swiftly retrieving her shoes from the bed and offering an awkward smile as she deftly shifted the topic. What would you like to drink, Mr. Lu? I have cola and iced tea. Plain water will suffice, he replied. Very well, Mr. Lu. Liku promptly poured a glass of water and placed it before him. As Lu Zhenyang gazed at the pink cup, he hesitated momentarily. This cup isn't one you typically use, is it? Liku's cheeks flushed a delicate red as she nodded. Guests had never graced her home, leaving her without alternatives. Let us skip the pleasantries and get right to the point. Commence your performance, Lu Zhenyang said, setting his water cup aside. All right, Mr. Lu. I shall sing and play for you, Liku announced, picking up her guitar. This song has been in my preparation since university, but it has only now reached its refinement. Taking a deep breath, her fair and slender fingers began to strum the strings. Her enchanting voice gradually filled the room, the elegant melody intertwining beautifully with her captivating timbre, seemingly resonating directly within the heart. It was a blend of skill and emotion, and even Lu Zhenyang, not particularly fond of music, found himself entranced. As Liku sang with unwavering focus, her delicate features radiated an allure that drew the gaze of all. However, for Lu Zhenyang, it was manageable. Having a stunning beauty at home, his resistance to charming women had long since been fortified. Upon concluding her song, Lu Zhenyang found himself yearning for more. Bravo! Truly splendid! This song is destined for greatness. He applauded, genuinely impressed. At least this year. I have yet to encounter a melody more delightful than yours. I firmly believe that once released, it will rival the popularity of the hit song Jinatame. Lu Zhenyang did not hold back his praise. Thank you, Mr. Lu, but I would hardly dare to compare myself to Jinatame. It was crafted by my idol. Liku quickly responded, shaking her head. Indeed, I believe the artist is Kuan, who is also reputed to be an adept basketball player, Lu Zhenyang remarked in surprise. Discovering Liku was a fan of his. Absolutely. His basketball skills are remarkable. I am, in fact, a fan of his basketball prowess, Liku exclaimed with excitement. All right. Let us pause for now. You may begin working on your other songs. We must strive to produce the first album. To truly establish oneself in the entertainment industry, a single song is hardly sufficient. Understood, Mr. Lu. How is our company progressing? When will this song be released? When may I hold a concert? Liku inquired with palpable enthusiasm. In her dreams, she envisioned herself in a grand stadium, adorned in exquisite attire, the spotlight illuminating her as she gracefully sang, with glowing light sticks creating a sea of stars below. Yet, the thought of a concert felt premature. After all, the first song had yet to be released. Lu Zhenyang felt a twitch of concern. Tomorrow will be the day. The contract signing is also scheduled for then. Do not forget, I shall come to fetch you, and together we will procure some equipment. As for the application for the entertainment company, Zhao Zhiming has nearly completed the process. Although the company currently comprises merely 3 individuals, he as the owner, Liku as an employee, and Zhao Zhiming serving as a supervisor, the other positions remain unfilled. Liku's eyes brimmed with hopeful visions of the future. Lu Zhenyang observed the spark in her gaze, momentarily taken aback. This gleam was familiar to him. He had once possessed it himself, back in his graduation days. However, as life unfolded, he lost that light, taken as a trophy by the trials of existence. A faint smile played at his lips. Though he now possessed the capacity to confront life as challenges, he could never return to those earlier days. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of discouragement. Presently, he had new aspirations to ensure that those he cherished could lead fulfilling lives, thereby atoning for his past mistakes. Very well. I shall take my leave now. Strive diligently. I believe the star of tomorrow is you. After offering his encouragement, Lu Xingyang stood to depart. Hey, Lu Zong. I promised to accomplish the task. Li Kuo playfully saluted. Lu Xingyang nodded with a smile and exited. He had a multitude of tasks awaiting him. Particularly the recruitment of employees for the entertainment company. It was impossible for a company to function with merely 3 people. Later that evening, in the office of the president of Renren Network, Sun Yu scrutinized his company's stock, his brow furrowed with concern. Was this truly the end? Ever since the stock experienced an uptick, he had remained fixated on the computer screen. Yet, from noon until now, there had been no further movement, and instead, it was gradually declining. Sun Yu sighed deeply. His company truly seemed beyond salvation, as even the capital could not sustain itself. He felt a twinge of sympathy for the prominent figure who had managed the trades today, as the losses were likely around 600 million. Yet, there was little he could do beyond lamenting the situation. Sun Zong, a major issue has arisen. A man burst in, visibly agitated. What could possibly excite you at a time like this, with the company on the brink of bankruptcy? Sun Yu replied irritably. Must you not maintain a semblance of calm? No, Sun Zong. Do you recall the proposal for a social networking feature? Of course, it was innovative and quite captivating. However, it was abandoned due to technical issues. Was it not? Sun Yu's brow knitted in confusion. This matter had been long forgotten. Yes, it was initially discarded, but one employee has been secretly working on it. And just now, he has succeeded. What? Sun Yu sprang from his chair, eyes wide with astonishment. Repeat what you just said. He approached the man, seizing his arm. His expression one of incredulity. Sun Zong, please, be gentle. No need to be so excited. You yourself mentioned that the company is on the verge of collapse. What is there to be thrilled about? Just tell me the details. Spare me the unnecessary chatter. Sun Yu, indifferent to his previous statements, exclaimed, the distinctive social networking feature has been developed. Huh, it seems fate has spared us. A joyful smile spread across Sun Yu's face. Quickly, update it and launch an extensive promotional campaign, utilizing all remaining resources of the company. He excitedly declared. This unique social feature had previously been highly anticipated, with substantial investments of manpower and resources, only to culminate in failure, ultimately leading to its abandonment. Had this feature been completed sooner, perhaps Renren Network would not have faced such a downfall. Understood, Mr. Sun, I will proceed at once. The man felt a surge of excitement within him. Soon, advertisements for Renren Network inundated various media outlets. How dull. I wish I had a sister to chat with. Oh, this ad about finding an unknown companion seems intriguing. Wow. Socializing can be this exhilarating. This feature is quite an innovation. He mused. I can't leave the house now. The following morning, in the villa, Lu Xingyang finally vacated the small sofa and found solace on a large bed. However, he was abruptly awakened by the incessant ringing of his phone. Upon realizing it was Zhao Jiming calling, he furrowed his brow. It's only 6 in the morning. Is this truly necessary? He grumbled before answering. It's happening. Our stocks are bound to soar. Zhao Jiming exclaimed. You were right. Renren Network has truly turned the tide. Who could have anticipated this? Their newly developed feature is genuinely fascinating. Without waiting for Lu Xingyang to respond, Zhao Jiming abruptly hung up. Great. You're more reliable than an alarm clock. Lu Xingyang scoffed, tossing his phone aside. He had anticipated the surge, so the news didn't astonish him. After all, it was only the first day. The real excitement had yet to unfold. It's time to prepare breakfast for the two of them. After freshening up, Lu Xingyang headed to the kitchen. The spacious environment was a blessing. In his previous cramped rental, he could hardly move, whereas here, even the kitchen was larger than his former living room. Gently simmering porridge, he stirred it. The sweet aroma wafting through the air, uplifting his spirits considerably. Are you up this early? Shin Mubin entered the kitchen in her professional attire. Not too bad. I woke up and got up. Here, taste the porridge and see if it measures up to your culinary skills. Lu Xingyang smiled, serving her a bowl. The night before, Shinmubin had already shared the news of her new job with him. Be careful, it's hot. Thank you. Cece is still sleeping. So I'll need you to take her to kindergarten later. Shinmubin accepted the porridge, warmth blossoming in her heart. The sight of Lu Xingyang, clad in an apron with a gentle smile, was precisely what she had longed for. Rest assured, leave it to me, Lu Xingyang assured, patting his chest. Thank you. What for? Cece is also my daughter. Besides, there's no need for such formality between us, Lu Xingyang said warmly. Shinmubin glanced at Lu Xingyang, a charming smile gracing her lips as she uttered 2 words, added bonus. Without allowing Lu Xingyang a moment to respond, she blushed and carried the porridge into the dining room. Lu Xingyang was momentarily taken aback, but joy quickly illuminated his features. This was the first time Shinmubin had complimented him in front of her. He sensed he was close to melting the iceberg that encased her heart. After finishing her porridge, Shinmubin grabbed her bag and headed to work. Lu Xingyang squinted slightly, noticing that her bag was quite worn. The very one he had given her before their marriage. It seemed a new bag was in order, he silently noted. Daddy, Mommy, where are you? I'm lost. As soon as Shinmubin left the villa, the voice of little Cece echoed in Lu Xingyang's ears. Surprised, he wondered what was happening. Don't be afraid. Daddy is coming. He rushed upstairs but initially could not locate the little girl, his lips twitching in frustration. The house was too large, with too many rooms, which seemed less advantageous than he had thought. Daddy, I'm not scared. Where are you? Cece's voice rang out again, and Lu Xingyang quickly pinpointed her location. Finally, around a corner in the villa's corridor, he found the adorable child in her pajamas. Daddy! Cece leapt into Lu Xingyang's embrace. Next time Mommy isn't here, just stay in your room. Daddy will come find you, he said, playfully pinching her cute little nose. Since the master bedroom was deep within the villa, requiring 2 turns, an adult might hesitate on their first journey, how much more so for a small child like Cece? No, Cece can do it. I just need to walk a few more times, she insisted, shaking her lovely little head. Such bravery, Cece. Come on, Daddy will take you down for breakfast. You must pay close attention. Lu Xingyang felt a surge of happiness at Cece's independent spirit. Yet, a twinge of pain lingered in his heart, for he knew her independence stemmed largely from him. During the day, Shinmubin worked, leaving Cece alone at home. Often, Cece spent entire days by herself. Lu Xingyang couldn't fathom how she managed alone. She was still so young, at an age when children should be spoiled in their parents' embrace. Thinking of this, he instinctively tightened his hold on Cece. He vowed never to let her be alone again. Daddy, oh, it's nothing. Did I hold you too tightly? Lu Xingyang recovered his composure, easing his grip. I almost couldn't breathe. Cece nodded, pointing to her small chin. Daddy feels bad. How about I take you out to play tonight? Lu Xingyang said apologetically. Yay, Daddy is the best. Cece's adorable big eyes sparkled, and she immediately cheered in Lu Xingyang's embrace. Chapter 73. Oh my, this is incredible. After finishing breakfast, Lu Xingyang took Cece to kindergarten. He then leisurely drove to Zhou Jianhua's company. It was already 9:40. Goodness, it's only been one night, and the market has surged to its limit. Those investors who sold off yesterday must be going crazy now. Mr. Lu's insight is truly remarkable, and I deeply regret not purchasing alongside him. I don't care if Mr. Lu has another investment opportunity like this. I would sell my kidney to join in. Upon entering, Lu Xingyang overheard Zhou Jianhua's employees chattering excitedly. Wow, Brother Lu. You finally made it. Come take a look. The market is booming. Zhao Jiming, upon seeing Lu Xingyang enter, quickly pulled him over to his side. I apologize, Mr. Lu. I admit I was too loud yesterday. I shouldn't have doubted your judgment. Chiku could hardly believe such an event had transpired. It's all right. Doubt is quite normal. Not doubting would be disingenuous. Lu Xingyang replied with a smile. Brother Lu, should we sell now? Although the limit is only 10%. With an investment base of 190 million, that still nets us 19 million. Remember, that's a day's profit. So what? This is just the first day? Are we satisfied with such a meager profit? Lu Xingyang smirked. This is merely 10%. Let us not forget that wealth information suggests at least a 6-fold return. 10% daily means we need at least 12 consecutive limit ups. This is just the beginning, but it has already reached the limit. Wait, Brother Lu, are you suggesting? Zhao Jiming's pupils dilated. Others turned their gazes toward him. Indeed, we will achieve consecutive limit-ups. Lu Xingyang affirmed with a nod. The crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. Oh my, this is monumental. Zhou Jianhua swallowed hard, regretting not having invested. Even now, trying to buy in would be nearly impossible. He had missed the prime opportunity. This is utterly astonishing, a function that brings the dead back to life. Li Wenxiang exclaimed in disbelief. The internet operates this way. As long as you can attract traffic and maintain it, it's nearly impossible not to succeed. The function they developed is truly captivating. I've experienced it myself. Regardless of its long-term viability, it is undoubtedly a sensation at the moment. Zhao Jiming clarified Li Wenxiang's confusion. The executives at Renren.com must be nearly delirious with joy. Chica felt a surge of excitement, accompanied by a touch of relief. He was glad he had restrained himself yesterday, or today would have been even more awkward. All right. Let it be. Let us carry on as usual. It's just one limit up. What is the big deal? Lu Xingyang remarked nonchalantly. Is this the demeanor of a true stock market mogul? So unflappable in the face of change? After executing such a miraculous maneuver, he remains remarkably composed. If it were me, I would be boasting about it on social media for a year and a half. Zhou Jianhua could only admire him in silence. As others listened to Lu Xingyang's rather ostentatious remarks, their lips twitched in silent dismay, yet they found themselves unable to counter his assertions. It seemed that Lu Xingyang had truly navigated through life with remarkable composure, his expression unwavering. By the way, Brother Zhao, has the company's qualifications come through? I've nearly finished recruiting. Setting aside matters of stocks, my primary focus now lies with the entertainment company. Allow me to make a call. Zhao Jiming retrieved his phone and made a call. Shortly after, he nodded affirmatively. All sorted. Thank you, Brother Zhao. Do you happen to know anyone in the entertainment industry? I am in search of a reliable agent. Given Li Kuer's temperament, if she encounters a less scrupulous agent, she might end up being exploited without even realizing it. Li Kuer is the marquee talent I aim to cultivate, my future golden goose. I cannot afford any losses. Let me inquire. I recall a friend who runs an entertainment company, Zhao Jiming said, pulling out his phone once again. Indeed, having a brother in power certainly broadens one's connections. Lu Xingyang remarked, his admiration evident. With such a network, success is almost assured, provided one is industrious. Hello, yes, it's me. I wanted to inquire if there is. After a brief pause, two cars emerged from Zhou Jianhua's company and arrived at the base of a towering building. Brother Lu, let me tell you about my friend. He is quite adept, having established the largest entertainment firm in Beihai City at a young age. You recall Li Jiabei, right? The one who recently got involved with that company? After all his hard work to reach that position, it was frustrating for my friend to see him enter. It has drained a significant amount of his energy, Zhao Jiming explained as he accompanied Lu Xingyang. Lu Xingyang raised an eyebrow. He recognized Li Jiabei from having seen him on television while accompanying Shen Mubin, recalling his role in a historical drama. Ah, Lao Zhao, it's been a while. Good to see you again. Indeed, Lao Cheng, I invited you to the last gathering, but you didn't show? Upon entering the chairman's office, Zhao Jiming greeted a man warmly. Let us not even mention it. I've been exasperated by the artists under my management. This must be the esteemed General Lu you mentioned. Cheng Jie directed his gaze towards Lu Xingyang, standing behind Zhao Jiming. Indeed, he is the one in search of a dependable agent. Zhao Jiming confirmed with a nod. Hello, Cheng Jie. Greetings, Lu Xingyang. They exchanged a handshake. Please, have a seat. Let us discuss this in detail. Cheng Jie gestured for them to sit down. Is it just an agent you require? Cheng Jie inquired. A hint of perplexity in his tone. Although Lu Xingyang was his peer, he felt no aversion, as Zhao Jiming's friend merely sought an agent. Yes, my company currently has only one artist, and it was only recently established. Lu Xingyang replied with a smile. In that case, any agent should suffice. The debut process should be manageable. Cheng Jie furrowed his brow, considering that there was no real need to seek an exceptionally skilled agent. For a new artist, such high standards were unnecessary. How should I express this? I have high hopes for this artist and wish to nurture their talent earnestly. However, They possess a certain naivety, prompting me to seek a more reliable manager. This would undoubtedly minimize the detours we may encounter, especially since I am not often present at the company due to other commitments. If I cannot trust this manager, it will surely be exhausting. Lu Xingyang remarked with a faint smile. I see. I actually have a candidate in mind who aligns well with your criteria, though they are not from my company. I can provide you with an address where you may find her. Cheng Jie dismissed Lu Xingyang's comments, thinking a new artist could hardly be of significant value. Chapter 74 appears to lack intelligence. Old Cheng, there's no need for such trouble. Just select a dependable manager from your company for us, and we will treat you to a meal. Zhao Jiming slightly furrowed his brow, having sensed that Cheng Jie seemed reluctant to assist. Old Zhao, it's not that I am unwilling. As you know, the entertainment industry is quite challenging. It is difficult for a star to emerge, and finding a good manager is even more arduous. Cheng Jie replied with a weary expression. Yet, with such a large company, it is improbable that you cannot spare someone. However, Lu Xingyang interrupted, having discerned that the relationship between Zhao Jiming and Cheng Jie was not particularly amicable. Old Zhao, it's all right, I understand. Every excellent manager is cultivated through tremendous effort. It is indeed inappropriate for us to suddenly request someone. I wonder what conditions President Cheng would require to part with a talent? Lu Xingyang spoke slowly. The reason he was willing to invest significantly was due to the critical importance of a good manager for an artist. A manager's role transcends merely attending to an artist's daily needs. It encompasses career management, itinerary planning, and negotiating collaborations. These are the essential duties of a manager. This explains why Lu Xingyang was reluctant to settle for just any manager. An exceptional, diligent, and resourceful manager is akin to a parent figure for an artist, whereas the wrong choice could lead to disastrous consequences. President Lu, you are a perceptive individual. However, it is not my unwillingness to assist. Rather, the company genuinely lacks available personnel. That manager for Li Jiabei is currently under investigation, and several artists are under their supervision. With their departure, our company will be left truly understaffed. Cheng Jie spoke honestly. Otherwise, he would not have denied Zhao Jiming this favor. Nonetheless, President Lu, the individual I am recommending to you was once a top-tier manager. They have since retired, and although I have approached them, they declined. If you could persuade her to return, I am confident your artist would soar to great heights. Cheng Jie quickly added, this time speaking the truth. After his own manager was implicated, he had attempted to reach out to this former manager, hoping to entice her with a substantial offer, but to no avail. At her level, she no longer values monetary compensation. Only a remarkable artist could capture her interest. Unfortunately, none of the artists in my company have caught her eye. Having failed to secure what he desired for himself, he decided to let Lu Xingyang take a chance, fully expecting that the endeavor would likely end in disappointment. Very well. Could you please provide me with a contact number, Mr. Cheng? Lu Xingyang nodded, realizing that there was little hope left with Cheng Jie. All right. I shall provide it to you promptly. Together, Lu Xingyang and Zhao Jiming exited Cheng Jie's company. What a miser. He wants to even spare an agent for us and expects us to find one ourselves. Zhao Jiming grumbled. It's all right, we aren't related. And he's already shown us some courtesy by suggesting alternatives. Let us see what this renowned agent has to offer, Lu Xingyang replied, shaking his head. Undeterred by this minor setback, life, he understood from an early age, was seldom a smooth journey. Let me make a call, Lu Xingyang said, dialing the number from the note. Hello, is this Ms. Wang? Yes, this is she. May I ask who is calling? Our mutual acquaintance informed me that you are an exceptionally talented agent, and I would like to discuss the possibility of your involvement. We can negotiate the terms of compensation. Within a luxurious residential complex, Wang Lihua's brow furrowed slightly. After 2 decades of navigating the entertainment industry and having propelled numerous stars to fame, she had grown weary of the profession. Yet, it saddened her that she had never cultivated a true superstar. I'm sorry, sir, but I have withdrawn from the industry. Monetary incentives do not entice me, she declined. May I inquire, Ms. Wang, what conditions would you require? I seek an artist with genuine superstar potential. If your artist meets my expectations, I might forego a salary altogether. Lu Xingyang frowned, troubled. as he was uncertain whether liqueur would satisfy Wang Lihua's criteria. Does that mean I must first present my company's artist to you? Indeed. Lu Xingyang decided to bring liqueur to her without further ado. Very well. I shall bring someone to you shortly. A while later, Lu Xingyang arrived at a high-end residential area with liqueur. Is this truly the renowned Wang Lihua? I had no idea she hailed from Beihai City. Liqueur exclaimed excitedly as they stepped out of the vehicle. Yes, indeed, you've inquired all the way here. Lu Xingyang remarked, feeling a pang of anxiety as he observed Liqueur's lack of star-like demeanor. Isn't it thrilling? Mr. Lu, you may not follow the entertainment scene, but Wang Lihua's status is unparalleled. Every artist she has guided has achieved monumental success. Calm down. Whether she will accept you is still uncertain, Lu Xingyang replied, shaking his head in resignation. It seemed he needed to strategize. Brother Lu, while this artist is indeed beautiful, she does not seem particularly astute, Zhao Jiming whispered, tugging at Lu Xingyang's arm. Be confident and disregard those feelings. Lu Xingyang replied faintly and walked into the community. Goodness. Is it truly acceptable to endorse one's own artist? Zhao Jiming felt a twitch in his cheek, inwardly lamenting, and followed suit. Ding-dong. Lu Xingyang pressed the doorbell. Shortly after, a woman in her 40s approached and opened the door. You have arrived, I see. Just the three of you? Wang Lihua glanced in surprise. Typically, such occasions involved a company bringing along a multitude of artists to enhance the likelihood of selection. Yet, artists from such companies often prove to be subpar. Indeed, for we have only one artist. Lu Xingyang smiled, stepping aside to reveal Liqueur, who was carrying a guitar on her back. Hello, Ms. Wang Lihua. My name is Liqueur. It is an honor to meet you. Liqueur immediately stood upright, her speech taut, clearly betraying her nervousness. Lu Xingyang helplessly rubbed his forehead. It seemed they were in for a challenging time this round. Welcome. Please come in and let us converse, Wang Lihua said with a faint smile. Having not encountered such a fresh artist in quite some time, she sensed a spark of talent in Liqueur, a rarity among artists. Chapter 75, Preparing the Plan. Make yourselves comfortable. Prepare a bit as we will begin the interview shortly. Wang Lihua guided the trio into the living room, her residence, and the selection venue. All right, Ms. Wang, Liqueur replied nervously. Lu Xingyang quickly pulled her aside, exclaiming, Can you not appear so tense? Where did that carefree demeanor from outside go? I wish I could. But she is Wang Lihua. Just seeing her makes me inexplicably anxious. Liqueur pouted, expressing her reluctance. Enough. Just perform well and relax. You are destined for stardom. So why the jitters? Lu Xingyang sighed, feeling a paternal instinct rising within him. Securing Wang Lihua would be ideal, yet if not, it mattered little. There are countless agents. If Wang Lihua is not keen on money, there are surely others who are. Oh, Mr. Lu, do not fret. Just watch my performance, Liqueur said, patting her chest reassuringly. Your previous demeanor hardly exuded confidence. Lu Xingyang thought to himself, yet with no choice left, he had to proceed. All right, I am ready. Liqueur took a deep breath, guitar in hand, and stepped before Wang Lihua. Ms. Wang, I am prepared. Please begin with a self-introduction, Wang Lihua said, her eyes sparkling with warmth as she regarded this young lady, feeling quite favorably towards her, unlike the gaudy and ostentatious individuals who had come before. While it was common for men in this industry to wear makeup, it was refreshing to see someone as naturally beautiful as Liqueur without any. However, this alone would not be sufficient for Wang Lihua to choose Liqueur, as there were indeed others like her in the entertainment realm. Greetings, Ms. Wang. I am Liqueur, a graduate of Southern Media University. As Liqueur continued speaking, her demeanor became noticeably more relaxed, shedding the earlier tension. Lu Xingyang nodded in approval. This was the norm he had anticipated. Very well, showcase your talent. Wang Lihua slightly inclined her head, acknowledging that Liqueur's self-introduction had indeed piqued her interest. However, if the performance were to prove mediocre, she would have no choice but to bid farewell. I shall now perform an original composition, Liqueur declared, her expression shifting to one of seriousness, aware that thus far, she had failed to captivate Wang Lihua. Her only hope now rested upon this song. Originality. Wang Lihua furrowed her brow. It was not that she had an aversion to originality, but rather, The current generation often concocted melodies haphazardly, stitching together fragments to create a patchwork of songs, claiming them as original. Upon listening, one could discern echoes of numerous other songs within a single piece. This had led to her less than favorable perception of original works and raised her expectations considerably. Commence. Lee Kuner's long, fair fingers danced across the guitar strings, producing a melody she had long since mastered. The captivating tune resonated instantly, seizing the listener's attention. Wang Lihua's eyes lit up. This prelude had already exceeded her expectations, earning at least a score of 98. As Li Kuer parted her lips, her enchanting timbre melded perfectly with the alluring melody, evoking memories of first love and the exhilarating rush of infatuation. Lu Xingyang's lips curled into a slight smile, lost in reminiscence of his own youthful exuberance during university days and the moment he first laid eyes on Shun Mubin. Such beautiful memories were indeed nostalgic. This girl sings even better than yesterday, Lu Xingyang mused, observing Li Kuer strumming the guitar in the living room. Wang Lihua fixated her gaze on Li Kuer, convinced she had discovered an individual with the potential to become a superstar. Li Kuer seemed destined for performance. From the moment she embraced her guitar, she radiated an aura that was nearly blinding. The exquisite melodies echoed around her, and it had been ages since Wang Lihua had encountered such a breathtaking song within the entertainment industry. As the final notes faded, Li Kuer stood and offered a slight bow to Wang Lihua. Wow, that was absolutely incredible. It reminded me of my first love. Before Wang Lihua could respond, Zhao Jiming, unable to restrain himself, exclaimed with enthusiasm. The song stirred memories of his own cherished past. Li Kuer felt her cheeks flush. Such praise seemed rather unrefined. Wang Lihua shot Zhao Jiming a disapproving glance before turning to Li Kuer with solemnity, asking, "Are you prepared to become the leading figure in the domestic entertainment industry? I will devote all my resources to nurturing your talent." Li Kuer's eyes widened in shock before she quickly nodded in agreement. Lu Xingyang smiled faintly, acknowledging the fact that a single song had garnered 2 million views across the internet, achieved purely through online dissemination without any capital backing. "Ms. Wang, shall we now discuss the details?" Lu Xingyang approached Wang Lihua. "Of course, but I have a condition. I will take the lead in Li Kuer's development. Your capital must not impose any detrimental actions. She is a promising talent destined for stardom, and I do not wish to see her potential squandered." Wang Lihua's gaze towards Li Kuer shifted, as if she were gazing at a delectable morsel just within reach. "No problem, let the professionals handle their domain. Our only concern should be the financial arrangements." Lu Xingyang was not one to labor for love. His primary objective remained profit. "Indeed, it seems your focus is solely on wealth. The power of song can inspire the soul." Wang Lihua shook her head, stating that while she once valued money greatly, she had grown weary of it. "Can inspiration truly compare to monetary gain?" Lu Xingyang quipped. Wang Lihua's ability to utter such words stemmed from the fact that she had already amassed sufficient wealth. Anyone can spout lofty ideals, but when one lacks funds, who cares about noble thoughts? Yet, he was indifferent to others' philosophies. As long as Wang Lihua could help cultivate Li Kuer and enable him to profit, he was unconcerned. Wang Lihua paused for a moment. Lu Xingyang's retort held considerable truth. "Very well, let us discuss the specifics at the company. We might also strategize on how to make her debut song even more explosive." Now that capital has entered the fray, Lu Xingyang would not settle for the mere 2 million mentioned in financial reports. "Excellent." Wang Lihua nodded, her eyes ablaze with ambition. She had finally encountered someone like him. She began to envision her significant impact on the history of management. The three arrived at the company and deliberated from morning until afternoon, finally establishing the concrete plan for the first song. By their estimates, Lu Xingyang stood to earn 10 million from this initial track. Chapter 76, A Man Should Hold His Ground. At 5 in the afternoon, Lu Xingyang departed from his entertainment company. After delegating tasks, he resumed a hands-off approach. He instructed Wang Lihua to engage Li Kuer in various activities, recording songs, capturing debut photos, and promoting her. Fortunately, Lu Xingyang had hired staff the previous day, otherwise, operations would have ground to a halt. As for the fact that the company had only one artist, he was not particularly concerned. Since he chose to establish a company, it must be one of quality, staffed by individuals of genuine talent, not superficial types that would only bring discomfort. He drove to the kindergarten where Shinmubin had commenced her new job, bound by a probationary period and unable to leave early. Thus, he was left to pick up Cece alone. Daddy. Cece was at the front of the line, leaping into Lu Xingyang's embrace. Why didn't Mommy come? Her large, adorable eyes glimmered with disappointment. Mommy has to work today, sweetie. Let us go pick her up from work together, shall we? Lu Xingyang gently ruffled Cece's little head. Okay, let us go. He lifted the small child into his arms. As Lu Xingyang secured the little one in the back seat, he furrowed his brow slightly. An idea struck him. He ought to install a child seat in the car for Shishi's safety. Yet, this was Zhao Jiming's vehicle. It seemed imperative that he procure his own car, for relying on Zhao's was rather inconvenient. Having fastened the seatbelt, he set off towards Shinmubin's company. Upon glancing at the time, Shinmubin realized it was already past 6. Most of her colleagues had departed. She stretched her neck, preparing to leave. As this job had been hard-earned, and even if just for appearances, she felt compelled to linger for an additional hour. As she exited the building, she halted in surprise. A grand bouquet was approaching her, and she furrowed her brows, wondering if the flowers had somehow come to life and were walking towards her. Just as she contemplated stepping aside, she spotted 2 familiar short legs hiding behind the blossoms. A radiant smile broke across her face as she hurried over, embracing both the flowers and the children. Where's your father? Where's he hiding? She inquired with curiosity. Look behind you, Mommy. Turning around, she found a bag obstructing her line of sight. Security. Lu Xingyang's voice emerged from behind the bag. Shinmubin's eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy, although her words expressed reproach. Why are you buying flowers and bags? It's not a special occasion. This seems like such a waste of money. How can it be a waste? No matter how much I spend on you, it's never wasted. What do you think of this bag? She, come here, let Daddy hold you. Without waiting for a response, Lu Xingyang took Shishi from Shinmubin's arms and stuffed the bag into her embrace. This bag must be expensive, right? How much did it cost? And such a large bouquet surely wasn't cheap, Shinmubin remarked, though her face radiated happiness. It wasn't merely the cost of the bag and flowers that delighted her, but rather the surprise prepared by Lu Xingyang and their daughter. It didn't cost much. I was just worried you wouldn't like the style I chose, Lu Xingyang replied with a smile. During his visit to the mall en route to the office, he had been overwhelmed by the array of bags, and he realized he had long forgotten Shinmubin's preferences. Ultimately, guided by a sales associate, he opted for the most expensive one, reasoning that its cost justified its quality. It seemed to be worth over 600,000, undoubtedly a branded item. In truth, a designer bag could typically be acquired for around 20,000, with 5 or 6,000 securing a very good one. Countless vanity-driven women would willingly sacrifice much for a bag costing several tens of thousands, let alone this limited edition valued over 600,000. Lu Xingyang had no intention of revealing the price of the bag to Shinmubin, knowing full well he would face her ire. She likely wouldn't take it to work, preferring her old bag instead. Thus, the significance of his gift would be lost. However, he felt a pang in his heart upon realizing that Shinmubin did not recognize the bag. According to reason, it should be women who are most familiar with such brands. However, Shinmubin, much like this straight man, was equally oblivious to it. No, I truly appreciate it. But you mustn't squander such money next time. This bag is still usable. Shinmubin glanced at the bag and flowers in her arms, feeling a mixture of delight and heartache. All right then. Lu Xingyang spoke half-heartedly, yet in his mind, he was already planning to continue purchasing. Well, let us go celebrate your first day at work by dining out. Lu Xingyang noticed the time was getting late. If they returned home to cook, it would be too tardy. Hooray, dining out. Cece raised her small hands in exuberance. No, there's no reason to celebrate my first day at work. I've already spent too much today, and we cannot waste any more. There is plenty of food in the fridge at home. Shinmubin was resolute in her refusal, and despite Lu Xingyang and Cece's lengthy persuasion, they could not sway her. Ultimately, the 3 returned home for dinner. That evening, Lu Xingyang accompanied Cece in the living room to watch television. In the bedroom, after her shower, Shin Mubin gazed at the bag on the vanity, a subtle smile gracing her lips. This man had finally come to his senses. Yet, just how much was this bag worth? Curiously, she approached the bag and took a photo with her phone, then searched online. In no time, the corresponding product information appeared. 1, 10, 100,000 what? 620,000. Shin Mubin nearly hurled her phone across the room, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. The exorbitance of this bag surpassed her imagination. She had presumed it would cost a few tens of thousands at most. But to discover it was 620,000, equivalent to a down payment on a house, left her swallowing hard. She hesitated to even touch the bag. A mere scratch would cause her heart to ache. Pat, pat, pat. In her pajamas, Shin Mubin dashed into the living room, standing before Lu Xingyang. Lu Xingyang, please return the bag. I appreciate the sentiment, but it is far too expensive. No returns. It's merely a bag. In the future, I shall buy you even more to fill an entire room. Though Lu Xingyang was a straight man, he was no fool under such circumstances. He certainly could not consider returning it. Fill an entire room? Shin Mubin's breath caught. If one bag cost 600,000, how much would it take to fill a room? She scarcely dared to contemplate it. Indeed, it is merely one bag. I've even discarded the receipt. So do not harbor thoughts of returning it, and do not fret. Simply carry it out as is. Lu Xingyang chuckled, resolute in denying Shin Mubin any opportunity for a return. However, there are no buts. I will buy it for you, and you shall carry it. Lu Xingyang interrupted Shin Mubin, asserting that sometimes men must not be overly accommodating. All right, the time is getting late. I shall retire for the night. Lu Xingyang stated handsomely, leaving no room for Shin Mubin to respond, as he sauntered away with an alluring silhouette. Chapter 77. Viral sensation. Time flew swiftly. 3 days had passed. Li Kuer was fully prepared for her debut. Once the song was released, she would officially step into her career. In the company, Lu Xingyang gazed at the freshly produced work of Li Kuer, nodding in satisfaction. Although it seemed slightly incongruent with her character, it was undeniably impressive. There was nothing ostentatious. Li Kuer, with her delicate features adorned with subtle makeup, donned a simple white dress as she strolled quietly along the lakeside. The sun shimmered upon the surface of the lake, casting a glistening reflection of Li Kuer, resembling the purest maiden in existence, untainted and ethereal, accompanied by music. It was hard not to be moved by the scene. Goodness, I can't believe I look so enchanting. Lu Xingyang mused. It would be even better if Li Kuer remained silent beside me. Mr. Lu, at 6 this afternoon, the new song will be launched simultaneously, and we shall soon see the results. Wang Lihua remarked, equally pleased. Excluding the song, this could be considered one of the top 3 moments in her career, primarily because Lu Xingyang was willing to invest substantially, hiring a remarkably professional filming team. Furthermore, there was a crucial aspect. Whenever Li Kuer performed with focus, she radiated a dazzling aura that irresistibly drew attention. If the song's merit was taken into account, it would undoubtedly be regarded as her crowning achievement. Very well. Lu Xingyang nodded. The outcome will depend on the public's response to the release. However, Wang Lihua expressed her concern. Mr. Lu, several companies have approached us regarding minor advertisement endorsements, which I have declined. Li Kuer is not in a rush for endorsements. She needs to enrich her foundation first. Rest assured, my vision is not so short-sighted. Pursue your ambitions boldly. Our goal is aligned, to cultivate this naive child into a superstar. Lu Xingyang chuckled, shaking his head. He would not jeopardize future prospects for the sake of trivial immediate gains. That's reassuring. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Wang Lihua sighed in relief. Her boss indeed possessed foresight. At 5 in the afternoon, the song was set to launch across major music and video platforms. The recent heavy investment and promotion ensured that Li Kuer's song and video were pushed to a vast audience. Lu Xingyang was unbothered by the prospect of losses. The talent was undeniable, and it was hard to imagine anyone listening to Li Kuer's voice without being captivated. The results exceeded Lu Xingyang's expectations. Within a mere hour, The song's play counts effortlessly soared into the tens of millions across the internet, continuing to rise exponentially. Wow, this is so beautiful. What song is this? Goodness. This sister is stunningly beautiful, so ethereal. Why am I crying? This is clearly an uplifting song. Upstairs, I too am in tears. This song reminds me of my deceased first love. It's so moving. Lee Kuer's name swiftly dominated the internet, attracting countless admirers in an instant. The accounts used to release the song transformed from obscure profiles into platforms boasting hundreds of thousands of followers, with numbers still climbing. The fan club and support association for Lee Kuer have been established in succession. Kukum Music, quickly negotiate. The exclusive rights to this song must belong to us. Music, Kukum Music must have already taken action. Zhou Dong has lost. This time, we must prevail. Hurry and make contact. Shuiga Music, this is a newcomer. Potentially our chance for resurgence. Let us seize the moment. Major music platforms are restless. In just a single night, the total online plays are nearing 100 million. Who wouldn't be tempted by such numbers? Manhwa Entertainment. Is this not a viral song, but rather an artist from a company? Which company has unleashed this bombshell? Why is there no news at all? Manhwa Entertainment. This newcomer shows immense potential. It seems this company has struck gold. How enviable. Why, brothers? Is this a newly established small company? The manager is actually Wang Lihua, in Cheng Jie's office. He gazes at the news on his computer screen, alongside details about Lee Kuer. His expression is grim. The crucial point, Wang Lihua has indeed been invited out of retirement by Lu Xingyang. Now, it would be difficult for Lee Kuer not to gain fame. Wang Lihua's resources in the entertainment industry are unparalleled. Moreover, Lee Kuer's debut performance was exceptional. Even top-tier stars might not achieve such impressive metrics. He is now profoundly envious of Lu Xingyang for having an artist like Lee Kuer. Although he understands that Lu Xingyang must have invested significantly to achieve such results for Lee Kuer, it is undeniable that only an outstanding talent could sustain these numbers. This illustrates why some stars, despite extensive investment and resources, fail to rise to prominence. But now, Lee Kuer's prospects appear exceedingly bright. He deeply regrets not appointing Lu Xingyang as a manager. Otherwise, he could have forged a connection that might benefit Lee Kuer's collaboration with his own artists. However, at this moment, it's not even about collaboration. His company's artists are unworthy of even assisting Lee Kuer. For an artist like Li Jiabei, who was cultivated at a great cost, he thought success was assured. Bang! Cheng Jie slammed his palm heavily on the table, growing increasingly frustrated. Mr. Lu, congratulations. The song's plays across all platforms have surpassed 100 million, and just tonight's clicks, along with various revenue streams, have already accumulated to 1 million. Wang Lihua's voice resonated with excitement on the other end of the line. Yes, indeed, keep up the momentum. Lu Xingyang nodded in satisfaction, knowing that today's song was available for free listening without charge or membership. The primary goal is to boost popularity. Had it been a paid or membership-based model, the revenue would have multiplied significantly. Additionally, Mr. Lu, Kukum Music, and other platforms have sent representatives to negotiate for exclusive rights. Wang Lihua stated slowly. So soon? Lu Xingyang was taken aback. Are they this competitive? The song has only been released for one night. Yes, they are already waiting at the company entrance. And there was almost a confrontation. If they do not receive a satisfactory answer today, they may not leave. Wang Lihua observed the agitated representatives in the reception area, exasperated. Lu Xingyang's expression twitched, making a profit shouldn't lead to altercations, should it? Which company do you wish to sell to? Mr. Lu, I may not wish to sell for the time being. Currently, Lee Kuer is still a newcomer, and her rapport with the public is of utmost importance. If she is acquired exclusively, she would lose a significant number of fans. Wang Lihua hesitated before speaking, aware that such a decision would lead to substantial financial losses for Lu Xingyang. Chapter 78. A fortunate day. Lu Xingyang furrowed his brow slightly, recognizing the validity of Wang Lihua's argument. Having just debuted with her first song, if the copyright were to be purchased, it would only be available on a single music platform, resulting in a considerable loss of fans. Furthermore, should the platform impose membership fees or charge for access, the audience would dwindle even further. While this could yield a swift profit, it is not an appropriate move for a fledgling artist. Many individuals are reluctant to pay for music. Very well, let us refrain from selling for now. Kindly decline their offer. We aspire to reel in the big fish. Lu Xingyang ultimately acquiesced. Presently, the marketing efforts of the entertainment company are modest, and the income from tonight has already recouped costs, not to mention future earnings. It is improbable that Li Kuer's new song would only enjoy fleeting popularity. Its potential for acclaim has yet to reach its zenith. Mr. Liu, a sagacious decision. An insightful leader such as yourself is indeed a rarity in the entertainment industry. Rest assured, I will not let your expectations go unfulfilled. I am determined to cultivate Li Kuer into a superstar. Wang Lihua exclaimed with fervor. Haha, well said. Keep up the good work. Lu Xingyang replied with a subtle smile. If he were solely reliant on one entertainment company, he might have considered acquiescing to those platforms, prioritizing immediate profits. While being acquired by a platform may not be entirely unfavorable, resulting in a loss of fans and public appeal, the platform would provide recommendations and resources, potentially leading to even greater income. However, Lu Xingyang was not solely dependent on one entertainment company for profit. He was naturally inclined to plan for the long term. A modest sum of money did not concern him greatly. All right, Mr. Liu, I shall decline their offer at once. Very well. Lu Xingyang ended the call and returned to the living room, resuming his place on the sofa. Mommy, Daddy's back. We can continue now, she exclaimed joyfully. Clutching the remote control, she had paused the cartoon during Lu Xingyang's phone call. All right, Shen Mubin smiled as she pressed the play button once more. You were waiting for me, she? How wonderful. Lu Xingyang praised, feeling delighted that a small child would pause her beloved cartoon in anticipation of his return. Such devotion is truly commendable. Of course. Otherwise, Daddy would miss so much. She climbed from Shen Mubin's lap to Lu Xingyang's embrace. Our Shishi is truly the most understanding child in the world. Lu Xingyang gently pinched her adorable cheek. The family basked in the warmth of togetherness as they watched television. Shen Mubin felt enveloped by a comforting atmosphere, a delightful sensation indeed. Her gaze drifted towards the father and daughter, momentarily lost in thought. What is it, Mubin? Is there something on my face? Ah, it's nothing. I just find this scene a bit dreamlike. Lu Xingyang's voice drew her back, but Shen Mubin could not help but voice her true thoughts. Dreamlike? Mama, what does dreamlike mean? Cici tilted her little head. It means to dream, right? But Mama isn't asleep yet. Why would she dream? Shen Mubin hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed to confess in front of Lu Xingyang that it was indeed because he had returned and had even become more gentle and family-oriented. She cast a glance at Lu Xingyang, who was smiling warmly at her. Regret flooded her heart. Had she known, she would have kept her mouth shut. This fellow must surely be reveling in her thoughts. You should ask Daddy. He knows. Thus, she decided to pass the question to him. Daddy, what does dreamlike mean? It refers to those scenes that only exist in one's mind appearing in reality. That is the essence of being dreamlike. Isn't it, Mubin? Lu Xingyang asked with a beaming smile. That's about right. That's the meaning. Shen Mubin's cheeks flushed. Indeed, this fellow was basking in his triumph. So, that's how it is. Cici nodded in a bemused understanding. Shen Mubin, noticing Lu Xingyang's satisfied expression, felt a bit shy about lingering there. All right, it's about time. We should head back to sleep. Tomorrow is a school day. In one swift motion, Shen Mubin snatched Cici from Lu Xingyang's arms and carried her upstairs. Mama, but tomorrow is the weekend. Cici's little face was a picture of confusion. Shen Mubin paused for a moment, taken aback. I'll enroll you in a class for extra lessons tomorrow, she declared, continuing her ascent. Lu Xingyang. Cici. No, Mama. Cici's face instantly scrunched up in distress. Why is she becoming more like a little girl? Lu Xingyang mused as he watched Shen Mubin's retreating figure, a smirk gracing his lips. He understood that Shen Mubin was merely shy and wouldn't truly enroll Cici in a class. It was a fine day indeed. Lu Xingyang hummed a cheerful tune, turned off the television, and headed upstairs to sleep. The following morning, at Zhou Jianhua's company, Lu Xingyang and Zhao Jiming, along with others, observed the stock performance of Renren Network each one beaming with joy. Brother Liu, your investment acumen is truly remarkable. I hereby proclaim you a genius. It has been 5 consecutive days of limit up. Zhao Jiming exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with delight as he gazed at the steadily rising stock price. Over the past 5 days, he had amassed nearly 100 million. Don't be deceived by the 50. It's not like oil or gold can fluctuate so dramatically. That was only due to war. Such occurrences are not frequent, and under normal circumstances, this is expected. Brother Liu, it has already risen for 5 days. Should we not consider selling? Li Wenxiang swallowed hard. Having experienced 5 days of growth, he felt that it was likely nearing its peak. And if they did not sell now, a decline was imminent. He had already earned 5 million, which he deemed sufficient. Changgu, I'm not saying this to discourage you, but if you want to earn big, you must have a bolder spirit. Have you forgotten the lesson from the hairy crabs? Lu Zhenyang patted Li Wenxiang on the shoulder. Li Wenxiang was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing as he recalled the dread that the hairy crabs had instilled in him. It was precisely due to his cowardice and reluctance to part with those crabs that he had forfeited numerous opportunities for wealth. Mr. Liu, this is not merely a matter of bravery. 5 days, based on my experience, should be the limit. After all, this is a nearly bankrupt internet company. Once the fervor subsides, a decline is inevitable. Zhou Jianhua interjected, voicing his perspective. From the brink of bankruptcy to a consecutive 5-day surge in stock prices was indeed miraculous. Your vision is too narrow, Mr. Zhou. It has only been 5 days. As long as there are users, the excitement will not wane. Regarding a social networking feature, you might inquire with Mr. Zhao. He has experienced it and can tell you if he would be willing to part with the lovely ladies he has encountered there. Lu Zhenyang remarked, turning towards Zhao Jiming with a broad smile. Ahem. Zhao Jiming's face flushed with embarrassment. He was indeed reluctant to let go of the attractive company he had encountered, who were not only beautiful but also charming conversationalists. Chapter 79. Overnight Wealth. Few would willingly cease communication with a romantic interest in the midst of flirtation, at least not before an in-person meeting. This unique feature's allure lies in its ability to cultivate mystery, compelling users to peel back its layers with eagerness, resulting in its rapid popularity. See, Mr. Zhou, I wasn't mistaken, Lu Zhenyang said, shrugging his shoulders. Zhou Jianhua looked at Zhao Jiming in astonishment. Is that feature truly so entertaining? I recommend you try it, Mr. Zhou. Do not fear your wife. There is a one-click concealment option that ensures discretion. Zhao Jiming said with a playful grin. I shall refrain. I am a devoted family man and will not engage in such indiscretions. However, will that not attract penalties? Zhou Jianhua asked, a hint of doubt in his tone. What are you thinking? It is a platform for positive and uplifting connections, a soulful exchange. Zhao Jiming chuckled, exuding a rather mischievous aura. Come now, judging by your expression. It is evident that it is not a serious feature, Zhou Jianhua retorted, his lips twitching in amusement. Such a lewd expression could only belong to Zhao Jiming. Fear not. Mr. Zhou, it is indeed a legitimate feature. We do not engage in unlawful investments. Such endeavors would have long been reported. Assured Zhao Jiming, earning money is possible, but it must be through lawful means. Otherwise, it would weigh heavily on one's conscience. Very well, I shall divest. The risks of holding on are too great, after all. A slight reduction in profit is acceptable, Zhou Jianhua decided. After witnessing the stock's initial surge on the first day, he had bought in the following day. And with 4 consecutive days of growth, he felt it was prudent to take his leave. A few days more would surely lead to a peak. All right, Mr. Zhou. Should it continue to rise, do not blame me for not having advised you. Lu Zhenyang shrugged. This is no mere slight loss. 12 consecutive days of growth will only lead to greater gains. That will not happen, Mr. Liu. I possess sufficient foresight. The amount earned reflects one's own capability. How could I possibly hold you accountable? Zhou Jianhua replied slowly. And what of you? Lu Zhenyang inquired, turning his gaze to Li Wenxiang. Li Wenxiang's face registered a moment of hesitation. He too felt it was time to sell, yet a part of him was reluctant to let go. I shall also sell, for I sense that the time has nearly reached its limit. Just as Li Wenxiang hesitated, Chica spoke up. Very well, this is your own decision. Just do not come to regret it, Lu Zhenyang remarked with a smile. We are all adults here. He could hardly compel them to retain their stocks. In light of the others' decisions, Li Wenxiang felt even more unsettled. Brother, you are being foolish. Consider this. When has Lu ever engaged in a battle unprepared? Holding on surely means continued profits. Zhao Ziming interjected, asserting that excessive timidity would not yield great wealth. The camaraderie among Chica, Zhou Jianhua, and Lu Zhengyang was not profound, and as company heads, they each possessed their own established principles for profit. Thus, Zhao's advice bore little weight. However, I have already made a considerable profit. Li Wenxiang, who previously worked in a market, lacked the audacity of Zhao Ziming and Lu Zhengyang. Are you satisfied with merely 5 million? To amass substantial wealth, one must be ruthless and bold. Zhao Ziming's tone grew serious. Li Wenxiang furrowed his brow in contemplation, ultimately gritting his teeth and declaring, I will take the plunge. I shall not sell. I shall sell only when Lu decides to sell. Now that is the spirit. Zhao Ziming beamed with satisfaction. Lu Zhengyang chuckled quietly, pleased with Li Wenxiang's decision. Time swiftly passed, and 7 days flew by in the blink of an eye. At Zhou Jianhua's company, Li Wenxiang gaped in astonishment. Today marked the 12th consecutive day of Rinjin Network's stock surge. Had he not sold on the 7th day, this would have been the 12th day he possessed the stock. My goodness, Lu, isn't this continuous rise for 12 days a bit terrifying? Li Wenxiang closed his mouth with his hand. What do you think? Are you regretting it now? Just days after I advised you, you secretly sold behind our backs. Cry all you want. Lu Zhengyang sighed. Having exerted his best efforts, yet failed to prevent this individual from acting rashly. Zhou Jianhua opened his mouth to speak, but then closed it again. Throughout the past 7 days, he had been closely monitoring Rinjin Network's stock, eager to see when it might falter, yet the stock seemed determined to defy him. Refusing to dip, he contemplated purchasing it secretly midway, but feared it would plummet the next day. Thus, he hesitated for 7 days and ultimately did not buy in. I told you to trust Lu's judgment. You've missed out on over 20 million. How does that feel? Zhao Ziming wore a look of helplessness. However, as adults, he felt it inappropriate to say much more. In any case, Li Wenxiang had profited, albeit to a lesser extent. His mood was one of joy, and he had little inclination to concern himself with Li Wenxiang's predicament. His investment had tripled, escalating from 190 million to nearly 600 million. Such a rate of profit is unimaginable. No wonder so many are drawn to stock trading. Striking it rich overnight is no mere fantasy. Why bother with the burdens of industry when one can earn more in these few days than in years of toil? Yet he was also aware that with opportunity comes risk. Losing everything overnight is a common tale. His current fortune was entirely attributed to Lu Zhengyang's expertise. It was exhilarating. I swear, if I ever doubt Lu again, I might as well perish. Li Wenxiang felt as though he had died inside. Well, let us save that for another time. Today, let us forget about it. This stock has reached its limit, Lu Zhengyang said to Zhao Ziming, as they were the only two who had persevered until the end. The funds had surged from 200 million to over 600 million, and with his own capital, his assets now totaled 700 million. Rounded up, he was on the verge of $1 billion. He could hardly believe it. Just over a month ago, he was drowning in debt. And now he was the owner of 2 companies with 700 million in hand. All right, Lu, let me treat you to lunch later. We've made quite a fortune. Zhao Ziming exclaimed, eager to celebrate such a substantial gain. No, that won't do. This meal is on me. I didn't heed your advice. Next time, make sure to rouse me. Li Wenxiang sincerely wished to treat. Had he listened, he would have earned even more. Observing the trio, Zhou Jianhua felt a twinge of frustration. Could someone not consider his feelings? He had only been with the company for 4 days, while Li Wenxiang had been around for 7. In the office of the president of Dalian Bakery Group, Chi Ku wore an expression identical to Zhou Jianhua's, both looking utterly constipated. He had been closely monitoring the stock for the past week, and to his dismay, this cursed stock had hit the limit up for 12 consecutive days. Was this the performance one would expect from a company on the brink of bankruptcy? He regretted selling so early. Otherwise, he would be reaping not 100 million, but 400 million. Ignorance was bliss, but now that he was aware, it felt as though he had lost 300 million. Chapter 80, A Man's Pride. I will be heading to the Shenzhen market in the coming days. Lu Zhengyang placed breakfast on the table and addressed Shin Mubin and Cici. Oh, how long will you be gone, Daddy? Cici's little face fell. I don't know, perhaps a day or two, maybe 3 or 4. You must listen to your mother while I'm away, okay? Lu Zhengyang replied with a smile. I understand, Daddy. I will be good. Cici nodded her adorable little head. You focus on your work. My probation period has ended, so I won't need to work such early or late hours. I will take good care of Cici. Shin Mubin felt a slight pang of disappointment. Having spent so long with Lu Zhengyang, she found herself inexplicably reluctant to part. Though she wouldn't show it. Then I appreciate your hard work. Lu Zhengyang smiled. It's nothing. I've been troubling you all this time. Shin Mubin shook her head, her gaze toward Lu Zhengyang filled with complexity. Though Lu Zhengyang was performing admirably as a husband and even exceeding expectations, she couldn't quite leap over the hurdle in her heart to utter the words of reconciliation. She was aware that keeping Lu Zhengyang hanging was not ideal, yet she continued to receive his kindness. Her heart was in turmoil, but the memory of that instance of domestic violence haunted her, leaving her soul in fear, which rendered her speechless. It's no trouble at all. I merely fulfilled the duties of a responsible father and will strive to do so in the future. Lu Zhengyang did not perceive his actions as particularly remarkable. During his tumultuous period, it was Shin Mubin who single-handedly bore the weight of their family, which was truly commendable. Even now, he found it hard to believe that Shin Mubin's frail shoulders had withstood such burdens. Nevertheless, given the chance, he aspired to be a commendable husband as well. With a chuckle, Lu Zhengyang added. Shin Mubin's cheeks flushed as she thought, She, hurry and have breakfast. After you finish, I'll take you to school. Hee. Okay, Mama, but you're blushing. She blinked her large eyes, her little face beaming with joy. I'm not. Stop talking nonsense. Now open your mouth for the porridge. Shin Mubin gently fed the cooled porridge to Shi's adorable mouth. Lu Zhengyang smiled at the heartwarming scene before him each morning. It was indeed a delight. After breakfast, en route to the airport, Lu Zhengyang called his in-laws to ask them to spend some time with the two ladies. After all, in such a large villa, he worried they might feel frightened being alone. By noon, after disembarking from the plane, Lu Zhengyang hailed a cab and headed towards the Xingchen Gaming Company. He had come to Shenzhen because yesterday Zhang Dongxiu had messaged him, stating that the game was nearly complete and would be ready for launch as soon as the approval was granted. Originally, this would have taken several months. But with his involvement, Lu Zhengyang utilized his financial prowess to outsource the time-consuming artistic elements, allowing Zhang Dongxiu and his team to focus solely on reviewing the game's content and storyline. Thus, the development progressed significantly. However, the gaming platform would still require some time, and Lu Zhengyang was determined to ensure that it was executed impeccably. He would not settle for anything less than excellence. President Lu has arrived. Welcome, a warm welcome. Upon entering the company, Lu Zhengyang was greeted at the entrance by Zhang Dongxiu and his team. Oh, there's no need for such enthusiasm every time. Lu Zhengyang felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. I tried to reason with them, but they wouldn't listen. Lu Yinyin sighed, exasperated. That's simply won't do. President Lu, you are our benefactor. Without you, this game might never have come to fruition, let alone launch soon. Zhang Dongxiu shook his head. They had invested immense effort into this game, and during their most challenging times, it was Lu Zhengyang who had extended a helping hand, willing to invest in these fledgling young talents. All right, I understand. Let us head to the office and discuss business. Lu Zhengyang smiled faintly, realizing why so many enjoyed being in positions of authority. Flattery could indeed be quite pleasant. Let us briefly outline the situation, Lu Zhengyang inquired as he settled into his office chair. The development of the game has been entirely completed, and arrangements with major platforms have been finalized. The feedback from previous tests has been exceedingly positive. As soon as the license is granted tomorrow, the game can be launched. Zhang Dongxiu exclaimed, expressing his excitement that after such a lengthy preparation period, the day of release is finally at hand. Isn't it quite challenging to obtain a game license? Lu Zhengyang recalled hearing about the so-called gaming winter in the past. That was true before, but with the new policies in place, one can now secure a license within 5 working days. Alright, how is the gaming platform coming along? It is still in preparation, but it will be ready soon. Once the game becomes a hit, we will direct traffic to our own platform. For now, however, we will still need to utilize other platforms. Then I wish for the game to achieve great success, reach the pinnacle of success, and marry a wealthy and beautiful partner. Lu Xingyang said with a smile. Thank you. Mr. Lu, would you like me to install a copy of the game on your computer so you can experience it and alleviate some of your boredom? Zhang Dongshu chuckled. Yes, that sounds good. Lu Xingyang nodded, deciding to take a break and experience this game that is anticipated to become immensely popular in the market. He had little time to play the game that Zhang Dongshu had sent him. All right, Mr. Lu, I will install it for you right away. Lu Xingyang had an office and a work computer. Although he rarely had the opportunity to use them, it was prudent to maintain appearances. Mr. Lu, there are 4 difficulty levels: easy, normal, hard, and hell. If you don't usually play games, I recommend easy. Zhang Dongshu suggested slowly. Easy? Are you underestimating me? I was once a diamond player. Just give me hell difficulty. Lu Xingyang frowned slightly. What is most important to a man? Certainly, it is face, especially in gaming, where one must never admit to being inferior. Mr. Lu, hell difficulty is nearly professional level. It is quite challenging for the average player and is tailored for those who enjoy pushing their limits. The easy mode still allows for a perfect experience of the game's narrative and mechanics. Zhang Dongshu hesitated before speaking. No worries. I relish a challenge. I dislike anything that lacks challenge. Very well then, Mr. Lu, good luck. I shall not disturb you further. Zhang Dongshu selected the difficulty and exited the office. I am eager to see just how difficult this game is. Lu Xingyang scoffed at the loading screen. 2 hours later. Damn. This novice village doesn't allow anyone to leave. Chapter 81. I saw nothing. Brother Su, Mr. Lu has been playing inside for 2 hours. It seems our game is truly remarkable, even captivating a big boss like him. Of course. Otherwise, Mr. Lu wouldn't have sought us out. He must have seen our potential. I wonder which dungeon he's currently tackling? Zhang Dongshu said with pride. Should we check the back end to see which dungeon Mr. Lu has reached? It would be insightful to know where one typically progresses within 2 hours. Yes, that sounds good. Zhang Dongshu nodded and began to investigate through the back end. In an instant, their expressions froze. Brother Su, am I mistaken? Or is General Lu still in the novice village? Even if this game is set to hellish difficulty, it shouldn't take this long. I'm not sure. Perhaps General Lu is merely idling in the game without truly playing, replied Zhang Dongshu, somewhat awkwardly. However, it shows a gameplay duration of 2 hours. What did you say? Are you certain it indicates 2 hours? Zhang Dongshu squinted, his tone turning frigid as he cast a scrutinizing glance at his companion. I didn't see anything. I'm off to work now. Bye, Brother Su. Consider yourself fortunate. Zhang Dongshu snorted coldly, then discreetly adjusted some data on Lu Xingyang's account, fearing that otherwise, Lu might start smashing his computer. In the office, Lu Xingyang chuckled to himself. Little brat, you still haven't managed to defeat me, have you? After all this time bouncing around before me and killing me so many times. He reveled in the sense of accomplishment as he surveyed the ground beneath his feet. Hellish difficulty ISNT, so daunting after all. On to the next level. Lu Xingyang skillfully navigated his character, finally advancing to the subsequent stage. He played until dinner time, propelling the main storyline forward by 30 levels. It must be said, this game is truly exceptional. The plot and gameplay are utterly captivating. Previously, the only weakness was its art style, but now, under his financial prowess, it has become exquisitely crafted. As Lu Xingyang exited the office, he observed his colleagues working diligently at their computers and cleared his throat. Ahem. All right, everyone. Put aside your tasks for a moment. This evening, I shall treat you all to dinner as a reward for your hard work during this time. Everyone looked up, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Hooray. Thank you, boss. Wonderful. Finally, we can enjoy a good meal. Our boss is magnificent. General Lu is so generous. During this period, they had been working overtime nearly every day. Yet no one had mandated it. They were all volunteering. This game was akin to their child. and they all harbored a collective eagerness to see how well their creation would perform. Lu Xingyang chose a nearby restaurant, ensuring his team dined and drank merrily. He was not a miserly individual. The success and longevity of a company heavily rely on its employees, especially talents like Zhang Dongxiu, who thrive on skill and intellect. If they were uncomfortable at work and unwilling to give their all, how could the company expect to generate any profit? He certainly couldn't code himself. Besides, he lacked the expertise for it. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, a slightly tipsy Zhang Dongxiu stood up. General Lu, I raise a toast to you. Without you, we wouldn't be where we are today. Please indulge, I'll finish this. Before Lu Xingyang could respond, Zhang downed a full glass of liquor in one go. Goodness, truly the spirit of youth. You two beside him, don't just cheer him on. Encourage him a bit. Don't let him drink too much. Lu Xingyang winced, knowing that this young man would regret his reckless drinking by the time morning arrived. Mr. Lu, we are here now. We may not be eloquent, but we shall not disappoint your expectations. Aside from this game, we are determined to develop even more outstanding games. Indeed. Mr. Lu, please feel free. We shall drink. Zhang Dongxiu and the two young men beside him filled their glasses and toasted to Zhang Dongxiu before downing their drinks in quick succession. Lu Xingyang was taken aback. Was his earlier remark meant to imply that they should also toast? Brother, perhaps drink a little less. Excessive alcohol is not good for you. Lu Yinyan interjected with a frown. No worries, my brother has a decent tolerance. A few young ones like them are no match. Besides, by their demeanor, they've nearly reached their limit. Lu Xingyang replied with a smile. After drinking a while longer, Lu Xingyang sensed that the young men had reached their threshold and called for a vehicle to take them home. He then decided to stay at Lu Yinyan's rental apartment for a few days. When he had arranged for her accommodation, he anticipated such a situation and therefore had an extra room available. By the way, I promised our parents that I would buy a flat for you and your brother in the city. Do you have any preferred layouts? A villa, a spacious flat. Anything will do. Lu Xingyang inquired as he settled onto the sofa. Isn't your family building a house already? Why do you need to buy another? Lu Yinyan responded in surprise as she poured him a cup of tea. That is for our hometown. Naturally, we also need a place in the city. We can't keep renting indefinitely. Lu Xingyang sipped his tea, feeling the warmth and thoughtfulness. What? Brother, you aren't contemplating buying a house for me in the Shenzhen market, are you? The property prices here are exorbitant. Lu Yinyan exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, I have a company here, and I will undoubtedly need to visit frequently. It is essential to have a base, and since you will also work here, acquiring a flat serves the dual purpose of convenience. Lu Xingyang nodded. Having considered this matter thoroughly, it was a win-win situation. Brother, do you hear yourself? Just for convenience, you wish to buy a property? If this were to get out, you'd be criticized. Lu Yinyan's delicate face twitched. The wealthy truly deserve their fate. No worries. I recently earned a bit of money. Buying a house is merely a trivial matter. Now possessing a fortune of 700 million, he could easily afford to purchase a home outright, regardless of the Shenzhen prices. Trivial matter? Brother, just how much have you earned? A decent property in Shenzhen starts at several million. Although Lu Xingyang initially misled them by claiming he had merely 3 to 4 million, she later learned from their parents that he had earned around 10 million. However, with the construction of the house in their hometown and the operational expenses of his company, spending millions on a house could potentially strain his finances. Not much, just 600 million. Purchasing a luxurious villa might be challenging, but a slightly less extravagant option should not pose a significant issue. Lu Xingyang replied nonchalantly. Right? You see, it is not too difficult. Wait, what? 600 million? Lu Yinyan abruptly stood from the sofa, her face a portrait of disbelief. Brother, please repeat that. I did not catch it. Lu Yinyan could hardly believe her ears. I said I earned 600 million. Lu Xingyang smiled faintly, articulating each word with clarity. How is that possible, brother? It hasn't been long, and you've transformed from 10 million to 600 million? Surely you jest. Lu Yinyan leaned closer to Lu Xingyang, her eyes fixed intently upon him. Why would I deceive you? Spare me that look. The origins of my wealth are impeccably clean. Lu Xingyang retrieved his phone. displaying his balance and the source of his funds for Lu Yinyin to see. Only then did she believe him. 600 million. And you dare to call it small change? Lu Yinyin slumped onto the sofa, her mind swirling with the staggering number of zeros on the screen. Of course it's small change. I will earn even more in the future. Now, are you reassured? As I said, there's no need to worry about the house money. It's merely a trifle. Lu Zhengyang replied with a smile. All right then. But the house should still be in your name, brother. I will merely reside within it. Lu Yinyin pondered before speaking. Why so? This house is meant for you. Lu Zhengyang was taken aback. Because who knows how reliable the men I might meet in the future will be. I wish to avoid any property disputes. Lu Yinyin's delicate brows danced with mischief. Little sister, that stinks. Lu Zhengyang pressed a hand to his chest, feigning distress. Ultimately, after much persuasion from Lu Zhengyang, the house was registered under Lu Yinyin's name, with a decision made to view properties the following day after the game results were announced. The next morning, Lu Zhengyang and Lu Yinyin arrived at the office, only to find a multitude of people lethargically slumped over their computers, with sounds of retching emanating from the restroom. Only a few individuals who had abstained from drinking the previous day retained their vitality. President Lu, you're here? Apologies, we've lost our composure. Zhang Doxiu emerged from the restroom, a pack of tissues in hand. No worries, I understand. The fact that you all managed to come to work is commendable. Lu Zhengyang chuckled and shook his head. Given how much they had drunk the previous night, their punctuality was a testament to their determination. Thank you, President Lu. Your tolerance for alcohol is remarkable. You appear completely unscathed today. Zhang Dongshu managed a strained smile and praise. Haha, it's nothing extraordinary. Lu Zhengyang modestly replied. For it was not his tolerance that was impressive, but rather the fact that they had denied him the opportunity to drink the previous night. When can we expect the licensing approval? Lu Zhengyang inquired further. It should be released by this morning. Someone will be monitoring the approval information closely. Zhang Dongxi responded slowly. All right, do notify me once there's an update. Certainly, President Lu. I'll just head back to the restroom for a bit. With that, Zhang Dongxi turned and hurried off. Lu Zhengyang felt a twinge in his cheek. Yin, please inform the cleaning staff to ensure today's sanitation is thorough. Otherwise, the office will continue to reek. Understood, brother, Lu Yinyin nodded, noting the faint scent of alcohol lingering in the air. Lu Zhengyang retreated to his office, where he resumed playing the game he and T finished the day before. It was solely due to a lack of pressing matters that he indulged in it. Certainly not because he was addicted. After 2 hours of play, around 10 in the morning, Lu Zhengyang cleared 2 more levels, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. Is this what professional difficulty entails? It doesn't seem so formidable. Could it be that I've misjudged my career path? Am I better suited for esports? Lu Zhengyang stretched lazily, his face adorned with a triumphant expression. Mr. Lu, the license has been approved. Zhang Sudong's voice echoed from outside the door. Lu Zhengyang's eyes sparkled. The moment they had eagerly anticipated was finally at hand. He exited the game, stepped out of his office, and was met with a sea of excited faces. Mr. Lu, the license has come through. Let us issue an announcement. In an hour, we can officially launch. Zhang Sudong's tone was tinged with exhilaration. They had waited far too long for this moment. All right, let us commence preparations. Lu Zhengyang nodded. The team sprang into action, determined to make a stellar debut. Zhang Sudong clapped his hands and exclaimed loudly, "Let us go." Yes. The crowd responded in unison. The operations team, too, had a well-prepared announcement ready to go. In the throes of excitement, time flew by swiftly, and before they knew it, an hour had passed. Launch, Lu Zhengyang declared, and Zhang Sudong promptly activated the download permissions. Their game was live today. Mr. Lu, you should take a break. The data won't be available so soon. Although Zhang Sudong was bubbling with excitement, he understood that the download statistics would not materialize immediately. All right, I'll step out for a while. Notify me once the data is in. Lu Zhengyang nodded, cognizant that the figures would take time to compile. This provided a perfect opportunity for him to take Lu Yinyin house hunting. Certainly, Mr. Lu. I'll inform you at the earliest. Zhang Sudong smiled and nodded. Okay, Yinyin, let's go. Lu Zhengyang called out, and Lu Yinyin emerged. Mr. Lu is leaving. Mr. Lu, take care on your way. Amidst the warm send-off, Lu Zhengyang walked out of the company, his face slightly flushed alongside Lu Yinyan. Brother, what kind of charm did you cast on them? They're so courteous. My previous company never treated leaders this kindly, Lu Yinyan remarked with a smirk. Perhaps they recognize me as a good boss. Lu Zhengyang chuckled. Oh please, what kind of good boss only shows up at the office a few times a month? Lu Yinyan retorted. Isn't that ideal? Do you really want your boss hovering over you every day? Lu Zhengyang countered. Well, that's true. Your absence does alleviate their psychological pressure. Lu Yinyan nodded. Exactly. A few occasional visits, a little incentive now and then, that's sufficient. They are intellectuals. We cannot stifle their creativity. As long as they work diligently, everything will be fine. Lu Zhengyang spoke with a calm demeanor. This philosophy was why he preferred to hire young talent, allowing them the freedom to create their games without undue interference. By doing so, they would be inspired to unleash their creativity and express their imaginative ideas unabashedly. In the gaming industry, a continuous influx of innovative thoughts is paramount. Brother, I'm not well versed in games. Do you really think this one will succeed? Despite spending nearly half a month at the company, Lu Yinyan's understanding of games remained superficial. Absolutely, I can assure you, though the initial day's performance may not be stellar. Lu Zhengyang replied nonchalantly. He harbored psychological expectations. Although the game had received some promotion recently and garnered considerable attention, it remained a new title from an indie developer. Consequently, the initial day's performance was unlikely to be stellar. It was only as word of mouth gradually spread that its popularity would undoubtedly soar. Chapter 83. The Inheritance from Mother. Well, I must say, I am pleasantly surprised by your knowledge of games. Your visits to that little black internet CAF at the village corner were not in vain. You indeed helped me cover my tracks, Lu Yinyan expressed with a look of satisfaction. I appreciate it, but bringing up those middle school incidents feels rather unnecessary. Lu Zhengyang replied, his cheeks flushing slightly. Back in middle school, there was a family in the village that somehow managed to acquire 3 dilapidated computers, which had no internet access, only a handful of single-player games like Doom and Road Rash. For them, fresh from elementary school, it was an exhilarating experience. Even if he had no money, Lu Zhengyang would sneak a peek inside on his way home from school, often losing track of time until it was dark. To avoid punishment, he would tell Lu Yinyan and his parents that he was at a classmate's house doing homework. Looking back, Lu Zhengyang realized it was a truly meaningful period of his life. However, as he grew older, such joys became increasingly scarce. During university, he would occasionally indulge in gaming, but his primary focus shifted to earning money. After graduation, opportunities for gaming dwindled even further. It wasn't that earning a living was undesirable, but the simplicity of joy had diminished. Of course, you once promised to buy me candy, and yet I have waited for over a decade without fulfillment. Lu Yinyan gazed at him with a hint of melancholy. Lu Zhengyang replied, why do you remember such trivial matters for so long? Could I forget? I was an innocent girl eagerly anticipating something, yet you seem to have completely forgotten. No, perhaps you did forget, Lu Yinyan retorted. My apologies. Isn't buying you a house now a form of compensation? Lu Zhengyang had long since forgotten about that trivial matter. It's of no use. The damage has been done to my tender heart, and no compensation can mend it. Lu Yinyan clutched her chest, feigning pain. All right, enough with the theatrics. Let us go. We need to buy that house and move in the next few days. Lu Zhengyang playfully tapped Lu Yinyan on the head and proceeded to hail a taxi. TCH. Lu Yinyan pouted, but followed suit. The duo arrived at the China Resources Garden, a location Lu Zhengyang had researched the previous day. It was a mere 10-minute drive from his workplace, and the pricing was reasonable, averaging around 50,000 yuan per square meter. Hello, Mr. Lu, I am Hiyu, the one you spoke with on the phone yesterday. As soon as Lu Zhengyang stepped out of the car, a middle-aged woman in professional attire approached him with a warm smile. Yes, Ms. He, Lu Zhengyang nodded in acknowledgement. Wonderful. I have brought the keys for several properties. Hiyu beamed even brighter. Shall we proceed? Quickly, Hiyu led the siblings to the first property. Mr. Lu, is this house for yourself or for this young lady? It's for my sister. She will be staying in Shenzhen alone for work, and having a place will be more convenient. Please find something suitable for a young lady. Lu Zhengyang replied. Lu Zhengyang gently pushed Lu Yanyan, who was hiding behind him, forward. I'm buying you a house. Take a look for yourself. Why are you hiding behind me? Brother, it's just that I lack experience. You could help me choose. Lu Yanyan's cheeks flushed, as she never imagined she would actually have a day to purchase a house, especially in such a bustling city like Shenzhen. Experience doesn't matter. Just choose what pleases your eye. Lu Zhengyang thought it peculiar that someone would feel so timid about buying property. Miss Lu, if you plan to live alone, this apartment is just perfect. The owner is a young woman around your age, so the decor is quite feminine and cozy. The cabinets and other furnishings are designed at a lower height, tailored for women. You may take a look. He remarked with a smile. Come on. Don't just stand there. Step inside and take a look. This could be your future home. If you don't examine it carefully, you might regret it later. Lu Zhengyang nudged his sister. All right. Lu Yanyan nodded, realizing that now was not the time to be shy. Buying a house was a significant matter that demanded careful consideration. She began to observe the apartment meticulously, leaving no detail unexamined. Despite discovering a few minor flaws, she was overall enamored with the place, particularly the spacious floor-to-ceiling window that allowed sunlight to flood onto the sofa, creating a perfect spot to curl up and enjoy dramas or novels during winter. Ms. He, how much is this apartment? Lu Yanyan inquired, her satisfaction momentarily concealed as she asked with a calm demeanor. The apartment is over 150 square meters, and with the exquisite renovations, it's approximately 7,500,000. He replied, glancing at her watch with a smile. Wow, Lu Yanyan gasped, struggling to maintain her composure. 7,500,000. Given her previous salary of merely 4,000 a month, how long would it take her to afford that? It seemed exorbitant. You've seen how some of the renovations are aging. Can't we negotiate a lower price? 5 million is around the market rate I found online. Without hesitation, Lu Yanyan aimed to cut 2 million off the asking price. Miss Lu, I can't decide that. The price is set by the owner. I'm just a small intermediary with no authority to negotiate, He said, her expression reflecting her discomfort. Then please contact the owner and ask if she would consider selling for 5 million. Lu Yanyan shook her head, her expression resolute. Lu Zhengyang was momentarily taken aback. He saw a reflection of their mother and his sister. During their childhood trips to the market, their mother would wear the same determined expression when haggling. He was surprised that this trait had been passed down to his sister. However, that price is far too low. Even an unfinished apartment would cost more. He winced, having encountered negotiations before, but this was her first experience with such a substantial reduction. This is a house, not a cabbage at the market, she thought. Just call the owner to inquire. If that doesn't work, we can look at other properties. Lu Yanyan stood her ground, unwavering in her offer. All right, I'll make the call. He nodded helplessly. Selling a house often involves dealing with those who possess thick skin. Wasn't this young lady initially shy? How did she become so assertive in negotiating the price? Impressive, Yanyan. It seems your mother has secretly imparted her wisdom to you. As he walked away, Lu Zhengyang gave his sister a thumbs up, acknowledging her efforts. Of course, I am the only one in the family who truly understands the value of money. While you and that fellow Xingxiang tend to spend extravagantly. Lu Yanyan sighed, her heart heavy with concern for the family. When she learned of Lu Zhengyang's substantial debts, she was filled with dread. Despite her modest salary, she began to economize, hoping to assist Lu Zhengyang in any way she could.